This is my story. My name is Su Qingran. My husband, Xiao Donghua, came to me angrily, saying I embarrassed his childhood sweetheart, Shen Yunfang, and her son, Xiao Jun, by asking them to leave our home. He wanted me to apologize. But I had enough. I looked him in the eye and calmly said, "Let's divorce." He was shocked, irritated, but he still tried to convince me. He wanted to give away our bedroom to them, just like he had given them everything else for the past 16 years. When I first married him, he said they were only staying temporarily. But excuses kept coming. First, she had nowhere to go. Then she needed help raising her child. Then the boy was too young to move out. Now that Xiao Jun was grown, they still had no plans to leave. I was always the last priority. He gave them everything and left me with nothing but disappointment. Since they wouldn't leave, I would. When he tried to persuade me with false promises, I gave him a choice. If he wanted to stay married, he had to send them away forever. He hesitated, confirming what I already knew. He would never let them go. Then he said it, the thing he had hidden all these years. If you weren't infertile, I wouldn't have raised someone else's son for 16 years. It hurt, but I wasn't surprised. I thought he would pretend forever, but at last he said it out loud. He stormed out in anger, leaving me alone. Then, I overheard a conversation between Shen Yunfang and my mother-in-law. They had been plotting against me all along. They wanted to send me to a mental hospital, while Xiao Donghua was away. They planned to take all my family's inheritance and buy a house in the city. And the final, cruelest truth, Xiao Donghua was the one who couldn't have children, not me. They destroyed my family, took everything from me, and now they wanted to erase me completely. I walked back to my room and reached for my medicine, but it was gone. They had planned this too, hoping I would break down. I refused to let them win. I turned on the gas in the kitchen. Then, I sealed my bank records and ID, sending them away in an envelope. Everything I owned would be donated. As I poured alcohol around the house, Xiao Jun walked in. He insulted me, as always, telling me to leave before his fiancée moved in. I smiled. For the first time in 16 years, I actually liked hearing him call me Mom. Then I struck a match. And I let it all burn. I woke up to the sound of arguing. My head was throbbing, and when I reached up to touch my forehead, I felt warm blood. I looked up and saw them, Xiao Donghua, Shen Yunfang, and her brat, Xiao Jun. The so-called happy family. I remembered this moment. It was 16 years ago. I had just moved into Zhao's house as his fiancée, but we hadn't even registered our marriage yet. His mother conveniently left for the countryside, postponing everything. Then, Shen Yunfang set her sights on my job. She wanted me to swap my hard-earned office position for a factory job. When I refused, she had her son prank me with a toad, making me panic and hit my head. But this time, things were different. I wasn't the same weak, patient Su Qingran. I was reborn. Still pretending to be pitiful, Shen Yunfang wept. It's my fault for not being educated. I deserved to suffer. Xiao Donghua, as always, defended her, saying she was smart and could learn. I laughed coldly. Great idea. You teach her everything you know, and you switch jobs with her instead. That shut him up for a second. Shen Yunfang tried to act noble, saying she didn't want to ruin our marriage. Then she fake scolded her son, making a show of lightly slapping him. But Xiao Jun, that spoiled brat, started screaming about how I was a bad woman stealing his mother's job. I had spoiled this kid too much in my last life. This time, I wasn't letting it slide. I grabbed a tree branch and smacked his backside. If no one teaches him manners, society will teach him the hard way. Keep acting like this, and he'll end up in jail. He ran, crying and howling, with me chasing after him. Xiao Donghua finally snapped, yelling at me to stop. He's just a child. I cut him off. Oh, so now you're going to tell me not to argue with a kid? And what about my head injury? Does that not matter? He tried to justify it, saying Xiao Jun just felt sorry for his mom. Oh, and I don't get tired? I don't suffer? Because I'm young, I should just take the hardship instead? Then, Shen Yunfang sighed and said she would endure the hard labor for her son's sake. I burst out laughing. Wow, you make it sound like you're doing me a favor. You're shameless. Xiao Dongwu gave me a look. It was the same old nonsense about how they owed Shen Yunfang because her husband died saving his mother. I rolled my eyes. Hold on. That's your family's debt, not mine. If you feel so guilty, why don't you just marry her? Give Xiao Jun a complete family already. For the first time, Xiao Dongwu looked genuinely stunned. He even took a step toward me. Shen Yunfang saw it too. She turned her anger toward her son. Stop crying. Fatherless children are annoying. And Xiao Dongwu didn't rush to comfort her this time. Instead, he turned toward me, as if trying to convince me to stay. Qingran, you're just upset. I already promised your professor father that I would marry you. I won't go back on my word. But you really need to work on your temper. I backed away in disgust. Work on my temper? You can forget it. I'm not marrying you. And with that, I turned and walked away. This time, I was choosing myself. When I closed the door and locked it, my hands were shaking as I grabbed the mirror on the table. The girl looking back at me had bright, clear eyes and smooth, fair skin. The exhaustion and pain that had once marked my face for 16 years were completely gone. The calendar on the wall confirmed it. August 31st, 1974. Tears streamed down my face. I had been reborn. This time, I had returned before I ever married Xiao Dongwu. More importantly, my family was still alive. In my past life, my parents' and brother's family were sent to the countryside because they were intellectuals. Only my young nephew and I stayed behind because we had lower education levels. My father had trusted Xiao Dongwu, his best student, to take care of me, while my nephew was sent to my sister-in-law's family. But life in exile was cruel. My sister-in-law couldn't bear the filth and hardships and drowned herself in the winter. My brother, grief-stricken, lost focus while cutting trees and was crushed to death. My mother, devastated, fell ill and, without proper medicine, passed away the next year. Only my father survived. He endured everything, waiting for the day he could return home. But when he did, he found his grandson had turned into a delinquent and later died in a gang fight. His only daughter, me, had lived a miserable life, trapped in a loveless marriage. When I tried to divorce Xiao Dongwu and move back in with my father, he refused. I had been so angry back then, blaming him for everything, for speaking too freely at school, for causing my mother and brother's deaths, for my nephew's downfall, and for my own humiliation. After that, my father changed. He buried himself in writing textbooks, recording everything he knew. I thought time would heal him, but instead, he was just waiting for his death. The day he received his compensation, he left it all to me and took his own life, choosing to finally reunite with his lost family. The pain of losing them all over again crushed me. But this time, I had a chance to change everything. In my past life, when my family fell apart, I was scared and lost. I thought marrying Xiao Dongwu would give me security. But I was wrong. The easy road always comes with a price. This time, I wouldn't cling to false hope. I wouldn't fear hardship. I would go to the countryside with my family. As long as we were together, we could survive. But before that, I had unfinished business. Revenge. Last life, I suffered, but that was just interest. This time, I wanted to settle the full debt. And before leaving, I'd make sure to discuss them one last time. Lying in bed, I planned my next steps, barely able to sleep from excitement. The sound of Shen Yunfang's whining and scolding next door was oddly satisfying. Later that night, Xiao Jun suddenly fell ill, and Shen Yunfang banged on Xiao Dongwu's door.
Dongwu.
Xiao Jun has a fever. Don't worry, I'll take you to the hospital right away. I turned over and went back to sleep. This had happened before. Shen Yunfang always used her son as an excuse to tie Xiao Dongwu to her. Whenever I tried to spend time with my own husband, she would find a way to pull him away. Eventually, he stopped even coming to our room and just stayed with them. Sure enough, they spent the whole night at the hospital. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of neighbors gossiping outside. Shen Yunfang was already at it again, crying, playing the victim, gaining sympathy. But I wouldn't make the same mistake as last time. If she wanted to play the pitiful act, I'd beat her at her own game. I got out of bed and started preparing. I made my head injury look even worse, wrapping it tightly in thick bandages. I covered my lips with powder, making myself look pale and weak. When I stepped outside, I leaned against the doorframe, as if struggling to stand. Then I smiled softly. "You're back. Last night, I heard you leaving, and I wanted to check on you. But my head hurt too much, and I couldn't get up. Is Xiao Jun all right?" Shen Yunfang froze. Xiao Donghua immediately turned to look at me, concern flashing in his eyes. "Qingran, your head, are you okay?" I shook my head weakly, letting my eyes redden with unshed tears. The watching neighbors gasped. Before, they had only heard Shen Yunfang's version of events, that her son had been beaten and got sick. But no one had mentioned that I had been injured this badly. Now, they were looking at me with pity instead. Shen Yunfang wanted to play the victim? Too bad. This time, I would make sure she choked on her own game. Shen Yunfang had twisted the truth again, making it seem like Xiao Jun's fever was my fault. In my past life, she did the same thing, blaming me for every illness he had. I refused to take the blame this time and turned the situation around, making it seem like she had scared the child too much, causing unnecessary stress. The neighbors' expressions shifted, questioning how an office worker could be forced to switch jobs with a workshop laborer and criticizing Xiao Jun's misbehavior. Seizing the moment, I pretended to give in, saying I would give up my office job for her. Shen Yunfang, thinking her manipulation had worked, was overjoyed. Xiao Donghua looked relieved, believing I was being understanding. He softened toward me, convinced that I was finally showing obedience. Meanwhile, the neighbors were uncomfortable, realizing that someone had managed to take a good job just by making a fuss. Once the crowd started dispersing, Shen Yunfang hurried inside and returned with 100 yuan, a bribe for the so-called job exchange. I took it without hesitation, framing it as medical and nutrition expenses for my injury. Before she could react, I had already secured the money. Xiao Donghua supported the idea, even insisting that I be given a proper breakfast. Shen Yunfang had no choice but to comply, even though she had no intention of preparing food. At breakfast, I took all 3 eggs meant for me, ignoring Shen Yunfang's attempts to argue. Using her own logic against her, I pointed out that eggs weren't good for fevers, leaving her speechless. Xiao Donghua, still under the illusion that I was reasonable and kind, agreed that I should have them. When he offered to take me to the hospital, I declined, insisting I would go alone. He seemed pleased, thinking I was finally acting like a proper wife. With my plans in motion, I left the house and headed straight to my nephew, Su Nanqing. In my past life, he had been left with his maternal grandparents, and everyone believed it was the best arrangement. But I knew better now. My neglect had allowed him to fall in with the wrong crowd, and by the time I tried to pull him back, it was too late. In the end, he had died protecting me. This time, I wouldn't let history repeat itself. I quickened my pace. I found my nephew, Su Nanqing, crouching at the alley entrance, his clothes old and patched. He kept glancing at the street, waiting for something. My heart clenched at the sight. When I called his name, he jumped up in excitement, looking even more worn but full of joy. Tears welled in my eyes as memories of his last moments in my past life flooded back. I asked why he wasn't at school, and he hesitated before telling me his grandmother thought education was useless. My injury distracted him, but I reassured him it was nothing serious. When I asked if he had eaten, he stayed silent, though his stomach gave him away. I took him to a state-run restaurant, where he devoured his food as if he hadn't eaten in days. When I gave him a boiled egg, he teared up, saying it was the first one he'd had since leaving home. His grandmother always saved them for his uncle and cousin. I realized my sister-in-law's money and food tickets weren't going to him at all. When he begged me to take him away, I told him my plan to go to the countryside and asked if he would come. He agreed without hesitation, saying he didn't care about hardships as long as we stayed together. I promised to return for him soon and handed him some money and ration tickets, but he refused, knowing they would be taken from him. After leaving Nanqing, I headed to my old classmate, Gu Xiaoyi's home. In our school days, we got along well, but she resented me after I secured a job at the mechanical factory, a position she had also competed for. In my past life, she was later sent to the countryside near my family's village. When I arrived, she was cold toward me, assuming I had come to brag. Before she could slam the door in my face, I asked if she was assigned to Xingli commune, Xiangyang brigade. She was furious, demanding to know why I was prying. When I confirmed the location, I made my offer. I wanted to switch places with her. She was shocked, first thinking I had lost my mind. Then, realizing I was serious, she assumed my engagement had fallen through. She reminded me that I had been foolish to rely on a man, especially one with another woman and child in his home. I admitted she had been right. Her first thought was money. She asked how much I wanted for the factory job. Skeptical, I would give it up for free. I named my price, 400 yuan, and some ration tickets. She was stunned, knowing people had paid 600 yuan just to buy a lower-ranking factory job. Still in disbelief, she asked if I had hit my head too hard. I assured her I had my reasons. The only thing I needed in return was for her family to help arrange for my nephew to join me in the countryside. Ningqing is located at the junction of the north and south of China, slightly to the north. Most of the educated youth in the city were sent to the northeast. The reason why Gu Xiaoyi was able to stay in Ningqing was because her family was worried, so they made special efforts to find connections. Although the Zhangjiangshan Brigade is located in the mountains, it is close to home and convenient to take care of. Knowing that Su Qingran has conditions, Gu Xiaoyi was relieved. This is easy. I remember your brother got married very early. How old is our nephew this year? I tell you, when the time comes, I will ask my dad to take care of the relationship and report our nephew's age a few years higher. If it's not 16, it should be no problem to make it 13 or 14, right? Gu Xiaoyi was straightforward and spoke without pause when she was excited, just like setting off firecrackers. Su Qingren finally found a gap to interrupt. 6 years old. What? My nephew is 6 years old this year. Gu Xiaoyi laughed dryly and finally understood why Su Qingran was only willing to take 400 yuan. Only 6 years old? This is not easy to make up, but don't worry, I'll go to the factory to find my dad and ask him to think of a solution. To be honest, the captain of the Zhangjiangshan Brigade is my distant cousin. I heard that his daughter was admitted to a high school in the city. Maybe she is in the city today. Su Qingren nodded. Okay, then I'll come to see you tomorrow. Seeing that she was about to leave, Gu Xiaoyi hurriedly pulled her back. By the way, do you want to report your nephew as your brother? It makes more sense to gossip with your brother than with your nephew. Don't you know that the old women in the countryside like to gossip? Su Qingren paused for a moment, then shook her head. Forget it. Telling a lie requires countless lies to cover it up. Just tell them that there are only my nephew and I left at home, and I can only take him to the countryside together. Anyway, she didn't expect that the family affairs could be kept secret forever, so she would hide it as long as possible. Okay, leave it to me. After that, the two of them went their separate ways. After leaving Gu's house, Su Qingren rushed to the hospital without stopping. Shen Yunfang was a cunning person. Today, she took 100 yuan from her and said she was going to the hospital. If she didn't bring medicine back, she might do something weird again. The most important thing is that she will go to the countryside soon. It is not convenient to see a doctor in the mountain valley or the forest farm, and she urgently needs to get more medicine for her family. When she arrived at the hospital, Su Qingren acted and flattered, coaxing the doctor to prescribe a lot of special anti-inflammatory and analgesic drugs that could not be bought in pharmacies. As for those commonly used cold medicines, she also stocked up a lot. When she returned home, Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang had not finished work yet, and only Xiao Jun was at home. Seeing Su Qingren coming back, he was like a mouse seeing a cat, covering his ace and going into the house. Su Qingren was too lazy to pay attention to him and went straight into the house to pack her luggage. When she came from home, She brought nearly 1,000 yuan and a lot of tickets as a dowry, as well as a large suitcase, 2 quilts, clothes for spring, summer, autumn, and winter, and a lot of soap, toilet paper, and other daily necessities. Before, she thought that she was going to get married soon, and Xiao Donghua, a grown man, didn't know how to arrange things, so she went out to buy these things first, so that she could live a more comfortable life in the future. In the future, she and Xiao Donghua's salary will be added together, and they will not worry about not having money to spend. So, the 1,000 yuan was quickly spent by her. Among them were the new bed, wardrobe, tables, chairs, and benches she bought for her marriage. There were also a pair of wooden boxes, a pair of thermos bottles, 2 enamel wash basins, enamel teacups, blankets and towels, etc. There were also watches, pens, and bicycles for Xiao Donghua, and rice, flour, grain, oil, malted milk, canned meat, wedding candy, etc. bought for this family. Now, many things have been taken up by the mother and son, not to mention the food, which the mother and son treat as their own. Not only that, even the dress she bought for her wedding was borrowed by Xin Yunfang after she got close to her, and she hasn't returned it to her yet. Su Qingren cursed herself for being a coward while silently sorting out the things she bought. Fortunately, she had the habit of keeping accounts before, and now she just sorted these things into categories and made a list. Those furniture and the things given to Xiao Donghua were all valuable big items, and they must be taken back before leaving. It would be uncomfortable for her to keep the things given to him, so she would find a way to sell them for money. Those thermoses, porcelain basins, and other things that can be taken away must be taken away, otherwise it would be difficult to buy them when she goes to the countryside. As for the clothes borrowed by Shen Yunfang, she would definitely not wear them again, so she had to pay for them. And the things that the naughty child ate must also be recovered. Su Qingran was making a list when she heard the sound of Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang coming back from work outside the door. Hearing the two coming back, Xiao Jun, who had been hiding in the house, ran out crying, "Mom, you're finally back."
"I'm starving."
Shen Yunfang glanced at the kitchen and then scolded Xiao Donghua. "Qingren went out early in the morning and hasn't come back yet? Nothing happened to her, right?" Xiao Jun pouted in dissatisfaction. "That bad woman has been back a long time ago. She has been lying in the house and didn't even cook." Su Qingren sneered as she finished writing the last line, and then walked out with the account book and the medicine prescribed in the hospital. Calling her a bad woman all the time, this child doesn't learn his lesson after being beaten. Are you adults just spoiling him like this? Shen Yunfang was stunned for a moment and quickly apologized. "Qingran, you're back. I'm sorry, Xiao Jun must be starving and talking nonsense." Xiao Donghua felt a little embarrassed and his face suddenly sank. "Xiao Jun, next time I hear you call a bad woman, don't blame your uncle for beating you for your father. Yunfang, you really have to take good care of him." Shen Yunfang's face turned pale, and she smiled dryly. "Donghua, Xiao Jun is still sick, so I don't worry. I will discipline him well in the future." After that, he smiled and looked at Su Qingran with a face full of expectation. "Qingran, what are we going to eat tonight? Donghua has been working all day, and he should be hungry." Su Qingran smiled faintly and raised a large bag of medicine in her hand. "I just came back from the hospital this afternoon. The doctor said that my forehead was hit hard, and I had a mild concussion. I need to lie down and rest and can't get tired. I'll rely on you to cook these days." The smile on Shen Yunfang's face froze for a moment, and she looked at Xiao Donghua reluctantly. "Donghua, I still have to go to work during the day." Xiao Donghua pursed his lips and looked up at Su Qingran. Seeing that her smooth and white forehead was still covered with gauze, although it looked much better than in the morning, it was still particularly dazzling. Since the doctor prescribed so many medicines, it means that the injury is really serious. Xiao Donghua's heart softened. "Yunfang, I'll trouble you for a few days. I will bring lunch back from the cafeteria at noon. You just need to make breakfast and dinner." Shen Yunfang suppressed her dissatisfaction and rushed out as soon as she entered the kitchen. "Qingran, you didn't buy vegetables when you came back today?" Usually, Su Qingran bought all the vegetables and meat at home. If she didn't buy anything, what would she do? Su Qingran was about to settle the accounts. Hearing that she had the nerve to ask for groceries, she opened the account book without saying a word. I brought 1,000 yuan with me when I came here half a month ago, and now I have spent not a penny left. The 100 yuan you gave me for medical expenses this morning has been spent a lot after a checkup at the hospital. If I have to go to the doctor later, how can I still have money to buy groceries? Shen Yunfang came overexcitedly when she heard that she had spent almost 100 yuan. Originally, she planned to use the 100 yuan as food expenses for the mother and son and slowly earn it back from Su Qingran. Now that she has spent everything, what's the point? Qingran, it's just a medical appointment. Where can I spend 100 yuan? Besides, it's only been half a month. How could you possibly spend all 1,000 yuan? As soon as Shen Yunfang finished speaking, Su Qingran asked. He handed her the ledger. It's clearly written on it, and every is detailed. You can read it yourself. Shen Yunfang glanced at Xiao Donghua, who was turning blue, and said with a smile, I have never been to junior high school. Where can I read it? You have to understand such a complicated account. You and Donghua are going to get married soon, and we will be a family from now on, so there is no need to calculate some things in such detail. Su Qingran had long expected that Shen Yunfang would cheat, but she didn't. I don't expect to be able to recover all these accounts at once. Then let's start collecting the simplest items one by one. Comrade Shen, I saw that you two were busy at work, so I didn't find a chance to calculate with you. Now that we have talked about it today, let's first calculate the money for rice, flour, grain, oil, and vegetables for this half month and divide it equally. Okay, I remember clearly, it's 32 yuan in total. For the four of us, 8 yuan per person is just right. Shen Yunfang was dumbfounded. She thought Su Qingran was willing to spend money to feed them. Why do you still need to settle accounts? Besides, she is a front-line female worker in the workshop and a temporary worker, earning only 23 and 50 cents a month. She was asked to pay 16 yuan after only half a month? Then let her drink the northwest wind for the next half month? Xiao Donghua also looked shocked at this time. As a senior technician in a machinery factory, his monthly salary was 48 yuan, which was the only high salary in the factory. With the way she is doing, her job is not enough to support her family? How will you live your life after getting married? Qingran, are you mistaken? It's only half a month. How can you spend so much? Su Qingran snorted coldly. When I came, there was no need to add anything in the kitchen that was lacking. I worry about it every day. You queued up so hard to grab the meat? Didn't you eat it in your stomach? Xiao Donghua pursed his lips. I just want to remind you that you can't be so lavish in your life in the future, Xiao Donghua. Why didn't you eat meat back then? You said that? I think you didn't eat less. Xiao Donghua's face darkened. I'll give it back to you. After that, he turned around and went back to the room to get the money. Shen Yunfang originally wanted to refuse, but she didn't expect Xiao Donghua to agree to pay so readily. Qingran, I don't eat much. Besides, Xiao Jun is just a child. How much can he eat? Su Qingran laughed coldly. Shen Yunfang, what do you do with such shame?
Why?
It's so thick. You don't know how much you eat? With your son looking like a starving man, you still have the nerve to say he doesn't eat enough? Shen Yunfang was so angry that she bit her lip and looked at Xiao Donghua, hoping he can speak for himself. However, Xiao Donghua was currently thinking about why Su Qingran suddenly came to do this. Could it be that he really had no money? Or are you angry because you didn't provide her with household expenses? Or maybe she was angry and jealous because she took Xiao Jun to the hospital yesterday and stayed overnight. After all, she is not the kind of person who cares about money. Thinking of this, Xiao Donghua gradually felt relieved. Here it is for you, as well as Yunfang and Xiao Jun's share. I'll pay for them too. Originally, he thought Su Qingran would be angry and cry, but she took it happily. He counted calmly and said, 24. Just right. Xiao Donghua pursed his lips and looked gloomy. He had spent money on other women, but as his fiancée, she didn't stop him at all. Su Qingran put the 24 yuan into his pocket and then came up with Shen Yunfang's idea. Comrade Shen, you lent me several dresses before. Please return them to me now. I don't have any clothes to wear myself. Besides, I have to go to the factory director tomorrow, so I can't dress too casually. Shen Yunfang, he opened his mouth to retort, but when he heard her saying that he would go to the factory director tomorrow, he immediately closed it again. Aren't they just a few dresses? When she gets an office job in the future, she can save money to buy new ones. Just give it back. Shen Yunfang straightened her back and quickly went back to her room to take out the 3 borrowed dresses. One has puff sleeves, one is floral, and one is red plaid. All 3 dresses were beautiful to her heart, but the waist was too thin, and she felt uncomfortable wearing them. She wanted to find a chance to make them larger before wearing them. Qingran, I've returned all the clothes to you. You have to talk to the factory director tomorrow. Su Qingren took it and pretended to smell it. Hey, Comrade Shen, do you have body odor? What's wrong with these clothes? A smell? Shen Yunfang's expression froze. How is that possible? I haven't worn it yet. Su Qingren covered her nose in disgust. Maybe I'm mistaken. It's not body odor. It's because your hair is too oily. You're old. I'm not telling you it's summer, so forget it if you don't give Xiaojun a bath. At least clean it up yourself. It costs a lot of money to boil water. Shen Yunfang was almost furious. He cried, Donghua. Xiao Donghua glanced at Shen Yunfang's greasy hair and silently took 2 steps back. Ahem, Yunfang, Qingren loves to be clean, and she didn't mean to target you. Since you like the skirt, just buy it. Su Qingren nodded sharply. This man finally did something human. It was inconvenient to work in a dress, so even if Shen Yunfang hadn't worn it, she wouldn't want it. I don't want to ask you for more. I bought these 3 skirts in a department store and have never worn them once. You can go and find out how much they cost. I will give you a discount and make up the total.
$30.
Shen Yunfang shouted out of control. 30? Su Qingran snorted. How else did you know to take advantage of it? I didn't want to take possession of yours. I just wanted to borrow it to wear for 2 days, Donghua. You know, I have envied girls in the city who can wear beautiful skirts since I was a child, so I seeing her look pitiful again looking at Xiao Donghua anxiously. Su Qingren smiled and pursed her lips. Xiao Donghua, Comrade Shen is your childhood sweetheart, and his husband is your benefactor. You think she is so pitiful. Otherwise, why don't you give these 30 yuan to her? After saying this, Xiao Donghua looked at her in disbelief. Come over. The reason why he paid the living expenses for Shen Yunfang and his son just now was because he wanted to make Su Qingren angry and see her attitude. Who would have known that instead of being angry, she would actually ask her to buy 3 dresses for Shen Yunfang? When the 2 of them get married, won't the money also belong to her? Could she bear to spend money on other women? Seeing Xiao Donggua's ugly face, he refused to agree. Shen Yunfang's heart suddenly tightened. Donghua, I don't want her money, but my salary hasn't been paid yet, so money is a bit tight. How about you help me pay for it first? Xiao Donghua looked at him suspiciously after hearing this. Shen Yunfang. After the mother and son moved in, he had already spent a lot of money on them, and he paid for them even when they went to the hospital. She couldn't even come up with 30 yuan? Or did she just deliberately not want to pay? It's not that he doesn't have the 30 yuan, nor is he reluctant to part with it. But being forced like this makes me feel uncomfortable. Yunfang, I'm a little tight lately. Otherwise, you should first see how much you have. If it's not enough, I'll make up for it. Shen Yunfang felt as if someone had grabbed her by the throat. She couldn't believe that she would respond to her every request. Xiao Donghua would actually say such a thing for 30 yuan? Okay, just give it to her. Shen Yunfang returned to the house with a pale face, and soon walked out holding a biscuit box. All my money is here. Su Qingran ignored her, grabbed the box and started counting 1 yuan, 2 yuan. Why is it exactly 15 yuan? You wouldn't hide the money on purpose, okay? Let Xiao Donghua pay for the other half? I don't have any. I'm really out of money. That's enough. I'll pay for the rest for you. We'll all be together as a family from now on. As for calculating it so clearly, he originally planned to hand over half of his salary to her after getting married. Now it seems that this salary cannot be given to her in the future. Su Qingran didn't have time to pay attention to him at all, so she happily took the 30 yuan and put it in her pocket. After collecting the money, I suddenly thought of something. By the way, you 2 take out the food stamps and oil stamps in your hands and give them to me. What do you want the tickets for? Nonsense, I don't want the tickets when I buy these things. You will still pay for them in the future. Do you want to eat? And you, Comrade Shen, do you still want this job? Just pretend I didn't tell you if you don't want it. Of course, I gave you 100 yuan for this job. What nonsense are you talking about? $100 is my medical expenses and nutritional expenses. I think you want to buy an office job? Su Qingran's voice became louder and louder. A lot of people have gathered around to watch the fun. Xiao Donghua quickly pulled Shen Yunfang and said, "Stop talking. Qingran is right. This 100 yuan is for her nutrition and medical expenses. She changed her job voluntarily. There is no business. Go and get it quickly. Get the tickets." Shen Yunfang was also worried that if he offed Su Qingran, his job would be really bad. Moreover, this woman became very evil after she broke her head yesterday. It would be better to get her job as soon as possible. As long as I change my job, I won't have to worry about money and tickets anymore. After thinking about it, Shen Yunfang turned around and went back to the house to look for food stamps and gas stamps. Unexpectedly, Su Qingran came in and snatched all the tickets she had saved. "We are all a family. It's so boring for you to hide them." After leaving the house, Xiao Donghua also brought the tickets, and Su Qingran also accepted them all. He didn't forget to put on eye drops when he was about to leave. "I thought your Qingmei was of the same mind as you, but I didn't expect that she was still hiding it secretly. Forget it. After all, it's normal for orphans and widowed mothers to keep some things close to them." After saying that, he happily entered the house with a pocket of banknotes and receipts. Before closing the door, he shouted to the pale Shen Yunfang again, "I'm going to lie down for a while. Call me when the meal is ready. The eggs were overcooked this morning. Please be careful. Shen Yunfang." Donghua. Look at her. Xiao Donghua felt very uncomfortable when he thought that Shen Yunfang deliberately designed to make him make up the money. Listen to her and go cook. After saying that, he went straight back to his room to rest. Su Qingran glanced out the window, closed the curtains with satisfaction, and happily gathered the money and tickets. "I got a total of 54 yuan from 2 people and a lot of tickets, so it wasn't too bad. If you push people into a hurry again, it's time to cheat." Fortunately, the 2 of them will be paid in 2 days, so they can do another round of work then. After collecting the money and tickets, Su Qingran put all the quilts, blankets, towels, teapots, soaps, etc. that had not been borrowed by a few people into the wooden box, and then locked it. The 3rd day after returning from Rebirth. As soon as she opened her eyes, Su Qingran couldn't wait to go to the factory director to discuss the transfer of work. After washing and braiding her hair, Su Qingran put another piece of gauze on her forehead and put on a pair of clean black trousers and a white shirt, making herself look fresh. As soon as she went out, Shen Yunfang looked at her expectantly. "Qingran, let's go to the factory after breakfast." Su Qingran directly put all the eggs on the plate into her bag. "No, I plan to go directly to the factory director's house to talk to him, so as not to be in the office." Someone heard the discussion. "By the way, where are the malted milk powder and cans I bought last time? Find them and bring them over to me." Shen Yunfang was stunned. She had indeed taken them away on the grounds that Xiao Jun was greedy. A small amount of malted milk and canned meat was brought to his room. But she didn't mention this matter yesterday. She thought Su Qingran didn't intend to take it, so why did she suddenly think of it again today? "Qingran, I'm sorry, Xiao Jun is so greedy. He ate all that stuff. Why don't you go buy some more and take them over?" Su Qingran stretched out her hand directly. "Okay, bring me the money. Go buy it." Shen Yunfang smiled coquettishly, stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Jun, and said, "I'll make you greedy. How can you eat auntie's food casually?" Su Qingran, without saying a word, he handed over the tree stick and said, "If you use this to smoke, will you dare to eat alone at a young age? Will you still be able to do it when you grow up? If you can't do it, I'll help you smoke it." Seeing that he was about to be beaten again, Xiao Jun felt a burning pain in his buttocks and immediately howled loudly. This howl immediately called Xiao Donghua out. "It's so early in the morning. What happened?" Xiao Donghua was so angry that he didn't go to bed until midnight last night. Now he was drowsy. As soon as his eyes fell on Su Qingran, he couldn't help but shine. It's bright. Although she was dressed simply today, the white shirt made her skin glowingly white, making her look particularly fresh and refined. He was so excited when he saw it. Qingran, after breakfast, I will accompany you to find the factory director. Su Qingran glanced at him indifferently and said, No. The canned meat and malted milk I bought before, as well as the wedding sugar cookies prepared for the wedding, etc., are all gone. Your good childhood friend Comrade Shin said they were all gone. Xiaojun has eaten it all. Either you pay for her. I can't just ask for help with nothing, right? Xiao Donghua was already complaining about Shin Yunfeng's plan to give him money yesterday. It became even more unpleasant to hear that the two of them had finished eating the food for their wedding. Yunfeng, didn't you say you would keep it for us? Why did Xiaojun finish eating it? Shen Yunfeng thought that Su Qingran would be dismissed with a perfunctory sentence, but she didn't expect that there would be a fuss again. It's just a snack. How can a child of this age not be greedy? If Xiaojun's father was still here, he wouldn't eat other people's food. Shen Yunfeng originally wanted to use Xiaojun as father to remind Xiao Donghua, but he didn't know. Self-defeating. On the contrary, Xiao Donghua felt even more unhappy. A little snack? Do you know how much the malted milk and canned meat cost? Shen Yunfeng was so angry that she took the tree branch from Su Qingran's hand tremblingly and said, I want to slap Xiaojun on the ace. When Xiaojun saw something was wrong, he was unwilling to take the blame for his mother again. He immediately shouted, I didn't eat that much. Mom only gave me biscuits and toffee. I didn't eat malted milk or canned meat. As he said that, Xiaojun ran into the house. After a while, he came out humming with a net bag containing 2 cans of malted milk and several boxes of canned meat. Bad woman. You have wronged me. Apologize to me. After saying this, Shen Yunfeng slapped her in the face. You kid, where did you hide the things? I couldn't find them after searching for a long time. I thought you had eaten them all. It wasn't me. Pa Xiaojun was hit again on the other side of the face. After a slap, both sides of his face became swollen. Seeing that the child's face was really swollen, Xiao Donghua's anger subsided a lot. Qingran, the child is not sensible. Su Qingran ignored him, walked directly into the house, locked the things in the wooden box, and only took 2 cans of malted milk and 2 boxes of canned meat came out. Shen Yunfeng, 3 pieces of toffee. 4 pieces of biscuits. Also, this gift is for you. So it's your turn. A can of malted milk is 8 yuan. 2 boxes of canned meat are 2 yuan and 40 yuan. The total is 25 yuan and 40 cents. I know you are reluctant to take out the money from the bottom of the box, so you can pay it back to me when you get paid. Don't forget to find a way to collect the tickets for me, or you can give me the money. Shen Yunfeng screamed and slumped down on the chair. Why is it so expensive? Her monthly salary is not enough to pay it back. Su Qingran sneered and said, When I ate, I didn't find it too expensive, but now I know it's too expensive. If you don't want to part with money, stop coveting other people's things. If Xiaojun were my child, I would have torn his mouth to pieces. Xiaojun cried. He covered his mouth tightly, for fear that Su Qingran would really come up and tear his mouth apart. Xiao Donghua frowned. He wanted to come forward to make peace, but he thought Su Qingran's words were correct, so he stood aside coldly and said nothing. Su Qingran hadn't scolded her enough. Also, don't blame the children for everything. Without an adult's control, the children won't dare. With such a big bag of candy, you won't have to worry about all your teeth rotting. Xiaojun heard this. Without even bothering to cover her mouth, she quickly ran into the house to look in the mirror. Xiao Donghua pursed his lips and was a little angry. Ran. I will buy wedding candies again. Calm down. Su Qingran stretched out her hand directly to him. Bring the car keys. I want to ride a bike. Xiao Donghua. Xiao Donghua usually rides the car she bought. When she gets the key back this time, she won't be able to give it to him again. Although my mouth was a little dry after noisy all morning, it was fun. Su Qingran got up early today, and when she arrived at the factory director's house, the family had just finished breakfast. Su Qingran handed over the things he had brought and directly explained the purpose of his visit. Uncle Ma, I want to give up my job in the machinery factory and then take my nephew to the countryside to find my parents. When Director Ma heard this, he was furious. Do you, kid, know what you are talking about? Is someone forcing you to change your job? Don't worry, I won't agree to your job no matter who comes. Su Qingran did not doubt this. After all, Director Ma had firmly refused to agree in her previous life and had always protected her. Seeing the furious Director Ma, Su Qingran's nose became sour and her tears fell. Uncle Ma, before my father left, he asked me my opinion, asking me whether I should go to the countryside or get married. At that time, I was afraid that the countryside would be too hard, so I thought of getting married and staying in the city. I originally thought that people from Shaodong country are hardworking and upright. How could you know that this is the situation in their family? You said that Xiaodongwa can force me to give up my job to Shen Yunfang now, but what else can he not do in the future? I have only lived here for half a month. I understand that I made the wrong choice, and I really don't want to make the mistake anymore. Seeing her crying so aggrievedly, Factory Director Ma and his wife felt uncomfortable. This Xiaodongwa is so useless. I'm going to argue with him. Uncle Ma, don't go. It's not sweet to force him. Even if you force him to give up the job, there will be other things in the future. Anyway, I have thought it through now. I really don't want to marry him. Aunt Ma let out a long sigh after hearing this. Hey, actually I don't agree with Ran marrying him either. Let's not talk about the mother and son, that is Xiaodongwa. My mother is not easy to deal with. You may suffer a lot of grievances in the future. Director Ma also sighed. In that case, we won't get married.
You will move in with us first.
From now on, your aunt and I will be your backers. Now that you have a formal job, there is no need to go to the countryside. That's right. My aunt will help you gradually in the future. There are many young and promising young men in our factory. Seeing the two of them talking so heart to heart, Su Qingren couldn't stop crying because of her own good. Uncle, Aunt, I went to the countryside for no other reason than to be closer to my parents, brother and sister-in-law so that I can take care of them. I heard that the conditions at the forest farm are so bad, I'm afraid they won't be able to bear it. Su Qingren said, and told him about his plan to exchange with Gu Xiaowei. I have thought about it. As long as the family survives together safely, there will be a day when we can survive. Besides, I haven't entered the factory yet, and there are a lot of rumors in the factory. It won't be easy for me to stay here. It would be better to go to the countryside for a change of scenery. Seeing that she had thought about it carefully, Director Ma knew that he could not persuade her. He had no choice but to nod his head and agree. Okay, you go over and take a look first. If you regret it, tell me and I will find a way to get you back to the city. That comrade Xiao Gu you mentioned, I have the impression that this job I have no objection to leaving it to her. You can just discuss it. Also, if the Educated Youth Center insists on your nephew's age, you can come to me again and I will find a solution. After that, Director Ma said. He wrote a document in his own hand. Just give this to Comrade Xiaogu and ask her to report directly to the factory office. Su Qingren took it and took a look, then said gratefully, Uncle Ma, I have one more thing to ask of you. My going to the countryside is not so soon. I want to let my classmates go to work after I leave, so that they don't have to make trouble with me. Director Ma agreed immediately. Don't worry, I'm going to Shanghai on a business trip in a while, and I won't be here for a few days. If they urge you, just say wait for me to come back. Okay. After talking about work, Su Qingren spoke again. Uncle Ma, I see that you don't look very good recently. If you have time, go to the hospital and take care of yourself. In his previous life, Director Ma collapsed at his workplace due to exhaustion. Although he was sent to the hospital in time and saved his life, he was left with many sequelae and had to leave the job he had worked for many years. Aunt Ma got nervous when she heard this. Ran is right. You should go to the hospital for a checkup. You stay up late and work overtime every day. Even a strong body can't stand it. I know. I'll go when I get back from my business trip to Shanghai. Is that okay? Before leaving, Uncle Ma and his wife tried to stop her and stuffed an envelope into her. Your father helped me a lot earlier. I was thinking of slowly compensating him after you got into the factory. Since you decided to go to the countryside to take care of them, buy more things for him. It's a token of your love from me and your aunt. If you don't accept it, I won't agree to your going to the countryside. Don't say you know us anymore. Take all these things with you. After leaving the Ma family, Su Qingren opened the envelope and saw that there were 10 big Unity coupons, as well as some food coupons and cloth coupons. People's lives were not easy these days. Even the factory director's family was not that rich. Su Qingren gratefully put away the money and coupons and rode to find Su Nanqing. When they separated yesterday, she didn't know when she would be done with her work today, and she didn't make a specific appointment with Nanqing. But when they arrived, Su Nanqing was still squatting in the same place as yesterday, looking eagerly at the street. That pitiful look made Su Qingren inexplicably sad and guilty. When she was at home, Nanqing was the family's liveliness, clever and naughty, and loved to laugh. Now, let alone laughing, even the liveliness of the past is gone. Su Qingren held the brake, propped up his feet, and waved at him quickly. Nanqing. Su Nanqing looked up and ran over. Annie, where did you get the bicycle? I bought it. Get in the car. I'll take you to have breakfast. After a whole morning of tossing and turning, the two still didn't get the buns when they arrived at the state-owned restaurant. However, after doing so many things and getting so much money and tickets, Su Qingren was in a good mood and everything she ate tasted delicious. Nanqing, Anne has already arranged everything at the factory. She will go to the countryside to take care of the matter. Don't worry, Aunt will definitely find a way to take you away. Su Nanqing's eyes lit up. Aunt, is the place where we go to the countryside close to grandparents and my parents? Su Qingren nodded, without denying, very close, but when we get there, we have to pretend that we don't know them for the time being. We may not be able to take you to see them for a while. Su Nanqing didn't quite understand, but she also knew the seriousness of the matter. Aunt, I'll listen to you. After dinner, Su Qingren sent Su Nanqing back to the alley, and then hurriedly rode her bike to Gu's house. At this time, Gu Xiaohui was also anxiously waiting for Su Qingren's arrival at home. In addition to her, Gu Xiaohui's parents also stayed at home. After all, such a big thing as changing jobs cannot be left to two little girls. When they heard the movement outside, the three of them stood up and walked out. Dad, Mom, I told you Qingren wouldn't lie to me. Look, she's here, isn't she? Su Qingren got out of the car swiftly and nodded at the two of them with a smile. Uncle, Aunt, I went to see the factory director early in the morning. I wasted some time and came late. When they heard that she had gone to see the factory director, the tension on the faces of Gu's father and mother was visibly evident. Will the machinery factory agree? Su Qingren nodded immediately. It's agreed that Director Ma has an impression of Gu Xiaohui and knows that her test scores are right after mine, so he agrees to let her replace me to go to work. When the two heard this, they were stunned for a moment, and then excitedly led her into the house. Hurry up and sit down. Auntie will cut some fruit for you. Xiao Su, Xianjiangshan Brigade has already agreed that you can take your nephew with you. Also, the youth office has said that as long as the brigade agrees to accept him, they won't hold him back. But there is a problem: your nephew's food relationship cannot be transferred for the time being. He cannot occupy the brigade's quota for the time being, nor can he receive work points and food. Su Qingren had never expected to transfer her nephew's food relationship. She had even made plans for the worst. If this way didn't work, she would think of other ways. Anyway, she couldn't leave Nanqing alone. It's okay. It's great that Xianjiangshan Brigade can agree to accept the two of us. Su Qingren took out the note written by the factory director. Gu's father had also worked in the machinery factory for decades and was very familiar with the handwriting of the factory director Ma. He recognized it at a glance. Great. With the note from the factory director Ma, Xiaohui's job is set in stone. Gu's father was so excited that he didn't sleep all night. Now he was still a little dazed and couldn't believe it when he saw the note. Gu Xiaohui coughed lightly and reminded, Dad, money. Father Gu came back to his senses and quickly took out an envelope from his pocket. There are 700 yuan and some tickets in it. Xianjiangshan Brigade is in a remote place, and it's not easy to buy things. You should bring more things with you before you leave. Su Qingren was stunned when she took the envelope. Uncle, Xiaohui and I agreed on 400. Gu Xiaohui snatched the envelope and stuffed it directly into her pocket. The other 300 is the resettlement fee for educated youth. You keep it. Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. The Educated Youth Office has gradually canceled the resettlement fee in the past 2 years. Even if there is, it is impossible to have so much. As she spoke, Sue's mother came over with a plate of cut apples.
Just keep it.
Your job is valuable. We would not feel comfortable selling it to Xiaowei for 400 yuan. Whatever is right, Xiaowei has already told me about your family situation. You will need money in many places in the future. Gu's father also insisted. Yes, you are young and don't know the market, nor do you know the difficulties of being poor, but we can't fool you and take advantage of you. Gu Xiaowei also followed up. Qingran, you don't know that I can get this job. My parents are happy, but I feel uncomfortable when I think that you have to go to the mountain valley to suffer instead of me. I don't want to feel guilty for the rest of my life. So, just accept it. Seeing that the 3 people tried their best to persuade her, Su Qingran happily accepted it. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, aunt. Then I won't be polite. After receiving the money and giving the receipt, Su Qingran planned to go to the Educated Youth Point to handle the procedures for going to the countryside immediately. Just now, the 3 of them were thinking about work, and they didn't notice that Su Qingran rode a bicycle over. When he went out, he found a brand new bicycle parked in the yard. Qingran, is this bicycle yours? Su Qingran hummed. I just bought it more than 10 days ago. Gu Xiaowei looked around enviously. That's great. I've always wanted to buy a bicycle, but I couldn't get a ticket. Su Qingran had planned to deal with the bicycle in 2 days, but now that she saw Gu Xiaowei wanted it, she asked, if you want it, I can give it to you without a ticket. Really? You want to sell the bike? It's hard for me to take it with me to the countryside anyway. Sell it early and save others from worrying about it. When Gu's father and mother heard that she wanted to sell the bike, they surrounded her excitedly. This bike is really nice. It's the same as a new one. This 28-inch Phoenix bike should cost at least 150 yuan with a ticket, right? Our house is far from the machinery factory. If we have a bike, Xiaowei can ride to and from work by herself in the future. Seeing that the 2 wanted it, Su Qingran spoke directly. This is the price of a new bike, uncle, and I don't know the price of a second-hand bike. Just give it according to your opinion. When Gu's mother heard this, she turned around and went into the house. Soon, she handed over a stack of big Unity. This bike ticket costs a lot of money on the black market, but Annie is a little tight on money now, so I'll give you 180 yuan. If you agree, we will take it. Although Su Qingran and Gu Xiaowei are old classmates, it was the first time for her to deal with her parents. Unexpectedly, the 2 were so straightforward. She agreed immediately. Okay, here are the keys. Gu Xiaowei took the keys excitedly, held them in her hand, looked at them, and handed them back. I don't know how to ride yet, so you should take me on the bike. Su Qingran, with a large sum of money in his pocket, took Gu Xiaowei to the Educated Youth Station and successfully completed the procedures for going to the countryside. After confirming the location and the departure time, he finally felt at ease. There's still a week left, Xiaowei, the machinery factory. Gu Xiaowei said straightforwardly, I know, I'll report after you go to the countryside. My dad said that he is also an old employee of the machinery factory. If that Shin dares to make trouble, she will never be forgiven. Su Qingran nodded with relief. That's good. Director Ma has also agreed to me. Even if they go to make trouble, it's useless. Gu Xiaowei thought she was afraid that the 2 people would make trouble. If you ask me, why are you afraid of them? There's still a week left. At worst you can move in and squeeze in with me. Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. No, a week will pass quickly, and your family has a brother and sister-in-law, so it's not spacious, so I won't come. Okay, anyway, I have nothing to do these days, just let me know if you need help.
Okay.
After saying goodbye to Gu Xiaowei, Su Qingran was not in a hurry to return to the Xiao family, but waited outside until dark. As soon as it got dark, every household was busy preparing dinner. Amid the sound of ping-pong, Su Qingran sneaked back to the home where she grew up in the night. She wanted to see if there would be anything left after the house was looted. The most important thing was that in the previous life, her father had buried the most important research materials in the yard before leaving home. But he buried them too hastily, and those materials turned into a pile of mud many years later. After returning to the city, her father refused to eat or drink for several days because of this, and was very sad. Now that she has a chance, she must find a way to save it. Su Qingren climbed into the yard from a low place with a plastic sheet in her arms, and everywhere she looked was a mess. Torn books, torn clothes, broken glass, and porcelain pieces were scattered all over the floor. Su Qingren's nose was sour. The home where she had lived for 20 years was gone. There was no time to be sad. Su Qingren quickly walked to a pomegranate tree in the corner of the yard, struggled to dig up the soil, and soon found a wooden box. After opening it, it was indeed full of the materials collected by her father. Su Qingren spread out the plastic sheet and carefully took out the piles of information and wrapped them up. When the last piece of information was taken out, Su Qingren suddenly touched a stone at the bottom of the box. The moonlight was dim, and Su Qingren couldn't see clearly. She only felt that the stone was charred and covered with dents. It didn't look like an ordinary stone. Why would her father put a stone together with such precious information? Before Su Qingren could figure it out, the blood that flowed from her hands when she was digging the soil was completely absorbed by the stone. Then, the world spun around, and Su Qingren fell directly into a bright space. At the entrance of the space stood a larger black stone, and there was a gurgling spring under the stone. Going further inside, there was an endless wasteland. If the soil was not the same as that in the real world, she would really think she had gone to an alien planet. Since this stone can heal wounds, then this spring water. Su Qingren tentatively scooped up a handful of water to wash her forehead. A warm current surged at the wound. When she touched it again, the wound that had just scabbed became much smoother, and there was almost no scar.
Shukingran. Get out.
Go in.
Collect.
After some experiments, Su Qingren found that this space not only had spiritual spring water to heal wounds, but also could store items. Su Qingren was overjoyed and quickly put all of her father's precious information and wooden boxes into the space. After collecting the information, Su Qingren began to walk around the room again. Family photos, her high school books, these things that were spared because they were worthless were also collected by her. Before leaving, Su Qingren looked at the pomegranate tree in the yard with abundant fruits and remembered the scene when her parents took her and her brother to plant trees when she was a child. This is the family's favorite tree. Every mid-autumn festival, the whole family will sit under the pomegranate tree, eating and watching the moon. In the previous life, after her father returned to the city, it had become a dead tree. Thinking of this, Su Qingren decided to take the pomegranate tree away. Digging the soil and digging the roots, even if they were careful, the movement in the yard still attracted people in. There are people in this yard.
Quick.
Go in and take a look. Seeing that someone was about to break in, Su Qingren desperately hugged the pomegranate tree. Go in. In an instant, both the person and the tree flashed into the space. Su Qingren quickly let go of her hand and let the tree lean against a stone, and then scooped up the spiritual spring water and sprinkled it on the roots of the tree. Miraculously, the roots drilled into the soil and the tree stood up. The pomegranate tree is alive. Since this soil can grow trees, it must be no problem to grow that kind of vegetables and crops. She and Nanqing don't have to worry about food. When the noise outside completely disappeared, Su Qingren flashed out of the space and rushed to the Xiao family. With the space, she didn't have to worry about not being able to take the Xiao family's things away. She could also safely and boldly stock up on supplies before leaving. Su Qingren hummed a little tune and opened the door. Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang were in a mess in the courtyard.
Shukingran.
Where have you been? Why are you back now? Qingren, Xiaojun has a severe toothache. Donghua was going to take us to the hospital, but you took his bicycle away. Su Qingren looked at it. The excitement is not too big. Toothache? You didn't eat toffee, did you? Comrade Shin, you too stole this toffee. You deserve the toothache. You can't rely on me. A feeling of powerlessness, Shin Yunfang's mind came to mind. How could it be? Qingren, where is the bicycle? Su Qingren originally thought it was inconvenient to sell the bicycle, but now she is glad that she sold it. Bicycle? Lend it to my classmate.
What?
How can you lend your home bicycle to just anyone? Su Qingren laughed angrily. Can you please give me a smile? That's my bicycle.
Mine.
I want to borrow it. Lend it to whomever you want. Besides, my classmate is far less inconvenient than using a bicycle to go to work. How can you be so stingy? Although Shan Yunfang was furious, she was secretly looking forward to Xiao Dongguo's reaction. Xiao Dongguo cherished that car so much that he would definitely be angry if he knew that Su Qingran had lent it to others casually. As expected, Xiao Dongguo kept pressing his lips tightly after hearing this, and his face became very dark. Su Qingran, you stayed out all day just with that classmate of yours? Male classmate or female classmate? Why didn't I know you had such a good relationship with classmates? Su Qingran rolled her eyes at him. It's none of your business. You are allowed to be your childhood sweethearts, but I can't have a good friend? Shan Yunfang added jealousy to the side. Dongguo, don't be angry. Qingran is going to marry you. It's impossible to do this at that time. I went out to have with other male classmates before she finished speaking. Su Qingran slapped her in the face. If you like to have with other men, forget it. Just open your mouth and give it to me. Splash dirty water, and see if I don't slap your mouth to bits. Su Qingran slapped you again. Shan Yunfang screamed and wailed, but Xiao Dongguo felt inexplicably relieved. Su Qingran was so excited because she was afraid that she would misunderstand her. Also, the Su family's upbringing was extremely strict, and it was impossible for Su Qingran to be confused with the men outside. Okay, stop fighting, Qingran. I believe in your innocence, but it's inconvenient not to have a bicycle at home. Can you go find your classmate to get it back tomorrow? Su Qingran snorted coldly. Xiao Dongguo, I didn't expect you. This person is so stingy. I have already agreed to borrow it. Why should I come back immediately? Besides, what if my classmate works so far away without a bicycle? You are so close to the machinery factory. Why can't you be more generous and overcome it? Xiao Dongguo's face turned red. Okay, Su Qingran, I won't ask for anything from you anymore. I will buy the bicycle myself. Su Qingran stretched out her hand directly to him. Okay, as long as you have the guts, let's do it. Give me back the watch I bought for you. Xiao Dongguo stared at her with scarlet eyes for a moment, and suddenly understood her intention. He sneered and took off his watch and placed it on her palm. Su Qingran, don't regret it. You took this watch away, and I won't take it back if you want to give it back. Su Qingran curled her lips, reached out, and pulled out the pen from his shirt pocket. I gave it to you. I guess you don't want the pen anymore. After saying that, he turned around and went back to the house. Xiao Dongguo was left standing there dumbfounded. Why did he think differently? Could it be possible that she really met some male classmate when she went out today? Is she going to give this watch and pen to her male classmates? However, besides him, who else would be willing to marry her under so much pressure? She must have been angry because she saw that she had not received the license to hold the banquet. Deliberately making friends out of nothing to make yourself angry. Thinking of this, Xiao Dongguo breathed a sigh of relief inexplicably. It was true that he had delayed getting married for too long. When his mother came back from the countryside, he quickly took her to get the certificate, which also saved her from being angry with him every day. Shen Yunfang covered her burning face, her eyes filled with tears, and waited for Xiao Dongguo to look over. Unexpectedly, he didn't turn around to look at himself. He couldn't help but hissed, Dongguo, it's all my fault for causing you two to quarrel again. I thought she bought that bicycle for you. Xiao Dongguo shook his head. It's okay, she also wanted to help her friends. Let's take Xiaojun to the hospital on foot. It's not far anyway. Shen Yunfang. As soon as the two left, Su Qingran started packing things without stopping. Today I got 700 yuan for selling my job, 180 yuan for selling my bicycle, plus the 100 yuan given by Uncle Ma, and the previous payments from Xiao Dongguo and Shen Yunfang, which added up to more than 1,000 yuan. The money was not safe on her body or at home, so she put it in a wooden box and stored it in her space. There were also 2 large wooden boxes and suitcases in her room, as well as all the medicine that had been prescribed from the hospital, as well as the watch and pen taken back from Xiao Dongguo, the thermos bottle and wash basin at home, the towels and soap on the basin stand, and the toilet paper on the table. She bought all these and collected them all. As for the furniture she added to the house, it's not too late to put it away before leaving. Looking at the much empty room, Su Qingran was in a good mood, turned around, and went to the kitchen. She hasn't bought groceries in the past 2 days, and there are a lot of things missing in the kitchen, but there are still 7 or 8 eggs left from the last time she bought them. Su Qingran used Lingquan water to cook herself a bowl of noodles and boiled the remaining eggs and put them into the space. Except for eating a few eggs in the past 2 days due to injury, she didn't eat a single egg in the previous half-month, so she just thought of it as a way to make up for it. After finishing these tasks, Su Qingran took a comfortable bath and fell into a sweet sleep. The 4th day after being reborn, Su Qingran slept very deeply last night. When she woke up, she felt that every pore in her body was very comfortable, and there was only a very shallow mark on the scar on her forehead. It seems that the efficacy of this spiritual spring water cannot be underestimated. But before she could finish packing, Xiao Donghua knocked on her door with a livid face. Su Qingran, come out. Su Qingran continued packing unhurriedly, locking her door directly when going out. The room was locked. There was such a noise early in the morning. Where is the soul? Su Qingran, let me ask you, where are the things in the house? Yunfeng said that there were no eggs when she was cooking this morning, as well as the wash basin, soap, and toilet paper at home. Shun Yunfeng on the side was still trying to persuade him with good intentions. Donghua, don't worry. We were not here last night. Maybe there was a thief in the house. Su Qingran snorted. I'll give it to you. Food, those things were all bought by me. I took them back to my house. Xiao Donghua, we are not married yet. It is better to keep things separate. What do you think? Xiao Donghua secretly clenched his hands. Su Qingran, you're going too far. Do you still want to get married? Do you still regard this as your home when you are running outside all day long? Shun Yunfeng also looked over with concern. Yes, after all, you are still living in the Xiao family, so clearly distinguishing each other will only hurt your feelings. Su Qingran laughed angrily at Shun Yunfeng's expression again and slapped her again. After drinking the spiritual spring water, she could clearly feel that her strength was much stronger, and her claps became louder. Shun Yunfeng, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You can live and eat in the Xiao family for free by relying on your husband's kindness. I can't live here? Ask him how much Xiao Donghua owed my father. It's none of your business if I want to live here. Come on, I'll beat you up. Shun Yunfeng knew that the factory director was on a business trip and the work had not been settled yet, so she did not dare to argue with Su Qingran at this juncture. I had no choice but to cover my face and run back into the house crying. Su Qingran was about to go out, but Xiao Donghua blocked her way. Qingran, I know you are angry, but I have to tell you something clearly. Yunfeng and I are really innocent, and nothing has happened. Since I promised Professor Su to marry you, I won't regret, but you must also understand that I will not drive Yunfeng and her son away. Also, our banquet will be waived. We will go get the certificate as soon as my mother comes back, and then the whole family will sit down and eat together. Just a meal, otherwise I'm afraid it will have a bad impact. Su Qingran looked at him with a smile. You think well? The key is when will your mother come back? Why don't you send me a telegram? If it's too late, she will leave. Xiao Donghua saw the look of anticipation on her face, thinking that she couldn't wait to get the certificate, and secretly felt happy in his heart. Don't worry, it's just these 2 days. We'll go get the certificate as soon as mother comes back. Ran before Xiao Donghua could finish his words. Shun Yunfeng's voice sounded again. Donghua, come here and take a look. Xiao Jun, he said, he had a stomachache. Su Qingran smiled and curled her lips. Go quickly, mother, and son need you again. Xiao Donghua pursed his lips, seeming a little dissatisfied with being interrupted. Ran, I'll go over first. Look, just wait for me. Su Qingran said yes and moved faster than anyone else. Want her to wait? Go ahead and dream. As soon as Su Qingran went out, she met a group of neighbors in the alley who were getting ready to go to work. When everyone saw Su Qingran, they all asked jokingly, Your house has been really lively these past 2 days. By the way, when are you and Comrade Xiao going to treat us to a wedding banquet? When the opportunity came to her door, how could Qingran let it go? So he smiled bitterly and shook his head at everyone. Stop talking. I don't know what's wrong with Xiaojun these days. He's always feeling uncomfortable. We can't even bother discussing marriage. I want to invite you. Everyone came to have a good time, but Dongwa said that there were too many people and he was worried about the negative impact. Besides, his mother had not returned from visiting relatives in the countryside. Seeing Su Qingran's sad look, everyone couldn't help but start to complain about her injustice. Comrade Su, you are too sincere. That child Xiaojun is so tough-looking. Why is he so squeamish? Can't you see that he did it on purpose? Also, your future mother-in-law is too. She won't be born soon. If Xiangwan doesn't go to the countryside, why can't he be held back for so long? He's clearly trying to avoid you. What's the bad influence? I didn't expect someone named Xiao to be like this. We don't want to talk about it, so you should think more clearly about it yourself. Su Qingran's eyes turned red, and she tried not to let her tears fall. She nodded solemnly towards everyone. Thank you, aunties, for thinking about it for me. When everyone saw this, they scolded Xiao Dongwa and Shen Yunfang again in their hearts. After leaving the alley, Su Qingran went straight to find Nanxing. It was still early today, and the two of them were very lucky. There was still a lot left when they arrived at the meat bun window. Su Qingran ordered 10 big meat buns in one go. Just now, she quietly took out the eggs from the space when she was at the door. The eggs were piping hot, just like when they were put in last night. This space can keep both warm and fresh, so it would be a pity not to store food. The eldest sister at the window looked at her suspiciously, and Su Nanxing waved her hand in surprise and said she couldn't finish eating. Su Qingran looked calm and said, I'm going to pack the rest and take it back. As she said that, she took out 2 aluminum lunch boxes from her cloth pocket. Su Nanxing took the meat bun that was bigger than his hand and swallowed. The smell made him greedy. Auntie, you eat. Su Qingran smiled and nodded. You eat too. The aunt and nephew ate the meat buns with big mouthfuls. Su Qingran told him about going to the countryside while eating. There are still 6 days left. We are about to set off. After dinner, I will prepare things for going to the countryside. Nanxing, what do you want? Su Nanxing shook his head. I don't want anything, just grandma. Hide my money and clothes, or I won't come back. Su Qingran warned. Don't say anything or do anything these days. I'll pick you up when my aunt prepares your things for going to the countryside. Auntie will find a way. If this family is good to Nanxing, she might not pursue it for the sake of her sister-in-law. But these people raised Nanxing like that in their previous life, and now they have to scold a child even for eating and dressing. They must take back the things given by the Su family. After eating, Su Qingran put the remaining steamed buns into a cloth bag, put it into the space, and walked towards the grain and oil station with the cloth bag in hand. This will result in a monthly ration of food and oil for each person. Including Zhang Guilin, the 5 of them have 140 kilograms of food and 2.5 kilograms of soybean oil a month. Come here to collect food stamps and oil stamps on the 24th of every month, and then you can queue up at the grain station to buy the next month's food and oil starting from the 25th. In addition to tickets and money, you must also carry food books. All 3 are indispensable. A few days ago, Shen Yunfang generously took away the food books from several of them. She said in front of Xiao Dongwa that she wanted to help them get it together, and then secretly handed it over to her in the blink of an eye. He only gave her food books but no money or tickets. This was because he was determined to make her take advantage of her. Su Qingran took out 3 red food books from her pocket and couldn't help but raise her lips. Since the 2 of them had given themselves all the food stamps to pay off their debts, they wouldn't be able to use this month's ration. Just be a good guy yourself and help them use it. Comrade, I'm here to collect September's ration. 140 kilograms of coarse and fine grains in total. The staff member impatiently took her ration book. Why are you here now? Where are the money and tickets? Su Qingran accompanied with a smile on her face. She handed over the food stamps and money. Sorry, I was delayed because of something at home a few days ago. Seeing that she had completed the procedures, the staff did not say anything. Open the bag and continue. 140 pounds. Most of them it is corn flour and sorghum flour, and the remaining fine grains are white flour and rice. Su Qingren tied her pockets tightly and then went to buy soybean oil for this month. After receiving so many things at once, Su Qingren took a lot of effort to carry the things back and forth to the alley next to her and then secretly put them into the space. After buying grain and oil, Su Qingren went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative. The place where she went to the countryside was in the mountains, and it would be very inconvenient to go to the city to buy things. She could think of ways to get grain and eggs there, but she still had to buy more of other things to bring over. What's more, there were 4 people in the family who were short of food and clothing in the forest farm. When she arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Qingren went straight to the counter of daily necessities. With the tickets in her hand, she bought a thermos, an enamel basin, a teacup, bowls and chopsticks, and an aluminum lunchbox, which would be convenient for packing and delivering meals in the future. There were also gloves and clam oil. Her mother and others were on the farm, and without these in winter, their hands and faces would definitely get frostbite. When she was at home, her eldest sister-in-law was always very kind to her. Whenever there was something new, she would always think of bringing her a copy. Her eldest sister-in-law was so clean that she would definitely not be able to stand it in that kind of place, so she also had to prepare a copy of towels, soap, washing powder, vanishing cream, toilet paper, and menstrual belts for her. After buying daily necessities, Su Qingren turned around and went to the counter selling cloth. She didn't bring many clothes with her when she came out. Nanxing grew up fast, not to mention her family, who might not even have spare clothes. Su Qingren moved her eyes away from the colorful ready-made clothes and moved her eyes towards the rows of black, blue, and gray work cloth. This kind of work cloth is considered to be the cheapest in the supply and marketing cooperative, only 80 cents a foot, and is especially suitable for making pants and jackets. In addition to work cloth, fine cotton cloth for wearing under the skin is also indispensable. After buying the cloth, Su Qingren went to buy needles and thread. She didn't have many hobbies in her previous life. Making clothes was one of them, and it would be convenient to sew and mend after going to the countryside with more needles and thread. Unfortunately, she didn't have a sewing ticket, so she couldn't get a sewing machine for the time being. After buying the cloth, Su Qingren spent the remaining cloth coupons on socks. There were also sneakers at 2.5 yuan a pair, 2 pairs for each person. Wool at 1.5 yuan a pound. With the coupons, it can be 6 pounds, and this is not enough for their family to share. After buying all these, Su Qingren moved to the counter of the food counter with her bags. Malted milk and canned meat are expensive, but the Goof family finally got her the tickets. If she doesn't buy them, they will expire and be wasted. Buy them. White rabbit milk candies for 4 at 10 cents and fruit candies for 10 cents. Buy them. Liquor and cigarettes for favors. Buy them. After buying all these, Su Qingren's big bag could no longer hold them. She carried the bag out of the door of the supply and marketing cooperative, found a secluded place, and flashed into the space, sorting them out one by one according to the list. Although she bought a lot, she was still missing a lot, especially cotton for winter. Without cotton, she couldn't make cotton clothes, and the family would still suffer from the cold in winter. But there were still a few days left, so there was no point in being anxious. She had to fill her stomach first. After leaving the alley, Su Qingren went directly to the state-owned restaurant and ordered a bowl of beef noodles and packed 2 boxes of braised pork. There were also 20 large cakes and 20 white steamed buns. She ordered another 2 kilograms of pork and cabbage dumplings. Her lunchbox was not enough, so she could only buy some each time, pour the food into the porcelain basin, teacup, and dishes in the space when she returned, and buy more for the next meal. While Su Qingren was slurping the fragrant beef noodles, Xiaojun was so hungry that he was chewing radishes in the kitchen. It was not until Xiao Donghua and Xin Yanfang came back that the child started to cry loudly. Where has Qingren been this time? She doesn't buy vegetables or cook, and she doesn't clean up the messy yard. Don't say it. Didn't I say I would bring lunch back at noon in the next 2 days? I guess she didn't cook. Xiao Donghua looked at the empty and messy yard, and his heart became empty.
Su Qingren.
Isn't she planning to reconcile yet? He had clearly made it clear in the morning and gave her a way out, so why is she still not satisfied? She must drive Xin Yunfang and her son out of the house and let them live on the streets before she is happy? Seeing Xiao Jun crying, Xiao Donghua hardened his heart. Let's eat. Don't wait for her. Seeing that he was hardened, Xin Yunfang became kind. Donghua, you really don't want to wait for her to come back for dinner? Or should I go out to look for her? Xiao Donghua pursed his lips. No need to look for her. She will come back naturally after she has made enough trouble. Su Qingran's eyelids twitched when she was muttered, and she continued to eat a bowl of beef noodles upside down, planning to continue to stock up. This time, she was going to the scrap collection station. She didn't know if there was a school in the countryside where she went, but Su Nanxing was already 6 years old and should be in the first grade. If there was no school, she would have to teach herself. The elementary school textbooks had to be prepared first. In addition, when my father and brother were at home, they would read newspapers and watch the news every day. Now that they were in the forest farm, they would definitely not be able to read them. Su Qingran didn't know if she could deliver newspapers, but it was always right to stock up first. Moreover, after going to the countryside, newspapers could be used to paste on the walls, so they wouldn't be wasted. Su Qingran arrived at the scrap collection station, spent some time looking for elementary school books, and picked up 2 large piles of the latest newspapers. In the process of searching for books, Su Qingran also found a lot of ancient books and books with important information mixed in, all of which were treated as waste paper. Su Qingran quickly took out these books, and in order to cover up, she also took some other irrelevant comic books and put them on top. The old man who was guarding the door could not read, and just scolded him for buying so many. Su Qingran made an excuse to deal with it casually and left. All books and newspapers are uniformly priced at 2 cents per pound. After leaving the scrap station, Su Qingran hurriedly found an opportunity to put everything into the space. At this moment, the sky was getting dark, and it was the peak time for workers to get off work. In the crowd, Su Qingran saw Aunt Zhang, who had stood up for her in the morning, sneaking into an unfamiliar alley with a basket on her back. Her hair was wrapped tightly with a headscarf, and she walked with her head down. Su Qingran suddenly remembered that in her previous life, before she and Xiao Donghua went to get their marriage certificate, something happened in the compound. Aunt Zhang's son was going on a blind date, so Aunt Zhang wanted to get a watch for her son. But she couldn't get a ticket, so she took a risk and went to the black market, but she came across the red embroidered badge. She had bad legs and could not run slowly, so she was unfortunately caught, and even her son's blind date was ruined. Since then, Aunt Zhang seemed to have become a different person and rarely went out. Thinking of this, Su Qingran walked up quickly. Aunt Zhang. Aunt Zhang glanced at Su Qingran nervously and forced an unnatural smile. It's Comrade Su. Why are you here? Su Qingran didn't intend to beat around the bush with her. Aunt Zhang, I heard that you wanted to buy a watch. Aunt Zhang hissed and hurriedly pulled her a few steps into the alley. I was just asking casually. Tickets are hard to get now. Su Qingran took out a watch directly from her pocket. Aunt, look, it's 99% new. I've only worn it for a few days. Do you want it? Aunt Zhang took it and looked at it excitedly. Oh, it's a Shanghai license plate. Isn't this the one you bought for Comrade Xiao?
Su Qingran nodded.
Yes, I originally wanted to give it to him, but I didn't see that he didn't appreciate it and I was short of money, so I thought I'd just sell it. I know you bought it for your son, who also works in a machinery factory. If you think it's not good if someone else has worn it before Su Qingran could finish, and Zhang couldn't wait to speak. What does it matter? This watch is as good as a new one. How much do you plan to sell it for? Su Qingran paused. I bought it for 120 yuan, and I'm still selling it for 120 yuan, no ticket required. Aunt Zhang knew the price of the watch very well, so she readily agreed. Yes. I just happen to have the money with me too. Su Qingran took the money readily, and suddenly thought of the hero pen again. Aunt Zhang, do you want a hero pen? I think young people nowadays like this when they go on blind dates. I bought it for 12 yuan. If you want it, give me 10 yuan. I just spent 120 yuan. 10 yuan is really not much for Aunt Zhang. Nothing. And she went out today with 150, just to try her luck on the black market. Now I bought 2 of them for only 130, not a loss. Yes. Once the pen is gone, this blind date will be more stable. After the transaction was completed, Su Qingran came up with the idea of the black market again. Aunt Zhang, I remember there is a black market near here. Do you know how to get there? Aunt Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed in a low voice. I know, I won't hide it from you. I originally planned to do it, but what are you doing there? Su Qingran sighed helplessly. I want to buy something. Clothes are made of cloth. Shun Yunfang borrowed some of the skirts I brought before. There are not enough clothes. When Shun Yunfang was mentioned, Aunt Zhang became very angry. You don't know you were not at home at noon, and they started crying in the yard again. If you buy more cloth this time, you can't let her see it. We have a sewing machine at home. I won't have work tomorrow afternoon.
Come to my place then.
Do it. Su Qingran was overjoyed. Then I'm welcome. Aunt Zhang went to the black market mainly for the watch. Now that she got the watch, she was anxious to go home and simply lent the basket to Su Qingran. Remember, come out as soon as you buy something. If you find anything wrong, run away. Su Qingran nodded in agreement and quickly walked through the narrow alley and headed straight for the black market. In her previous life, she had never dared to go to the black market for fear that if she was discovered, she would be charged with another crime. She was about to go to the countryside now, and the family was in urgent need of supplies, so she couldn't take care of that much. Besides, given the space, is she still afraid? Su Qingran took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around her head, pretending to be familiar with the road, and walked in. Not far away, I saw a group of people surrounding a stall buying something. Su Qingran took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and took a closer look. It was indeed a good thing. Nowadays, when each person only has a meat ration of 6 taels per month, someone actually brought a freshly slaughtered wild boar to sell at the stall. Although wild boar is not as tender as domestic pork, it is still meat, and it is free of charge.
Su Qingran hurriedly squeezed in.
After the people in front had finished buying, she quickly pointed to the part she had been staring at for a long time and whispered, Comrade, I want all of this hooves, and this fan of ribs too. When the 2 young men selling pork saw that they were big customers, they immediately started to attract customers. The hooves cost 6 cents a pound, and the ribs cost 40 cents a pound. If you want them, I'll cut them off? Su Qingran nodded and made a request. The price is no problem, but can you help me get the hooves?
Sekin?
Can you chop the ribs for me? The skin of wild boar is so rough and black that you can't eat it when you buy it, and it's hard to clean. I don't have a special chopping knife at home, so I thought it would be convenient to just chop it here. Unexpectedly, the 2 young men were reluctant to get up. Sister, you didn't see that we are busy. Can you not make us more trouble? Su Qingran took a step back. Then I will buy it first. There will be fewer people in a while. I'll bring it over, and you can help me deal with it. The 2 looked at each other and were about to speak when they suddenly heard a deep voice coming from above their heads. What's going on? Su Qingran said instinctively. He looked up following the voice. The light was dim, and all that could be seen was a tall silhouette wearing a black shirt, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Immediately afterwards, the voices of the 2 young men also sounded aggrieved. Brother Xiao, this bought our hooves and ribs and insisted on us peeling them off and cutting them into small pieces. Listen, this is not bullying. Su Qingran was about to explain when the man suddenly turned and looked at her. When their eyes met, Su Qingran took a breath of air. What a tough and handsome face. It is said that short hair is the only criterion for testing a man's appearance, and this is indeed true. It's just, why does this man look so familiar? Su Qingran couldn't remember where she had seen it before, so she took a second look. Unexpectedly, the other party had no intention of avoiding her. He stared at her with a pair of long, narrow and deep eyes, motionless, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. When the 2 young men who had just complained aggrievedly saw this, they joked, just now they were interested in our pork, now they are interested in our people again. We won't sell this person. Su Qingran came back to her senses and quickly said what she had just said. The headscarf that had been scattered by the crowd was rewrapped. Ignoring the joke between the 2, no need to chop it, weigh it all, and give it to me. How much does it cost? Su Qingran knew that the black market was a mixed bag, and she didn't want to have anything to do with the people here. She just wanted to pay and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the money was handed over, the voice of the man in the black shirt rang out again. "Chop it for her." The two young men were obviously stunned for a moment, and then they quickly picked up the knife and chopped the ribs. Not long after, all the ribs were chopped into small pieces, and the hooves were cleaned and skinned. Su Qingran thanked her, picked up the basket, and left the meat stall quickly. When I was far away, I breathed a sigh of relief and secretly warned myself to ask less, look less, and inquire less, and leave as soon as I finished buying. After buying the meat, Su Qingran stocked up on some rice and noodles, as well as pots and knives for cooking. Both of these require industrial coupons, so I couldn't buy them during the day. Su Qingran put all the things she bought into the bamboo basket and covered them with cloth, and then quietly put them away when she was far away. Seeing that she had almost bought enough, Su Qingran quickly walked to an egg stall and said, "Comrade, how do you sell eggs?" 6 cents each. In the supply and marketing cooperative, the price is 5 cents each, but you need egg stamps. The price is quite right. Su Qingran asked while picking eggs, "Comrade, is there anyone selling cotton here?" After saying that, the deep voice came from behind again, "I have cotton. How much do you want?" Su Qingran turned her head. At first glance, it turned out to be that man again. When the egg seller saw him coming, he smiled and said hello. Su Qingran suddenly realized, could this man be the legendary black market boss? "Well, I'm just asking for someone else. $1 and 21 pounds of cotton, do you want it?" Su Qingran took a deep breath. "Comrade, I didn't mean to embarrass your two brothers just now. It's the first time I've come back. I don't understand the rules here, so please forgive me if I offended you." Seeing Su Qingran's nervous look, the man's firm edges suddenly softened, and he raised a smile. "Don't get me wrong, we are not bad people. We brought the pork from the mountains, and we sold the cotton to help the villagers make up for their household expenses. The cotton is large and eye-catching, so we usually only take it after we have identified a buyer. If you don't worry, you decide the time and place of the transaction." The elder brother selling eggs on the side also echoed, "This comrade is right. My eggs were saved by the villagers and entrusted to me to sell them. We are also here to solve everyone's problems. It's a difficult problem, and I can earn some hard money." Su Qingran thought for a moment, then nodded. "Then I'll get 20 pounds of cotton at this time tomorrow." "No problem." Aunt Zhang knew the price of the watch very well, so she readily agreed. "Yes. I just happen to have the money with me too." Su Qingran took the money readily, and suddenly thought of the hero pen again. "Aunt Zhang, do you want a hero pen? I think young people nowadays like this when they go on blind dates. I bought it for 12 yuan. If you want it, give me 10 yuan. I just spent 120 yuan. 10 yuan is really not much for Aunt Zhang. Nothing. And she went out today with 150, just to try her luck on the black market. Now I bought 2 of them for only 130, not a loss." Yes. Once the pen is gone, this blind date will become more stable. After the transaction was completed, Su Qingran came up with the idea of the black market again. "Aunt Zhang, I remember there is a black market nearby. Do you know how to get there?" Aunt Zhang was stunned for a moment, and then laughed in a low voice. "I know, I won't hide it from you. I originally planned to do it, but what are you doing there?" Su Qingran sighed helplessly. "I want to buy something. Clothes are made of cloth. Shun Yunfeng borrowed some of the skirts I brought before. There are not enough clothes." When Shen Yunfeng was mentioned, Aunt Zhang became very angry. "You don't know, you weren't at home at noon, and they started crying in the yard again. If you buy more cloth this time, you can't let her see it. We have a sewing machine at home. I won't have work tomorrow afternoon."
"Come to my place then. Do it."
Su Qingran was overjoyed. "Then I'm not polite." Aunt Zhang went to the black market mainly for the watch. Now that she got the watch, she was anxious to go home and simply lent the basket to Su Qingran. "Remember, come out as soon as you buy something. If you find anything wrong, run away." Su Qingran nodded in agreement and quickly walked through the narrow alley and headed straight for the black market. In her previous life, she never dared to go to the black market for fear that if she was discovered, she would be charged with another crime. She was about to go to the countryside now, and the family was in urgent need of supplies, so she couldn't take care of that much. Besides, given the space, is she still afraid? Su Qingren took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around her head, pretending to be familiar with the road, and walked in. Not far away, I saw a group of people surrounding a stall buying something. Su Qingren took 3 steps and 2 steps at a time, and took a closer look. It was indeed a good thing. Nowadays, when each person only has a meat ration of 6 taels per month, someone actually brought a freshly slaughtered wild boar to sell at the stall. Although wild boar is not as tender as domestic pork, it is still meat, and it is free of charge.
Su Qingren uriedli squeezed in.
After the people in front finished their purchases, she quickly pointed to the part she had been staring at for a long time and whispered, "Comrade, I want all of this hooves, and this fan of ribs too." When the 2 young men selling pork saw that they were big customers, they immediately started to attract customers. The pork ribs are 6 cents per pound, and the ribs are 4 cents per pound. If you want them, I'll cut them off. Su Qingren nodded and made a request. The price is no problem, but can you help me get the pork ribs?
Sikin.
Can you chop the ribs for me? The skin of wild boar is so rough and black that you can't eat it when you buy it, and it's hard to clean. I don't have a special chopping knife at home, so I thought it would be convenient to just chop it here. Unexpectedly, the 2 young men were reluctant to get up. "Sister, you didn't see that we are busy. Can you not cause trouble for us?" Su Qingren took a step back. "Then I will buy it first. There will be fewer people in a while. I'll bring it over, and you can help me deal with it." The 2 looked at each other and were about to speak when they suddenly heard a deep voice coming from above their heads. "What's going on?" Su Qingren instinctively asked. He looked up following the voice. The light was dim, and all that could be seen was a tall silhouette wearing a black shirt, with broad shoulders and a narrow waist. Immediately afterwards, the voices of the 2 young men also sounded aggrieved. "Brother Shao, this bought our hooves and ribs and insisted on us peeling them off and cutting them into small pieces. Listen, this is not bullying." Su Qingren was about to explain when the man suddenly turned and looked at her. When their eyes met, Su Qingren took a breath of air. What a tough and handsome face. It is said that short hair is the only criterion for testing a man's appearance, and this is indeed true. It's just, why does this man look so familiar? Su Qingren couldn't remember where she had seen it before, so she took a second look. Unexpectedly, the other party had no intention of avoiding her. He stared at her with a pair of long, narrow, and deep eyes, motionless, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. When the 2 young men who had just complained aggrievedly saw this, they joked, "Just now they were interested in our pork, now they are interested in our people again."
"We won't sell these people."
Su Qingren came back to her senses and quickly said what she had just said. The headscarf that had been scattered by the crowd was rewrapped. Ignoring the joke between the 2, "No need to chop it. Weigh it all and give it to me. How much does it cost?" Su Qingren knew that the black market was a mixed bag and did not want to have anything to do with the people here. She just wanted to pay and leave quickly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the money was handed over, the voice of the man in the black shirt rang out again. "Chop it for her." The 2 young men were obviously stunned for a moment, and then they quickly picked up the knife and chopped the ribs. Not long after, all the ribs were chopped into small pieces, and the hooves were cleaned and skinned. Su Qingren thanked her, picked up the basket, and left the meat stall quickly. When I was far away, I breathed a sigh of relief and secretly warned myself to ask less, look less, and inquire less, and leave as soon as I finished buying. After buying the meat, Su Qingren stocked up on some rice and noodles, as well as pots and knives for cooking. Both of these require industrial coupons, so I couldn't buy them during the day. Su Qingren put all the things she bought into the bamboo basket and covered them with cloth, and then quietly put them away when she was far away. Seeing that she had almost bought enough, Su Qingren quickly walked to an egg stall and said, "Comrade, how do you sell eggs?" 6 cents each. In the supply and marketing cooperative, the price is 5 cents each, but you need egg stamps. The price is quite right. Su Qingren asked while picking eggs, "Comrade, is there anyone selling cotton here?" After finishing her words, the deep voice came from behind again. "I have cotton. How much do you want? Su Qingran turned her head. At first glance, it turned out to be that man again. When the egg seller saw him coming, he smiled and said hello. Su Qingran suddenly realized, could this man be the legendary black market boss? Well, I'm just asking for someone else. $1.21 of cotton, do you want it? Su Qingran took a deep breath. Comrade, I didn't mean to embarrass your two brothers just now. It's the first time I've come back. I don't understand the rules here, so please forgive me if I offended you. Seeing Su Qingran's nervous look, the man's firm edges suddenly softened, and he raised a smile. Don't get me wrong, we are not bad people. We brought the pork from the mountains, and we sold the cotton to help the villagers make up for their household expenses. The cotton is large and eye-catching, so we usually only take it after we have identified a buyer. If you don't worry, you decide the time and place of the transaction. The elder brother selling eggs on the side also echoed, what this comrade said is true. My eggs were saved by the villagers and entrusted to me to sell them. We are also here to solve everyone's problems. It's a difficult problem, and I can earn some hard money. Su Qingren thought for a moment, then nodded. Then I'll get 20 pounds of cotton at this time tomorrow. No problem. Seeing Shun Yunfang's angry and defensive look, Su Qingren suddenly smiled. Just now you kept saying that the family should help each other. What's the matter? I lent you so many things before, and let you take advantage of it for so long. Now it's just a matter of using the share that you can't use. What's wrong with you? Are you just talking about your generosity? Xiao Donghua was momentarily panicked when he looked at the amount that had been crossed out this month. Qingran, if you lend your share to others, what will our family eat this month? Also, why do you have an extra friend? Where do you have so many friends to help?
Qingran stragd.
My friend. Do I need to tell you one by one? Besides, I am doing good things for people. Anyway, you have no tickets, no money, and you can't buy food, so why waste it? By the way, if you can't get used to the northwest wind, you can also go to the black market to buy high-priced grain. Believe it or not, there is always a way out. After that, Su Qingran stretched out, walked back to the house, and closed the door. Only 2 people were left dumbfounded in the yard.
Donghua, don't worry.
You're getting married soon anyway. I believe Qingran is just out of anger and won't really watch us starve to death. In any case, we can't let the job we are about to get go away.
Got it.
Xiao Donghua calmed down for a moment and felt that Su Qingran could not be so heartless. The 2 of them were getting married soon, so even if they didn't hold a wedding banquet, they would always treat those who came to have snacks. It was impossible for her to lend out the entire family's quota at this juncture. She must have deliberately angered him. Maybe she had already gotten the food back, but she just hid it in the house, hoping to make herself anxious before taking it out again. She has not allowed others to enter the house for the past 2 days, and she has locked the house tightly when she goes out. Yes, that must be the case. Qingran, calm down. Let's have a good talk after you've calmed down. The wedding banquet is not something we can't discuss. Get out. On the 5th day after returning from Rebirth, Su Qingran went out early in the morning to queue up at a state-owned restaurant to grab big meat buns. In order to prevent Nanxing from discovering it, she specially grabbed it and kept it in space, and then went to find Nanxing. The 2 of them had breakfast in a nearby park, and Su Qingran took the bus non-stop to another supply and marketing cooperative in the west of the city to continue stocking up on supplies. There were too many things missing, and she planned to exchange all the remaining food stamps for supplies. After carefully shopping, she took the cleaned lunchbox and started to pack meals at the state-owned restaurant. After doing this, there will be nothing to do in the afternoon. Su Qingran remembered Aunt Zhang's invitation, so she took out the basket she borrowed yesterday from the space, carefully divided the pieces of cloth she had cut out overnight, and put them in. I picked a few more pomegranates from the pomegranate tree in the space and planned to take them with me. Aunt Zhang was at home alone at the moment. When she saw Su Qingren coming, she happily brought her into the house. Comrade Xiao Su, you have helped me a lot this time. My son went out on a blind date early this morning. When he came back at noon, he told me that the girl was very satisfied. Su Qingren smiled and nodded. Can you help me? Just be busy, Aunt Zhang. I'm shameless enough to borrow your sewing machine for a while. He handed over half a bag of pomegranates. Aunt Zhang was surprised and said, "Girl, you came right away. What else did you bring? Don't tell me, this pomegranate looks so good." After saying that, she took out the sewing machine from the belly of the table. "You can do whatever you want. Use." In her previous life, Su Qingren always made her own clothes. She always liked to compete with the fashionable styles on the street, let alone making these simple pants and jackets. Seeing her skillfully operating the sewing machine, Aunt Zhang couldn't stop praising her. The two chatted for a while, and the topic naturally turned to the black market. Su Qingren was still hesitating whether to buy cotton at night, so she asked, "Aunt Zhang, have you heard about a group of people selling wild boar meat on the black market?" Aunt Zhang nodded repeatedly. "I've seen them before. Everyone who goes there knows them. There is a tall young man who leads them. He's tall and handsome, and he's also a nice person." Su Qingren was stunned for a moment. "Nice person?" Aunt Zhang nodded. "No, last time I secretly bought a lot of meat and food, but I met someone. When I arrived at the inspection station, my legs felt weak, and I sat on the ground. He ran away behind my back, and I didn't even want to take the money from him." "What's this for?" Su Qingren shook her head. "It's nothing. Yesterday, I went to buy meat and met them. I saw that they looked fierce and a little scared." Aunt Zhang burst into laughter upon hearing this. "I can't help it. All the business people there are like this. If you are not fierce, you will be bullied." After finishing speaking, Aunt Zhang glanced at Su Qingren, hesitant to speak. "Xiao Su, you are young and your parents are not around, so you may not understand some things. As the old saying goes, justice is more important. Dog slaughterers are mostly scholars." Aunt Zhang originally wanted to hit Xiao Donghua, but suddenly remembered that the Su family were also intellectuals. Suddenly, he became embarrassed. "Comrade Xiao Su, that's not what I meant." Su Qingren smiled and nodded. "Aunt Zhang, I understand what you mean. You want to remind me that you know people, but don't know people's hearts. Look, people can't take things at face value." Aunt Zhang nodded quickly. "That's right. Xiao Su, it's good that you understand this. If your parents are not around, you must think about it carefully."
Su Qingren nodded gratefully.
The two of them worked until evening, then sewed all the cut clothes. Su Qingren planned to take the rest of the fine work of buttoning back home and do it slowly. When Aunt Zhang saw that there were clothes for men and children, she just thought she was making them for Xiao Donghua and Xiao Jun, so she just sighed and didn't ask any more questions. Soon, Aunt Zhang's man and son came back from work. Su Qingren quickly packed her things and prepared to leave. "Aunt Zhang, I'm going back first." When she walked out the door, she bumped into the two of them, and Su Qingren greeted them with a smile. Unexpectedly, the next second, he saw Xiao Donghua standing in the alley, staring straight at the side. Su Qingren planned to continue to ignore it, but he grabbed her arm as she passed by. "Su Qingren, you gave your watch and pen to Aunt Zhang, as son? Don't try to hide it from me. I saw it in the factory today. Also, why did you come out of Zhang's house just now? And you smiled at him? So happy?" Su Qingren glanced at him speechlessly. "What I want to do with my things has nothing to do with you. It's none of your business where I want to go and who I want to smile at." Xiao Donghua suddenly blushed. Su Qingren didn't want to pay attention to him, but she was afraid that he would disturb Aunt Zhang's son's marriage. Then he added aloud, "Xiao Donghua, Aunt Zhang's son is on a blind date. He needs this watch and pen more than you. I also saw that Aunt Zhang was in trouble, so I gave the watch and pen to them first. They're all the same." From the courtyard, "We can't help with this little favor, right?" A feeling of powerlessness rose from the bottom of his feet to the top of his head, and Xiao Donghua lowered his arms helplessly. "Qingren, it's a good thing to be helpful, but there should be a limit to everything, right? When will the bicycle I lent to my classmate be returned?" Su Qingren smiled meaningfully. "Let's talk about it. I'll get it when the time comes." In the Xiao family courtyard, while Shen Yunfang was coaxing Xiao Jun, who was crying from hunger, she looked outside to see what was going on. Seeing Su Qingren coming back with a bulging bag of things, her eyes suddenly lit up, thinking that she had come back with food and vegetables. He quickly walked over to pick it up. "Qingren, You have been tired for a long day. Go and take a rest. I will cook. Su Qingren stepped aside and carried the things directly into her house. After a while, he locked the door again and prepared to go out. Qingren, you didn't come back with the food and vegetables? If we don't eat, you won't eat either? Su Qingren curled her lips. I'm not a tough guy. Of course I have to eat, but I'm afraid I'll cry if I eat at home. Xiao Jun, so I'm going to eat out. He murmured to himself as he walked out. Yesterday's braised pork was too fat and greasy. Let's eat braised fish for a change. Xiao Jun held his stomach and cried. Get up, I want to eat braised fish too. Shen Yunfang was dumbfounded. Donghua, think of a way, or just break the lock and take out the food. Xiao Donghua frowned in disapproval. Browse said, no, Qingren has a soft temper. If you hit her hard, you probably won't be able to get rid of her anger. Shen Yunfang's eyelids twitched. This Su Qingren is clearly a piece of meat. Don't eat soft or hard. If it weren't for work, would she be so angry? Then what do you think we should do? We really don't have any rice to cook at home. Xiao Donghua sighed. I still have some money here. After dinner, I will go to the black market and buy some high-priced food for a few days. An hour later, Xiao Donghua drank a lot of rice soup and wandered towards the black market. At this time, Su Qingren had just wiped the grease stains from the corners of her mouth and walked out of the state-owned hotel with a packed lunchbox. Seeing that it was almost time, she continued walking to the black market along yesterday's route. As soon as she entered the door, she happened to see Xiao Donghua wandering around the black market, carrying 2 bags of rice noodles she had just bought. Su Qingren quickly avoided it, but was lightly tapped from behind. You're here. Su Qingren turned around and immediately looked into those eyes as deep as the sea. Having learned the lesson from yesterday, she didn't dare to look at it anymore. Comrade, where's the cotton? Gu Xiao nodded. Follow me. 20 pounds of cotton is too big. I hid it in the corner over there. Su Qingren looked in the direction of his finger for a moment, and sure enough she saw 2 large sacks stacked in the corner. After successfully inspecting the cotton, Su Qingren was about to pay, but the black market suddenly turned into a mess. Someone is coming.
Run.
Su Qingren experienced the scene for the first time and didn't know where to run. Right here, the man suddenly grabbed her forearm. Follow me. Su Qingren came back to her senses, quickly put all the cotton behind her into the space, and then started running after him. The 2 of them ran out of the alley quickly and passed through 2 more alleys before stopping in front of a small courtyard. Under the dim streetlight, the 2 stood opposite each other, leaning against the wall behind each other and gasping for air. After he was out of breath, the man pointed to the yard behind him and said, This is the yard we rent. Let's go in and hide for a while. Su Qingren refused instinctively. No, I shouldn't be looking for you after running for so long. Come here. That cotton. Just now, before she could finish her words, there was a rush of footsteps at the entrance of the alley. I saw someone running this way. The man pulled Su Qingren over and stepped in. Yard quickly closed the door. I'm not lying to you. If you are worried, just stay behind this door until there is no movement for a while before leaving. After saying that, the man went into the house on his own. Su Qingren was a little embarrassed. Someone saved her, but she always treated him as a bad guy and guarded against him. Anyone else would be depressed. Thinking of this, Su Qingren boldly entered the house. Unexpectedly, as soon as I entered the door, I bumped into the man changing clothes. The room was brightly lit, and his 8-pack abs and 2 mermaid lines were clearly illuminated. It was too late for Su Qingren to run away. The man didn't seem to expect that Su Qingren would actually come in. Their eyes met, and the 2 of them were stunned for a moment, and then turned around at the same time. The man quickly put on his clothes and buttoned them all the way to the top. Then he turned around awkwardly and said, Sit down wherever you want. After that, he quickly went to get a bottle of soda, opened it, and handed it to her. Drink this soda. He started to tidy up hurriedly. The room is a bit messy. Su Qingren was also on pins and needles and said with a dry smile, Don't bother me. I'll sit down for a while and leave. I came here to discuss with you that I lost it just now. How much should I repay you for the cotton? Even though she had picked up the cotton, She still felt sorry for not giving her any money. The man turned to look at her calmly. If you don't get the cotton, the transaction is not completed and I can't accept the money. He then reached out and wiped it on his clothes, then stretched out his hand towards her. Let's get to know each other formally. My name is Gu Xiao, Zio Yaziksha. Upon hearing this name, Su Qingran was immediately dumbfounded. Isn't this Gu Xiao, the richest man in Ningqing, who came out of the mountainous area in later generations? Reports about him were everywhere on TV and newspapers in later generations, so it was no wonder that he looked familiar to her before. Su Qingran secretly admired that everyone said that Gu Xiao was lucky and caught up with the good times, but they didn't expect that he was already working hard to make money so early. If I could have worked so hard and focused on my career in my previous life, I wouldn't have been mediocre all my life, trapped in the shortcomings of my family. Thinking of this, Su Qingran stretched out her hand and shook his hand with respect. Hello, Comrade Gu. My name is Su Qingran, which means 3 o'clock water, and ran in the prefix Chao. The moment their hands touched, Su Qingran could clearly feel the thin calluses on his palms, and it looked like he was used to the job. Fortunately, she had previously thought of him as a little gangster who could only shake up the place and scare people. Su Qingran quickly took out a few bills and put them on the table, then stood up and said, It's almost time. It's time for me to go back. The lost cotton is my share. You can accept this money. Without waiting, he stepped away. Gu Xiao suddenly stopped her. Wait a minute. Your sandal broke. Let me fix it for you. Su Qingran lowered her head and saw that the sandal had broken at some point and the heel was worn out. Gu Xiao rummaged around in the house and quickly delivered the red potion. Take it off. It'll be repaired quickly. Su Qingran took off her shoes and said, I'll do it myself. After saying that, the shoes it has been taken by him. I saw him quickly roasting the broken part with fire, and while the plastic was melting, he pressed it hard. At this moment, the door to the courtyard suddenly opened, and 3 young men ran in panting. Brother Xiao, when did you come back? It's so hard for the 3 of us. What's going on? Su Qingran looked up and saw that she had seen all 3 of these people. One of them sold her eggs yesterday. The eldest brother and the other 2 are young men selling wild boar meat. Su Qingran awkwardly took the sandals from Gu Xiao, quickly put them on her feet, and then stood up. Hello. Thank you, Comrade Gu, for the rescue just now. I'll go back if nothing happens. Then left the yard as if running away. But just as he left the house, Gu Xiao chased him out again. Comrade Su, I have a new cotton quilt, which has just been made and has never been used. Do you want it? Su Qingran paused for a moment. Yes. Her 2 quilts were only enough for her and Nanqing, and other people in the family also needed quilts, the more the better. Seeing her agree, Gu Xiao went straight into the house and carried the quilt out. The other 3 brothers were almost blinded by their eyes, and they didn't stop him. Brother Xiao, is he crazy? Auntie has repeatedly told us that this quilt is saved for Brother Xiao to marry a wife. What would happen if she knew that he sold it? Forget it. Brother Xiao doesn't even have a girlfriend now anyway, so he can sell it. I said, he definitely fell in love with the girl. Just wait and see. Gu Xiao ignored the 3 people and walked out directly pushing his bicycle and carrying the cotton quilt. Comrade Su, your feet are broken. I'll ride you back. Su Qingran looked around blankly and found that she had lost her direction and had no confidence to walk out of the criss-crossing alleys in the dark. Okay, thank you very much. Su Qingran didn't let him stop the car until they reached the gate of the machinery factory. Then he took out 2 bills and tickets from his pocket. Comrade Gu, I don't mean anything else. Today, thanks to your help and sending me back from a long distance, this money is a treat for you. Gu Xiao was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, who would pay directly for a meal? Su Qingran understood what he meant and realized that he might have some affection for her. But she didn't have any emotional thoughts at the moment. Besides, she would go to the countryside in a few days, and there would be no chance to meet again in the future. Some things are better to be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. Sorry, I should have invited you to the state-owned restaurant, but I'm getting married soon, so it's not convenient. After he finished speaking, Gu Zhao's expression paused for a moment, and then he pulled up the corners of his lips. Really?
Shukingran nadig, kamrat heu, would
After that, he turned around and strode towards the courtyard. But after just 2 steps, he looked up and saw Xiao Dongwa standing in the middle of the road, looking embarrassed. Where have you been again? Who was the man who sent you back just now? Su Qingran ignored him and walked straight into the courtyard holding the quilt. As soon as he entered the door, Xin Yunfang, who was hiding behind the door, was startled. You two came back together? Xin Yunfang saw the quilt in Su Qingran's arms and saw that the two of them came back together, so she thought that the quilt was bought by Xiao Donghua on the black market. She immediately came up with an idea. You bought another quilt? I remembered Qingran brought 2 new ones when she came. Can you lend this one to Xiaojun first? It's going to be cold soon, and Xiaojun's quilt is still not found. Su Qingran sneered and stretched out her hand. No problem. I'll sell it to you. For 20 yuan. Shen Yunfang's face turned pale. Where do I have the money now? Su Qingran snorted coldly. Why would you cover yourself with a quilt if you don't have money? You're so thick-skinned. Just carry it. After that, she carried the quilt into her room. Shen Yunfang was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She was about to show off in front of Xiao Donghua, but then she suddenly realized how miserable he was. Donghua, what happened? By the way, didn't you go to the black market to buy food? Where's the food? Xiao Donghua's face darkened. Don't mention it. I just paid and was about to leave, but I ran into the inspection. I finally ran away. How could I care about the food? Hearing this, Su Qingran in the room burst out laughing. God is watching over her. She deserves it. Shen Yunfang didn't give up and silently glanced at Su Qingran's room again. That quilt. Xiao Donghua lowered his eyes, his face a little unhappy. She bought the quilt herself. Don't worry about it. When he thought of the look in the man's eyes when he looked at Su Qingran just now, he felt a sense of uneasiness growing from the bottom of his heart. That cotton quilt might also be related to that man. The marriage can't be delayed any longer. The 6th day after Rebirth. Su Qingran sorted out the things she had stockpiled in the past 2 days and piled them in the space according to categories. Now that she had bought almost all the things, she was not going to go to the black market again. She would wait until she went to the countryside to find a chance to cultivate the land in the space. Seeds and chickens should be easy to get in the countryside. The most important thing now was to solve the problem at her sister-in-law's family. After Su Qingran washed and changed her clothes, she locked the door and prepared to go out. This time, Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang were probably too hungry to come out to make trouble for her. Su Qingran walked quickly to the old place and looked around but could not find Nanqing. Did she come too early? Well, since she had to come anyway, she might as well go and take a look. Su Qingran entered the alley and just took 2 steps when she heard the noise of a child coming from a yard in front. After recognizing that it was Nanqing's voice, she ran over. As soon as she entered the door, Su Qingran saw Nanqing being pressed to the ground in the yard. 2 children from his uncle's family. One rode on Nanqing to control him, and the other reached out to grab something from his pocket. Nanqing's uncle and aunt stood aside with cold eyes, shouting, "Beat him. Beat him hard. How dare he steal things when he has no parents?" Su Qingran's mind buzzed, and he rushed forward and kicked the 2 children to the side. What do you want to do? When Nanqing saw that it was his aunt, he cried out in grievance. Aunt, they took the candy you gave me and said that I stole it from them. I didn't steal it. Su Nanqing cried and trembled all over, roaring to prove his innocence. The grievance and resentment made him clench his fists, and he wanted to rush over and fight with the people who wronged him. Su Qingran hugged him distressfully. "And is here, it's okay. Nanqing is not afraid." As soon as the voice fell, the grandmother who had not appeared came out of the house. With a wry smile on her face, she said, "Oh, is it Aunt Nanqing who is here? Don't worry, Aunt. It's easy for conflicts to arise when there are many children together. It's normal for them to have small fights." Nanqing's aunt was unforgiving. I have to say, Nanqing is too difficult to raise. He doesn't listen at all. It's all because of you, the Su family. Su Qingran had no intention of negotiating. She pointed at several people and cursed, "My sister-in-law is also your biological daughter and your sister. When our Su family was well off, we often saw you coming to ask for money. Now that our family is in trouble, you're still torturing your own grandchildren and nephews? I think your conscience has been eaten by dogs. If you are not convinced, let's call all the neighbors over to judge and see if Nanxing is disobedient or if your family is too bullying." Su Qingran was about to yell. Nanxing's grandfather walked out of the house quickly. "Shut up. We are all relatives. Why can't we talk calmly?" Su Qingran looked at the old man who had been hiding in the house and finally showed up, and couldn't help but sneered. "Just talk nicely, right? I bought this candy for Nanxing, and your own grandchildren wanted to it without knowing right or wrong, and your own son and daughter-in-law called him a thief. Let them apologize to Nanxing first." The old man snorted coldly. "Is it necessary to make such a big deal about the fight between children? The children of your Su family are so precious. If you think we are not raising them well, you can take them away." When the other people heard this, they immediately became tough. "That's right, if you think we are not raising them well, you can take them away if you have the ability." Several people expected that Su Qingran could not protect himself, and it was impossible for him to take Nanxing away. But Su Qingran agreed immediately. "Okay, if your Jiang family doesn't want to support you, I won't make it difficult for you. When my sister-in-law sent Nanxing here, she gave you some money and tickets. It's okay that you ate the meat and didn't give it to Nanxing, but you even gave all his good clothes to your grandson. Give it all back to me." When it came to paying back the money, several people were dumbfounded. "What money? Don't talk nonsense. That's the money my daughter gave me as a filial piety. What does it have to do with Nanxing?" Su Qingran snorted coldly. "You don't want to pay, right? Okay, then I'll go to the Women's Federation to judge. Call everyone in the compound to listen. If the Women's Federation doesn't care, I'll go to your factory, make trouble in your workshop. Go to your office and make trouble. Go to your factory director to judge. Anyway, Nanxing and I are already like this. I'm barefoot, and I'm not afraid of you, who wear shoes." Ever since the Su family got into trouble, the Jiang family has never dared to make a public statement, for fear that others would know their relationship with the Su family. How dare they let her make a fuss like this? The old man of the Jiang family stamped his feet in anger. "Give it to her. Give it all to her. From now on, we will pretend that we don't have this relative." Mrs. Jiang turned around with an angry look on her face and took out a stack of money and bills. Su Qingran lied directly. "This is not enough. Don't try to deceive me. I will write a letter to my sister-in-law to tell her about your bullying of Nanxing and ask her how much money and bills she gave you. If it's 1 cent less, I will go directly to the factory to ask you for it." Mrs. Jiang snorted twice in anger, and after a while, she took out another half stack of money and bills. "It's all here." Su Qingran took it and put it in her pocket, then pointed at the grandson of the Jiang family and said, "Take off all Nanxing's clothes. Find all the rest of the clothes." Nanxing's aunt was so angry that her eyes were wide open, but facing them who didn't care about their reputation, there was nothing she could do, so she could only pack up her clothes obediently. Taking this opportunity, Su Nanxing also ran in quickly and took out her other things. "Have you packed everything?" "Yes." "Let us go." The aunt and nephew carried large and small bags, and a bag full of money and tickets, and walked out of the Jiang family in a swagger. Outside the door, there were already many people watching the excitement. Seeing the two people being driven out in such a shabby way, and seeing the child with bruises on his face and tears, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. After leaving the house, Su Qingran took Su Nanxing to clean the wound on his face, changed into clean clothes, and then went to have breakfast. Thinking of such a big city, but there was no place for the two of them to go, Su Qingran couldn't help but sigh. "Nanxing, you will come back to live in the machinery factory compound with me later. But the Xiao family is not peaceful either. I didn't take you there before, because I was afraid that you would be bullied there. But don't worry, Auntie is busy these 2 days. I will accompany you. We will leave in a few days." Su Nanxing nodded sensibly. "Auntie, don't worry." The two of them returned to the machinery factory compound. Most people had gone to work, and the alley was very quiet. Only in the Xiao family's yard was there a constant bustle. Su Qingran heard the familiar voice from a distance. Haha, the old woman is finally willing to come back. She has been waiting so hard. In the yard, Zhang Guilin took out various specialties from her pocket one by one like magic in front of the other three people. These are all brought from the countryside. They're all good stuff. Look at this millet. It's so pleasing to the eye with its yellow color. Shan Yunfang licked her face and flattered her. Yes, you can't buy this thing in the city with money. When several people heard the noise outside the door, they all looked over.
Oh,
the eldest lady is finally back. Why did you bring a little one with you? Xiao Donghua walked towards her with a happy face. Qingran, mother is back. We'll go to get the certificate tomorrow. Nanqing is Su Qingran said lightly. Something happened at the Jiang family. I took Nanqing here to stay for a few days. Zhang Guilin jumped up when she heard it. How can that be possible? Do you know how much it costs to raise a child? Why should he live here for free? This is my son's house. Why should you, a daughter-in-law who is not yet married, bring an outsider to live in? Su Qingran sneered. Why? Just because your son has been taken care of by my father before, Xin Yunfang can bring her child to live in. Why can't I bring my nephew here to live for 2 days? Xiao Donghua narrowed his eyes. Mom, Qingran is right. Professor Su helped me a lot in the past. He just came to live here for a while. Besides, Qingran and I are getting married soon, and it will be more lively with more people. Xiao Donghua carried Nanqing's things and walked to his room. Nanqing will stay with me tonight. Su Qingran took the luggage. No need. Nanqing is still young. Just stay in my room at night. Zhang Guilin howled when she saw this. The daughter-in-law hasn't even got married yet, but she's already riding on the old woman. She looks like and my son is bewitched by her. He listens to her in everything. He's useless now. Shen Yunfang hurriedly tried to comfort him. And don't feel bad. Donghua is not that kind of person. Su Qingran curled her lips and stopped Xiao Donghua outside the door. Go and coax your mother. After that, she took Su Nanqing back to the house. After packing up her things, Su Qingran found a cool mat and spread it on the ground, preparing to sleep on it at night. But Su Nanqing took off her shoes and lay down on it. Aunt, you sleep on the bed at night, and I'll sleep on the floor. It's cooler on the floor when it's hot. The aunt and niece were talking when Zhang Guilin's cursing voice was heard outside again. What time is it? Why don't you come out to cook lunch? Do you want me, an old woman, to cook and serve the whole family? You're lazy as soon as you come back. Who doesn't choose a diligent wife? Su Qingran looked at the dirty water in the basin that Nanqing had washed and directly opened the door and poured it out. Why are you standing at my door? Zhang Guilin was so angry that she jumped up and down. You did it on purpose. Su Qingran shrugged. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? Then she looked at Xin Yunfang. Comrade Xin, your aunt has been scolding you outside the door for a long time. Why don't you have any sense at all? Why don't you hurry up and cook? Do you have any sense? Shan Yunfang was so angry that she stared at him, but she was also afraid that she would threaten her work if she opened her mouth. He had no choice but to accompany his smiling face and said, Aunt, go and change clothes quickly. Qingran has never done this at home before, so I'll cook. Zhang Guilin glanced at Xin Yunfang, then at Su Qingran, and was angry. Teeth itching, if you were as diligent as Yunfang, I wouldn't stop you. Su Qingran snorted. What do you mean? Do you mean you don't agree with my marriage to your son? Zhang Guilin calmed down. With one mouthful. Yes. I won't hide it anymore. I just don't agree. How are you worthy of our Donghua? Su Qingran smiled and stretched out her hand. Okay, give me the money and get the money. I will break off the engagement and leave immediately, so as not to delay your son's bright future. Why should I give you money? Why did Xiao Donghua marry me, without telling you? Since you don't agree with our marriage, you can repay the kindness with money. As soon as the money was mentioned, Zhang Guilin immediately lost her confidence and ran back to the room. I'm going to change clothes. I'm too lazy to tell you anyway. You can't marry me if I agree. Because of Zhang Guilin's return, the Xiao family's situation of not being able to reveal the truth has been temporarily alleviated. Xiao Donghua and his colleagues borrowed tickets and returned from the canteen with 2 meat dishes at noon. The Xiao family's dinner table finally had some oil and water. Su Qingran didn't want to miss the opportunity to discuss them. As soon as the meal was ready, she took Su Nanxing and sat down at the table. Come on, Nanxing, eat more meat and some eggs. Zhang Guilin was so angry that her hands were shaking and she could barely hold her chopsticks. You don't see anyone when you work, but you run fast when you eat. I didn't boil your eggs. With that said, Zhang Guilin placed the boiled eggs in front of Xiao Donghua and Xiao Jun. Donghua needs to make up for his hard work. Xiao Jun has been suffering since he was a child. He will eat more eggs in the future to grow taller. And Yunfang, it's not easy to raise a child alone. I think back then I was dragging Donghua along alone before she could finish speaking. Su Qingran slapped her chopsticks on the table. He sighed heavily and said, everyone's life is not easy. I remember when my father felt sorry for the poor nutrition of the students from the countryside. He always secretly brought the eggs that my mother cooked for him to school and distributed them to the students. Donghua, you eat them. Would you like the eggs my dad saved? Xiao Donghua's face froze, and he reached out and placed the eggs in front of Su Nanxing. Give it to the child, I don't need it. Upon seeing this, Shen Yunfang quickly handed the egg in front of her to Xiao Donghua. It's okay, I'll give it to Donghua before she could finish her words. Su Qingran had already picked up the egg with quick eyesight and hands. Come over, okay, isn't it just an egg? You don't eat it, right? I eat it. It was originally a rare reunion dinner, but in the end, everyone except Su Qingran and Su Nanxing ate it. Feeling angry. After eating, Su Qingran wiped her lips and took Su Nanxing out directly. Zhang Guilin was so angry that she couldn't swallow a mouthful of steamed buns and rolled her eyes due to choking. Shen Yunfang rushed to perform. Seeing this, Xiao Donghua quickly chased after him. Qingran, although my mother's words are unpleasant, she just can't accept it for the moment. Come back later and bring something to her and say something nice, so as not to affect the two of us getting the certificate tomorrow. Su Qingran wait. In the evening, Su Qingran and Su Nanxing rushed back with another meal. However, she seemed to have expected that there would be nothing to eat at home, so she took Su Nanxing to eat at a state-owned restaurant early. As soon as we walked in, the dinner table was filled with leftovers from lunch. At this point, Shen Yunfang was still protecting the food. I thought if you didn't come back, I wouldn't be yours. Xiao Donghua looked at Su Qingran, who came back empty-handed with disappointment, and said nothing. Su Qingran curled her lips and said, it's okay. At this point, Shen Yunfang was still protecting the food. I thought if you didn't come back, I wouldn't be yours. Xiao Donghua looked at Su Qingran, who came back empty-handed with disappointment, and said nothing. Su Qingran curled her lips and said, it's okay. The pork dumplings we had for dinner at the state-owned hotel were so stuffed. The gift she was looking forward to was not seen, and the dumplings were not. Su Qingran's whole body trembled, and she immediately thought of Xiao Juan's favorite toad. This kid must have thought that Zhang Guilin would be able to support him when he came back, but it seems that his skin is itchy again. Su Qingran was afraid of this thing, but fortunately Nanxing caught it quickly with quick eyes and hands. Don't be afraid, and I'll throw it out. It was early in the morning, and the sky was still dark. Zhang Guilin's frightened screams spread throughout the courtyard. Who put the toad in my bed? Su Qingran stretched out and glanced at Nanxing in surprise, who was still sleeping soundly. Then he opened the door and walked out. Isn't this the toad that Xiao Jun raised? Why did it come into your house? Xiao Jun is such a kid. You just nagged him a few words last night. Why do you hold a grudge? Shen Yunfang's face turned pale, and she quickly explained, how could it be Xiao Jun who did it? Su Qingran snorted. How is it impossible? Who in the courtyard doesn't know that Xiao Jun likes to catch toads for fun every day? A few days ago, put it in my bag. I was so scared that I broke my head. How many days have you forgotten? Zhang Guilin was still frightened and pointed at the sleepy Xiao Jun and said, quickly, get the toad out of my bed first. Get out. Xiao Jun had already skillfully caught the toad before he could figure out what was going on. When Zhang Guilin saw the situation, she immediately became suspicious. Xiao Jun, did you really do it? Xiao Jun glanced at his mother, who was winking confusedly, and quickly shook his head. Mistress, it's not me. It must be that boy from the Su family.
You did it.
Su Qingran said calmly. Nanxing and I haven't been out since we came back yesterday, and Nanxing is new to this place. Where did he catch the toad? Xiaojun, it's okay if you don't repent of your wrongdoings. Now you are relying on others. I think you are really hopeless. Xiaodong's face became increasingly ugly. Xiaojun apologized to Grandma. Shen Yunfang wanted to explain, but he was ruthlessly interrupted. Yunfang, don't spoil him. This is not the first time. Qingran is right. If you don't discipline this child properly, it will be over. Seeing that the fingers were all pointed at him, Xiaojun cried out in fear. I just want to vet my anger for Grandma and teach that bad woman and that boy a lesson. I don't know why the toad came into Grandma's house. Before she could finish, Shen Yunfang slapped Xiaojun. On the face, you kid, what's going on? Why don't you apologize to Grandma quickly? After Xiaojun was beaten, Zhang Guilan's face softened slightly. Okay, the child is not sensible. You just need to teach him slowly. Stop fighting. Zhang Guilan didn't say anything, but when she was cooking in the morning, she silently forgot about her promise to stew egg custard for Xiaojun last night. After the farce ended, Su Qingran went back to the room to wake up Su Nanxing. Stop pretending, you brat. I know you're awake. Su Nanxing sat up awkwardly and rubbed his eyes. Annie, are you angry with me? I'm just angry that he bullied you. The injury on your head last time was caused by him, right? Su Qingran sighed. Nanxing, I know you are venting your anger on your aunt, but you can't do this kind of thing again in the future. She can come forward for some bad things, but she doesn't want Su Nanxing to repeat the mistakes of her previous life. Su Nanxing was worried that she would be angry, so he hurriedly agreed, I understand, Aunt. Don't be angry. I won't dare to mess around in the future. The 7th day, after being reborn, the atmosphere in the Xiao family became particularly strange because of what happened in the morning, and it no longer had the fun and harmony of yesterday. Su Qingren knew in her heart that based on her understanding of Xiaojun, today's beating would not end like this. During the day, Shen Yunfang and Xiao Dongguo were not around, so she simply disappeared with Nanxing, leaving the place for the grandparents and grandsons to get along. Su Qingran and Su Nanxing spent most of the day wandering the streets, and in the afternoon they met Gu Xiaohui, who was also hanging out with nothing to do. The three of them hit it off and went to watch a movie, and didn't go back until the evening. When the aunt and nephew returned to Zhao's house again, they heard a noise coming from the courtyard. It turned out that when Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang came back from work, Xiaojun fell ill again as expected. Mom, how do you take care of your child during the day? Why is Xiaojun so haggard? I don't know. He was fine during the day, so why do you think he is sick? Donghua, don't worry, Xiaojun. The child has not fully recovered from his illness last time. He probably relapsed into his old habits after being so frightened in the morning. We will send him to the hospital for a checkup now. Su Qingren walked into the hospital with excited steps. Hey, Xiaojun is again.
Is he sick?
Last time he threw a toad and broke my head. As a result, he fell ill and went to the hospital that night. Today he threw a toad into his grandma's bed as a prank. Could it be that he was pretending to be sick? I just heard it outside. You are yelling. But his grandma just gave him a few words, and it was all for his own good. He still doesn't appreciate the hard work of helping you take care of your children at home. Your yelling has become his grandma's fault. Those who don't know still think that it was the old man who abused the child at home. Shen Yunfang's face turned pale. Aunt, I didn't mean that. She just wanted to make Zhang Guilan feel more guilty about Xiaojun, who knew that Su Qingran would come back halfway. When Zhang Guilan heard this, she immediately came back to her senses. Just now she always felt that something was weird, but now that she thought about it, she finally understood it. I just said a few words to Xiaojun and punished him not to eat eggs for the whole day. Now I am complaining? Xiaojun is so strong. How can he be so precious? Whose child is not beaten here? Su Qingren added the knife smoothly. That's right. Besides, Donggua's work is so hard. You two will feel uncomfortable if anything goes wrong. Going to the hospital, not to mention the cost, makes Donghua unable to sleep every day and night. What if he loses his energy during the day and loses his job? When Zhang Guilin heard this, she wondered. His face suddenly darkened. Donghua, is what she said true? Xiao Donghua wanted to stand up and help Shen Yunfang mother and son speak, but seeing Su Qingran defending himself so much, he couldn't help but think that she still felt sorry for him. The ground tilted towards her. Well, I've been there a few times. There's nothing you can do about it because your child is prone to getting sick, and it doesn't cost much. Su Qingran continued to complain. Donghua, I know you are kind and generous, but you can't deceive your elders.
Just me.
In the past half-month, you have spent more than a month's salary on Comrade Shin and his wife. How can you live so lavishly in the future? Seeing her say this, Shen Yunfang was angry and scared, fearing that Zhang Guilin would be dissatisfied with herself because of this. Xiaojun was even more angry and wanted to push Su Qingran. You bad woman. Uncle's money is our money. Why don't you let him spend it on us? Zhang Guilin took care of her children at home alone for a day today. There has long been a lot of dissatisfaction with Xiaojun. Now seeing that he was brazenly threatening to spend his son's money, he immediately glared at Xiao Donghua angrily. Come in with me. Mom, I'd better send Xiaojun to the hospital first, and I'll explain to you when I get back. Which hospital should we go to? We have too much money to spend? It's normal for children to have headaches and fever. Just get some hot water to drink. Shen Yunfang wanted to explain, but Zhang Guilin didn't give her a chance at all and closed the door directly.
House.
Su Qingran retired after her success, leaving the battlefield to a few people and letting them fight it out. In her previous life, Zhang Guilin regarded herself as the villain who stole her son and dragged Shen Yunfang to target her. After he leaves, will the two of them really get along as harmoniously as they did in the previous life? As soon as Su Qingran closed the door, Zhang Guilin's crying shouts and Xiaodong's tired and hoarse voice came from outside. Immediately afterwards, there was the sound of Shen Yunfang crying and pleading outside the door. I don't know how long it took, but the noise outside the door finally stopped, and the door to my room started. Su Qingran had known that something like this would happen, so she locked Su Nanqing in the room and walked out alone. As soon as she went out, Zhang Guilin's slap was already raised high and was about to fall down. With quick eyes and quick hands, Su Qingran slapped her backwards, causing her to stumble back a few steps and sit unsteadily on the ground. Scared me. What are you doing? Zhang Guilin's face hurt, but what worried her most right now was the money. Little, I heard that you lent this month's ration to someone else. And you also lent Donghua's money? The money and tickets are all gone? Hand it over to me quickly. Su Qingran Zhengqiu didn't have a chance to take revenge. He straddled her directly, grabbed her collar with one hand, and slapped her the face with the other. Let you spit all over your mouth. Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart. You still want to get something back from me, so you can daydream about it. Xiao Donghua was startled as soon as he heard the noise and went out. What are you doing? Su Qingran took the opportunity to lie down on the ground. Your mother was going to hit me when she came up, and she was spitting and swearing. I can't fight back? Xiao Donghua knew that he was in the wrong and quickly gave her away. He pulled her up and said, Mom, why did you hit her?
Didn't I tell you?
She didn't ask for the money. It was originally owed to me. Xiao Donghua,
you are really fascinated by this.
Where are you? You only saw me beating her? I tell you, if you don't beat her today, I will sever the relationship between mother and child. It was dinner time and the courtyard was the busiest time of the day. Hearing the noise coming from the Xiao family, everyone simply gathered around the door of the Xiao family with bowls in hand, vying to go in to watch the excitement and eat. Before Zhang Guilin could slow down, Su Nanqing rushed out and hugged Su Qingran. Gu, are you okay? Did they beat you?
Su Qingran hugged Su Nanqing and cried bitterly.
All the money I brought with me has been spent. Now I really have no money. No matter how much you force me, I can't get it out. Zhang Guilin was slapped so hard that stars appeared in her eyes. When she came to her senses, she found that everyone was watching. He pointed and said that he wanted to eat Juehu. I didn't force her by beating her. It was clearly her who beat me. That money also belongs to my son. Seeing her aggressive look, everyone just thought she was farting. You're not bullying people, you have to force them to death? That's right. When I came back from work, I heard the noise in your courtyard. Comrade Su was so kind to help you, but you still beat him up, didn't you? I've never seen a mother-in-law like this. Zhang Guilan's head was buzzing with anger. She struggled to pick up the broom and was about to drive the person out of the courtyard. Go, stay where you can to cool down. I won't be able to stop you from eating. He closed the door and pointed at Su Qingren angrily. If you don't take out the money and food, you won't be able to eat a grain of rice from my Xiao family in the future. Su Qingren dusted himself off and stood up, laughing. If you don't want to eat, don't eat. Su Qingren had not planned to eat at the Xiao family. She was just worried about missing the show, so she hurried back without having dinner outside. So when the 4 people of the Xiao family were cursing and drinking porridge and chewing steamed buns in the yard, she and Su Nanqing were eating meat buns and drinking fragrant malted milk in the house. Su Qingren was very tired after shopping outside today. After eating a bun, she hurriedly washed up and lay down to rest. Su Nanqing obediently drank a glass of malted milk, put the remaining 2 meat buns in the lunchbox, ran out to use the toilet quickly, came back, locked the door, and lay down to sleep. The 8th day after Rebirth. After Su Qingren got up, she stretched and shouted to Nanqing, "Let's go. Go out for breakfast." Su Nanqing stood up and went to get the lunchbox. There are still 2 buns left from last night. Su Qingren was stunned. You didn't finish it? It was so hot last night, and the buns can't be eaten if they are left overnight. As she said that, she opened the lunchbox casually, but the buns inside were gone. Su Nanqing got anxious all of a sudden. It must be Xiaojun who stole it. I went to the toilet before going to bed last night and saw him sneaking around the door. Seeing that he was so angry that he was about to cry, Su Qingren hurriedly comforted him. It's okay, let's go out to eat shrimp wontons. After packing up and going out, the Xiao family of 4 returned to their previous harmony. Shen Yinfang put 2 buns on a plate and handed them to Zhang Guilan, and, "These are the buns that Xiaojun bought with his own pocket money this morning. Please try them. Xiaojun was wrong yesterday. He promised me that he would listen to you at home in the future." Zhang Guilan looked at the white and plump buns on the plate and smiled from ear to ear. It's okay, he's just a child. Just teach him slowly. As she said that, she took out a bun and handed it to Xiaojun. Xiaojun, have one too. Xiaojun had been holding back all night and was almost unable to hold back his saliva. Just as he was about to take a bite, he saw Su Qingren and Su Nanqing going out and hurriedly lowered his head guiltily. Shen Yunfeng also lowered her head to drink the porridge unnaturally, fearing that the 2 would look over. But Su Qingren had no intention of exposing the 2 at all, but took Su Nanqing out directly. Seeing this, Xiao Donghua hurried out. "Qingren, where are you going? Don't forget, today is the day we get our marriage certificate." Su Qingren raised the corner of her lips sarcastically. "Getting a marriage certificate? Did your mother agree?" Xiao Donghua nodded solemnly. After much persuasion last night, she finally agreed. Ran, stop making trouble. Come back early after dinner. I'll wait for you to get the marriage certificate together. Su Qingren looked at him meaningfully, then took Nanqing away. After breakfast, the 2 of them rushed back to the Xiao family early, not for anything else, but simply to go back and watch the fun. The autumn heat is at its peak in Ningqing, and these days are even hotter than summer. Su Qingren and Su Nanqing each held a popsicle and walked slowly into the courtyard. They could hear the noise coming from the Xiao family from afar. Ouch! I can't hold it anymore. I'm exhausted, Donghua. Come and have a look. Xiaojun is sweating in pain. What can happen to a child? I'm an old man, and my bones are about to fall apart. Donghua, help me up. I want to go to the toilet. Su Qingren also joined in the fun. Xiao Donghua, didn't you say you were going out? Xiao Donghua changed into a brand new white shirt especially for getting the marriage certificate, but at this moment he was vomited in a horrible way by Zhang Guilan. Qingren, wait for me. Wait until I'm done here. Su Qingren pinched her nose in disgust and took a few steps back. Someone defecated in the yard? Xiaojun cried loudly in pain. It was this bad woman who deliberately poisoned the buns and gave me a stomachache. When these words came out, everyone present was stunned. Su Qingren was also puzzled. Poisoned? I saw you eating buns when I just went out. When did I poison them? Xiao Donghua frowned irritably. Xiao Jun, don't talk nonsense. Your aunt has never touched buns from the beginning to the end. Xiao Jun wanted to quibble. It's her. She gave me these buns. Su Qingran sneered. When you were eating, you said you bought them to honor your grandma. So? You said I gave them to you when you got sick. Do you have evidence? Shen Yunfang had been tricked by Su Qingran many times before and was worried that she would lose more than she gained and instead get a reputation as a thief.
Who knows how much money she will blackmail him by then.
She quickly stopped Xiao Jun and said with a wry smile, Xiao Jun did buy these buns. He just said that in anger because his stomach hurts. Don't provoke him. Su Qingran clicked her tongue and said, although I don't know where Xiao Jun bought the buns, there must be something wrong with the person who sold it to you. Why don't you go find the person who sold the buns to compensate you? If you go too late, he won't acknowledge it. Zhang Guilin perked up when she heard that she could get compensation. That's right. Xiao Jun, let's go find someone to pay compensation. Su Qingran continued to add fuel to the fire. You two are in so much pain. You can definitely get a large amount of compensation, but Xiao Jun, you must remember the wrong place. What if you find the wrong person? They will report to the police and say you are deliberately causing trouble. Xiao Jun wanted to hide when he heard it. I picked up the buns. I didn't buy them in the store. I don't want to see the police. Su Qingran pretended to be frightened. You are so brave. How can you just pick up buns outside? Maybe they put rat poison to catch wild dogs. Zhang Guilin finally stood up with the help of the table and fell straight back when she heard this. The yard was in chaos. Xiao Donghua carried Zhang Guilin to the hospital with a grunt and was gone for most of the day. It was not until the evening that he walked back dejectedly. Shen Yunfang ran over with a worried look on her face. Donghua, is Anne okay? I was so worried. I wanted to go to the hospital, but I didn't dare leave Xiao Jun alone at home. He has been feeling bad the whole afternoon. Xiao Donghua looked up at Shen Yunfang and her son, then at the aunt and nephew who were eating pomegranates to cool off in the yard, and sighed helplessly. She had her stomach washed and had 2 bottles of water dripped in. She is fine now, but she hasn't eaten. The doctor asked us to make some porridge and send it over. As he spoke, Xiao Donghua subconsciously turned his gaze to Su Qingran, hoping to take this opportunity to ease the relationship between her and her mother. Unexpectedly, Su Qingran directly threw the opportunity to Shen Yunfang. Your son almost poisoned someone to death. Why don't you hurry up and make some porridge to show your performance? Shen Yunfang glared at her angrily and smiled at Xiao Donghua. You've worked hard all day. I'll make some millet porridge to keep watch at night. Auntie vomited all over this morning and she's not feeling well, so I'll bring 2 sets of clean clothes to wash her. Xiao Donghua's expression eased a little and he nodded with satisfaction. Thank you for your hard work, Yunfang. Su Qingran was too lazy to stay, so she stood up and prepared to go back to the house, but was stopped by Xiao Donghua. Qingran, wait a minute, I have something to tell you.
I don't have anything to tell you right now.
Qingran, what happened today was an accident. I didn't delay getting the marriage certificate on purpose. We'll go as soon as Mom is discharged from the hospital. Also, Mom will probably have to stay in the hospital for observation for the next 2 days. If you don't go to work, take some time to go and take care of her. This is a good opportunity to resolve your misunderstanding. Su Qingran raised her eyebrows. Misunderstanding? Your mother warned me on the first day she came back, saying that I was not worthy of you, and she didn't agree to my marrying in. She beat me and scolded me. What misunderstandings do you think there could be between us? Xiao Donghua shook his head. She has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. She is not a bad person. Su Qingran thought of the bad things Zhang Guilin had done in her previous life, and she was furious. How could someone like her be called a good person? Xiao Donghua, your mother said that she went to the countryside for no important matter at all, and she just wanted to use Qiao to intimidate me. She also said that you didn't want to marry me at all, but had to agree because of the teacher's favor. Xiao Donghua's face changed. How is it possible? Su Qingran curled her lips. She also said that Shen Yunfang didn't live here temporarily at all. You have promised to keep her and take care of her for a lifetime. You said it was temporary, because you were afraid that I would make a fuss. Xiao Donghua was completely dumbfounded. Only he and his mother knew this. Fortunately, He thought his mother was considerate and agreed to the marriage certificate for the two of them, but he didn't expect that she would turn around and tell Su Qingran this. What does this mean? Su Qingran saw that he believed it and couldn't help but sneer in her heart. These words were said by Zhang Guilin in her previous life. It's perfect for provoking. Even if Xiao Donghua asked, Zhang Guilin would have a hard time defending herself. After all, these were all facts. Also, Shen Yunfang told me that she deliberately let Xiao Jun pretend to be sick so that I could see her true feelings and give up. So, every time we were alone together, she would find various reasons to call you away. Xiao Donggua's face was full of disbelief. Su Qingran walked directly into his room and closed the door casually. If you don't believe it, we can experiment. Less than a minute later, Shen Yunfang's voice really rang out outside the door. Donghua, Xiao Jun's stomach seems to be hurting again. Can you help me take a look? Su Qingran smiled and shrugged. How is it? Xiao Donggua's face was livid, and he shouted out the window. I have something to do now. You go and take a look first. I'll be there later. Shen Yunfang said disappointedly, and before she was quiet for long, a scream suddenly came from the kitchen. Xiao Donghua rushed out instinctively. Yunfang, what's wrong? Shen Yunfang raised her head with red eyes. It's okay. I just accidentally scalded myself. Why are you so careless? Rinse it with water quickly. After Xiao Donghua finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and quickly turned his head to look at Su Qingran behind him. Qingran, Su Qingran looked at him calmly. Anyway, the thorn had been planted and the purpose had been achieved. It was none of her business what happened next. Nanqing, let us go out for dinner. On the other side, at the Ningqing black market, after Gu Xiao sold the last batch of mountain products he brought, the brothers discussed going back. The weather's been too hot recently, and the meat doesn't keep well. We might as well sell it cheap and come back after the autumn harvest. That's right. The autumn harvest is coming soon. If we don't go back, we won't be able to hide it from the team leader. Brother Xiao, you're not still thinking about that girl, are you? She hasn't come for so many days, so she must be not interested in you. Gu Xiao bent down to pack his things. Hearing this, he suddenly raised his head, picked up a stone, and threw it at the three people. Who said I was thinking about her? She already has a partner. Don't say a word about it when you go back. The three people agreed with a giggle and at the same time urged, it's just a partner, not a marriage. Gu Xiao sneered. What are you kidding? Am I the kind of person who steals someone's partner? Let's go. Let's go to the state-owned restaurant to eat and go back to the team tomorrow morning. Several people went out playfully, that's right. Our brother Xiao is good-looking and has a good figure. He can find anything he wants. Gu Xiao didn't want to joke with them, so he walked in front alone. But as soon as he walked to the door of the state-owned restaurant, he saw Su Qingran, who was sitting by the window eating with a child. Brother Xiao, isn't that the lady by the window the one who met him that day? Don't point randomly. Go and line up.
Oh.
Su Qingran looked up and met Gu Xiao's gaze. There was no way to avoid it, so she smiled and nodded at him. Comrade Gu. What a coincidence. Gu Xiao hesitated for a moment, but still walked towards her. You left too much money last time, so I'm returning this to you as a wedding gift. By the way, when are you getting married? Su Qingran blinked and uttered two words, the day after tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you. As soon as they left, Su Qingran, feeling guilty, quickly left the state-owned restaurant with Nanqing. Aunt, you lied. We are all going to the countryside the day after tomorrow. Su Qingran laughed. Nanqing is right. Lying is wrong. Aunt won't dare to do it next time. The 9th day after Rebirth. Perhaps because she will go to the countryside tomorrow, Su Qingran is in a particularly good mood today. Last night, she found an opportunity to pick some pomegranates in the space and planned to send some to Director Ma before leaving. This pomegranate is irrigated with spiritual spring water. Although the effect is not as direct as drinking spiritual spring water directly, eating it can also strengthen the body, and it may have a preventive effect on Uncle Ma's illness. After leaving the Ma family, Su Qingran went to the Gu family again as a farewell. Gu Xiaowei insisted on going to the state-owned restaurant to give the two a farewell party. The three of them ate and drank happily. However, the Xiao family was not so happy. At noon, Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang hurried home after work. As soon as he entered the door, he saw the hungry Xiaojun rummaging through the boxes in the kitchen to find food. Seeing the cold stove in the kitchen, Shen Yunfang was furious. This Qingran is too ignorant. It's okay that she doesn't go to take care of my aunt in the hospital, but she doesn't even help to cook. My aunt must be starving in the hospital alone. Xiao Donghua was dissatisfied, but he still felt guilty when he thought of what happened last night. Don't say anything, hurry up and make some food. I have to go to the hospital to deliver food later. Shen Yunfang was unhappy, but she still cooked noodles and asked Xiao Donghua to take them to the hospital. Zhang Guilan stayed alone in the hospital for most of the day and was already starving. The old lady in the bed next to her was eating chicken soup and dumplings, which almost made her greedy. After waiting for her son to come and deliver food, she opened it and found that it was clear soup noodles. She was so angry that she threw the lunchbox on the table. It's okay to give me clear porridge yesterday, but you give me this today? I don't have any oil or water in my stomach now. Is this how Sue is married to others? Xiao Donghua didn't have a bicycle, so he walked for a long time in the sun with his lunchbox, sweating all over. He didn't even have time to eat. As soon as he entered the door, he was scolded by his mother. He immediately lost his good face. Su Qingran is not your daughter-in-law yet. This meal is not cooked by her. As for why she doesn't cook for you, you know it in your heart, don't you? Zhang Guilan stared at her son with wide eyes in disbelief. What do I know? Didn't I agree to get the certificate for you? Xiao Donghua lowered his eyes and smiled bitterly. Yes, you agreed to get the certificate for us yesterday, and then you fell ill and were hospitalized. Isn't it a coincidence Zhang Guilan had never been so angry in front of her son, and she threw the lunchbox to the ground directly. Xiao Donghua, what do you mean? How dare you suspect that your mother is pretending to be sick? Zhang Guilan has always relied on her son for confidence. Now this filial son suddenly said such words in public, which is more painful than cutting her flesh. Without saying a word, he covered his heart and howled, "Oh my God, what sin have I committed? I raised my child with so much hardship, but I am still disliked when I am old. What kind of love potion did that give you? She wants you to protect her like this before she even gets married? Anyway, I'm saying this, either she or I." Xiao Donghua sighed deeply, squatted down, and began to clean up the mess. Zhang Guilan made a fuss for the whole afternoon. Xiao Donghua suppressed his anger, bought food and served her, and finally coaxed Zhang Guilan into peace. When Xiao Donghua returned home from the hospital, he wanted to talk to Su Qingran about marriage, but the lights in her room were off early, so he had to give up. That night, Xiao Donghua thought about it for a long time and hardly slept. At dawn, he knocked on Su Qingran's door. "Qingran, I'm going to pick up my mother from the hospital in a while. She's old and not in good health. I hope you can be a little more considerate of her. When she comes back, you can apologize to her, and then we will go to get the certificate today. I will slowly compensate you in the future." Su Qingran curled her lips. What about Shen Yunfang and her son? Xiao Donghua turned his eyes away guiltily. Xiaojun is still too young, and Yunfang's job can't get a house, so you can only bear with it for a while. Hearing the same answer as in the previous life, Su Qingran was not surprised, but just waved her hand lightly. "Go quickly. It's too late, and your mother will make a fuss again." Xiao Donghua saw that her face was calm, and thought she had tacitly agreed to his proposal, and her face could not hide the excitement and joy. Ran, wait for me to come back." After that, he strode out of the door. After Xiao Donghua left, Shen Yunfang, who had been hiding behind the door, also came out. "Qingran, I really wronged you. I wanted to move out, but Donghua didn't agree. I will persuade him after I take your job and get a house. By the way, you clean up the house first. I'm too late for work. Otherwise, my aunt will be angry again when she comes back from the hospital and sees the mess at home." Seeing her smug face, Su Qingran slapped her directly. Shen Yunfang was stunned immediately. "You," Su Qingran sneered, "I don't want the garbage. I give it to you. You can enjoy this blessing slowly." Shen Yunfang just thought she was unhappy and wanted to vent. The work was not settled yet, so she could only continue to endure. I will be back at noon. You cook more rice. After saying that, she left quickly. After the people left, Su Qingran started to pack and prepare to go to the countryside. She had already thought about it before. Many things had to be put on the table for use, and the burden of going to the countryside must be large enough. But as for what was inside, that was her decision. After packing up, Su Qingran asked Su Nanqing to go to the yard to watch over the luggage first, and she turned back to the house to put all the beds, wooden boxes, tables, chairs, benches, etc. in the room into the space. Not a single thing she brought would be left behind. Su Nanqing obediently waited in the yard and saw Xiaojun playing marbles under the tree in the yard. Thinking that she would not have a chance to come back in the future, she walked up to him. Xiaojun, my aunt and I are going on a long trip, but don't be too happy too soon, we will be back. I know you want to recognize Xiao Donghua as your father, but I don't allow you to call him dad. If he agrees, your mother will marry him, and my aunt and I will never be able to come back. Xiaojun's eyes turned, I know. After Su Qingran packed up, Gu Xiaohui, who came to pick them up to the station, just arrived on a bicycle. So many things? If I had known, I would have asked my parents to come and help. No, the things are not heavy. Don't delay uncle and aunt from work. Let's go. After going out, Su Qingran ran into Aunt Zhang, who wanted to borrow her sewing machine. Comrade Xiao Su, where are you going? Aunt Zhang, I'm taking my nephew away from here. Please take care of yourself. Su Qingran didn't say why she was leaving, but the sight of her frail body carrying a large bag made Aunt Zhang imagine the whole process. This Xiao family, under the banner of repaying a favor, recruited the girl, but in the end the whole family bullied one person and forced such a good girl away. They are really not human. She must promote the Xiao family in the compound. Su Qingran and the other two carried the bags all the way to the bus station, successfully loaded the luggage onto the bus, and found seats. Before parting, Gu Xiaohui spoke again to remind them. Remember, the car can only stop at Xingli commune. There will be other educated youth going there today. When everyone is gathered, the commune will arrange a tractor to take you to the foot of the mountain. The brigade will come to pick you up on the remaining mountain roads. After saying this, Gu Xiaohui couldn't help crying first. It was such a remote place, and she should have been the one to go today. Su Qingran saw her crying and quickly reached out and patted her. Okay, I remember all these words. Don't worry, you won't get lost. I will write to you when you get there. Gu Xiaohui wiped her tears and nodded. Take care of yourselves and go to the team leader if you have any difficulties. Well, you should report to the factory quickly. Tell Uncle Ma for me I'm leaving. The car started, and Su Qingran felt relieved inexplicably. This place that trapped her all her life was finally leaving. She was finally going to see her family, who she had missed for so many years. On the other side, Shen Yunfang asked, as usual, whether the factory director had returned after going to work. After getting a positive answer, Shen Yunfang was overjoyed. After tormenting in the workshop for the whole morning, she ran out of the workshop as soon as she got off work and went straight to the Xiao family. Qingran, the director is back. Shen Yunfang had never been so eager to see Su Qingran, but when she entered the door, she found that only her son Xiaojun was playing in the yard alone. Where is your aunt? That bad woman is gone.
Gone?
Where did she go again? Did she say when she would be back? I don't know. She took a lot of things away. I was afraid she would beat me, and I didn't dare to ask. Shen Yunfang's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly she thought of the look Su Qingran gave her when she went out in the morning, and she ran to her room. The door that had been closed all day was not locked. Pushing the door open, the room was empty, without even a mat left.
So, Qing ran.
On the other side, Xiao Donghua went to the hospital early in the morning. He first took Zhang Guolan to do a pre-discharge examination and successfully completed the discharge procedures. Then he led her slowly home. Along the way, Xiao Donghua was very patient and coaxed Zhang Guolan in a kind voice. Mom, Qingran is really nothing to complain about except that she is a little spoiled and has a bad temper. When we get married, she will definitely be filial to you. Zhang Guolan was not convinced in her heart, but She didn't want to completely hurt the relationship between mother and son, so she had to reluctantly agree first. You can let her marry in, but I have to make it clear first. From now on, both of your salaries must be handed over to me for safekeeping, and all the dowry she wanted to take back before must be taken out and kept by me. Also, her nephew must be sent away quickly. Our family can't help raising other people's children for free. Seeing that his mother finally gave in, Xiao Donghua nodded and agreed quickly. Don't worry, I'll tell her after we get the certificate. Thinking of Su Qingren still waiting for him at home, Xiao Donghua's steps involuntarily quickened. Mom, let's walk faster. Ran must be waiting anxiously. Humph. Let her wait. This woman can't be spoiled. If she is spoiled, you will suffer in the future. What's so worthy of you for a pair of torn pants that wrap around her legs? Xiao Donghua agreed, but his steps were still a little faster. After finally reaching the door, he saw a crowd of people surrounding his house, pointing and talking in the yard. Zhang Guilin grabbed Xiao Donghua. Look, maybe it's your good wife who bullies people again, day after day, and she still thinks our family is not embarrassed enough. Xiao Donghua's heart tightened, and he quickly pushed away his mother's hand and walked in quickly. Yunfang, where's Qingran? Shun Yunfang came to her senses and stood up quickly. Donghua, you are back. The factory director came back today. I was going to take Qingran to see the factory director, but when I came back, she was gone. Do you think she deliberately didn't want to give me the job, so Xiao Donghua couldn't hear anything at this time? His mind was full of people missing, and he hurriedly ran to her room. As soon as he entered the door, he found that the room that was originally full of people suddenly became empty. There was no trace of her left. Zhang Guilin also cried out in pain. Oh, where are the things at home? It must have been robbed. How come they took out all the things after they left? Aunt Zhang had already spread the news of the little things that the Xiao family had done in the morning. Seeing this, everyone couldn't help but joked. Oh, where are your things? Those were brought by Comrade Su. Shouldn't you take them with you when you leave? That's right. You bullied the girl away, but you are still thinking about her things here. How shameless. Zhang Guilin was so angry that she jumped up and down. Xiao Donghua didn't want to argue at all. He only had one thought in his heart, that he wanted to find Su Qingren back. Ask her what she meant. Even if she didn't want to give up the job, she didn't have to move to the dormitory so quickly, right? Could it be that she really didn't want to get married? Xiao Donghua ran downstairs to the dormitory in one breath and shouted for a long time, but didn't call Su Qingren out. Seeing this, he ran directly to the factory director's office, but was turned away again. Director Ma had just finished lunch at home and was happily eating the pomegranate sent by Su Qingren. You know what? The pomegranates bought by this little girl are really good. I feel refreshed after eating them.
How dare you say that?
I was really scared when I went to the hospital for a checkup this morning. Fortunately, it was Su Qingren who reminded me in time, otherwise your disease might have broken out one day. You can't stay up late and not pay attention in the future. I know, but the factory is busy today. I'm going there now. Okay, go ahead. But don't let those two people take advantage of you. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Director Ma arrived at the office and found that Xiao Donghua was squatting in front of the door in a daze. Engineer Xiao, what are you doing here in the middle of the day? Xiao Donghua stood up quickly upon hearing the voice. Director Ma, did Su Qingren come to report in this morning? Shun Yunfang, who was standing by, hurried over upon seeing this. Director Ma, Su Qingren has agreed to transfer her job to me. This job, Director Ma sneered. So you are here for her job. Su Qingren did come to see me, but she gave up the job she had passed the exam for, and she is no longer in our machinery factory. Given up? Shan Yunfang panicked upon hearing this. That's impossible. She clearly promised to transfer the job to me. Director Ma gradually lost his patience. Transfer? Do you think my office is a vegetable market? Anyone can come here if they want? Did you graduate from high school or can speak foreign languages? Where do you get the confidence that you can do this job? Even if she doesn't want this job, it's not your turn. Shun Yunfang's face turned pale, and she looked at Xiao Donghua for help, but saw that he looked absent-minded. Donghua, you know about this. Without waiting for Xiao Donghua to speak, Director Ma turned his spearhead to him. Xiao Donghua, Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're a college student? Are you the director, or am I the director? Xiao Donghua pursed his lips and then lowered his head. Where did Su Qingren go? Xin Yunfang was unwilling to swallow her anger for so long, and the job she got in return came to nothing. Director Ma, although I don't have a good academic background, I will study hard and I am willing to endure any hardship. Please give me a chance to let me try. Isn't this job vacant now? Director Ma snorted coldly. What a joke. Even if this job is vacant, it won't be your turn. To tell you the truth, I have already given this job to the comrade who ranked second in the exam. Don't even think about it. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Xiaowei, who had just finished her meal in the cafeteria, also rushed back. Oh, isn't this Engineer Xiao? He just drove his fiancée away, and then he brought another female comrade here to ask for her job. He is really loyal and righteous. Director Ma has made it very clear just now. Comrade Su doesn't want this job, but there is a second place like me, so it will never be her turn. Or, do you think you have the final say on the work in this factory? Director Ma immediately slammed the table and agreed. If you think you can't do the work in your workshop, get out. Xin Yunfang was scolded in public and didn't have the face to stay any longer, so she ran away crying. Xiao Donghua was unwilling to give up and wanted to continue to inquire about Su Qingran's whereabouts. But he was retorted by Gu Xiaowei. Xiao Donghua, Comrade Su has left Ningqing. Before she left, she asked me to tell you that your marriage is invalid. From now on, men and women have nothing to do with each other. When Xiao Donghua heard this, he felt as if all his strength had been drained out of his body, and he fell to the ground. She really left? Su Qingran had said before that she would not marry, and he had always thought that she was just being angry. Now thinking about her expression in the morning, Xiao Donghua realized that something was wrong. At that time, he just said that Xin Yunfang and Xiao Jun had nowhere to go for the time being and had to stay, but she actually left so cruelly? After all, she still couldn't tolerate Xin Yunfang and Xiao Jun. Xiao Donghua returned home in despair, only to hear Zhang Guilin still crying hoarsely about the things that had been taken away. I just felt upset, Mom. I told you that Qingren took away all the things she bought. If you hadn't deliberately stopped us from getting the certificate, could she have left? Zhang Guilin cried with hunger. After such a long time, I had no strength at all. When I heard my son say this, I suddenly became furious. What are you talking about? Are you blaming me for driving her away? What does having legs on her have to do with me? Mom, I didn't mean that. I just Xiao Donghua scratched his hair irritably. Qingran is raising the child alone. If something happens, I can't explain it to Professor Su. Xin Yunfang was still immersed in the grief of losing her office job, but she also knew that work must be it doesn't work. But without Su Qingran as a stumbling block, she had to hold Xiao Donghua firmly. Donghua, she did want to leave on her own. It has nothing to do with you. The teacher will understand you. Xin Yunfang's tone was gentle, but Xiao Donghua found it extremely harsh in his ears. If it weren't for her, Su Qingran wouldn't have left. Yunfang, after I went out in the morning, did you say anything to Qingran? Xin Yunfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Donghua, are you doubting me? I didn't say anything, and she still hit me. She slapped you if you didn't say anything. Would she hit you? Before Xin Yunfang could explain, Xiao Jun on the side said, Dad, that bad woman is gone. It just so happens that she doesn't want to marry you, and my mother is willing to marry you. From now on, we will be a family. Xiao Donghua's back stiffened and he looked at Xiao Jun in disbelief. What did you call me?
Dad.
I've wanted to call you Dad for a long time. My mother is much better than that bad woman. The person you should marry is my mother. Xin Yunfang's face suddenly turned pale. Donghua, this is not what I meant. Xiao Donghua looked at the people pointing outside the door and was so angry that he pulled Xiao Jun over and spanked him several times.
Speak.
Did you also say this to your aunt? Did you make her go away in anger? Xiao Jun burst into tears. I didn't. In what way is my mother inferior to her? I won't allow her to come back. Xin Yunfang was so embarrassed and was humiliated by Xiao Donghua in public, she couldn't help but said, Donghua, what are you trying to do with a child? Xiao Dongwu sneered and looked up at Shen Yunfang. I've been so good to you too, but I didn't expect you to repay me like this. Shen Yunfang, I only love you as a brother and sister. I will never marry you in this life. I will get Su Qingren back. Let's make it clear in person. Also, I will find a way to find a house for you. When Qingren comes back, you can move out. With that, Xiao Dongwu strode away, leaving only Zhang Guilin and Shen Yunfang. The two of them were filled with hatred. Su Qingren, if you can, never come back. When Xiao Dongwu searched for Su Qingren all over the world, she had already arrived at Xinli commune with Su Nanqing in a bumpy way. As soon as they got off the bus, the commune square was quickly surrounded by educated youths carrying large and small bags. The faces of young men and women were filled with youthful smiles, and they were enthusiastically looking for their comrades in the same brigade. Su Qingren bypassed the crowd and led Nanxing to find a corner with few people and sit down. The car just now was packed like a sardine can, and it was stuffy and hot all the way. It was the first time for Su Nanxing to travel far away by car, so she was inevitably not used to it, but she still endured the whole journey without saying a word. Seeing that his face turned pale, Su Qingren quickly took out the kettle and handed it to him. Take a few sips quickly. Su Nanxing took the kettle obediently, raised her head and drank a few gulps. Annie, this water is so sweet. You too drink. After drinking the water, Su Nanxing was like a wilted cabbage. After drinking enough water, she immediately regained her energy. Su Qingren breathed a sigh of relief and took out 2 pieces of peach cake from her bag. Let's eat some cushion first. I don't know when we can get there. The square was full of people, and no one noticed the aunt and nephew in the corner. After the two of them had filled their stomachs and rested for a while, the number of educated youths in the square finally stopped. Those wealthy brigades have personally driven away their own people on tractors. There were only a dozen or so educated youths left in the square, and no one came to pick them up. In other words, the brigade these people are going to is so poor that they don't even have a tractor. The commune leaders found a tractor, packed up the remaining educated youths and their luggage, and sent them to each house. Su Qingren and Su Nanxing climbed onto the tractor, and the next step was bumpy again. The Xianjiangshan brigade was the most remote. They waited until all the other educated youths had finished delivering the tractors before the tractor drove towards the Xianjiangshan brigade. In addition to Su Qingren and Su Nanxing, there were 2 other men and 1 woman left on the carriage. It seemed that they were also going to the Xianjiangshan brigade. However, several people have long lost the high spirits they had when they first set off, and they all looked like wilted little paikai with their heads hanging down. When the tractor stopped, the 3 people looked around blankly and asked, "We didn't even see a house, and here we are?" The commune comrade driving the tractor laughed and said, "No. We still have to walk a mountain road to go to Xianjiangshan brigade. The tractor, if you can't get through, just wait here. The person who picks you up will be here soon." When the 3 of them heard this, they refused to get out of the car. That's not okay. The other educated youths were sent to the gate of the brigade just now. You can't just send us away like this. Left on the street. The commune comrades were tired all day long, and their minds were buzzing with noise. They finally finished their tasks and got off work, so they didn't want to waste any time talking to them. Then, who assigned you to this place? Su Qingren had been warned by the Gu family and was already mentally prepared, so she led Su Nanxing out of the car first and began to unload her luggage. The other 2 male educated youths were a little shaken when they saw this. There is really no road ahead. Let's get off too? The female educated youth glared at Su Qingren angrily and got out of the car with a groan, as if blaming her for not persisting. As soon as the 3 people's luggage was unloaded, the commune comrades quickly cranked up the tractor and ran away. The 4 adults and 1 child stared at each other in the flying dust. Ahem, hello, comrade. My name is Chen Weigua, this is Su Jiao, and this is Sun Hao. The 3 of us are classmates, and we all came from Xiaocheng next door. Su Qingren nodded. My name is Su Qing. Ran, this is my nephew Su Nanxing. When they heard that she was taking her nephew to the countryside, the 3 of them were shocked. but it was quickly diluted by the tragic situation at hand. This Xianjiangshan brigade is too far away. Even the tractors can't reach it. No wonder people's eyes were wrong when they heard that we were assigned to this brigade. In this wilderness, why haven't the people to pick us up come yet? Didn't you forget us? Just as he was complaining, a crisp sound of bells came from the mountains. Su Nanxing stood on tiptoes excitedly. Annie, look, it's really an ox cart. As soon as the ox cart arrived, the uncle who drove the cattle helped several people put their luggage on the car and then pointed to the compass. Let the baby ride in the car. You guys follow the car. Su Jiao was dissatisfied with the uncle's arrangement and muttered, It can still be squeezed in. Why don't you let me sit? The uncle let out a distressed sigh. You want to tire me out? Just as they were talking, the sound of a bicycle bell suddenly came from the front, and the three of them were overjoyed. A bicycle? Are you here to pick us up? Su Qingran had just put Nanxing on the ox cart. When he looked up, the bicycle was already there.
Arrived.
After seeing the person in front of her clearly, she felt as if she had been struck by lightning and was frozen in place. Su Qingran once again used her tragic experience to teach Nanxing a lesson: never lie with the hope of luck. She had thought that after going to the countryside, she would completely say goodbye to the people and things she met in Ningqing. Who knew that Gu Xiao was actually from here? Shame. The first time Gu Xiao saw her, he was so excited that he even stepped on the pedals of the bicycle. Didn't she say that she would get married today? How did she get here? When he came to his senses, he immediately figured it out. He was fooled. What fiancé, what marriage, but it was just an excuse. He was sad for a long time. Now he found out that he was despised by others, which was even more heartbreaking. In addition to Gu Xiao, the three brothers behind him were also staring at each other at this moment, not knowing whether to say hello or not. During the stalemate, Su Jiao, who seemed to have seen a savior, immediately ran to Gu Xiao. Comrade, are you here to pick us up? It's just right, there are 4 cars and 1 person can sit. As she said, she was going to sit in the back seat of Gu Xiao's car. Gu Xiao slid forward and avoided the situation perfectly. Uncle Nyo, give us the luggage and let them ride the ox cart. Su Jiao glanced at the dirty ox cart and tried to persuade him. With so much luggage, it's not easy to carry a bicycle. Let's ride the bicycle. Gu Xiao ignored her and started to move the luggage directly. Seeing this, the other 3 brothers also hurriedly tied the luggage to the back of their own carts. After everyone sat down, Uncle Nyo shouted, Hold on tight. As the ox cart left, Gu Xiao and others also rode their bicycles again, carrying their luggage and slowly following behind. As they got farther away, the 3 brothers finally asked what they had been holding back for a long time. Brother Xiao, that female comrade, actually pretended not to know us. Not only did she pretend not to know us, she even dared to play tricks on Brother Xiao. She even said she was getting married today. That's too much. Gu Xiao glanced at the people on the ox cart in front and snorted. Are you stupid? Do you want her to tell others that we met in the black market? Or do you want her to reveal all about our business in the black market? The 3 of them curled their lips. Humph. She pretended not to know us. Then we also pretend not to know her. Su Qingren noticed the scrutinizing eyes behind her, and she didn't dare to look back, but just pulled Nanxing sideways to look at the scenery with a guilty conscience. It was Su Nanxing's first time riding an ox cart, and she was very excited. Although the ox cart was slow and bumpy, at least she didn't have to be stuffy in the carriage. In addition, the scenery in the mountains was beautiful and the air was fresh, so they all gradually relaxed. After crossing a mountain, the group finally arrived at the Xianjiangshan brigade located in the valley. Under the setting sun, the team leader was waiting at the entrance of the village with several villagers. After a few simple greetings, the team leader could not wait to pour out all the words he had prepared in advance. The educated youth site is too small to accommodate us now. We have to wait until after the autumn harvest to expand it. You can temporarily stay in these families' homes. Don't unload your luggage. You can carry it over directly in a while. Our team is poor. For the time being, each person will be subsidized with 10 kilograms of corn flour, 10 kilograms of wheat bran flour, and 10 kilograms of sorghum rice. If it is not enough, We will wait until after the autumn harvest. Okay, everyone go back and settle down quickly. We have to go to the fields to harvest early tomorrow morning. Please help each family with a specific situation. The villagers were anxious to go home to cook. When they heard what the team leader said, they immediately led people home. The captain looked at Su Qingran, who was leading the child. Su Jiqing, it's inconvenient for you to take the child with you, so you can stay at my house temporarily. Su Qingran knew that he was Gu Xiaohui's distant cousin, and he specially assigned them to his home to take care of her and Nanqing. So she nodded gratefully. Okay, thank you for your trouble. After the voice fell, the captain glared at Gu Xiao, who was standing aside. What are you still dawdling about? Hurry up and move Su Jiqing's luggage back home. Gu Xiao just got home yesterday and went to town again today. He didn't know that the educated youth was going to live at home. He didn't expect it to be her. The degree of shock can be imagined. Su Qingran didn't expect that the captain was Gu Xiao's father, and she didn't know where to put her guilty conscience. Su Nanqing was also a little nervous and grabbed her hand. Auntie Su Qingran took a deep breath, pulled Su Nanqing up, and followed the captain home. From the entrance to the center of the village, there were adobe and thatched houses all along the way. The better ones had stone walls. So when Su Qingran arrived at Gu's house and saw the 3 large tiled houses, she still felt it was a little unreal. Before she entered the house, a woman in her 40s came out of the kitchen with a spatula. You're finally back. Hurry up and take Su Jiqing into the house to rest. The meal will be ready soon. The team leader smiled and nodded, pointing to a room in the west. Su Jiqing, this room was originally occupied by my daughter. She is now studying in high school in the city and doesn't come back often. You can live in her room temporarily, and the child will live in the east room with my son. How about it? Su Qingran had no objection, but she was afraid that Gu Xiao would disagree, and she was also a little worried that Su Nanqing would not adapt. Unexpectedly, Gu Xiao and Nanqing nodded at the same time. Okay. As he spoke, Gu Xiao had unloaded all the luggage on the bicycle and moved into the west room. Su Jiqing, is there anything else I can help you with? Su Qingran didn't dare to ask him for help, so she waved her hand and thanked him. No, thank you. As soon as the person left, she started to pack her luggage without stopping. Before she finished packing, Gu Xiao's voice sounded again at the door. Su Jiqing, come out for dinner. When Su Qingran heard this voice, her scalp tingled, and she quickly agreed and walked out. During the meal, the team leader and Aunt Gu introduced the family situation very enthusiastically. The Gu family has 2 children, Gu Xiao and Gu Xiaolei. The elderly and other families have been separated and now live in the old house at the back. After introducing the Gu family, they began to introduce the situation of the team and the educated youth point. Our conditions are poor. Before you came, Xiaohui's father repeatedly told me that we will definitely help where we can, and you can tell me if you have any difficulties. If you think it's inconvenient to live in the educated youth point, you can continue to live at home in the future. Su Qingran thanked him quickly, but she never dared to think about living there forever. Captain, Aunt Gu, you have helped a lot by letting us stay temporarily. I heard that the educated youth camp is going to expand in the back.
I want to build 2 separate houses at that time.
Is it okay? After saying that, Su Qingran quickly added, I will pay for the money to build the houses myself. The captain hesitated for a moment, then nodded. That's fine. This child is too young to sleep in a big bunk bed with the male educated youth. After the autumn harvest, I will let Gu Xiao take you to see how to build it. Seeing that he agreed, Su Qingran thanked him again with gratitude. In the evening, Su Qingran packed out all the luggage she was going to use. Before coming, she didn't know that she would live in someone else's house, and originally planned to give 2 packs of cigarettes to the captain. But in this situation, these things are not enough. Thinking of this, Su Qingran added 2 more bottles of Leobagan, thinking of sending them to the captain now. She just walked to the door of the main house with her things, and suddenly heard Aunt Gu's voice coming from inside. You little rascal, where's the cotton quilt I asked you to make? You ate it all. Are you trying to avoid the blind date again? I tell you, it's no use running away. Just wait until the autumn harvest is over and go for the blind date obediently. Su Qingran paused and wanted to turn back, but it was too late. Su Jiqing, what are you doing? Su Qingran had no choice but to go in. Aunt Gu, Captain, these are what I brought from the city. Nanxing and I are sorry to bother you for a while. Aunt Gu looked at them in surprise. The accommodation for the educated youth is arranged by the team. What's there to be embarrassed about? Besides, why did you bring so many valuable things? Put them away quickly. Aunt, these are specially brought to you. I won't need them if I take them back. After some shoving and pushing, Su Qingran finally kept the things. After successfully delivering the gifts, Su Qingran ran to the west room. In the main room, the team leader happily picked up the cigarettes and alcohol on the table, put them under the lamp and looked at them carefully. Su Jiqing is a sensible and capable kid. No wonder Xiaoyi's family values him so much. For so many years, so many educated youth have come and gone, and we have always brought things in. This is the first time we have taken them back. Aunt Gu is a little worried. She looks good and has a good personality, but her arms and legs are so thin. Can she really work in the fields? The team leader also sighed. This is a problem. Not only her, but the other 3 today are in trouble. Let's take it one step at a time. Over the years, he has seen many educated youth crying and shouting to go back as soon as they went to the countryside, and he is no longer surprised. Anyway, he doesn't expect them to achieve any earth-shaking results, as long as they don't cause trouble. As for Su Qingran, she does look fairer and more delicate than other female educated youth. If it doesn't work, he will find a way to arrange other work for her. The couple chatted with each other. Gu Xiao, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly said, I don't think so. Just wait and see if you don't believe me. The couple was shocked. Why are you still here? Hurry up and take the child to bed. Gu Xiao sighed silently. He was taking care of the child, but he had no right to receive gifts. Although he had his opinions, he still got up and walked to the door of the west room. Su Nanxing, it's time to go to bed. Su Qingran got up and sent Nanxing to the door and quickly took a bag of milk candy from the table and handed it to him. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows. Do you still need to feed milk candy to the child at night? Su Qingran suppressed a smile. It's for you. Comrade Gu has worked hard to squeeze in with Nanxing during this period. We will move out as soon as the house is built. Gu Xiao took the milk candy and nodded silently. I know. Eating the milk candy Su Qingran gave him, Gu Xiao felt that he was not so angry anymore. He turned around and handed one to Su Nanxing, wanting to find out something from him. Why did you and your aunt suddenly come to the countryside? Su Nanxing closed her lips and shook her head. I've brushed my teeth, so I can't eat candy. Gu Xiao reached out and grabbed another handful. Too little? Su Nanxing pouted proudly. Aunt bought me a lot, more than she gave you. After saying that, she climbed onto the bed and lay down inside. I'm sleepy. Gu Xiao shook his head helplessly and smiled. This child was as cunning as his aunt, and it seemed that he couldn't ask anything. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, Su Nanxing suddenly sat up. Uncle, you forgot to brush your teeth. Gu Xiao. Perhaps it was because he had completely left the nightmare-like Xiao family, or perhaps it was because he was one step closer to his family. That night, Su Qingran didn't recognize the bed and slept very soundly. At dawn, the sound of people getting up and washing up could be heard outside. Today is the first day of the autumn harvest, and they happened to be caught up with the educated youth who went to the countryside. No matter whether they were new or not, they all had to go to work together. Su Qingran stretched, quickly changed into long pants and long gown, and braided her hair. As she went out with the wash basin, she happened to bump into the sleepy Gu Xiao, who was also washing up in the yard with a wash basin. Su Qingran nodded slightly at him and walked quickly to the kitchen. Aunt Gu, I'll help you. Aunt Gu smiled and waved her hand. It's okay to have Nanxing to help me light the fire. You go and wash up and have a good meal and go to work. Su Qingran looked down and saw that Nanxing, this kid, adapted very quickly. As soon as he opened his eyes in the morning, he knew to run over to light the fire for his aunt, and he did a good job. Then he went to fetch water and wash up. After breakfast, the whole family had to go to work and participate in the autumn harvest. Su Qingran was worried that Nanxing would be alone at home, so she planned to take him with her. When the few people walked to the entrance of the village, many villagers had already arrived in advance. Today is the first day of the harvest, and it is also the first time for several new educated youth to show up in front of everyone. I guess everyone is curious, so they came so early. When Su Qingren arrived, the aunties and sisters at the entrance of the village all looked at her. Hey, where did our team get such a pretty educated youth? Why is she with a child? I heard that this Su educated youth's family situation is special, so she brought her nephew to the countryside together. She is also related to the team leader's family. So that's the case. No wonder the team leader takes care of them so much. This Su educated youth looks so delicate, and you can see that she can't do farm work. Do you think she won't rely on the relationship with the team leader to slack off and get work points? It's hard to say, but this girl's clothes look like she works, unlike those newcomers. As they said, everyone turned their eyes to the other 3 new educated youth, who ran in a panic. The 3 of them had never seen such a big scene in the city. They thought that going to the fields right after arriving was a joke, but they didn't expect that they would really participate in the rush to harvest today. Not to mention that they were not prepared physically, they were not even mentally prepared. While complaining to the 2 male educated youth, Su Jiao glanced at Su Qingren. Seeing Su Qingren's calm look, her gray face became even uglier. How are the places you 2 are assigned?
The room I was assigned is not even a room.
It's no different from a pigsty. I couldn't sleep well all night. Oh, don't mention it. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep either. I guess only the conditions at Su Jiqing's place are better. Don't say it. He has a relationship with the captain's family.
We can't compare.
Su Qingren's hearing got better and better after drinking the spiritual spring water, but she didn't plan to pay attention to these gossips. She had prepared herself mentally before coming. It's just that she is living in the captain's house now, and she can't embarrass him. As soon as everyone arrived, the team leader formally introduced the 4 new educated youth to everyone and gave a few words of advice on unity and mutual help. Then began the highlight of the day: mobilization for the harvest. There were only more than 200 people in the Xianjiangshan brigade. Because it was far from the neighboring village, their production team was a brigade. Unlike other brigades with a large population, there were several production teams in one brigade. Because it was necessary to climb the mountain to enter the village, tractors could not enter, and they could only rely on the most traditional human and animal power and the simplest farm tools to cultivate. There were 2 harvests a year, and after paying the public grain, the most basic rations for members, seeds, etc. were deducted, and there was almost nothing left. During the new year, when there was not much rain, it was common to ask for relief grain. Every time the team leader went to the commune, he went in disgrace and came back in a depressed state, which was embarrassing. So, before each harvest, the team leader was particularly excited and nervous. The commune leader said that if we don't do a good job, we will be merged into another brigade. Comrades, roll up your sleeves and work hard. To the captain's passionate speech, the expressions on everyone's faces were much colder, as if they had heard it countless times. Except for the new educated youth, everyone knew that after hearing this, they would go to the fields. So as soon as the captain finished speaking, everyone took farm tools and went to the fields. It was the first time for the 4 new educated youth to go to the fields to harvest rice. The captain simply gave them a few words and let them do it themselves. While the 3 were still in a daze, Su Qingren had already gone to the fields with a sickle. You can't learn to do farm work just by watching, you have to really do it. At the beginning, it was indeed a bit difficult, and Su Qingren also cut for a while before gradually getting the gist. The sickle must be close to the bottom of the rice stalk, and the sickle must be cut quickly, fiercely, and accurately. Otherwise, it will not be cut in one, and it will be pulled back and forth like the 3 new educated youth behind. Those who know that it is harvesting rice will think it is a sawing. Su Qingren was cutting in front, and Su Nanqing was picking up the scattered rice ears in the field behind her. Therefore, Su Qingren's row was not the fastest, but it was the cleanest. After cutting for 2 hours in a row, the sun gradually rose higher. Su Qingren wanted to stand up, but found that her waist could not be straightened. Turning her head, she saw Su Nanqing was also sweating profusely from exhaustion. Su Qingren looked around and found that she was not the slowest, not to mention that there were 3 people at the bottom. So, She stopped and led Nanqing to rest on the ridge of the field. Looking at Nanqing's sunburned face, Su Qingran wiped his sweat with a towel distressfully. Don't work for a while. Just sit here under the shade of the tree and wait for Aunt. Su Nanqing refused. I'm not afraid of being tired. Aunt, are you tired? Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. No. Su Nanqing's eyes reddened. Aunt, you are lying. You have never done such heavy work at home before. Aunt, what kind of work do my grandparents and parents do? Is it so tiring? Su Qingran almost cried because of him, and hurriedly raised her hand to wipe it. Aunt doesn't know either. After the autumn harvest, I will find a chance to take a look and come back to tell you. Gu Xiao, who is not far away, looked up and happened to see this scene. Not long after, Aunt Gu came to find her. Su Jiqing, if you can't harvest the rice before she finished speaking, she had already seen the rice field that Su Qingran was responsible for. You cut all this? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Yes, it's my first time, and I'm not very skilled yet. Aunt Gu sighed, looked at the areas that the other 3 new educated youth were responsible for, and praised them repeatedly. Very good. Don't worry. Take a rest when you are tired. I will bring you the lunch at noon. Su Qingran nodded. Aunt, let Nanqing go back with you. It is easier to make a fire at home than to run back and forth under the hot sun. After the 2 left, Su Qingran continued to drink a few more gulps of spiritual spring water and walked towards the rice field with a sickle. Su Jiao and the other 3 new educated youth were about to come up to rest, but when they saw her going to the field again, they had to bite the bullet and rush back. This educated youth Su is working too hard. He makes the 3 of us look like losers. Yeah, if the 4 of us couldn't do a good job, others would say that all newcomers are like this. Now it's different. Stop talking and just work. Gu Xiao stared at her back for a moment, then silently picked up the sickle and went to the field. Seeing this, the other brothers who wanted to slack off had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue working. The team leader, who took the time to come and supervise, was very pleased. The new educated youth are very active, and even the few scoundrels in the village have made a lot of progress. It seems that his mobilization this time is useful. At noon, everyone gathered under the shade of the trees on the ridge of the field, eating simple pancakes and pickles. Those who were better off would cook mung bean soup and bring it over. Aunt Gu not only cooked mung bean soup, but also added sugar to it. Su Qingran was so tired that she had no appetite. She stopped after drinking a big bowl of mung bean soup. Seeing that she refused to eat anything else, Aunt Gu quietly took away Gu Zhao's bowl of mung bean soup. Come on, have another bowl. We'll be busy all afternoon. Su Nanqing was also distressed. Aunt, eat more. Su Qingran's kindness was hard to refuse, and she drank another bowl of mung bean soup. Gu Xiao watched her painfully drink 2 bowls of mung bean soup and silently poured himself a bowl of cold water to drink. Seeing that Su Qingran had mung bean soup to drink, Su Jiao and the other 2, who were sitting together, were about to cry. You can't live well, you can't sleep well, and you have to eat this after working for a whole morning? I want to go home. Not long after lunch, the team leader came to urge everyone to continue to go to the fields to harvest rice. It's no wonder that he was in a hurry. The weather in the mountains is unpredictable. It's finally a sunny day today. We have to harvest the rice while the weather is good. Later, we have to thresh the rice and dry the grain. Everything depends on the mood of the sky. If it rains during the autumn harvest, it will be troublesome and the harvest will be greatly reduced. So we must hurry up while the weather is good. Otherwise, how can we say it is rushing to harvest? As soon as Su Qingran stood up, Aunt Gu quickly took out 2 straw hats from the basket. Xiao Su, your face is red from the sun. And Nanqing, come on, put on your hats. Don't be disgusted. They are all old ones at home. In less than a day, Su Nanqing and Aunt Gu got along very well. She took it and said crisply, "Thank you, Grandma." Su Qingran also smiled and took it and put it on. The hat was very big, covering her small face directly. But the sun was so strong, it was good enough to block the sun. There was nothing to choose. Su Qingran put on her gloves again, stuffed the towel into the collar of her shirt, and went to the field in a hurry. Her idea was simple: to finish the work as soon as possible and find an opportunity to find out the whereabouts of her family as soon as possible. She just didn't want to embarrass the team leader and Aunt Gu. But everyone was stimulated by her, and they joined the battle in a hurry. Several aunts in the village joked, "I can't believe that this Su Jiqing looks delicate, but she is not vague at all when working." Some people also took the opportunity to inquire about Nanqing's situation. Is this child really her nephew? Why does such a young girl have to take a child to the countryside? Aunt Gu couldn't save face and was thinking about speaking. Gu Xiao directly shoveled the ground with his feet a few times, and the dust immediately rose. "I say, aunts, don't you see that those educated youths have gone to the fields to work? You still have the leisure to chat here? It will be bad to be compared with the girls in the city when reporting work points later." Several aunts were choked by the dust and coughed several times. "You little brat, you have been active for a long time, and you start to educate us. Go to the fields to work." This work lasted until the evening. As the sky gradually darkened, the whistle for the end of work finally sounded. The team leader couldn't stop smiling when he looked at today's achievements. Even the 3 new educated youth who scattered rice ears all over the ground did not receive too much criticism. Su Qingran got 8 work points and was praised a lot. But she couldn't laugh. When she stopped, she felt pain all over her body. She could hardly lift her right arm and had several blisters on her hand. As soon as she entered the house, she collapsed on the floor. She was afraid to lie down on the bed because her clothes were too dirty. Nanqing, who was serving tea, saw this and rushed over crying, "Aunt, what's wrong with you?" Hearing the noise, Aunt Gu from the kitchen also rushed in. "My God, what's wrong with Xiao Su?" Su Qingran sat up with a start and waved to Gu Xiao and Aunt Gu, who rushed to the door. "I'm fine. I'm just too tired. I want to lie down and rest." Aunt Gu breathed a sigh of relief. "You girl, why are you lying on the floor to rest?" Su Qingran smiled embarrassedly. "I'm afraid of dirtying the bed." Gu Xiao couldn't help but smack his lips. It is said that girls in the city love cleanliness, so this is how to clean it. Aunt Gu turned her head and glared at him. "Go chop your firewood. Xiao Su, lie down for a while. Don't pay attention to him." After this incident, Su Qingran didn't have the nerve to continue lying on the floor. Aunt Gu also had to go to work during the day, and she had to cook and deliver meals when she had time. Gu Xiao had to chop wood and fetch water after work, and the captain had more things to do. Even Nanqing knew to help light the fire, and she felt embarrassed to keep eating ready-made food. As soon as the others left, she immediately washed her face with spiritual spring water and took 2 bags of white rice and white flour from her big bag and walked towards the kitchen. "Aunt, you've been tired all day, so I'll make dinner for you. This is some rice and flour I brought from the city. Since you said we should eat together during this period, I'll give this food to you for safekeeping." Aunt Gu was startled by the 2 bags in her hands. "Mom, why did you bring so many things? Such good white flour is such a waste. You should keep it and feed it to the children." Su Nanqing disagreed. "I don't eat alone. We have to eat together." Aunt Gu liked Su Nanqing very much and laughed immediately. "Okay, Nanqing, go to the chicken coop to see if there are any eggs. Bring them over and Grandma will cook them for you." Gu Xiao reminded, "And the meat I brought back from town yesterday, it will go bad if you don't eat it now." Aunt Gu quickly took it out from the cellar and smelled it. "It's not bad. It's just that everyone is tired today. I stewed it all." When Gu Xiao thought of her skill in stewing meat, his scalp tingled. "Can you try something different?" Aunt Gu picked up the kitchen knife and was about to go to the yard, but Su Qingran hurriedly stopped her with a smile. "Aunt, this piece of meat is so big, otherwise we can cut off the fat part and make oil. Use the oil residue to make buns tomorrow morning, and use the remaining lean meat to make dumplings at night." Aunt Gu didn't dare to think about dumplings even though it was not a festival. But then she thought they were all going to be eaten anyway, so it would be the same no matter what they were made of. It's just that it uses too much flour. Seeing her agree, Su Qingran directly scooped a large ladle of flour onto the chopping board, and fearing that it was not enough, she reached out and scooped another ladle. Aunt Gu was so scared that she trembled. "Enough, enough." Not long after, the sound of chopping meat came from the kitchen. Su Qingran took the initiative to prepare the dumpling filling. first adding salt and soy sauce to the meat filling, and then mixing it with water soaked in green onions and peppercorns in small amounts several times. Add chopped green onions and stir well, then sprinkle a little hot oil to bring out the fragrance. Aunt Gu rolled out the dumpling wrappers and watched in amazement. In previous years, dumplings were made on New Year's Eve. At most, pork, cabbage, and green onions were chopped up and mixed with some seasonings. Who knew there were so many things to pay attention to when making stuffing? After Su Qingran prepared the stuffing, she directly wrapped 2 dumplings, boiled them, and took them out. Aunt, can you try this? Aunt Gu's hands were full of noodles. She looked at the plump white dumplings she handed over and couldn't help biting them. This is too delicious, so flavorful. Just now, she said that people in the city pay more attention to making dumplings, but she didn't expect that the dumplings they made were really different. When the team leader came back from the threshing ground, he saw his wife walking into the house with dumplings as soon as he entered the house. He thought he was dazzled by the sight. What day is today? Why are there white flour dumplings? Aunt Gu said happily as she walked. Of course it's a good day. Xiao Su brought the white flour, and your son bought the meat yesterday. Go wash your hands. Eat dumplings. The captain was so hungry that he couldn't wait to taste it as soon as he sat down. Su Qingren looked at the few people nervously. Is it tasted okay? Su Nanqing was naturally flattering, and there was no way she would let her aunt lose face. Gu Xiao also silently raised his thumb and gave a sincere evaluation. It's no worse than the state-owned restaurant. The captain happily took out the white wine that Su Qingren sent. It's just that I'm tired today, so dumplings and wine. It's really a festival. After the meal, Su Qingren got up to wash the dishes. Aunt Gu quickly stopped the man. Let me do it. I saw some blisters on your hands have broken just now. You can't touch water anymore. Su Qingren was a little embarrassed. Annie washes the dishes in the morning and at noon, and there are not many dishes in the evening. While the two were pushing and shoving, Gu Xiao had already stood up silently and walked to the kitchen with the bowl. The captain and Aunt Gu looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. This lazy man in their family actually took the initiative to wash the dishes? In fact, the lazy man not only washed the dishes, but also boiled a large pot of hot water for the 2 female comrades and Nanqing in the family for the first time. In the evening, Su Qingren added spiritual spring water to the hot water and took a good bath to relieve fatigue. The effect of the diluted spiritual spring water was not so obvious, but after the bath, the burning sensation on the skin did disappear, the backache was greatly relieved, and the red blisters on the hands also shrank a lot. The next morning, Su Qingren woke up in the fragrance of boiling lard. As soon as she entered the kitchen, Aunt Gu had already fermented the dough for steamed buns and cut it into pieces. The cabbage and vermicelli for the bun filling had also been washed and chopped. Seeing her coming, Aunt Gu hurriedly greeted her. Xiao Su, we're waiting for you to mix the filling. Do you need anything? She was still thinking about the dumplings she had last night. The autumn harvest was very hard these 2 days, so it was only right to eat something good. And she also saw that Su Jiqing and Nanqing had eaten well in the city before. Although they were not picky, they couldn't be left hungry. When they had some free time, she would find a way to get her son to the city to exchange some white flour. Su Qingren smiled and rolled up her sleeves to mix the filling. The 2 of them soon filled the chopping board with plump white buns. Just as they put the buns in the pot to steam, the voices of several new educated youths suddenly came from outside. Is the team leader at home? As soon as the words fell, the team leader walked out of the house. His face was full of confusion. He thought the 3 people would be too tired to get up, but he didn't expect them to get up so early. Is there something wrong? Su Jiao turned her head and glanced at Sun Hao next to her, and then at Chen Weiguo. Seeing that the 2 were a little timid, she spoke first. Captain, the 3 of us came here to discuss with you. Can you change our jobs? Yes, harvesting rice is too tiring, and the 3 of us have blisters on our hands. It's not that we don't want to work hard, we just can't do it. The captain frowned and looked into the kitchen. Su Jiqing is a kid from the city like you, and it's her first time to go to the fields to harvest rice, but she got 8 work points yesterday. She also has blisters on her hands. She was so tired that she lay on the ground when she came back yesterday. She was able to continue cooking after getting up, and she didn't hear her say she couldn't do it. The three of them looked at each other in bewilderment, and their faces gradually turned red. Su Jiao looked at the kitchen unconvinced, and found that Su Qingran was talking and laughing with Aunt Gu inside, and tears welled up in her eyes. Sun Hao and Chen Weigua immediately panicked. "Captain, if it really doesn't work, you can replace Su Jiqing. The two of us can still hold on." The captain was very upset when she came to the door crying early in the morning, fearing that it would delay today's autumn harvest. Thinking of the worst, if the female comrade really couldn't stand it and ran away, it would be even more troublesome. Forget it. All of you go to the foot of the back mountain to pick corn today." As he said that, the captain turned and looked at the kitchen. "Xiao Su, you go too. The back mountain is the only way to the forest farm, and Su Qingran couldn't wait to go." "Okay, I'll listen to the captain's arrangement." Su Jiao just breathed a sigh of relief, and then glared at the kitchen angrily. It was obviously an opportunity she fought for. Why should Su Qingran follow her to benefit from it? But who knows, picking corn looks easy, and you don't have to bend down all the time. But other than that, it's not much better than cutting rice. The corn stalks were tall and dense, and the yellow leaves were covered with hairy thorns. If you walked through them, your face and arms would be rubbed and hurt. After a while, Su Jiao started complaining again. Turning her head, she saw Su Qingran wrapped herself tightly, not showing any skin. After just a while, she had already adapted. She held the corn stalk in one hand and the corn cob in the other, and with a quick turn of her wrist, the corn cob was broken off. Then she stepped on the broken corn stalk and directly stepped on it behind her. Chen Weigua was overwhelmed. "Let's learn from Su Jiqing and put the corns down first, so that they won't get messy, and won't people." Sun Hao also echoed. "Su Jiao, you should also learn from her and put your sleeves down to cover yourself tightly, otherwise it will hurt again at night." Su Jiao snorted unconvinced. "It's not that long, and you are already speaking for her. If I hadn't cried and made a fuss early in the morning, would the team leader have allowed us to come and break corn?" Chen Weigua and Sun Hao were choked by the retort, but no one wanted to make her angry. "We didn't mean that. We just worry that you'll feel uncomfortable." "Okay, no more talking. Hurry up and work. You can't just get so few work points today." The whole morning was spent with quarrels. At noon, Nanqing came to bring her food. In addition to mung bean soup, there were also 2 big white and plump buns. Su Nanqing also took out a boiled egg from her pocket. "This is what Grandma cooked for me, for Aunt." Su Qingran was so touched. "Aunt doesn't want to eat it. Nanqing will eat it, and when she's free, Aunt will go buy more eggs." In the end, the aunt and nephew didn't fight over the other, and they shared the egg together. Su Jiao's eyelids jumped when she saw this. When she went to the team leader's house in the morning, she found the smell of meat all over the yard. "I didn't expect them to eat so well. White flour meat buns, eggs, and mung bean soup." Looking at the steamed bread in her hand, Su Jiao took a bite angrily. "It's so unfair. We are all educated youth who went to the countryside together. Why is her life so much better than ours?" Su Qingran turned around and smiled. "Since Su Jiqing wanted to eat white flour, why didn't you bring some with you when you went to the countryside? Can't you carry it?" Su Jiao was choked by the retort. Food in the city is so scarce. How could her family let her bring it to the countryside? Besides, everyone says that there is no shortage of food in the countryside, but who knew that it was all coarse grains? Chen Weigua and Sun Hao understood that Su Jiqing brought his own flour. There was nothing to say about that. "Okay, let's eat quickly, and then take a rest before going to work in the fields." In the afternoon, a group of half-grown children in the village came to the foot of the mountain to collect firewood. When passing by the cornfield, Su Nanqing was also eager to try. "Aunt, there is not much firewood at home. Can I go with them to collect some?" Su Qingran was a little worried, but when she saw that the place where they were collecting firewood was not far away, so she nodded and agreed. "Then don't run too far. Pick up firewood for a while and come back. Don't go up the mountain." Su Nanqing nodded. "Aunt, can I share my candy with others?" Su Qingran smiled. "Of course, you decide." Su Nanqing ran away happily and came back with a small pile of dry branches after a while. "Aunt, I gave them candy. They were so happy and said they would call me to pick firewood in the future. I will go get some more. Seeing Su Nanqing so happy, Su Qingran was also very relieved. Unexpectedly, this kid went to the countryside and adapted much better than her. As soon as Nanqing left, Su Jiao started her sarcasm again. Adults can use connections, and children can also use connections. They all know how to use backdoors to get special treatment. If you go to the countryside with your children alone, who knows what the situation is at home? Su Qingran tolerated her for a day. Since she went to the fields in the morning, she has been sarcastically complaining and making indirect accusations, and her mouth has never been idle. It's fine if she was the one to blame, but now she has even framed Nanqing and her family. Do you really think she is easy to bully? She just doesn't want to cause trouble for the captain, but he has already bullied her to the point where she would feel bad if she doesn't fight back. She can't stand it any longer. The next second, Su Jiao was about to speak. I guess Su Qingran twisted off a corn cob and threw it at her. Su Jiao felt pain on her back and turned her head in shock and shouted, "Su, you hit me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingran rushed forward with a big step, grabbed her braid and pulled hard, and swept her leg and threw her to the ground. A scream rang out, and Su Qingran raised his foot and rode on her. Smack! A slap on the left cheek. Smack! A slap on the right cheek.
I'm dying.
Why are you hitting me? I'm hitting you. Aren't you dissatisfied? I'll beat you until you obey. Do you obey? Do you obey? Do you obey? Gu Shao and the other 4 who came to carry the corn. Brother Shao, why is this Su Jiqing so fierce? It's too scary. Gu Shao retracted his surprised eyes, and his tone was full of pride. Don't mess with her in the future. Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo were also scared, watching Su Jiao being dragged to the ground and beaten, without any power to fight back. After coming to their senses, the 2 hurriedly tried to pull Su Qingran. Gu Shao stepped forward and grabbed the 2. Female comrades are fighting and making noises. Why should men interfere? Soon, the captain who heard the screams came quickly, followed by a huge group of people. Su Qingran heard the footsteps of the large army from a distance, and her hands loosened, and she was directly pressed under Su Jiao. Su Jiao's eyes were bloodshot, her face was swollen, and she was completely blinded by hatred. She had finally occupied an advantageous position, so how could she let go of such a good opportunity? Just as she raised her hand to hit, the captain's voice exploded behind her. Stop. Stop them. As soon as the voice fell, Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo hurried to pull Su Jiao. Su Jiao was so angry that she cried loudly, "Don't pull me. I want to beat her to death." In the chaos, Gu Shao grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and smeared it on Su Qingran's face, and then grabbed a handful of her hair randomly. When the large army arrived, the 2 female educated youth had been separated by the crowd. Su Qingran, with a chicken coop hairstyle, hung her head and said nothing. Su Jiao was still crying and gasping for breath. When she saw someone coming, she immediately started to complain, "Captain, look at her. She beat me so hard that it hurts." The captain's head was buzzing with the noise. I can't explain it clearly what happened. Seeing that Su Jiao's mouth was bleeding from the beating, Sun Hao quickly joined in. "Captain, we were breaking corn at the time, and I don't know what happened." Su Jiqing rushed up and threw Su Jiqing to the ground. "Look, his mouth is broken." The captain took a breath. "Su Jiqing, did you really beat her?" Su Qingran raised her head. "Captain, it's true that I was the first to start, but Sun Jiqing didn't tell the truth, and the 3 of them knew very well why I started it. Since I got off the field this morning, Su Jiqing has been looking for trouble with me, and she has been saying something sarcastic all the time. I was afraid that it would affect my work, so I kept enduring it. Just now she was swearing, and it really affected my work, so I couldn't help it." The captain glanced at the pile of corn that Su Qingran was breaking behind him, and his face softened a little. What Su Qingran said was right. No matter how big the problem was, it couldn't affect the autumn harvest. When these 3 people came this morning, he could see that they were not easy to deal with. Especially this Su Jiao. He promised to change her job, but she still left angrily. She must have been very angry and had no place to vent. Alas, Su Jiqing was angry for him. Sun Jiqing, is what Su Jiqing said true? Look, you have only broken a few corn cobs, and you have been gossiping about others all day? Sun Hao lowered his head in shame. Captain, we just chatted for a few words. Gu Shao on the side tried hard to wink at his father, and seeing that he ignored him, he took the initiative to speak. The four of us came here to lift the corn, and we all happened to see it. The captain's eyelids twitched. Then you tell me. Gu Shao coughed lightly. It should be a fight. Gu Zhao's brothers also echoed. It was indeed a fight. Didn't you just see it? Su Jiqing even pinned Su Jiqing down. Su Jiao howled aggrievedly. I didn't hit her at all. Gu Shao clicked his tongue. I'm not as skilled as others. I didn't hit her. With the testimony of witnesses, the captain almost figured it out. The four of you are all responsible for what happened today. Each of you will be fined 5 work points. If you don't have enough, you will be deducted from tomorrow's work points. Do you admit it? Su Qingran agreed readily. I set a bad example for everyone. I accept the punishment. Sun Hao and Chen Weigua knew they were in the wrong and regretted not stopping Su Jiao from muttering behind their backs. We admit it. Su Jiao was so angry that she couldn't stand steadily, but she had to admit it. She didn't earn 5 work points in total today. She worked for a day in vain, and she would be deducted tomorrow. The key was that her face hurt so much that she couldn't speak. Seeing that everyone admitted it, the team leader waved his hand and was about to leave. Okay, there are still so many corns to carry back, so don't waste time here. Hurry up and finish the work. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, and Su Nanqing finally squeezed in. Aunt, are you okay? Your face. Su Qingren wiped her face embarrassedly and thanked Gu Shao. Thank you for just now. Not only did his testimony work, but the style he gave herself should also have helped a lot. Otherwise, this matter would not have been able to pass like this. Gu Shao curled his lips with pride. It's okay. These are all valuable experiences I have summed up over the past 20 years. It's better to pretend well than to fight well. With so many eyes watching, he has to make his father look good. Su Qingran became famous in one battle. It was only the 3rd day after she went to the countryside, and she beat a female educated youth's face so hard that it was swollen. Not only were several new educated youths scared, but even the aunts and grandmas in the village were also scared. They said that she looked weak, but she was so fierce in fighting, as if she was risking her life. Su Jiqing just said a few more words, and she was slapped into a pig's head. Who dares to talk about her behind her back in the future? Seeing the way everyone looked at her, Su Qingran felt a little embarrassed. But Gu Zhao's brothers were so excited that they surrounded her to learn from her after everyone else left. Su Jiqing, you are quite skillful in fighting. Where did you learn it? Su Qingran twitched her lips. It's played like this in the movies. Several people wanted to continue asking what movie it was. Gu Shao coughed lightly. It will get dark if we talk anymore. Several people had to go their separate ways. Su Qingran was thinking about buying eggs, so she quickly stopped the big brother who was selling eggs to her in the black market. Hey, the egg seller. The man turned his head awkwardly. Su Jiqing, my name is Guasihai. Su Qingran nodded with a dry laugh. Comrade Gua, I want to buy eggs. Do you have any left? Guasihai opened his mouth in surprise. You just bought a lot last time. I bought them as gifts last time. Guasihai glanced at Gu Shao and said with a wry smile, there are plenty of eggs. Just find Brother Shao. It's the same if you ask him to help you. After that, he ran away. Su Qingran came back to her senses and looked at Gu Shao, and before she opened her mouth, she heard him ask, how many do you want? Su Qingran paused for a moment. 20 or 30. That's enough. Gu Shao moved quickly. Before dinner was ready, he entered the yard carrying a basket covered with straw. Aunt Gu thought he was wasting money again and was so angry that she wanted to beat him. Gu Shao quickly explained, Su Jiqing asked me to change it. Su Qingren also walked out quickly, and I didn't want to change these eggs. Nanqing is young and needs nutrition. How can she eat your eggs every day? Aunt Gu looked at the basket full of eggs and couldn't help but feel sorry for her, but when she saw Nanqing obediently making a fire, she immediately thought it through. That's right, no matter how poor you are, you can't be poor for your children. Su Qingren turned back to the house to get the money, and when she came back, she heard Gu Shao chatting about her heroic deeds with Aunt Gu in the kitchen from afar. Su Qingren coughed awkwardly. Aunt, let's fry some eggs tonight. The captain was still busy until dark before returning. Su Qingren felt a little guilty, looked up and saw that he looked calm, and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, I'm sorry for the trouble you caused today. The captain tasted the egg, took a sip of white wine, and his lips because of the spiciness. You're still young, and you may be impulsive at the moment. Su Qingren twitched the corner of her mouth. It's not completely impulsive. I thought about it before I hit you. Gu Shao was choked and coughed violently a few times. Aunt Gu also laughed. Before I was afraid that Xiao Su would be bullied because she was a child, but now it seems that being able to work, cook, and fight is enough in the countryside. Su Nanxing also looked proud. My aunt is very powerful. Su Qingren smiled helplessly. Don't learn from your aunt. Did you get along well with your friends today? Su Nanxing nodded and pointed to a pile of branches in the yard and said, I picked all those. I will go again tomorrow. In the evening, Su Nanxing sneaked over before going to bed, reporting to Su Qingren in a low voice, Aunt, I've asked around. The road to the forest farm is at the back of the mountain. The forest farm is just over the mountain. Su Qingren was startled. You didn't tell anyone else, did you? Su Nanxing patted his chest. Don't worry, I'm smart. I just asked what was on the mountain and they told me what they were talking about. Su Qingren nodded with relief. Don't ask again in the future, and don't go up the mountain. I'll take a look at the mountain during my rest time these few days. Once the road is explored, I'll find a chance to go over. Don't let anyone else know about this.
Shunanxin Nadi.
Don't worry, Aunt. Since beating Su Jiao into a pig's head that day, the three-person team has been much quieter in the past 2 days. Even when they went to the fields to pick corn, they stayed away from Su Qingren and took a detour when they met. They even avoided her during lunch break. Su Qingren naturally didn't want to miss such a good opportunity. Every morning, he would finish his work early and then secretly find an opportunity to explore the mountain during lunch break. The mountain behind was not very high, but the forest was dense and overgrown with weeds. There was only a small path trampled by people that stretched upward in a winding way. Su Qingren looked around and confirmed that no one saw him. Then he quickly climbed up the mountain along the path. Just as he was hurrying along with his head down, a familiar voice suddenly came from above. Su Jiqing, are you here to climb the mountain? Su Qingren looked up and unconsciously twitched his lower lip. Yeah, I have nothing to do during lunch break, so I came up to see the scenery. Gu Shao pursed his lips and smiled, but did not expose her. I know where the scenery is the best. I'll take you there. Without waiting for Su Qingren to refuse, Gu Shao had already climbed up. Su Qingren paused for a moment and had to follow his pace closely. With his guidance, the two of them quickly took a shortcut to climb to the top of the mountain.
How is the scenery here?
Su Qingren climbed to the top of the mountain and looked around, her eyes full of amazement. It's beautiful. However, what she wanted to see most was the forest farm on the other side of the mountain. But with Gu Shao around, she couldn't act too deliberately. Comrade Gu, why are you on the mountain at noon? I'm here to catch 2 pheasants and bring them back to improve our food. Oh, then you go. Are you okay here alone? It's okay. I remember the way down the mountain. I'll go down in a while. Gu Shao nodded, turned around and walked into the woods, but didn't dare to go too far. As soon as the people left, Su Qingren immediately looked towards the foot of the mountain here. I saw rows of wooden houses in the wide valley and a few low thatched houses at the foot of the mountain. In the previous life, my father said that the place where they lived was not the center of the forest farm, but a place arranged for them separately, near the hillside. It looked like it should be those thatched houses. After determining the location, Su Qingren began to look for a way down the mountain. Unfortunately, she didn't have enough time, so she had to turn back halfway. Fortunately, she had almost figured out the general route, and she would take the rest when she found a chance. After exploring the way, Su Qingren quickly returned along the original route. But just as she climbed to the top of the mountain, She saw Gu Shao sitting leisurely in the place where they had just separated, holding 2 pheasants with bright feathers in his hands. "You're back?" Su Qingran's eyelids twitched. "Why are you still here?" Gu Shao sighed. "It's dangerous on the mountain. I was waiting for you to come back out of kindness, but you still despised me." After that, he began to lead her down the mountain. Su Qingran saw that he didn't mean to ask any more questions, so she secretly breathed a sigh of relief and followed him all the way down the mountain. They didn't separate until they reached the foot of the mountain and saw the familiar cornfield. With the pheasant that Gu Shao brought back, the Gu family's evening meals were greatly improved. Aunt Gu soaked a bowl of dried mushrooms, picked a handful of peppers from the vegetable garden, and peeled 2 potatoes.
Su Qingran volunteered to cook.
She had never eaten wild pheasants before and was afraid that there would be some strange taste, so she secretly added a few drops of spiritual spring water. Who knew that the taste of the fried chicken was too fragrant? After stewing a pot of chicken, Aunt Gu kneaded the dough and made a dozen cornmeal cakes.
Stick them along the edge of the pot.
The peppers in autumn are hotter than in summer. Several people ate until they were sweating and their lips were slightly red, but they all said they were very satisfied. Even Su Nanqing ate while shouting that it was spicy. Aunt Gu poured a bowl of boiled water for him to rinse it with. "It's all my fault. I didn't expect the peppers to be so spicy now." Su Nanqing rinsed it twice but felt unsatisfied. It felt spicy at first, but not now. As he said, he continued to pick up a piece of chicken and started eating. Su Qingran knew that this boy loved spicy food in his previous life, and forgot for a moment that he was a child. She quickly poured him a glass of boiled water and handed it to him, quietly adding a few drops of spiritual spring water. After the meal, everyone was still reluctant to leave. In the next few days, Gu Shao would go to the mountains to trap pheasants and rabbits almost every day during his rest time. As a result, Su Qingran did not dare to run to the mountains during the day. She was afraid of meeting him again and arousing suspicion. After a few days of rushing to harvest, the rice and corn of the brigade finally arrived at the threshing ground one after another. Next, Su Qingran no longer had to go to the fields to cut rice and break corn. Instead, he stayed in the threshing ground with other educated youth and ants in the brigade to thresh the dried corn cobs. Once life became easier, Su Qingran began to look for opportunities to see his family. That night, the Gu family, who had a rare leisure time, packed up early, blew out the lights, and went to bed. Su Qingran sat quietly in the dark for a while and waited until everyone fell asleep, then quietly opened the door and walked out. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. The busy village during the day was now quiet, and even the dogs stopped barking. Only the crickets hiding in the grass were singing softly. Su Qingran left the Gu family quietly and walked quickly towards the back mountain under the moonlight. At the foot of the mountain, the shadows of the trees swayed with the wind, and the tall dark grass was even more scary. Su Qingran swallowed nervously, and it would be a lie to say that she was not afraid in her heart. But when she thought that she would see her family soon, she still plucked up the courage and walked up the mountain. Who knew that just after a few steps, a beam of flashlight suddenly swayed towards the side. Su Qingran was startled and quickly quickened her pace and ran forward a few steps. The beam of the flashlight still refused to give up chasing her. Su Qingran made up her mind and planned to run towards the woods and then take the opportunity to hide in the space. But just as she raised her foot, she heard Gu Zhao's voice beside her. "Come here." As soon as the voice fell, the whole person was pulled by him to hide in the woods on the side. Don't talk." Gu Shao pointed his finger on his lips and turned off her flashlight at the same time. The two waited in the dark for a while, and the flashlight light was getting closer and closer. After circling around and finding nothing unusual, they left again. "Who is this person?" "The night watchman at the threshing ground. What are you doing here alone in the middle of the night?" "I said I have sleepwalking, do you believe it?" Gu Shao sneered. "What do you think?" Su Qingran had to change the subject. "Aren't you also here in the middle of the night?" When she was at home, she clearly saw Gu Shao go back to the room to sleep, and she never heard him come out. "So when did he come?" Gu Shao snorted. "I'm here to set a trap. Otherwise, how could there be so many pheasants and rabbits these days?" Let's go, Su Qingran said, and turned to go back. But he grabbed her. Are you scared? The forest farm is over here. Su Qingran was indeed a little dumbfounded. How could Gu Xiao know where she was going? Before she could figure it out, Gu Xiao had already spoken first. Why don't you stay in the city? You have to run to the mountains to go to the countryside. Is it for me? You wish. Then it's done? Others don't want to move when they rest, but you run to the mountains in the middle of the day. The place you want to go is the forest farm, right? The road there is not easy to walk. I'll take you there. Su Qingran didn't expect him to guess it so quickly and didn't know how to react for a while. She had to follow him over the hill and slowly walk towards the forest farm. From time to time, bursts of strange animal calls came from the forest at night. Su Qingran didn't know whether to be afraid or thankful. She really underestimated the mountain road at night. The route she remembered clearly during the day was completely different at night. With Gu Xiao leading the way, the journey was relatively smooth. When they were about to reach the thatched house at the foot of the mountain, Su Qingran turned her head and looked at him. I can go the rest of the way by myself. I also remember the way back. You can do your thing. Gu Xiao. Thank you for sending me here. Gu Xiao glanced at the straw hut not far away and nodded silently. You be careful. As the man left, Su Qingran walked towards the thatched houses lightly. When she got closer, she could see clearly that the so-called thatched house was not a house at all, but just a straw hut with drafts everywhere. She didn't know which one her family lived in, so she had to quietly go around to the back, hoping to hear the movements of her family. But as soon as she went around to the back, she heard a familiar voice coming from the thatched hut at the edge. Ahem, 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 Mom. Zhenhua just went out in the dark to pick some basil. I've made it. Hurry up and have a bowl. Su Qingran's heart tightened. This was the voice of her eldest sister-in-law Jiang Ailing. Then, the voice of her eldest brother Su Zhenhua also rang out. Oh no, why does Mom's forehead feel a little hot? Su Qingran suppressed her excited heart that was about to jump out and quickly walked to the door of the straw shed and carefully lifted the straw curtain. Mom, as soon as she opened her mouth, several people in the shed looked up. The eldest sister-in-law was startled, and the medicine in her hand spilled. Is it my little sister? Ran, why are you here? Before Su Qingran could speak, her eldest brother had quickly pulled her in and took a closer look under the dim oil lamp. It's really Ran. Mother Lin Yuzhen had already struggled to sit up from the messy bed. It's really Ran? You kid? Why are you here? Su Qingran's nose was sore, and she hugged her mother. Mom, I miss you so much. After hugging for a while, she remembered that she hadn't seen her father. Brother, where is Dad? Su Zhenhua lowered his head silently. He was called to the forest farm for a talk in the evening, and it's time for him to come back. I'll go see him. As he was speaking, the straw curtain was lifted from the outside. Zhenhua, is your mother's illness better? He was stunned halfway through. Coming back to his senses, he quickly took off his glasses on the bridge of his nose, wiped them quickly, and put them back on. Ran? Su Qingran stood up, walked towards his father step by step, and threw himself into his arms with sobs. Dad, it's me. Su Qingran tried hard not to cry out loud, but she couldn't stop crying. It wasn't until the whole family started sobbing that she suddenly came to her senses. She had something important to do and couldn't delay it any longer. Thinking of this, Su Qingran quickly walked out of the straw shed, and soon she dragged a big bundle out from the back of the straw shed. Dad and eldest brother who followed out were both shocked, but no one dared to say anything. They just carefully carried the bundle into the house and closed all the straw curtains. Looking at such a big bundle on the ground, the four of them were dumbfounded. Ran, how did you carry this here? Su Qingran quickly opened the bag and took out a bag of medicine from it. Sister-in-law, you know medicine best. See what medicine is in here? Let's reduce Mom's fever first. Seeing that she brought so many medicines, the whole family was very happy. Mom's illness doesn't need to be worried about. While the sister-in-law was looking for antipyretic medicine, Su Qingran quietly added a few drops of spiritual spring water to the teacup and fed it to her mother along with the medicine. After taking the medicine, Su Qingran took out the clothes, socks, and sneakers prepared for several people. She deliberately took apart old clothes and put a few patches on the clothes. There was also a bag of pomegranates, 2 full boxes of dumplings, more than 20 steamed buns, 2 cans of malted milk, and a bag of brown sugar. Wash basins, teacups, towels, toilet paper, etc. These things were all packed in the space before she set off, and they can be used at home now. As for other things, she will slowly bring them over when the weather gets cold in the future. Dad, Mom, Big Brother, and Big Sister, these dumplings are still hot. Eat them while they are hot. I will tell you about the rest slowly. After just over a month of separation, the 4 of them have lost a lot of weight. In addition to being thin, their faces are uglier than each other. Suddenly seeing the delicious dumplings, they couldn't help swallowing their saliva. But after eating just one, everyone stopped tacitly. Ran, how did you get here? Su Qingran had to explain first. Dad, Mom, I went to the countryside, to the Xianjiangshan brigade on the other side of the mountain. Su Jingshan put down his lunchbox excitedly when he heard it. Nonsense. Hasn't everything been arranged in the city? Why did you go to the countryside again? Are you not married? Su Qingran stuffed the lunchbox back coquettishly. Dad, don't be anxious. Listen to me slowly. Then, Su Qingran picked and chose to tell her what happened after they separated. It was just because she was afraid that her mother was sick and couldn't get too excited, so she didn't tell her about the Xiao family's troubles and Nanqing's affairs for the time being. But even so, Lin Yuzhen was already too upset to speak. Su Qingran saw this and comforted her. Mom, don't be sad. I'm really glad that I made this decision. Lin Yuzhen shook her head. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Life in the mountains is not that easy. Can you do farm work? Su Qingran smiled and stretched out her hand. Don't look down on me. I got 8 work points on my first day of work. The team leader praised me for my ability in front of everyone, and the villagers took special care of me. Lin Yuzhen held her daughter's hand and stroked the thin calluses on her fingers. More than a month ago, she was still a girl who had never touched women at home. What did she go through to become so capable now? Su Jingshan was the first to accept it. My daughter, Su Jingshan, is really a good one. Since you think you're not suitable for Xiao Donghua, go to the countryside. Su Qingren nodded repeatedly, helped her mother feed her a mouthful of spiritual spring water, and began to persuade several people to eat dumplings. While the others were eating, she stood up and looked around. The oil lamp in the shed was dim, but it could illuminate a palm-sized area. A closer look revealed that this could only be considered a room, divided into 2 rooms by straw curtains. The space was so small that one could not even turn around. The bed was made of hay, with only a thin mattress on it. There was a small pot and a few bowls on the ground near the door, and apart from that, there was almost nothing else. Su Jingshan saw that his daughter had been looking around the room and hurriedly explained, "There is a cafeteria in the forest farm. We usually eat in the cafeteria. We just boil some hot water at the door." Su Qingren nodded, holding back her tears. Even if she ate in the cafeteria, she would definitely be treated differently. Otherwise, how could she be so thin? "Dad, don't be reluctant to eat the things I brought. I'll bring something else next time you come." Su Jingshan shook his head and refused. "No, the mountain road is not easy to walk at night. You are too timid. Try not to come here in the future." Lin Yuzhen also said distressfully, "It's good that you are not hungry in the countryside alone. Don't send me more food." Su Qingran smiled casually. "You underestimate me again. I can't eat all the work points I earned by myself. Besides, the money and tickets I brought before leaving are still here. Don't worry, I won't treat myself badly." Seeing that the flesh on his daughter's face had not fallen off, the whole person seemed to be in better spirits than before. The 4 of them gradually felt relieved. "Zhenhua, send Ranran back quickly, and don't let anyone see it." Su Qingren also knew that she couldn't stay any longer. After a few instructions, she turned around and quietly left the straw hut. Coming back to the place where she separated from Gu Shao, Su Qingren looked around and didn't see him. So she thought he was busy going into the trap at the foot of the mountain. On the way back, Su Qingran had been looking for an opportunity to talk to her elder brother about Nanqing. But her elder brother took the initiative to ask, Ran, you just told your elder sister-in-law that Nanxing is very good. Is that true? Or did you say it on purpose because you were afraid that your elder sister-in-law would worry? Su Qingren coughed lightly. Brother, actually, Nanxing went to the countryside with me. As soon as the voice fell, Su Zhenhua suddenly became excited. How could you take him to the countryside with you? You just turned 20 years old. You are still a child yourself. Why are you so opinionated now? Breaking off the engagement, going to the countryside, taking Nanxing, don't you write a letter to discuss it with your family? You have only been here for a few days now. You don't feel anything yet, but after a while you will know how difficult it will be in the countryside. It is already difficult for you to be alone. How are you going to live with a child? What will others say about you? Su Qingran had been enduring when she was in the straw hut just now. Now that they were in the deserted mountains, they suddenly heard their elder brother say that, and they couldn't help but burst into tears. Why do you think I had to bring Nanxing here? Do you know how my sister-in-law's parents and brother and sister-in-law treated Nanxing? Of course I know that life in the countryside is hard. If Xiao Donghua was really a good match, would I break off the engagement with him and come to the mountains to suffer? Su Zhenhua was panicked when he saw her crying so sadly. I thought you were impulsive and willful as before, but I didn't expect that. Su Zhenhua suddenly choked and tears fell. My sister used to be a simple girl at home, and she didn't hide anything in her heart. I didn't expect that after just over a month, she suddenly became so mature, and just now in the straw shed, she deceived them all. Ran, tell me the truth, what happened? Su Qingran didn't dare to mention the things in her previous life. She only told her experience in the Xiao family and Nanxing's experience in the Jiang family in detail. Su Zhenhua, however, could hear the grievances that seemed to have been there for many years.
Ran, I'm sorry.
I apologize to you. I was so harsh to you without knowing the truth. I was wrong. I didn't expect that Xiao Donghua was not such a good guy. He dared to join forces with outsiders to bully you, and the Jiang family's Su Qingren vented all the grievances of her previous life. At the end of her crying, her tears dried up, and her brother's shoulders were also wet. The chest that had been suppressed for a long time suddenly relaxed. Brother, I just held it in for too long. I feel better after crying. Don't worry, Nanxing is very strong now. I'll take you to see him when I have the chance in the future. Also, I can't say anything about the matters of my sister-in-law's family. You can decide how to talk to her. Su Zhenhua nodded repeatedly in agreement. Don't worry. I will talk to your sister-in-law about this. It's just that you have been wronged, as far as Nanxing is concerned. Su Qingren smiled and wiped away her tears. Okay, let's stop being polite back and forth, brother and sister. I'll take care of Nanxing and you take care of your parents, but there is one thing: Nanxing is not my responsibility. I can only take care of him for you temporarily. You and my sister-in-law have to cheer up and hold on. When you return to the city in the future, I will pack up and leave the child to you. Hearing the word return to the city, Su Zhenhua could hardly hide his bitterness, but still nodded solemnly. Ran, don't worry, I will take good care of your parents. No matter how difficult it is, your sister-in-law and I will grit our teeth and hold on. For you and Nanxing, we will live well. The brother and sister cried, rekindled their hope for life, and continued to move forward. After the two left, Gu Xiao, who was not far away, walked out of the woods silently. Just now, he was worried, so he waited at the foot of the mountain, wanting her to go back together. Later, when he saw her entering the mountain with others, he quickly hid away. He wanted to wait until the others left before he came out. Unexpectedly, she suddenly burst into tears while walking. She was usually so strong, but when she cried, it seemed like she was about to break. Gu Xiao felt that her tears were like a mountain torrent that broke the dam in summer. Although he was only watching from a distance, his heart was already flooded. He couldn't hear the content of their conversation, but only vaguely heard the words "cancel the engagement." His heart suddenly became clear. Su Qingren followed her brother while walking and talking, and stopped when they saw that they were almost at the foot of the mountain. Brother, just send me here. I am very familiar with the rest of the way. You should go back earlier too. My sister-in-law and mom must be waiting anxiously.
Tell Nanxing what I just said to you.
Boys are not so delicate. Let him help you with the work. You should also take care of yourself and don't overwork yourself. Okay, don't worry. Nanxing is much more sensible than you think. After watching her brother leave, Su Qingran stood up and calmed down. After she had completely calmed down, she walked down the mountain. That night, Su Qingran tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. In addition, she cried too hard last night, and even after washing her face with spiritual spring water in the morning, her eyelids were still a little swollen. As soon as she left the room, Gu Xiao stared at her strangely for several times. If you feel uncomfortable, ask for leave.
I'm fine.
Aunt Gu looked over when she heard the voice and was immediately startled. Xiao Su, did those 3 educated youth bully you again? Su Qingren waved her hands awkwardly. No, I drank too much water before going to bed last night. Su Nanxing was even more nervous and quietly pulled her into the house without waiting to go out. Aunt, was it not smooth last night? Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. Don't think too much. It was very smooth. Food and clothes were delivered, and everyone was very nice. When the time is right, I will take you to see them in the future. Aunt is just too happy. Su Nanxing breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's good. Su Qingran wanted to tell Nanxing about the situation of the few people, but heard Aunt Gu's voice outside the door asking about Gu Xiao. What's wrong with your dark circles? Did you steal last night without sleeping? Gu Xiao's tone was full of helplessness. What do you mean by stealing? I just didn't sleep well. Aunt Gu didn't believe it. You? Didn't sleep well? I think you must have sneaked out to find your gangster brothers again. Did you play cards all night? Gu Xiao sighed to the sky. God and heaven are innocent. Su Nanxing ran out directly after hearing this. Grandma, I got up to go to the toilet last night and saw Uncle lying on the bed with his eyes open. He couldn't sleep, but he didn't go out. With Nanxing's testimony, Aunt Gu stopped asking questions and just looked him up and down suspiciously. This kid falls asleep as soon as he touches the bed every day, and there are times when he can't sleep? Su Qingren glanced at him unconsciously when she heard it, and her eyes were indeed dark. Could it be that he has insomnia like her? After the crops in the field were harvested, the place of work during the day was moved to the threshing ground. There were so many people around that Su Qingran had no chance to talk to Gu Xiao about what happened last night. It was not until the evening when the captain and Aunt Gu had gone to bed. Su Qingran saw through the window that he had just returned from taking a shower outside, so she hurried out to call him. Comrade Gu, I have something to tell you. Gu Xiao could vaguely guess what she wanted to say, so he took the initiative to speak. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about what I did there last night. Su Qingran nodded. Thank you. There's one more thing. Go ahead. I think the autumn harvest will be over soon. The team leader told me last time that he would let me discuss building a house with you after the autumn harvest. When do you think it would be convenient? Gu Xiao didn't expect this. Are you in a hurry? Su Qingren nodded. You should have guessed the situation at my home. Nanxing and I should move out early. If others find out in the future, it will have less impact on your family. The team leader and Aunt Gu take good care of Nanxing and me. People in the village misunderstand that we are related. If I come forward to explain this, others may not believe it. Let's find a chance to clarify it together. Gu Xiao shook his head disapprovingly. It's not a misunderstanding. You think too much. Su Qingren looked up at him with a confused look on her face, not understanding what he meant. Gu Xiao curled his lips and smiled. What I mean is, don't be so nervous. My mother has told others very clearly that you are my cousin's classmate, but the villagers can't tell the difference so clearly. Anyway, there is a relationship. Also, don't think too much about your family's affairs. Even if everyone knows about it in the future, it's just for the sake of curiosity. Who will really care about your family affairs afterwards? Besides, you haven't done anything wrong. Su Qingren lowered her eyes, only to find his words a little difficult to digest for a while. When encountering a situation like their family, they would more or less want to avoid suspicion. This is human nature. Why does it seem like no big deal to him? Seeing her confused, Gu Xiao patiently explained. The mountain people don't understand the struggles of you city people, and they don't have so many tricks. Even if you tell them these, they can't tell them apart or remember them. Compared to these, they are more concerned about whether they can have enough food, when they can save more money and eat more meat, and they will forget about other people's trivial matters just by listening to them. Su Qingren nodded with a smile. Thank you for your comfort, but the house will be built sooner or later, and call me when you are free. Gu Shao had no choice but to nod in agreement. I know. The grain will be dried in a few days, and it will be taken to the public grain for public grain. Let's wait until the public grain is paid. Okay. After returning from the forest farm, Su Qingren felt much more at ease. These days, she was at ease threshing corn in the threshing field. There was no special tool for threshing corn in the brigade, and everyone brought a screwdriver or awl from home, opened a few grooves on the corn cob, and then twisted it by hand. After twisting for a long time, blood blisters appeared on the palms of several new educated youths. Looking at the mountains of corn, several people wanted to cry, but had no tears. In addition to being sad, Su Jiao secretly turned her eyes to Su Qingren, thinking that her skin was more delicate, and if she took off her gloves like this, wouldn't her hands be covered with blood blisters? But when she looked up, she found that Su Qingren had been wearing gloves, and her movements were relaxed and skillful. Su Jiao glared at her angrily, and had to lower her head silently and continue to peel corn. Farm work is too tiring. She has written 2 letters to urge her family to send gloves. Why is there no movement? Just as she was thinking, a crisp bicycle bell suddenly came from the direction of the village entrance. The Xianjiangshan Brigade, except for the postman. He was wearing a green uniform and riding a 28-inch bicycle. There were 2 green saddlebags tied on both sides of the back seat, which were bulging with parcels and letters. The children rushed forward to join in the fun. However, the villagers in this mountain rarely received any parcels or letters, and most of them were still with the educated youth. As expected, when they heard the familiar bell sound, a group of educated youth got up and walked over. Su Jiao was thinking about the things that her family had sent to her, and her steps were the most urgent. The parcel sent to me by my family has finally arrived. She had been holding back her anger during this period, looking for an opportunity to surpass Su Qingren. It was a pity that she could not work better than her, nor could she beat her in a fight. But at least she had a happy big family. As for Su Qingren, she went to the countryside with her nephew alone, and I guess everyone else in her family must have died. Thinking of this, Su Jiao quickly came to the postman and pulled her 2 braids with her hands. Comrade, is there a package for me? My name is Su Jiao.
Su Jiao.
It seems there is a letter for you. Su Jiao's eyes widened. This is impossible? Let me take another look. The postman flipped through it and confirmed it again. Indeed, there is no package. There are only 2 packages in total. After saying that, he ignored her and started to take out the packages one by one. Chenweigua, your package. Su Qingren, your package. Su Qingren just walked to the entrance of the village with Su Nanxing and heard her name from afar, and couldn't help but be startled. Who would send her a package? Not many people know her address in the countryside. When she took a look, it turned out that it was sent to her by Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma. In addition to the package, Gu Xiaowei also wrote her a letter. Su Jiao took a look at Su Qingren holding the package and letter and stomped her feet in anger. Su Qingren looked up at her, but she ran away with the letter. She was quite sensible. Su Qingren was carrying the package all the way home. When she passed the threshing ground, several aunts asked her curiously if it was something sent by her family. Su Qingren knew that they were curious. The more vague some things were, the more people would want to get to the bottom of it, so she explained with a smile. No, the package was sent by my uncle and aunt, and the letter was sent by my high school classmate. Your uncle and aunt are so nice to you. They sent so many things just after you went to the countryside. High school classmate? Last time, sister-in-law Gu seemed to say that you were someone's high school classmate? Su Qingren smiled and nodded. Gu Xiaowei is the distant niece of the team leader's family. She and I were high school classmates. Everyone nodded with a look of realization. They turned their curiosity to other educated youth who received packages or letters.
Su Qingren smiled helplessly.
The curiosity of the ants in the brigade was just as Gu Xiao said. It would not last long. When she beat Su Jiao before, all the young and old men in the village talked about this matter while working in the fields, eating and taking a walk. It has been a short time and no one mentioned it anymore. Su Qingran returned home with the package and the letter. When she opened it, it turned out to be malted milk and canned food sent by Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma. The letter said that Uncle Ma went to the hospital for a checkup on the day she left. Fortunately, it was in time, and now he is under control by taking medicine. He was afraid that she would not adapt to the countryside, so he sent some things. After unpacking the package, Su Qingren opened Gu Xiaohui's letter again. As soon as she opened it, all she could see were Gu Xiaohui's exclamation marks, which were all familiar. The letter detailed the situation on the day she and Nanxing went to the countryside, when Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang went to the factory to find Director Ma and were scolded by them. She also said that Xiao Donghua had always refused to believe that she had left and thought that she had moved to the dormitory of the machinery factory. He would wait at the door of the dormitory every day after work. He didn't wait for her, and he searched the workshop thoroughly and then began to look for her all over the city. Unable to find her, he waited at the intersection where Gu Xiaohui got off work every day, asking her for his address. Gu Xiaohui was annoyed, so she called her father and eldest brother together, blocked him in the alley, and beat him up. Director Ma also talked to him and said that if he continued to be so careless and make mistakes at work, he would be fired. Only then did Xiao Donghua calm down. Su Qingren looked at the familiar people and things in the letter, and it felt like a long time had passed. The days in the mountains were busy and fulfilling, as if they were completely isolated from the outside world. After coming here, she rarely thought about the things in her previous life. Gu Xiao heard from Nanxing that Su Qingran brought the letter and the package home, and was afraid that she would be stimulated and cry like last time, so he hurried back. After wandering around the yard for a while, he heard her opening the door. Gu Xiao quickly grabbed a teacup in his hand. Su Jiqing, are you home? Are you okay? Su Qingran was confused. Nothing. Why are you back? I came back to drink some water. Su Qingran said, then turned back to the room and took out a pair of work gloves. This is for you. Gu Xiao was stunned for a moment. For me? Well, last time in the mountains, thanks to you for leading the way, and during this period of time, Nanxing and I have eaten a lot of meat with you because of you, so I have to show my appreciation. Before, she was afraid of being exposed and did not dare to take too many things out of a space. Now that the package has arrived, she is the only one who opened it, and she has the final say on what is inside. While Gu Xiao was still in a daze, Su Qingran had already returned to the threshing ground with a few picture books. She was too busy with farm work these 2 days and had no time to teach Nanxing. But when he was at home before, Nanxing already had some basics, and he could recognize a lot of simple words. Instead of letting him play with the children in the village all day, it is better to let them read picture books together. With interest, they can ask themselves when they encounter words they don't know and learn faster. When Su Nanxing took the picture book from her aunt, a group of children who were about to go to the bird's nest really gathered around with interest. Children of the same age as Nanxing had not yet gone to school, so everyone pestered Nanxing to read to them. After listening for a while, the ants who were picking corn also called a few children over with interest. Sit here and read, let us listen to what stories are told above. Su Qingran saw that several ants were tilting their heads to read, and couldn't help but smile. That's good. These 2 days, she listened to these ants discussing how many eggs each family's chickens laid, and her ears were almost calloused. It's not bad to change things up occasionally. Wait until the hills of corn cobs become golden grains. The rice grains that have been shorn of rice are so dry that they make a crackling sound when bitten. The day for the brigade to pay public grain has finally arrived. On the first day of departure, the brigade leader led all the members to gather at the threshing ground, picked out the driest and fullest rice and corn, packed them in bags and weighed them. The whole process was very careful, for fear that bad grains would be packed in and returned to the commune. After the good ones were picked out, the remaining inferior ones were kept for future distribution. The brigade members were busy going back and forth, with the joy of harvest on their faces. Su Qingran felt a little sad. After working hard for more than half a year, working in the wind and rain every day, they only collected such a small amount of grain. There are no good seeds and no fertilizers, so they can only rely on their hands to do it bit by bit. Sometimes it's not that they don't work hard, but that their innate conditions are too poor. The next morning, the sky was just getting light, and the village began to bustle. Su Qingran was still confused after being woken up. Aren't only the strong laborers going to pay the public grain today? The others finally got a day off. Why did they get up earlier than the rush to harvest? As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Gu waved at her. "Xiao Su, you should go to the town to play with us." Before she could refuse, Su Nanqing looked at her expectantly. "Aunt, my friends are all going today, and I heard that the educated youth will also go." Aunt Gu smiled and agreed. "Yes, young people basically have to go. It's just right. You can take Nanqing to go shopping." Su Qingren nodded. "That's good. Just take this opportunity to go to the town to buy some things, and then take some things out of the space. By the way, send the reply letter to Uncle Ma and Gu, shall we?" After confirming that she was going, Su Qingren went back to her room and changed her clothes. A light pink shirt and dark blue pants. Still wearing long pants and long sleeves, but they are much brighter than when working. Aunt Gu praised them profusely. "Xiao Su has fair skin. This color looks good on her. You are so young. You should wear bright colors in the future." After that, she asked Nanqing to call Gu Xiao to get up and clean up. Gu Xiao walked out of the room with sleepy eyes and immediately stood at the door in a daze. Aunt Gu waved to him quickly. "Why are you standing there? Hurry up and wash up and eat. We have to go to the public office to get food later. By the way, your father is busy today. I'll leave Nanqing and Xiao Su to you. Watch out for them on the road. The mountain roads are difficult to walk on." Gu Xiao came to his senses and quickly scooped up a handful of water and washed his face. "Got it." Aunt Gu had just put breakfast on the table when the team leader rushed in. "We have to set off now. If we don't leave now, we will miss the trip. We will have to queue up at the commune." Aunt Gu was also anxious all of a sudden. "Don't you want to eat? It's all ready." The team leader quickly took a bag out of the house and waved to Gu Xiao. "Come with me to load the car first, and take breakfast with you on the way." As the two left, Aunt Gu, who had come to her senses, quickly began to pack the pancakes for breakfast. Su Qingren also quickly went back to the house to get a cloth bag and put on a water bottle. When the two arrived at the entrance of the village, a number of cars loaded with food had already set off towards the outside of the village. It was rare for Su Nanqing to go out, so she was very excited. After searching in the team for a moment, she soon found Gu Xiao at the end of the team and immediately ran over. "Aunt, hurry up." At this moment, Gu Xiao was being teased by his three good brothers. "Brother Xiao usually doesn't wear gloves when cutting thorns. What's wrong with him today? He has to wear white gloves to pull a cart." "That's right, you're so particular all of a sudden, we're not used to it, and you think we're too rough." Gu Xiao glanced at Su Qingren not far away and quickly glared at a few people. "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm afraid that the handlebars will slip and you'll be washed down the mountain. Hurry up and walk in front." Seeing this, several people laughed and pulled the cart to the front. Su Qingran and Su Nanqing had just walked the road to the town commune not long ago. However, they came here by tractor and ox cart before, but now they have to walk there. The road up the mountain is difficult to walk, and those who go to the town together, whether they are educated youth or women and children, will all help to push the cart spontaneously. Because it's lively, they don't feel tired. From time to time, a chorus can be heard from the mighty team. When they set out, it was still foggy all around, and it was still a bit cold to wear a single piece of clothing. Halfway through the mountain road, the sky brightened and the sunlight became dazzling. The originally excited Su Nanqing was now sweating profusely. Su Qingran also wanted to cry, but had no tears. If she had known, she would have slept in at home as planned. Just as she was thinking, Gu Xiao in front suddenly stopped and turned to look at the two of them. Let Nanqing get in the car. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Nanqing climbed up. "Thank you, uncle." It was really rude. It seemed that he really couldn't walk anymore. Su Qingren smiled and handed him a piece of cake, and then turned on the kettle. "Eat when you are hungry, drink when you are thirsty." After saying that, she helped push the cart even harder. Fortunately, It didn't take long before the rest of the road was almost all downhill. Gu Xiao turned his head and looked at her again. Do you want to get on? Su Qingran waved her hand quickly. No. This mountain road is scary just looking at it. Wouldn't it be even scarier if you sit on it? After saying that, she held onto Nanqing tightly, fearing that the car would slip. In fact, for people who have lived in this mountainous area since childhood, walking on mountain roads is no different from walking on city roads. Everyone is a good cart puller. Soon, the long team arrived at the foot of the flat mountain one after another. There is still a long way to go to the commune, but at least there are no mountain roads, and the team leader in the front breathed a sigh of relief. Take a 10-minute break, everyone. Drink some water quickly and eat some dry food if you haven't had breakfast. We will go to the commune grain management office in one go, and we can't rest on the road. Su Nanqing looked at Gu Zhao's sweat-soaked shirt and considerately handed over her towel and the water bottle on her back. Gu Xiao gulped down a big gulp and said with a smile, "Did you secretly add sugar to it? Why is it so sweet?" Su Qingran quickly took out 2 pancakes and handed them to Su Nanqing. "Take them to the captain. Grandpa hasn't had breakfast yet." Su Nanqing ran to the front of the team with 2 pancakes. Su Qingran took 2 more and handed them to Gu Xiao. "Your breakfast." As soon as 10 minutes were up, the front of the team really started to move again. People who are used to walking on mountain roads can walk on flat ground at a lightning speed. When they arrived at the door of the grain management office, it was only 9 o'clock. Without waiting for everyone to breathe a sigh of relief, the captain shouted at everyone to start queuing in the backyard. As soon as they entered, the yard was full of people. The cars of the same team were lined up together. As for people, there was no need to keep so many, and there was no place to stay. As soon as the car was parked, the aunties in the village took their children to go out for a walk. The young girls and boys and the educated youth were also eager to go to the town. Su Qingran participated in such a group activity for the first time and had no experience. So he asked Gu Xiao, "I am also going to take Nanqing out for a walk. What time do I have to be back?" Gu Xiao hesitated for a moment. "This is your first time in this town. You are unfamiliar with the place, and you are bringing your child with you. What if he gets lost?" "Wait a minute, I will go with you." Before Su Qingran could refuse, he ran to the captain. The captain knew that he could not stay, so he waved his hand without saying a word. "Come back early." The 3 of them walked out of the grain management office. Someone chased them from behind. "Brother Xiao, wait for us." Su Qingran turned her head and saw that it was the 3 people who had followed Gu Xiao to do business in the black market before. Guasihai was responsible for selling eggs. She didn't know the names of the other 2, who sold pork. Although she had seen them several times in the village before, she had never had time to greet them formally. Gu Xiao took the initiative to introduce the 2 people. "This is Zhang Bing, and this is Zhao Jun." Then he looked at the 3 people with disgust. "Why did you sneak out too?" Zhang Bing smiled shamelessly. "The team leader thought we were in the way and drove us all out." "Do you also dislike us?" Gu Xiao twitched his mouth and walked towards the town. 5 adults and 1 child began to walk on the street in a mighty manner. There was only one street in the town. Apart from a post office, a supply and marketing cooperative, and a state-owned restaurant, there was nothing else to visit. Su Qingran threw the letter to Uncle Ma and Gu Xiaowei into the mailbox, and then followed a few people to the supply and marketing cooperative. Today's supply and marketing cooperative was overcrowded, and several groups who came to pay public grain surrounded the counter of the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Qingran looked from a distance and found that there were not many things here, so she backed out. Gu Xiao pushed through the crowd and brought Su Qingran and Nanqing to the edge. "Wait for me here." As he said, he squeezed to the innermost part. Not long after, he brought a male comrade who looked like a staff member to the counter at the side. "See what you want to buy." Su Qingran looked up at him in surprise and immediately understood. This was an acquaintance that Gu Xiao met in the supply and marketing cooperative. He pointed out a few things he needed and bought them. Gu Xiao glanced at what she bought and pointed at the shelf where the non-staple food was stored. "Give me 2 more boxes of biscuits, 2 bags of candy, and some egg cakes." After buying them, he stuffed them directly into Nanqing's hands. "Eat them on the way back." Seeing this, Guasihai and the other 2 laughed and joked behind him. "Brother Xiao, I want some candy, too. Gu Xiao picked up 3 fruit candies and gave one to each of them. Just one? If you think it's too little, go buy some yourself. Hearing the noise here, several educated youths from Xianjiangshan Brigade also turned their heads to look over. They were the first to arrive, but they couldn't squeeze to the counter after a long time. Seeing that Gu Xiao and the others had already bought a lot of things, they also started to think about it. Comrade Gu, can you help us buy some too? Comrade Gu, I want to buy a pair of gloves. Gu Xiao twitched his lips. If you want to buy gloves, go find a salesperson. I'm not a salesperson. If everyone cuts in line like me, will the supply and marketing cooperative still be open? The faces of the educated youth changed, and they turned around and lined up silently. After leaving the door, Gu Xiao left Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun behind, and left alone with Guisihai. After a while, the two came over carrying 2 pieces of pork. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun looked puzzled. Well, we do this. Why do we buy pork from others? Guisihai smiled and helped put everything into the bamboo basket. This pig is more delicious than wild boar meat. Brother Xiao said that Su Jiqing wants to build a house and will treat us to dinner tomorrow. By the way, go and help her see how to build it. Su Qingren looked at Gu Xiao in surprise and immediately understood. These 4 people not only do black market business, but also know how to build houses. You can't judge a person by appearance. Yes, I want to take advantage of this free time to build the house. As they were talking, several educated youths from the brigade squeezed out of the supply and marketing cooperative one after another. Seeing Gu Xiao, they still felt a little uncomfortable, but they didn't mention what happened just now. An old educated youth who looked familiar glanced at Su Qingran. Su, educated youth, we are preparing to go to the state-owned restaurant. It's rare that everyone is here today. We want to have a meal together and discuss the expansion of the educated youth point. Would you like to come with us? Su Qingran didn't have much in common with these old educated youths and didn't really want to go. But thinking that they would move back to the educated youth point soon, some things really needed to be discussed in advance. Then he turned his gaze to Gu Xiao and the other 4. Why don't we go together? Anyway, they all had to eat lunch, so at worst they could sit separately. The old educated youth also nodded in agreement. Yes. Why don't you come with us too? Guisihai and the other 2 seemed to have a lot of opinions about these old educated youths. Forget it. You all said it was a gathering of educated youth, so we won't go with you. Gu Xiao also nodded. The team leader asked us to go back early. In case it's our turn and no one is there, we'll go back first. Come back early after you finish eating. Su Qingren nodded. Got it. As the group started walking towards a state-owned restaurant, several old educated youth began to introduce themselves. Su Jiqing, my name is Xie Ziyuan. I'm the first among us educated youth to come. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me. Su Jiqing took a look at this educated youth who took the initiative to invite him to dinner and acted like an elder brother and felt that he was a good person. Then, the others also introduced themselves. My name is He Qingfeng. Our youth camp hasn't been so lively for a long time. We look forward to your early move back every day. My name is Lu Qin. You are welcome to move back soon. However, if you live in our youth camp, you must abide by the rules of our youth camp. Beating people and swearing in the streets must not happen again. Also, Su Jiqing, are you familiar with Wu Xiao? Well, my name is Hu Huiying. Don't mind that Lu Qin speaks bluntly, but those people are famous in our village for being out of tune. It's better for you to keep a distance from them in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Jiao immediately pulled Chenweigua and Sun Hao to agree. I think what the predecessors said makes sense. It is indeed wrong to beat people. In the future, we youth should unite as one. Su Jiqing, in front of everyone today, you should apologize to Su Jiqing. What happened last time will be in the past. Su Qingren pulled the corners of her mouth to laugh dryly. She felt full before entering the state-owned restaurant. What kind of dinner party? Are you planning to hold a criticism/struggle meeting to teach me a lesson? You haven't even moved into the youth camp yet and you're planning to show off your power to me? You want to be her father? No way. Anyway, we can get along in the future, and if we can't, we'll just do it. Oh no. The captain's dry food is still with me. It's time for dinner. I have to deliver it to him quickly, otherwise he will be waiting anxiously. Well, I'll just buy a few meat buns and leave. I won't have dinner with you today, Su Qingran said, and then she took Nanqing and strode into the state-owned restaurant and lined up to buy 20 meat buns. In the stunned eyes of several new and old youths, she strode out of the state-owned restaurant. What does this mean? Look at her, with this attitude. How can we live together in the future? Let me make it clear that when we move into the new house, I will never sleep with her. Su Qingran found the grain management station along the original path, entered the backyard, and saw from a distance the team leader and the team accountant sitting together and chewing dry steamed buns. Su Qingran walked up quickly and took out the meat buns. Team leader, I'm back late. Eat the meat buns while they're hot. The team leader was waiting in line anxiously, and his mouth was bitter. Just as he was chewing wax while eating dry steamed buns, he suddenly saw the steaming meat buns in front of him and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Before he could say no, the buns were already in his hands. Then they were in his mouth. The team accountant next to him was also forced to have 2 buns stuffed into his mouth by her. After giving the buns, Su Qingran turned her head and looked around. Why didn't she see Gu Xiao and his men? Just as he was searching with his eyes, a tall figure suddenly walked out of the water room in the corner. It turned out that he went to fetch water. Gu Xiao saw the 2 people coming back and immediately strode over. Why are you back? Su Qingran curled her lips. I suddenly remembered that the dry food that Aunt Gu packed is all here with me. Gu Xiao silently moved his eyes to the big white flour meat bun in his father's hand. Wasn't he here to deliver dry food? How did it become a big meat bun? Su Qingran hurriedly opened the oil paper wrapped around the meat bun. You should eat it too? As soon as the voice fell, Guasihai and the other 3, who followed closely behind, also smelled the fragrance. Su Jiqing, aren't you going to have a dinner party? Why are you back? Hey, meat buns. Su Jiqing, did you buy this for us? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Let's eat together. The meat buns were very big, but except for her and Nanqing, the remaining 6 people were all greedy. Finally, several people pushed and shoved back and forth and finished all 20 buns. The captain wiped his mouth embarrassedly and wanted to take money out of his pocket to give to Su Qingran. After searching for a long time, he found that he didn't bring any money. Gu Xiao, did you bring money? Gu Xiao was about to take out the money, but was stopped by Su Qingran. No, these meat buns are for everyone. Don't we have to build a house in 2 days? I can't avoid troubling everyone by then. As soon as the voice fell, the team in front of the Xianjiangshan team finally moved. It's our turn. Hurry up. Push all the cars to the front. Several people stood up in response and helped push all the cars of the team to the ground scale. Before weighing, the personnel responsible for checking the grain first randomly opened a few bags and opened the rice inside to take a look. He grabbed another one and took a bite, then clapped his hands and said, "Let's weigh it." After all the grain was weighed, the team leader and the team accountant checked it again and confirmed that it was consistent with the calculations they had made before coming. Only then did they feel relieved. But the staff at the grain management station were not happy. It's your Xianjiangshan brigade again. Every time you come to pay the public grain, you always pay the weight, not a pound more or less. Where is your state-purchased grain? Can your brigade pay even a pound of state-purchased grain? Look at how much state-purchased grain other brigades have brought. The brigade leader scratched his head in dismay and sighed. Don't even mention state-purchased grain. After our brigade paid the public grain, the remaining grain is not enough to be distributed. It's not enough for our own members to eat. The brigade accountant also immediately agreed, "Comrade, state-purchased grain can support the country and can also be exchanged for money. If there is, we are willing to pay it, but we really don't have any surplus grain." That's right. You know the situation of our Xianjiangshan brigade. In the past 2 years, other brigades have been allocated fertilizers one after another, but we haven't received a single grain of fertilizer. When fertilizer was mentioned, the staff immediately fell silent. You don't need to report this to me. It was decided by the commune leaders. As he said that, the man glanced into the yard. Gu Xiao followed his gaze and quickly pulled the captain. "Dad, the leader is here." The captain looked up and hurriedly stepped forward with excitement. "Director Gua, please stay." The commune leader was overwhelmed when he saw Captain Gu and wanted to escape on the spot. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the courtyard, and he couldn't escape at all. Director Gua, what do you think about the fertilizer I told you about last time? Oh, it's Lao Gu. The fertilizer hasn't shown up yet. We have to wait until spring at least. I'll tell you when it arrives. Director Gua, is it sure that it will be our turn this year? We've never had a share before. The commune leader shook his head helplessly. Comrade Lao Gu, there are so many brigades under our Shengli commune. If everyone gets a share, there won't be enough for even one spread. Imported fertilizers are so expensive, so we can only try them out first in those brigades with better conditions. Please understand, I will try my best to help you. It was the first time that Su Qingran saw the team leader begging so humbly, and she couldn't help but ask Gu Xiao next to her. Captain, are you asking the leaders for fertilizer? Gu Xiao nodded. That's right. The amount of fertilizer that the commune can get each year is limited, and it is even more limited after it is brought back to each brigade. Our brigade has few people and little land, so it's not our turn every time.
Su Qingran nodded silently.
In this era, fertilizer is indeed the most sought-after thing in each commune. The main reason is that the technology is stuck and it can only be imported from neighboring countries. Not only is the price high, but the quantity is even more scarce. Not only fertilizer has become a rare thing, but even the bags of urea have become rare, and they are scrambling to be made into clothes. Crops are like flowers, and they all rely on fertilizer. Without fertilizer, the grain output of Xianjiangshan Brigade cannot be increased, which is undoubtedly adding insult to injury and a vicious cycle. The leaders of the commune want to achieve results, and they must also want to use good things where they are needed. Excellent brigades have a large population, flat terrain, and tractors, so it is easier for them to achieve results with fertilizer. It's understandable, but hey, it's really hard in the mountains. Seeing the captain walking towards the others with his head down, Su Qingran didn't know how to comfort them. She could only think positively, Captain. There's still some time before spring comes. Let's wait a little longer. Gu Xiao immediately agreed. At most, I'll come a few more times to wait during this period. Once we smell the fertilizer, we'll rush into the commune to ask for it. The captain was suddenly amused. What are you talking about, little brat? What's wrong with your dog's nose?
Can you smell it?
Even though he said that, his expression was much more relaxed. Okay, the task of paying public grain is completed. We still have to distribute grain tomorrow. Let's go back quickly. On the way back, the heavy carts turned into empty carts. Everyone put all the things they bought in the town on them, but even so, the carts were still very light. Later, the children who had walked for a while were a little tired and got on the carts. Gu Xiao and his 3 brothers were still walking at the back. After going up a mountain road, Gu Xiao suddenly stopped the car. Su Jiqing, you can sit in the car too. Don't worry, I'm a good driver. Su Qingran dragged her heavy legs and could hardly walk. Seeing that no one was looking back, she got in the car with a thick face. I'll just sit for a while and get off after a good rest. Seeing that she was finally willing to get in the car, Gu Xiao suddenly became energetic and happily pushed the 2 of them to walk.
Sit tight.
Guasihai and the other 2 also started joking when they saw this. We have 2 carts for 3 people. Why don't we take turns pushing them? At least we can take turns to rest for a while. After saying that, the 3 really took turns. The 3 carts were moving forward with laughter, and somehow they were discovered by the educated youth in the middle of the team. They were waiting by the roadside, and they didn't speak until they saw them. Comrade Zhang, Comrade Zhao, can we let our female educated youth sit in your carts too? Yes, they really can't move anymore. The carts in front are full, and only yours is empty. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun looked at each other and nodded silently. Okay, no problem. We will give you a cart, and it's just right for you male educated youth to push the female educated youth. But what's wrong? Some of your educated youth have been in the countryside for several years, and they still can't push carts? Okay, then give us a cart. Thank you. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 female educated youth rushed to get on the car. Let's take turns pushing the cart, 2 by 2. As they said that, several male educated youths pushed the cart and walked in front. Guasihai, Zhang Bing, and Zhao Jun followed closely in a car. Gu Zhao's car was the last. As they walked, they reached a downhill road. Su Qingran wanted to get off the car, but was stopped. Just sit still, it's okay. As soon as the voice fell, the educated youths walking in the front suddenly screamed, "A help!" Su Qingran looked up and saw several male educated youths chasing the out-of-control cart in a panic. The cart had already rushed down the mountain road. The female educated youths in the car were all scared pale, and their souls flew away. With a duong sound, the car finally hit a rock and stopped. The 3 female educated youths cried loudly and got off the car rolling and crawling. The team leader in front was also very scared. After blaming the male educated youths, he began to blame Guasihai and the other 2. "Who asked you to lend them the cart? Don't you know what these male educated youth are capable of? How can they push the cart on this mountain road? What if someone dies?" Guasihai and the other 2 felt aggrieved. "They blocked us and insisted on borrowing the cart. We didn't expect them to be so useless that they couldn't even push a cart properly." "That's right. Besides, the here is not steep. It's okay if they really fall." They didn't fall. The captain glared at the 3 of them angrily. He raised his eyes and glared at Gu Xiao again, feeling that he was also related to what happened today. Gu Xiao coughed lightly with guilt. "Dad, you are right to criticize us. We won't dare to lend them money even if they cry and beg us in the future." The captain had nothing to say, so he had to catch a few educated youths and beat them up. Then he walked forward with his hands behind his back. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun picked up the fallen car with a smile and said with concern, "Look at the damage to this car. Su Jiqing, do you still want to sit? Or we will push you." The 3 female educated youths changed their faces, and they looked like they saw a ghost when they saw the car. They hurriedly ran away. The 2 new educated youths, Sun Hao and Chen Weigua, who almost made a big mistake, were also scared and hurriedly followed. "Su Jiao, wait for us." Su Qingran looked for a long time and finally understood. "Did you borrow the car on purpose?" Gu Xiao coughed unnaturally. "I have disliked them for a long time, but nothing serious will happen on this road. If it is really a cliff, we dare not borrow it." Guasihai and others also echoed, "Yes, Nanqing told us just now that they teamed up to show your power. It is not a loss to teach them a lesson." Su Qingran was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to thank them. The captain said that food will be distributed during the day tomorrow, so come over for dinner tomorrow night. The 3 of them had already heard Gu Zhao's praise so many times that their ears were calloused. When they heard that she was going to treat them, they all cheered happily. In the evening, Su Qingran found another opportunity to block Gu Xiao. During the day in the town, he bought a lot of snacks for Nanqing and brought back so much pork. If he was asked how much it cost, he probably wouldn't tell her, so he just estimated the amount. Gu Xiao refused to take it. "No need. I bought the snacks for the children. Besides, you treated everyone to meat buns at noon." Su Qingran stuffed the money directly into his hand. "Let's put it in order. It's only right to treat guests when building a house." Gu Xiao took a look. "This is too much." Su Qingran paused for a moment. "How about this? If you are free tomorrow, can you go to the mountain to get a pheasant or a hare? I'm afraid there won't be enough food to treat everyone." Gu Xiao nodded, his mouth corners raised. "Okay, leave it to me." Looking at such a handsome face, smiling like a flower in front of him, Su Qingran said that he couldn't bear it and ran back to the house. Gu Xiao touched his nose guiltily. Is his smile so scary? The next day. It was the day when Xianjiangshan Brigade distributed grain. As the old saying goes, children look forward to the new year, and adults look forward to the distribution of grain. How much food can be distributed directly determines how this annual meeting will go. For adults, it is indeed 100 times happier than the Chinese New Year. Early in the morning, all the young and old men in the village gathered at the threshing ground, staring at the account books in the hands of the team leader and the team accountant. They were all secretly guessing how much food they could get this time. Su Qingran was not in a hurry, mainly because she had just arrived not long ago and did not expect to get much food. But what she did not expect was that each of the 4 new educated youths was given a bag of corn and a bag of rice. Su Jiao and the other 2 were very happy. Some people rely on the fact that they get a lot of work points and they are complacent, but in the end, don't they still get the same amount of food? As soon as the words fell, all the young and old men in the village laughed. The other old educated youths looked embarrassed, as if they were also embarrassed. The captain twitched his lips. What are you thinking? It is clearly written in this book that you will be given a certain amount of food according to your work points. The rest will be considered as a loan to you and will be deducted from your work points in the future. How can we watch you starve to death if we don't give you more food now? Su Jiao and the other two were so ashamed by the ridicule of the crowd that they couldn't raise their heads. The captain also waved his hand. Okay, everyone should be busy with what they should be busy with. In the afternoon, a few educated youths will follow me back to the educated youth point to hold a meeting and discuss the expansion. This was Su Qingran's first time to the educated youth point. Originally thought it was some mysterious organization, at least it was obviously different from other families in the village, who knew that when he walked in, it was just an ordinary farmyard. There were 3 south-facing earthen houses. The male educated youths lived in the east house, the female educated youths lived in the west house, and the main room in the middle was the dining place. In the fenced yard, there was a kitchen on the west side and a straw shed on the east side, where the collected firewood was piled. Over the years, the number of educated youths who came and went in the camp has basically never exceeded 6. Perhaps because the camp was too poor, those who had the means had found ways to retire due to illness, join the army, or get married. Now there are only 4 people left, 2 men and 2 women. As soon as everyone arrived, the team leader spoke. The team's plan is to demolish the thatched hut on the east side and build a large house specifically for the female educated youth to live in, and give the vacated house to the 2 new male educated youth. The team leader thought about this idea for a long time, and this method is the most cost-effective and economical. Moreover, it is convenient and safe for the 3 female educated youth to live in the new house, and they can be slightly separated from the male educated youth. The 4 male educated youth have no objection. Female educated youth Lu Qin grumbled dissatisfiedly. Why can the 4 male educated youth live in 2 rooms? We female educated youth have to squeeze into 1 room? The new house is good, but she doesn't want to live in the same room with the troublemaker. Team leader, let me be frank, Su educated youth likes to beat people. We dare not sleep in the same room with her. Su Jiao just grumbled a few words to her before and was beaten into a pig's head. Her gossip was also noted by the educated youth, and she couldn't control her mouth. Hu Huiying pulled her aside when she saw this. Say less. Then she turned to the team leader. Team leader, we're not disunited. It's just that Su the educated youth has a child. If he moves in, what will happen to the child? Will he have to live with us? Su Jiao covered her face and leaned to the side. No matter how young the child is, he is still a boy. It's not appropriate for him to live with us. I don't agree either. Sun Hao and Chen Weigua immediately agreed. We have never taken care of a child. If he lives in the same room with us, we won't be able to take care of him if something happens at night. The old educated youth Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng looked at each other. If it really doesn't work, let the child live in our room? All the educated youth finished speaking. The team leader looked around and then slowly spoke. No need, Su the educated youth will build a house and live alone. As soon as he finished speaking, all the educated youth were dumbfounded. Captain, are you going to build a separate house for Su Jiqing? The captain pursed his lips in displeasure, turned his head to look at Gu Xiao. Have you discussed the place just now? Gu Xiao nodded, pointing to a vacant lot in the west. The land to the west of the educated youth site is still vacant. It's a little small, but it's more than enough to build 2 small south-facing houses. The captain took a look from a distance and nodded. It's next to the educated youth site, but not in the same courtyard with them. It's good, and it saves them from living together. Several educated youths were immediately unwilling. Just now, they heard that the captain was going to build a house for Su Jiqing, and they were already unbalanced. Unexpectedly, he actually built 2 houses? Seeing everyone talking, the captain coughed. What are you thinking? Your house was built by the team, and Su Jiqing's house was built with his own money. Are they the same thing? Everyone fell silent when they heard it. The team leader calculated the bill in front of him. If Su Jiqing stayed to live with us, the team would have to build at least 2 houses, which would cost a lot more money and easily lead to conflicts. Now Su Jiqing wants to go out and build a house alone. I think the money for such a small piece of land can be waived, but she has to pay for the materials and labor for building the house. Gu Xiao, can you calculate how much it will cost? Gu Xiao pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. I estimate that 2 houses will cost at least 100 yuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the team leader's eyes widened. 100 yuan for 2 mud houses? This kid is so bold. Why doesn't he just rob? Gu Xiao coughed lightly and winked at his father. 100 yuan is not much. Su Jiqing just came to the brigade and has no materials. Which of these adobe, wood, fodder, and labor costs money? The brigade leader immediately understood his intention and nodded guiltily. What Gu Xiao said makes sense. Do you guys want to build a separate house? If you build a separate house, the brigade will not have to expand it for you. As expected, they were young and ignorant, and they were really scared by the price Gu Xiao called out. Several educated youths looked at each other, their faces changing again and again. Crazy, spending 100 yuan to build a house by yourself. The money is burnt. Forget it, it's already a lot to be able to separate her and live alone, so it's better this way. Captain, I have no objection. I have no objection either, but this house must be built first for the educated youth site, right? The captain waved his hand. That's not right. I will arrange for someone to build your house based on work points, and Su Jiqing will find someone else to build her house. After returning from the educated youth site, Su Qingran began to prepare for a dinner party in the evening. Aunt Gu heard that she had discussed the construction of the house and had chosen a place, and was very happy for her. She took her to the vegetable garden after autumn. Many vegetables in this yard will be harvested. You can pick whatever you need. Su Qingran thanked her, cut a handful of green onions, and picked a few eggplants. Back in the kitchen, first put the pork belly bought yesterday into a pot with cold water, boil it and skim off the foam. Cut the meat into even-sized pieces, put it in the pot, and stir-fry until the fat comes out, then stir-fry the sugar color with rock sugar, and stir-fry the meat pieces to color them. Onions, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and soy sauce are all necessary. Aunt Gu's heart was beating fast. It was the first time she saw people stewing meat like this. Just as the braised pork was simmered, Gu Xiao came back with a pheasant and a hare. I was afraid that it would be too late, so I made these. I'll deal with it first. Su Qingran was preparing to steam rice and nodded happily at the game in his hand. Enough, enough. Gu Xiao smelled the fragrance from the kitchen and processed it quickly. Aunt Gu quietly dug a few sweet potatoes from the private plot and brought them back. You don't need so much rice. Add a few sweet potatoes to the rice, and it will be enough to eat. Su Qingran knew that her aunt was thinking about her, so she took it obediently. Peel the sweet potatoes, cut them into slices, and spread them on the top. Gu Xiao dealt with the hare and pheasant, and helped to wash them and chop them into small pieces. Su Qingran moved the braised pork to the clay stove and simmered it slowly over low heat, and then used the iron pot to stir-fry other dishes. Spicy chicken, stir-fried rabbit cubes, minced pork with eggplant, shredded potatoes with vinegar. Finally, beat a few eggs, mix with chopped green onions, stir well, and fry a plate of golden green onion eggs. It's not time for dinner yet, but the villagers are confused by the fragrance coming out of Gu's house. When we went to town yesterday, everyone knew that Su Jiqing bought meat. Today, we heard that she was going to build a house and entertain guests, but no one expected it to smell so good. If I had known earlier, I should have asked her if she needed anyone to build the house today. Guasihai and the other 2 walked into the yard of Gu's house under everyone's envious gaze. Before the table was served, saliva was already flowing out. What delicious food did Su Jiqing make? I can smell the fragrance from a distance. Su Qingran saw that everyone had arrived and hurriedly started to serve the dishes from the kitchen. Several people were stunned and hurriedly washed their hands to help. After the food was spread on the table, Su Qingran went back to the room and got a bottle of white wine. Captain, it's rare that we can relax for a few days after paying the public grain. How about a drink tonight? The captain was hesitating whether to take out his own wine to give to these rascals, but he didn't expect Su Jiqing to take out a new bottle for them. He nodded with a smile. Okay, let them all drink. It was the first time for several people to drink in front of the captain, and they were so excited. However, what attracted them the most at the moment was the meat dishes on the table. As soon as the captain started to chopstick, several people also picked up their chopsticks and picked up some. The braised pork was stewed until it was tender and red, and it melted in the mouth with one sip. The stir-fried rabbit was spicy and addictive. The meat was tender, and it was still hot. The spicy chicken had been made before, so it was naturally delicious. Guasihai, Zhongbing, and Zhao Jun all ate the meal made by Su Qingran for the first time. The three of them kept talking and made praises from time to time. Gu Shao knocked on the table in front of the three people with chopsticks. Eat slowly. Aren't you embarrassed? It's like you haven't eaten for hundreds of years. Aunt Gu smiled and glared at him. You are the only one who is troublesome. Eat yours. Then she picked up a piece of eggplant and put it in the bowl. I thought it was a vegetarian dish, but it was full of meat. A closer look showed that the soft and glutinous eggplant was covered with mincemeat. TSK, it really hurts, but it's really delicious. The only drawback is that it uses too much rice. Aunt Gu looked at the full table of dishes and stretched her chopsticks to the only vegan potato shreds again. Who knew that these potato shreds were sour and spicy, completely different from the boiled potatoes she made before? The three of them ate wildly for a while and felt a little embarrassed, so they gradually slowed down. Come on, let's toast to the captain together. The captain slowly tasted the braised pork in his mouth, thinking that he had eaten meat for most of his life in vain. Seeing that several people raised their glasses, he immediately raised his own glass. The one who should be thanked most for this meal today is Su Jiqing. He gave up his family property to make so many good dishes and good wine. You must build a house for him. The three nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, Captain, we will follow Brother Xiao, and there will be no problems. Seeing that the three agreed, the captain looked at Gu Xiao again. Don't charge the educated youth Su money randomly. I'll be responsible for finding a way to get the wood, and you guys can think about the other things carefully. Gu Xiao was serious for once. I was just trying to scare those educated youths. I've already made an agreement with the three of them before. We don't lack mud and grass, and we can make the bricks and thatch ourselves. There's no need to spend money. As for the wages, just provide 2 meals a day. Su Qingran looked at him in shock. How can that be? Meals are meals, and wages are wages. Building a house is a big project after all. The three of them nodded in agreement. That's right, just provide meals, and if there's not enough food, we can bring it ourselves. Before coming, they were still a little hesitant. But after eating this meal, they all raised their hands and feet firmly in agreement. The team leader waved his hand at Su Qingran. Little Su, don't insist. Just listen to them. Anyway, these guys have been acting out since the autumn in previous years, and their families are afraid that they will run around. Now they can have a job and earn a living in the village. It's good enough. Su Qingran twitched his lips awkwardly. It's easy to know that these 4 people took advantage of the slack season to go to the city to make money on the black market. The team leader really misunderstood them a little bit. Now that they insist on not talking about money, then we can discuss it after the building is completed. If it doesn't work, we can buy some food for them. Okay, just tell me what you want to eat. After Su Qingran treated the guests, the 4 people started to get busy early the next morning. Now that the autumn harvest has just ended and it's not time to dig sweet potatoes, the team has a rare few days of leisure. Taking advantage of the good weather these days, Gu Xiao and others plan to make the adobe bricks as soon as possible. The key to making adobe bricks is to do it in one go. The weather in autumn is unpredictable. When the wind blows, no one can predict when it will change. If it rains when the adobe bricks are being stripped and dried, it means that all the work has been done in vain. Therefore, the 4 people worked from morning till night and stripped all the adobe bricks to be used within 2 days. The adobe bricks here were all stripped, but the educated youth site next door had not yet started. The people in the brigade understood this principle, but it was not their own business, so it was difficult to be proactive. Moreover, they had just finished the autumn harvest and were exhausted. They all wanted to take a 2-day break. Although work points would be given for work like building the educated youth site, it was ultimately an internal matter of the brigade, and the wool came from the sheep. And at most, it was just a few melons and dates. Seeing that the adobe bricks next door had been stripped and started to dry, several new and old educated youths became anxious and went to find the brigade leader to explain the situation. The brigade leader was busy with wood these 2 days. When he learned about the situation, he personally went to the homes of several members and scolded them severely. The construction started the next day. While Gu Xiao and the others were removing the adobe bricks, Su Qingran and Nanxing were helping with odd jobs at the construction site, but they could not do much. Her most important task at the moment was to find a way to get food. After all, these 4 men were doing physical work and had big appetites, so they had to be fed well. A few days ago, Su Qingran had just distributed a bag of rice and a bag of corn. She took out half of each and scattered it in the space, preparing to grow some herself. She secretly took the rest and exchanged it with other people in the village for rice, flour, and eggs. Everyone knew that she was in a hurry to use food. The educated youth were not used to pounding rice and grinding flour, so it was common for them to exchange directly. So no one thought much about it. Moreover, Su Qingran was not petty, and everyone was willing to exchange with her. This kind of thing was done secretly and privately, and no one would say it openly, so even Angu didn't know how much Su Qingran took to exchange. She only knew that she brought rice, flour, and eggs home every day. The extra food naturally made people think that she had exchanged it for the things she brought from the city. Since it was all for building a house and providing food, the team leader and Angu couldn't say anything and just pretended not to see it. After all, who made those 4 boys eat so much? Seeing that the team leader and Angu acquiesced, Su Qingran boldly took out the rice and flour she had bought at the grain station and the black market to eat. After observing for the past few days, she found that the things grown in the space were much faster than those outside. It takes about 4 months from sowing to harvesting corn outside, but only 4 days in the space. The same is true for rice. In other words, 1 day in the space is equivalent to 1 month outside. And as long as the seeds are sown, there is no need to worry about them later. It's just that harvesting is a little troublesome, but fortunately, she only cooks during the day and has nothing else to do. Aunt Gu was afraid that she would have no vegetables to cook, so she gave her full control of the vegetable garden early on, letting her take care of it herself and dig whatever she needed. She also gave her a lot of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Su Qingran readily agreed and invited Aunt Gu and the team leader to have dinner with them. The team leader had been busy with the timber business for her these past few days, so it was only right that he would provide a few meals for her. With potatoes and sweet potatoes, Su Qingran started to plant them in the space again. Cut the potatoes into pieces and plant them. In 3 or 4 days, you can harvest a nest of potato eggs. Sweet potatoes take a little longer, 6 days. In addition, Su Qingran also planted peanuts, sunflower seeds, and soybeans. When she first came to cook, she had already saved the remaining kitchen waste. Pepper seeds, tomato seeds, etc. Just throw them into the soil of the space, and they will grow by themselves. And those coriander, onions, garlic, etc. just bury the cut roots and stems, and they will start to grow. But now it is autumn, and many summer vegetables are not easy to take out, so she focuses on winter vegetables such as radish, cabbage, and spinach. When she has time, she will grow some beans sprouts herself. As for meat, there is nowhere to buy it in the village, but Gu Xiao will go to the mountains from time to time to get some game. Even if you can't eat meat every meal, Su Qingran's cooking skills can make simple meals delicious. Sometimes I am busy at noon and don't have time to cook. Su Qingran rolled some wide noodles, added blanched bean sprouts, sprinkled with chopped green onions, coriander, garlic sprouts, minced garlic, and a spoonful of chili powder. Poured with smoking hot oil. With a sizzling sound, the fragrance came out. When Su Qingran delivered the meal, the workers at the construction site of the educated youth next door could smell the fragrance from a distance. I was so envious. It was even more unpleasant to work. Several aunts in the village had been secretly asking Gu Xiao to sell eggs. They thought they would go to the city after the autumn harvest. But who knew that Gu Xiao and his friends were busy building houses in the village, and it seemed that they would not go again for a while. Seeing that the eggs could not be sold, several people were anxious. Later, they learned that Su Qingran was exchanging eggs, so they secretly went to her separately. Su Qingran naturally accepted good things like eggs. There were too many eggs to be exchanged, and it was not convenient to bring them all out in the open, so she put some into the space. But who knows? These ants are reluctant to eat eggs at home and have been saving them since before the autumn harvest. The weather was hot some time ago, and some eggs gradually became live pearls. Fresh eggs can be kept fresh in the space. These live pearls broke out of their shells in the warm spring-like space. Seeing a group of fluffy chicks running around in the space, Su Qingran panicked, but soon calmed down. She had been thinking about raising some chicks before, and now is the perfect time. So she just got some branches to surround the chicks, cut some rice ears every day, and let them peck at anything they want. After being busy for more than 10 days, the adobe bricks have gradually dried. While the adobe bricks were drying, the 4 people tamped the foundation and drove piles, and they did not fall behind. It was about to start building the wall in 2 days. That night, before going to bed, Su Qingran was busy in the space harvesting crops, picking vegetables, and feeding chickens. Tired and sweating, she had just washed and packed up and was ready to go to sleep when she suddenly heard the wind outside getting stronger. Su Qingran thought about the adobe bricks that had finally dried and quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes and clothes, and went out. As soon as she went out, the cold night wind made her shiver. Su Qingran glanced at the dark east room and remembered that Gu Xiao seemed to have gone out again. She tightened her coat and walked towards the construction site with a flashlight. Along the way, she was thinking about whether she could use the space to help stack bricks and what to cover to protect the adobe bricks. Before she reached the construction site, she saw a beam of light from afar. The light was dim, and only a tall figure could be vaguely seen, shuttling back and forth between light and darkness. He kept piling the dried adobe bricks against the wall. Su Qingran stopped in her tracks. She thought Gu Xiao had gone into the mountain to work again, but she didn't expect him to be here. The way he stacked the adobe bricks quietly was very different from during the day. Su Qingran's heart was slightly touched, and she quickly stepped forward and put down her flashlight. Gu Xiao was startled by her arrival. "Why are you here?" Su Qingran explained truthfully. "I heard the wind was blowing, and I was worried that it would rain tonight, so I came to take a look." As she said that, she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to move the adobe. Gu Xiao quickly pulled her. "It's heavy. You can't do this. Just help me shine the light." Su Qingran blinked. "Who are you looking down on?" As she said that, she easily lifted a piece of adobe and strode towards the wall. "Just stack it up like this?" Gu Xiao was stunned for a moment and nodded repeatedly. "That's right." The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the 2 people's movements became more and more urgent. I don't know how long it took, and the adobes standing on the ground were finally stomped into 2 rows. Gu Xiao took out the plastic sheet he had prepared in advance and carefully covered the adobes tightly. Then he covered them with a thick layer of straw and corn stalks. "Don't worry, unless it's a heavy rainstorm, the adobe will be fine. The autumn rain in the mountains is not that heavy." After finishing all this, the 2 were so tired that they couldn't straighten their backs. They simply sat on the ground to catch their breath and rest. When they recovered, they looked at the Educated Youth site next door at the same time. The Educated Youth site was dark and sloppy, and it was so quiet that there was not even a snoring sound. The 2 retracted their gazes and found that neither of them had any intention of doing good things. They smiled at each other tacitly. At this time, the dense drizzle was like a needle tip, accompanied by the autumn wind. "Do you think it's too late to call them now?" "I think the time is just right. Let them experience the experience of grabbing adobe on a rainy night." Gu Xiao stood up first. "I don't know where he got a bamboo hat," and put it on her head. "You go back first, and if you see my father, tell him not to come over. I'll stay here and watch for him." Su Qingran nodded and ran quickly towards the direction of Gu's house. After the others walked away, Gu Xiao walked to the house of the 2 male educated youths and banged on the door. "It's raining. Get up and grab the adobe bricks." "Still sleeping. Why are you so sleepy?" The 4 old educated youths were awakened by the sound of the door. When they heard the word rain, they were all scared and broke into cold sweats. They quickly put on their clothes in the dark. "It's raining? Hurry up, move the adobe bricks." Seeing that the 4 people were in the state, Gu Xiao hurriedly said, "I'll go and call people for you," and ran away quickly. He ran to 3 places and called the 3 new educated youths. "It's raining. Hurry up and grab the adobe bricks for your new house." The 3 new educated youths had little experience, but since it was about when they could move to the educated youth site, they did not dare to neglect it. They all rushed to the educated youth site in the rain. "I'll help you shine the flashlight, so you can move it. Hurry up, or the bricks will be unusable if you slow down. The team leader just reminded you to take good care of the bricks during the day." Look, there was no response even when the wind was so strong. You really treat the construction of the educated youth site as the team's task. Several educated youths ran to the main room in the rain, carrying heavy bricks. Turning their heads to look at Gu Xiao, who was shining the light for them in the corridor, they always felt that something was wrong. But it seemed that there was nothing wrong. On the other side, Su Qingran ran back to the Gu family quickly with her hat in her hand, and happened to meet the team leader, who was about to go out. She quickly stopped him. "Team leader, don't go. Gu Xiao has already called people to grab the bricks." The team leader was surprised. "Gu Xiao has already gone?" Su Qingran nodded. "Yes, he has been gone for a while, and he asked me to come back and tell you." It was a cold, rainy night, but the captain felt inexplicably warm in his heart. His son was worried about his health and wanted to take the initiative to share his burden. Now that Su Jiqing has returned, the adobe bricks in her house must be saved. There are not many adobe bricks left at the educated youth site, so let the young people do it. After thinking it through, the captain went back to the house and continued to lie down. Su Qingran wiped her body with a towel and changed into clean clothes. Thinking that Gu Xiao had been busy for her for so long just now, and she didn't know what he would be after he was done, she got up and went to the kitchen. She boiled a large teacup of soup and dripped a few drops of spiritual spring water into it. Then she boiled a large pot of hot water and sat quietly in front of the stove to warm herself by the fire and wait for him to come back. Fortunately, it didn't take long before he ran back with cold water vapor all over his body. "You haven't slept yet?" Su Qingran quickly handed him the warm soup. "Drink some soup to get rid of the cold." Gu Zhao's voice was hoarse from shouting just now, so he took the soup and drank it in big gulps. The soup was hot and spicy, but it was very comfortable to drink, and even his throat didn't hurt anymore. After drinking the soup, he casually lifted the white cloth covering the basket on the chopping board, picked up a steamed bun, and was about to put it into his mouth. Su Qingran was startled by him. "Are you hungry?" Gu Xiao turned his head to look at her, nodded pitifully. "Yeah, I'm starving." Su Qingran pursed her lips and smiled. "It's just right. I'll boil some hot water. You go take a shower and change into dry clothes. I'll cook you a bowl of noodles." In the space, Su Qingran saved the noodles that had been rolled in advance. Put it directly into the pot and cook a big bowl. Add a few slices of green vegetables and Nestle 2 poached eggs. Finally, scoop a spoonful of the spicy sauce potato cubes left over from the night before. Just as it was done, Gu Xiao walked in wiping his hair. Su Qingran brought the noodles to the table. "The noodles are ready. Just leave them when you finish eating. I'll go back to sleep first." Gu Xiao looked at her back as she simply left, feeling a little disappointed. He thought that fighting side by side tonight would at least enhance their revolutionary friendship. But in the blink of an eye, he figured it out. The comic book journey to the West that Su Nanqing had read said that Tang Monk had to go through 81 trials to obtain the sutra. What was this for him? He immediately turned his sadness into appetite and ate a large bowl of hot noodle soup without leaving a drop. The rain last night was not too heavy, and the 7 educated youths were led by Gu Xiao to join in the fight for the bricks. Finally, they moved all the bricks into the main room before they were soaked. But in the morning, the team leader took people to take a look and found that the bricks were not soaked, but they could not be used. The bricks in the yard of the educated youth site were not dry yet, and the educated youths did not pay attention when they moved them last night. Many of them were thrown directly on the floor in the house, and many corners were broken. The team leader felt very painful. The faces of the villagers who participated in the removal of the bricks were also not good. I told them before I left yesterday that the sky was a bit cloudy, so I asked them to put up the adobe bricks before going to bed at night. The brigade built the house, but after all, it was for the educated youth to live in. They can't just not care about it, right? Several educated youths said with red faces. The eldest brother Xie took the initiative to stand up. I didn't think it through. I saw stars before going to bed yesterday and thought it wouldn't rain. Someone took the initiative to admit his mistake, and the others had to bow their heads. But the villagers who were responsible for removing the bricks were not happy. They destroyed the adobe bricks. They should be allowed to remove and repair them themselves. Otherwise, the house cannot be built. That's right. They should be responsible for themselves. Otherwise, they are really like children who have not been weaned. This sentence touched the heart of the team leader. People will die if they compare themselves to others, and goods will be thrown away if they are compared to goods. This time, the educated youth did not perform very well in building the house. They didn't need to worry about everything like Su Jiqing, and they had to be busy cooking and delivering meals. They couldn't even take care of an adobe brick? Then why didn't the adobe bricks next door get damaged by the rain? Thinking of this, the team leader nodded immediately. Xie Jiqing, you should find a way to make up for the adobe as soon as possible. If you really don't understand, just ask more questions. As soon as Xie Ziyuan nodded, Sun Hao and Chen Weigui stood up. Team leader, we braved the rain to grab adobe last night. Even if we didn't make any contributions, we worked hard. Comrade Su Jiao and Comrade Lu Qin from the Educated Youth Point both caught a cold and had a fever. The team leader looked at the two with dissatisfaction. If the two of them are sick, then the rest of you who are not sick won't be delayed, right? Besides, you have 4 male comrades, and the next door also has 4 male comrades who have taken off more adobe than you in 2 days. The 2 male educated youths were so annoyed that they had to nod and agree. It seems that the construction of the house at the Educated Youth Point can't continue for a while. Su Qingran didn't know about the excitement at the Educated Youth Point. She tossed until midnight yesterday, and she slept until 9 o'clock this time. Aunt Gu thought she must be exhausted, so she moved very quietly all morning to avoid being disturbed. It was not until the team leader came back from the Educated Youth Point and heard that the 2 female educated youth had a fever that she became worried. Did Xiao Su get wet yesterday? Could she have a fever too? Su Nanxing was so scared that she knocked on the door immediately. Su Qingran heard the noise outside the door, stretched herself, got up and opened the door. When the door opened, everyone was standing at the door. Xiao Su, you didn't catch a cold, did you? Su Qingran smiled awkwardly. I'm fine. I just stayed up a little late last night and accidentally overslept. Aunt Gu breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. It's still raining outside and the house can't be built today anyway. You can sleep a little longer. It was impossible to sleep any longer. But when she finished cleaning up and washing up, she found that there was really nothing to do. She could only take out Nanxing's clothes to mend them and teach him some new learning content. But she was used to being busy, and when she was free, Su Qingren couldn't help but miss her family on the other side of the mountain. After the last separation, she didn't know what her elder brother said to his parents and sister-in-law. She also didn't know if her mother's illness was completely cured. Gu Xiao saw that she was uneasy. So he casually said, everyone is very free today. I guess many people are running to the mountain. Aunt Gu didn't understand, but instinctively added, don't join in the fun. The mountain road is difficult to walk on rainy days. There is no need to take risks for a bite of meat. Wait until the rain stops. This sentence directly suppressed Su Qingran's just-emerged idea. Then, Aunt Gu suddenly became excited. I haven't been to the mountain to pick mushrooms for a long time. I guess they should grow tomorrow. Many people who share the same idea as Aunt Gu. The next morning, the sky cleared up as expected. Many people in the team agreed to go into the mountain to pick mushrooms with baskets on their backs. Su Qingran thought that she was also free at home, so she readily accepted Aunt Gu's invitation. Su Nanxing also happily carried the small bamboo basket on his back. Aunt, I'll go into the mountains with you. I haven't picked mushrooms before. Su Qingran was afraid that the mountain road would be difficult to walk on, and was about to coax him to stay at home and play. But Gu Shao also came out with a bamboo basket on his back. Take Nanxing with you, I'll go with you. Aunt Gu looked at him in surprise. This kid had never gone into the mountains with them to pick mushrooms before. Did the sun rise from the west today? After the rain, the sky cleared up and the fog in the mountains gradually dissipated. The fallen leaves and dead grass were not slippery. However, it was still a big challenge for the aunt and nephew, who went up the mountain to pick mushrooms for the first time. At the beginning, the two followed the large group and slowly went up the mountain along the path. Not long after, there were intermittent sounds of surprise from the front. Su Qingran and Su Nanxing used wooden sticks to push away the fallen leaves at their feet from time to time, and they really found a lot of mushrooms. Neither of them knew them. Aunt Gu helped introduce them at first. This is chanterelles, very fresh. When they fell into the mushroom nest, they were too excited to care. Don't worry about whether you know it or not. Let's pick it up first and pick it slowly when we get back. In addition to mushrooms, there are wood ears and wild mushrooms on the deadwood. The aunt and nephew were like little mice falling into a rice jar, and they were so excited to pick them up. Aunt, look, there are still so many here. Slow down, don't run around, I'll be there soon. As she was talking, Gu Shao suddenly squatted down beside her and spoke in a low voice. Su Jiqing, it seems like someone is watching you on the mountain. Su Qingran's heart tightened, and her first reaction was that someone had come to her house. She calmed herself down, looked around again, and found that everyone was busy picking mushrooms with their heads down. Then she pretended to look up the mountain casually. Although she couldn't see their faces clearly from a distance, Su Qingran still recognized the figures of her eldest brother and sister-in-law at a glance. Su Qingran's heart was pounding, and she slowly walked to Su Nanxing. Nanxing, look, there are more up there, let's go there, there are fewer people over there. Su Nanxing didn't think much about it, and happily followed her aunt up a few steps. Nanxing, do you think the mushroom in my aunt's hand is big? Su Nanxing looked up and opened her mouth in surprise. It's so big. There were too many people in the mountains. Su Qingran didn't dare to take risks. She could only use this method to make her brother and sister-in-law look at Nanxing more. Su Nanxing didn't know anything about it. His mind was full of picking mushrooms. He ran around like a little hamster, jumping and hopping in the woods. Suddenly, Gu Shao shouted in the woods, I just found a few chestnut trees. Come with me to pick chestnuts. Then he waved to Nanxing. Nanxing, come on, I'll take you over. Nanxing was so excited that she hurriedly ran forward. Uncle, I haven't picked chestnuts yet. Su Qingran blurted out. Well, you go first, I'll be there soon. Aunt Gu thought she was going to the bathroom, so she nodded, give me a shout if you need anything. Soon, everyone followed Gu Shao to pick chestnuts. The originally lively forest became empty. Su Qingran looked around and hurried up the mountain. The eldest brother and sister-in-law noticed her movement and hurried to meet her. The three of them came behind a big tree at the same time. As soon as they met, Su Qingran couldn't wait to ask, is Mom's illness healed? Su Zhenhua nodded. The medicine you brought last time was of great help. The fever went down that night, and she was well again the next day. Qingran, I told your sister-in-law about Nanxing. She has been worried about her for a while. I thought the rain had stopped today, and maybe you would go up the mountain, so I came here to try my luck. I didn't expect to run into you. As soon as she finished speaking, sister-in-law Jiang Ailing's eyes were red. Little sister, I didn't expect you to bring Nanxing to the countryside. You've suffered so much. Su Qingran breathed a sigh of relief. Sister-in-law, I hope you don't blame me for acting on my own. Jiang Ailing grabbed her hand. What are you talking about? Your elder brother has told me about my family's affairs. I am grateful that you don't mind Nanxing being a burden to you. Don't worry, your elder brother and I will take good care of our parents. Su Qingran nodded, quickly put down the basket, picked up a few eggs from it, and stuffed them into the two of them. I just exchanged this with the villagers, and I just didn't have time to take it back. You can take it back and cook it. Jiang Ailing refused to take it, and instead took out a bag of things from her pocket and stuffed it into her. These are the pine nuts that your elder brother secretly picked up in the woods. I've peeled them all. You can take them back and eat them with Nanxing. Su Qingran took it readily and handed over the eggs. Do and push it away. If you don't eat, your parents will. Nanqing can eat eggs every day now. No one can miss him. Time was urgent, and the two did not dare to delay for too long. They only said the most important things. The water level of the river in the forest farm has dropped in the past few days, and many woods cannot be transported out. The forest farm has been idle for a while, and we can just breathe a sigh of relief. Don't worry. I know, I'm busy building a house these days. I plan to live alone with Nanqing. I can't leave for a while. I will go there after the house is finished. Hearing that she was building a house, the brother and sister-in-law were full of surprise. But there was no time to ask in detail, so they hurriedly gave a few instructions and left. After everyone left, Su Qingren came out from behind the big tree, looked around and saw that there was no one, so she felt relieved to go find Su Nanqing. After seeing the eldest brother and sister-in-law, Su Qingren was obviously in a much better mood. Mother's illness was cured. The eldest sister-in-law knew that Nanqing was here, and she would definitely not be as depressed as in the previous life. When Su Qingren arrived, everyone was busy picking chestnuts. Aunt Gu thought she was back for work, so she urged her to pick them up. Be careful not to your hands. After going up the mountain, Su Qingren's menu was enriched a lot. Roasted chicken with chestnuts, stewed chicken with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with black fungus. The food was good, and the 4 people worked harder. While several educated youths were busy chopping grass and mud to make bricks, Su Qingren's house had already started to be built. After the wall was built, yellow mud and wheat straw were mixed into thin mud and evenly applied to the wall, which was both beautiful and rainproof. After the wall was dried, the beams and thatched roofs had to be put up without stopping. After the main body of the house was built, the remaining things were doors, windows, stoves, etc. Su Qingren also began to plan to go to the city for a big purchase. One of the 2 rooms was used as a bedroom, and the other was used as a kitchen and dining area. The bedroom is bigger, and it can be divided into 2 rooms by pulling a curtain in the middle. Other furniture can be purchased later, but 2 beds must be obtained first. The pots, dining tables, and benches for cooking in the kitchen are also urgent. Ning Chung is not used to sleeping on a heated kong, and he always relies on a small stove in the house to keep warm in winter. If possible, Su Qingren also wants to buy an iron stove so that she can boil water and stew soup on weekdays. As Su Qingren calculated, he gradually felt a headache. There are too many things to buy, and no matter how much money he has, he can't afford to spend so much. This time when he goes to the city, he must find a way to sell some of the things grown in the space for money. The team leader and Aunt Gu heard that she was going to the city to buy things. They were both very worried. The city is too far away. If you go there on the same day, you can't come back on the same day. It's better to go to the commune to buy it. Yes, this furniture is easy. Many people in our team can make beds, tables, chairs, and benches. This is simple. People in the mountains are self-reliant in their daily lives and rarely go out to buy anything. Even if they can't make it, at most they will go to the commune town to buy some. But Su Qingren had visited last time and found that there were too few varieties of things in the commune. And she had to sell things, so naturally the demand in the city was greater, and she was more familiar with it. Just as she was considering how to persuade the 2, Gu Xiao beside her suddenly spoke. It just so happens that I want to go to the city to see Xiaolei. I don't know if she can adapt to the new school. I'll take Su Jiqing with me. When they mentioned their daughter, they softened their hearts immediately. Yes, I was busy recently and didn't have time to go to the city to see her. I don't know how my daughter is doing now. Su Qingren said hurriedly, I haven't seen Xiaolei yet. It's a good opportunity for me to go with you. I know the city well, so don't worry. Hearing this, the captain and Aunt Goose suddenly remembered. Yes, Su Jiqing came from the city, and no one knows her better than her. What's there to worry about? Okay, you guys be careful on the road. Nanqing will follow me for the next 2 days. I will take good care of her. After agreeing on going to the city, Gu Xiao got up and went out. Su Qingren knew that he was going to prepare the goods. So she also found an opportunity to prepare the things she wanted to sell. There is no shortage of food in the city at the moment. But the best and most expensive ones must be meat and eggs. There is no shortage of live chickens and eggs in the space now, which is also the focus of her move this time. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbage, and radishes are also piled up into a small mountain, and she will sell them when the time comes. As for peanuts and sunflower seeds, no one would be willing to eat them during festivals, so it would not be too late to sell them before the new year. She had not had time to thresh the corn and rice in the space, so she could only wait and see. After preparing the goods, Su Qingran went to the team leader to discuss making furniture. Although there were beds and cabinets in the space, it was too troublesome to get them from the city to the mountains. It would be better to put them in the space temporarily and occasionally go into sleep, then find a way to get the 2 wooden boxes out and use them. The next morning, before dawn, the village was still silent. Su Qingren followed Gu Xiao and quietly left the village. When they arrived at the entrance of the village, Su Qingren was still a little puzzled. Why didn't I see Gu Sihai and the other 3? Gu Xiao pedaled his bicycle nervously. The 3 of them left overnight. Su Qingren thought about it, and it was true. They must leave early with their things. Otherwise, they would be easily discovered in the city, so she didn't ask any more questions. Although they had lived under the same roof for so many days, they had lost their initial restraint. But it was still awkward to ride his bicycle for the first time, especially since it was pitch black. Su Qingran straightened her body and turned on the flashlight to help illuminate. After walking for a while, the sky gradually brightened. The atmosphere between the two was slowly relaxing. Gu Zhao's bicycle was getting smoother and faster. It was not so scary to walk on mountain roads when it was dark, but it was different when it was light. Especially when going downhill, the bicycle was like a wild horse running and diving down. The person was flying in front, and the soul was chasing behind. Su Qingran was so nervous that her heart was about to jump out, and she could only hold on to his coat tightly.
Slow down.
Gu Zhao's tone was tinged with lightness. Don't be afraid. I don't know how many times I have ridden this road back and forth. If you are afraid, just hold on. Also, don't stare at your feet all the time. Go and look at the scenery in the distance. Relax. Su Qingran took a deep breath and cast his eyes into the distance. Only after seeing this did she realize that the mountains in the early morning were so beautiful. The hazy mist was looming, and the morning light filtered by it was not dazzling at all. The breeze blew through the golden leaves, and the air was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Not to mention that she didn't have time in this life. Even in her previous life, she had never appreciated the scenery along the way so seriously. More importantly, after really relaxing, she was no longer afraid of at the foot of the mountain. Soon, Gu Xiao drove her to the bus station in the town. The next bus hasn't arrived yet. Let's go have breakfast first. It was the first time for Su Qingran to come to the city from the mountains, and she was not familiar with the place, so she followed his arrangements. After breakfast, an empty car really drove in. Gu Xiao stood up without saying a word. Let's go. With a shadow of squeezing into the car last time, Su Qingran also knew the importance of having a good seat. Gu Xiao quickly chose a seat by the window, and after she sat down, he got off the car to load the bicycle. As soon as he left, several people were eyeing her seat. Su Qingran always smiled and explained, "There are people here. They went down to load the car, and will be back soon." The thin-skinned ones didn't say anything and continued to look for seats in the back. A young man who looked like a gangster said he would sit in the car no matter what. "Lady, you can't occupy a seat like this before the people arrive." Su Qingran looked at the seats in the back. There were obviously empty seats, but he insisted on sitting here. Who would believe that he didn't have ulterior motives? Just as she was thinking about how to fight back, the young man was suddenly picked up from the back. "Where do you want to sit?" The man struggled to fight back, and when he turned his head to see who was coming, his face turned pale with fear. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding, all misunderstanding. After saying that, he hurriedly ran out of the car. Su Qingran moved a seat inside, and Gu Xiao naturally sat outside. "Do you know that person?" "I've seen him. He's a rogue." The car bumped all the way towards Ningqing. As soon as they got off the bus, Su Qingran started to find excuses to go their separate ways. "Well, I have to meet some old friends first, and I'll go to the black market to find you after I'm done." Gu Xiao was a little surprised, but he still agreed. Aren't you going to meet Xiaolei with me? So, when you're done, go to the yard we rented and wait for me. We'll pick up Xiaolei and have dinner together in the evening. As he said that, he took out a key and handed it to her. Su Qingren nodded. Then I'll see you later. Gu Xiao was a little worried. Are you sure you don't want me to accompany you? Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. No, don't worry. I'm familiar with this place. I won't get lost. Gu Xiao nodded silently. Then be careful. After that, he went to unload the bicycle. Su Qingren turned around and was about to go out, but she ran into an old acquaintance just 2 steps away. It was none other than Xiao Donghua. He was standing at the ticket window at the door, gesturing with the staff inside and asking something.
Su ingrenes skelptaitant.
Could this man still be asking about her whereabouts? When did he become so persistent? At this moment, the man turned his head suddenly, as if he had a pair of eyes on his back. Su Qingren didn't want to waste time arguing with him, so she lowered her head and hurried out the door. Xiao Donghua was stunned for a moment, and when he reacted, he ran after her. Qingren, just as he was about to catch up, Gu Zhao's car suddenly stopped beside him. Get in the car. Su Qingren hurriedly got in, and the car immediately sped away lightly. Xiao Donghua finally found the person, so he was not willing to give up easily, and chased after her desperately. While chasing, he shouted her name loudly. Qingren, wait a minute, I have something to tell you. Gu Xiao drove Su Qingren through the busy streets at high speed. He slowed down until the voice behind him completely disappeared. After a moment's deliberation, he asked, Su Jiqing, was that man the fiancé you mentioned before? Su Qingren nodded. Yes, I broke off the engagement with him and went to the countryside for some reasons. I didn't expect to meet him here. Thank you for what I did just now. Gu Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I think he seems very unwilling. Do you have any misunderstandings? Is there any possibility between you? Su Qingren blurted out without thinking. No misunderstanding. Absolutely impossible. Even if someone threatened her with a knife, she would never have anything to do with Xiao Donghua in her life. After getting a positive answer, Gu Xiao quickly stood up and pedaled the bicycle very fast. Su Qingren was startled by him. Stop, stop, stop. I'll get off here. I happen to have a friend who lives nearby. Gu Xiao propped himself up and stopped. Come over early when you're done. I'll wait for you in the yard.
Got it.
After getting off the car, Su Qingren quickly walked towards the yard of the textile factory. The factory with the highest efficiency in Ningqing is the machinery factory, and the second one is this textile factory. She definitely can't go to the machinery factory yard, so this textile factory is just right. The yard is very quiet at this time. The young people have gone out to work, and only some retired old workers are left in the yard playing chess, and there are also some Annies who have just come back from buying vegetables. Su Qingren walked along the alley, found a corner with no one around, and quickly flashed into the space. When she came out again, she had changed into a gray outfit, wearing a straw hat, and her backpack was bulging with stuff covered with a piece of linen. Seeing an old lady coming with a basket of vegetables, she hurried forward. Auntie, I want to ask you about someone. Is there a family with the surname Lung in this compound? The surname Lung is very rare, so the old lady immediately shook her head. No. I have lived in this area for many years, and there is no one with the surname Lung. Su Qingren was so anxious that she kept stamping her feet. It's strange. My mother said that my cousin married into this compound, and I couldn't find her after searching for a long time. Could it be that she remembered it wrong? Su Qingren took down the basket behind her. I am so tired after carrying it all the way, and I don't know if the eggs are broken or not. Su Qingren said as she opened the linen cloth and sorted out the eggs inside. The old lady was about to go home, and when she saw the eggs in her basket, her eyes lit up immediately. Su Qingren blinked. Auntie, is your home far away? Can you give me some water to drink? I walked from the countryside to the city before dawn, and I'm dying of thirst. The old lady looked at her warily, and soon let down her guard when she saw that she was thin and weak, carrying so many things on her back. Okay, my home is just across the street, come with me. After entering the yard, the old lady looked outside alertly and quickly closed the door. "Sit down, I'll pour you some water." After the voice fell, the old lady took a clean bowl and poured a bowl of boiled water in front of Su Qingran. "Drink it, girl." Su Qingran took a sip and started to talk about the topic. "Annie, I'm going back to the countryside after drinking the water, but this thing is too heavy to carry. Do you want it? If you want it, I'll stay." As she said that, Su Qingran took the initiative to open the backpack. More than 20 eggs were taken out from it one after another. The old lady's eyelids twitched. When she finished taking out the eggs, she found 2 old hens underneath. She stood up from the stool excitedly. "Did you bring this old hen from the countryside? Why isn't it moving?" Su Qingran continued to take things out calmly.
It was too noisy on the road just now.
"I was afraid that someone would find out, so I twisted its neck. You can feel it, it's still warm. The rest are potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages grown by ourselves." The old lady's eyelids twitched. "Girl, how are you going to sell it?"
Su Qingran blinked.
"Eggs are 6 cents each, and old hens are 3 yuan each. Other vegetables are 8 cents per pound. This price was what my mother said before I came here. She said that if we can't find anyone, we should sell it at this price. It won't work if it's any lower." The old lady rolled her eyes. The price of eggs was appropriate, the same as the black market price. Although the old hens were a bit expensive, it was hard to find such fat old hens. It's just that the price of these vegetables is a bit ridiculous. Su Qingran knew it was expensive, but the vegetables produced in the space were too cheap, so there was no need to sell them.
They were originally sold, by the way.
"Auntie, look at how juicy these cabbages and radishes are. You can't buy such good things outside. Otherwise, if you want the eggs and old hens, I will give you one of each vegetable." The aunt hesitated for a while, and then made up her mind. "Okay, my daughter is in confinement. I will take all the eggs and old hens." Su Qingran happily took the money and gave one of each vegetable. The aunt was so excited that she didn't hold it, and the radish fell to the ground and cracked. The juice splashed out immediately. The old lady bent down to pick it up and exclaimed in surprise, "This radish is so juicy." After saying that, she seemed to have made a great decision. "Forget it. It's not easy for a girl like you to carry it from the countryside, so you can sell all the rest to me." Su Qingran grinned and quickly took out all the remaining vegetables. After leaving the house, Su Qingran walked a few steps, changed another alley, and continued the same routine. Nowadays, people are generally cautious. They have to hide their chicken soup for fear that their neighbors will find out. It is even more impossible for them to take the initiative to show off that they bought something from her. With the previous experience, Su Qingran became more and more handy. If there was money but not in hand, she would take the initiative to propose to exchange it with tickets. Anyway, she was also short of tickets, and the more the better, especially since she had not yet collected all the industrial tickets for buying iron pots. At this time, everyone's industrial tickets were very scarce, but 1 or 2 were still easy to get. Some families were not ready to buy big items for the time being, and seeing that Su Qingran offered a high price, they were also happy to give up the industrial tickets in their hands. After visiting the entire compound, Su Qingran actually collected 8 industrial tickets. Next, she went to the nearby shoe factory compound and continued the same routine. After leaving the shoe factory compound, Su Qingran was exhausted and her voice was hoarse. So she changed her appearance and went to a state-owned restaurant. After eating and drinking, she took a lot of food away. After eating and drinking, Su Qingran thought about it and decided to call Gu Xiaowei to tell her. When Gu Xiaowei heard her voice, she was so excited that she almost screamed. Then she thought, who knows if that pervert Xiao Donghua will suddenly appear. She quickly lowered her voice. "How can you call? Where are you?" Su Qingran simply told her about going to the city and asked her to meet when she was free. Gu Xiaowei was overjoyed. "I have a lot to tell you. How about this? You can just come to our house tonight, and we can spend some time together. You can also ask Gu Xiao and Gu Xiaolei to come up for dinner. My parents will definitely be happy if they know they are coming." Su Qingran thought about it and agreed. "I'll ask them when I meet them." After calling Gu Xiaowei, Su Qingran started to make money again. This time, She went to the hospital and the school's faculty compound. After going around, most of the inventory in the space had been sold. She originally wanted to make a detour to the railway compound, but seeing that it was getting late, she gave up. With the money and tickets, Su Qingran went straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy a big iron pot. She also bought some canned food and peach cakes, planning to take them to Gu's house in the evening. After coming out, Su Qingran found a place to quietly take out the 2 wooden boxes in the space. She also took out the small steel pots, bowls, and chopsticks that she had hoarded before. Then she found a tricycle, loaded all the things, and went to Gu Zhao's yard. Su Qingran had just taken out the key when the door of the yard was opened. "Are you at home? What are you doing?" Gu Zhao was also surprised when he saw the pile of things on the ground. Su Qingran smiled. "I've been busy all day, and I finally got these things together." Gu Zhao thought she asked her friend to find a way to get the industrial tickets, so he didn't think much about it. But he originally planned to ask someone to buy an iron pot, but he didn't expect that she had already bought it. Suddenly, he felt a little lost. "Have you bought everything?" Su Qingran sat in the house and took a breath, and suddenly remembered, "By the way, there is still a stove that hasn't been bought. I wonder if you can get an iron stove?" Gu Zhao curled his lips. "Yes. I'll get it tonight." Su Qingran thanked him and relayed Gu Xiaoyi's words. Gu Zhao nodded. "Okay, let us pick up Xiaolei and go shopping together." He really should thank his cousin's family. If it weren't for them, Su Qingran would not have been able to live in their house. The 2 rested in the yard for a while, and when they saw that it was almost time, they got up and went to the school to find Gu Xiaolei. Gu Xiaolei's high school has both boarding and day students. When the 2 arrived at the school gate, many students had just come out of school. Gu Zhao went directly to the gatehouse to ask the gatekeeper to help shout, but was turned away. He was mistakenly thought to be here to block a female classmate. Su Qingran smiled and said, "Uncle, we are here together to look for our sister. Her name is Gu Xiaolei. She is a student in class 1 and 2 of senior high school. Her dormitory is in 105. Can you help shout?" The uncle glanced at Su Qingran and nodded. He stood up and waved to a classmate. "Classmate, I remember you are in class 1 and 2 of senior high school, right? Go to dormitory 105 and shout Gu Xiaolei, and tell her that her brother and sister-in-law are here to see her." Gu Zhao just stood back depressed, and suddenly heard the uncle shouting, and the anger in his heart disappeared instantly. Su Qingran blushed when she was called. "Just now, I wanted to get close to him and ask the old man to help call Gu Xiaolei, but I didn't expect that he misunderstood and spoke so loudly." Gu Xiaolei was called over soon, and ran over directly after seeing Gu Zhao. "Brother, when did you find a sister-in-law for me?" Gu Zhao coughed lightly and quietly pulled her. "Don't shout nonsense. It was the old man who misunderstood. This is Su Qingran, the educated youth living in our house." A trace of disappointment flashed in Gu Xiaolei's eyes. "Such a beautiful girl, but she is not his sister-in-law. Su Jiqing, you are my cousin Gu Xiaoyi's good friend, right?" Su Qingran endured the embarrassment and nodded with a smile. "Yes, the supply and marketing cooperative will be closed soon. Let's go over quickly." Su Qingran had already bought the things for the Gu family. But Su Qingran felt a little guilty for living in Gu Xiaolei's room all this time, so she took advantage of Gu Zhao's shopping and pulled her to the clothes counter on the side. "Xiaolei, you are wearing too little. I will buy you a coat, so you won't be cold at night. I have been living in your room all this time, so I will take it as a thank you." Gu Xiaolei was embarrassed to ask for it, but she couldn't resist Su Qingran's persuasion. After a while, she happily put on the coat she chose for her. "Sister Qingran, you have a good taste, but this coat is too expensive. My brother will scold me." Su Qingran glanced at Gu Zhao, who was not far away, pursed her lips and smiled. "No, it's just a piece of clothing." After saying that, she paid the money and cloth coupons. After Gu Zhao finished shopping, he turned around and looked at Gu Xiaolei, who was already wearing new clothes and smiling brightly. He felt a little sour in his heart. This girl has clothes to wear. You don't have to buy her new ones. He still had to take care of the child to sleep at night. He didn't even have new clothes. Gu Xiaolei made a face at him. "Sister Qingran insisted on buying it for me." Su Qingren couldn't help laughing as she watched the brother and sister bickering. Let's go, shall we? And uncle must be waiting anxiously. Gu's family. After work, Gu Xiaohui went straight to her father and told him that Su Qingran and the other two would come home in the evening. Gu's father hurriedly urged her to go back first. Go back and ask your mother to cook more meals. I'll go buy some vegetables and be back soon. Before it got dark, the family was busy. Some washed vegetables, some stewed meat. During this period, Gu Xiaohui did a good job in the factory office, and even Director Ma praised her several times. Gu's father also benefited from it in the factory. This was all thanks to Su Qingran and the help of the Gu family in the countryside. Hearing that the three of them were coming, Gu's father and mother welcomed them sincerely, spent all the meat coupons for this month, and bought a fish back. While they were busy, there was a knock on the door. Gu Xiaohui rushed out first. You are finally here. Come on, the food will be ready soon. Gu's father also went out to greet them. Since you are here, why did you bring so many things? Gu Xiao put the things in the house with a smile and sat down properly to chat with Gu's father. Gu Xiaohui couldn't wait to pull the two of them into her small room and chat happily. However, in front of her cousin Gu Xiaolei, many gossips were not convenient to say, so she could only endure it temporarily. This endurance lasted until after dinner. Gu Xiaolei hadn't finished her homework today, so Gu Xiao had to hurry to send her back. Before leaving, he made an appointment with Su Qingran to go back to the village together at noon tomorrow, and left with a look back every few steps. Gu Xiaohui's eyelids twitched. No way? Su Qingran was puzzled by her gaze. What do you mean no? My brother Gu Xiao, look how that boy has been infatuated with you. You two wouldn't have already. Su Qingran interrupted quickly. Don't talk nonsense. We have nothing. Gu Xiaohui looked at her half doubtfully, then quickly pulled her into her room. By the way, I'm dying of holding it in. Did you run into Xiao Donghua at the bus station this morning? Su Qingren nodded helplessly, then told her what happened in the morning. Gu Xiaohui couldn't help but smack her lips after hearing this. No wonder that psychopath came to see me this afternoon and insisted that he saw you at the bus station. He also asked me if I had seen you today. Then what did you tell him? Of course I didn't admit it. This man pretends to be affectionate every day in the machinery factory. It makes me sick. A bad premonition rose in Su Qingran's heart. Xiao Donghua doesn't know where you live, right? After hearing what Su Qingran said, Gu Xiaohui was a little unsure. I haven't told him, so he shouldn't come to my house, right? As she was talking, there was a knock on the door. Gu Xiaohui was startled and stood up. Don't come out yet, I'll go and take a look. After saying that, she ran out quickly. When the door opened, it was indeed Xiao Donghua. Xiao Donghua, are you sick? Why did I come to my house? Qingran, did she really not come to see you? How many times do you want me to say it?
No, no, no.
I don't believe it. She has nowhere to go in the city. She has such a good relationship with you. She will definitely come to see you. Either you call her out or I'll wait here. Xiao Donghua, if you don't leave, I'll call someone. Call. I won't leave until I see her. Su Qingran heard the conversation between the two clearly from a distance. It was late at night. If Xiao Donghua was allowed to continue making trouble, it would not be good for the Gu family if the neighbors heard it. I came here to stay, so how could I have the nerve to cause trouble for others? Thinking of this, Su Qingran opened the door and walked out directly. Xiao Donghua, let's talk, but not here. Gu Xiaohui hurriedly grabbed her. Why did you come out? Don't pay attention to him. Su Qingran stretched out her hand and patted the back of her hand. Don't worry. He doesn't dare to do anything to me. You go back to the house first. After saying that, she raised her foot and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Xiao Donghua was stunned for a moment, and then he grinned happily and followed with excited steps. Ran, I knew you would come back to find me sooner or later. Su Qingran paused, turned around suddenly, grabbed his tiger's mouth neatly, and flipped it up hard. Ah, it hurts. Su Qingran's eyes burst out with coldness. Xiao Donghua, I promise to talk to you, but I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. If you have anything to say, just say it quickly, and don't bother me again after you've said it. Xiao Donghua retracted his hand that was pinched red and looked at her with a face full of grievance. Qingran, I can't understand why you want to leave. Also, I will not agree to break off the engagement. I have never thought about not marrying you. This was decided by your father, and you have no say on your own. Su Qingren looked up at him coldly. You don't need your consent to break off the engagement. I have already written a letter to my dad, and he agrees that we should break off the engagement. So, don't bring up my father anymore. Xiao Donghua thought that she would definitely not dare to tell her family about the breakup. Unexpectedly, she had already said it? Professor Su was confused. How could he let her do whatever she wanted? Qingran, actually, I know that you were off and left because of Shen Yunfang and Xiao Jun. I promise you that when you come back, I will send them away immediately. Su Qingran raised the corner of his mouth sarcastically and suddenly became curious. Are you willing to send them away? What? You don't plan to repay the favor. When it comes to repaying a favor, Xiao Donghua hesitated and just pursed his lips and said, I can repay a favor, but I don't want them to affect our lifelong events. It's just that the housing market is tight right now, and I haven't been able to rent one for more than a month. But don't worry, I'm still trying to find a way. If it doesn't work, I will leave the current house to my mother and them to live in, and the two of us will apply for a dormitory in your name. This way, we can avoid conflicts and we can live in a world of two. Su Qingren couldn't help laughing. Xiao Donghua, when it comes to being stupid, you rank second, and no one dares to claim to be the first. It's a pity that I'm not interested in you now, and I feel sick when I look at you for one more second. Xiao Donghua's face suddenly became ugly. Qingran, how can you say that to me? I'm considering all this for both of us. Su Qingran was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Xiao Donghua, listen carefully. There is no possibility for the two of us in this life. If you keep pestering me, don't blame me for making trouble. Your technical job is indeed a bit difficult, but it's still easy to get a temporary worker first. Xiao Donghua looked at her in disbelief. Are you threatening me? Su Qingran narrowed her eyes. Yes, I mean what I say. Xiao Donghua stretched out his hands painfully and scratched his hair. But I really like you, and really want to marry you. Su Qingran snorted in disgust. But I don't like you. If you pester me again, I will mess up your whole family. After warning, Su Qingran turned and left. Xiao Donghua stared at her back as she walked away, stunned for a long time. After searching for so long, he finally found the person, but the result was such a situation. He was unwilling to let go. Xiao Donghua mustered up his courage and prepared to go find her again. But as soon as he raised his foot, he was grabbed by the collar from behind. No matter how he struggled, it was useless. Who are you? What do you want to do? I am your ancestor. I can't stand you pestering other girls like this, so I decided to beat you up. Just bear with it and don't scream. Xiao Donghua was confused. Before he could figure it out, he was dragged into a dark corner. Then, dense fists fell down. Every punch hit the flesh, and he screamed in pain. Hearing him scream, the man suddenly stopped and then stuffed something into his mouth. Don't scream. It will be over soon. Okay, it's done. You can go. Remember, stay away from other girls in the future. Otherwise, I will beat you every time I see you. Xiao Donghua was angry and anxious, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. He actually fainted directly. When he woke up again, there was no one in the alley. He struggled to get up, and while enduring the severe pain, he moved towards home step by step. After walking and stopping, when he returned home, Zhang Guilin and Shen Yunfang rushed over. You've driven us crazy. Where did you go? We looked for you in the factory for several rounds, but couldn't find you. Donghua, what happened to your face?
Who hit you?
Zhang Guilin hurriedly pulled him back to the house, and after a careful look under the light, she almost fainted. It who beat my son like this? Have you called the police? Aunt, let's go and call the police now? Xiao Donghua only had half a breath left. Don't go, no one saw it, and it's useless to call. It's not embarrassing enough. Zhang Guilin was angry and anxious, and she sat in the yard crying and cursing. Shen Yunfang quickly went to get a basin of hot water and brought a towel over. Donghua, I'll help you clean first, and then I'll apply medicine to you. Xiao Donghua closed his eyes and nodded numbly, but when Shen Yunfang approached, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yunfang, I finally saw Qingran today, but she refused to come back. What should I do? Shen Yunfang's hand trembled as she picked up the towel, and she wrung out the water inside fiercely. No way? After so long, why is she still unwilling to come back? Xiao Donghua closed his eyes painfully. Can you help me? Come with me to explain it to her clearly. Shen Yunfang gritted her teeth, wishing she could run to Su Qingran right now. Ask her, why did she come back when everyone left? But it was impossible to beg her to come back by herself. Donghua, you are seriously injured now. Just lie in bed and rest for 2 days. I will go to her tomorrow morning and explain it to her in person. Okay. Last night, Su Qingran and Gu Xiaohui chatted in bed until late at night. From time to time, she would up her ears to listen to the noise outside and make sure that Xiao Donghua would not come again, and then she fell asleep with peace of mind. In the morning, Gu Xiaohui was so sleepy that she couldn't open her eyes. Su Qingran was thinking about going to Uncle Ma's house, so she got up early to wash up. Seeing that she was unwilling to eat and was about to leave, Gu's mother hurriedly took out the things she had prepared. Qingran, Andy doesn't have anything for you to take. These 2 pieces of cloth are issued by Brother Xiaohui's factory. Don't be disgusted. Take them back and make a piece of clothing. Su Qingran couldn't refuse, and seeing that there were a lot of scraps of cloth in the room, she took the initiative to propose. And if you really want to give it away, just give these scraps to me. Although the scraps can't be made into clothes, they can be taken back to make a curtain. Seeing that she insisted on only taking scraps, Gu's mother had to let her go. There are a lot of these things at home. Take them all away. I want to talk to Andy later. After saying goodbye to the Gu family, Su Qingran found an opportunity to put all the rags into the space. Then she took a basket of eggs and 2 old hens from the space and went straight to Uncle Ma's house. She came here before Uncle Ma went out, just to see with her own eyes how he looked. Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma were unable to react for a while when they saw her coming suddenly. Ran, why did you come here suddenly? Su Qingran smiled and told her about building a house in the countryside and buying things in the city. Uncle Ma, don't send me things from the countryside in the future. I have distributed a lot of food after the autumn harvest, enough for me and Nanqing to eat. Seeing that her complexion was better than before the countryside, the 2 breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that she brought such a big basket, they thought it was filled with cabbage, radishes, and so on grown in the countryside. Who knew that when they took it and looked at it, it turned out to be 2 hens and a basket of eggs. Where did you get so many things? Su Qingran smiled mysteriously. I exchanged for these things. You can eat them without worry. I was just worried about Uncle Ma's health, so I came to see him. Then the 2 of them talked about going to the hospital to see a doctor and taking medicine. After all, thanks to your reminder. By the way, have you visited your family? Su Qingran nodded and told the situation of other people in the family again. Uncle Ma and his wife did not agree with Su Qingran going to the countryside at first. Now, after listening to her, they finally understood. It seems that it is right for you to go to the countryside. As long as your family is safe and sound, it is more important than anything else. After breakfast, Su Qingran said what she should say, and she was anxious to leave. Aunt Ma got a small steel pot and 2 new sets of bowls and chopsticks from somewhere and insisted that she take them. It's hard to get industrial tickets now. You must be missing everything if you move. This is a little gift from the 2 of us. Su Qingran had to accept it. After leaving the Ma family, Su Qingran planned to go straight to the family compound behind the train station. She wanted to make some money before leaving. But as soon as she walked out of the alley, she felt someone following her stealthily. Su Qingran quickened her pace, quickly entered an alley, and hid at the corner. Only then did she see clearly that the person in front of her was Shen Yunfang. Shen Yunfang saw that she suddenly disappeared, so she began to look around anxiously. Su Qingran took the opportunity to pat her on the back. Looking for me? Shen Yunfang was so scared that she fell to the ground. Where did you come from? Su Qingran curled her lips and smiled. It seems that you have done a lot of bad things. How can you feel so guilty in broad daylight? Shen Yunfang stared at her straight, got up quickly and patted the dust off her ace. Su Qingran, since you have decided to leave, why did you come back? Su Qingran crossed her arms, looking at her like a fool. My legs are on my body. I come and go as I please. What's it to you? Shen Yunfang bit her lip angrily. You asked someone to beat Xiao Donghua like this. He can't get out of bed today. There is no possibility for you and him at all. Su Qingran was stunned for a moment, and then she clapped her hands after she reacted. Xiao Donghua was beaten up? God is really watching over me. Do you know who beat him up? I can send a banner to that person. Shen Yunfang was also dumbfounded. If Su Qingran didn't beat him, then there was still a possibility between them? No matter whether you beat him or not, the Xiao family no longer has a place for you. Your original room has been occupied by me, and your aunt will never accept you back. You'd better give up this idea. Su Qingran was in a hurry to make money and was too lazy to continue arguing with her. She stepped forward and warned, "Don't impose your dirty ideas on me. I will never set foot in that Xiao family again in my life. You useless thing. I've been gone for so long. You haven't dealt with Xiao Donghua, and you keep letting him come out to find me. Instead of arguing with me here, why don't you think about how to tie Xiao Donghua down? You are so good at pretending you can't really not even deal with a man, right? Keep an eye on him. Don't come to me in the future. Otherwise you and your son will be the next ones to be unlucky. Get out." Shen Yunfang's mind went blank after being scolded, and she couldn't tell for a moment whether she was scolding her or helping her. I swear to God, she has tried her best during this period, but Xiao Donghua just didn't give him any chance. Don't worry, I will marry Xiao Donghua sooner or later. Don't just brag, show some real skills. After saying that, Su Qingran strode out of the alley and headed straight for the family compound at the railway station. Because of Shen Yunfang's delay, she only sold 5 old hens, 60 eggs, and a basket of vegetables in the morning. Seeing that it was almost noon, she didn't dare to delay any longer. She went straight to the yard rented by Gu Xiao. On the way back, Su Qingran kept wondering who was so kind to beat Xiao Donghua. Could it be a simple coincidence? When she saw Gu Xiao and found the wound on his fist, she immediately understood. Su Jiqing, you are finally back? Brother Xiao is so anxious that he is about to go out to look for you. Su Qingran looked at Gu Xiao apologetically. Sorry, I went to my uncle and aunt's house this morning, which delayed me a little. Gu Xiao nodded. It's okay, let's go eat first and then take the bus after dinner. It was a rare trip to the city, so Su Qingran thought about giving gifts to the 4 people as well, so that she wouldn't have to worry about it when she returned. She had already looked around when she was visiting the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, but didn't find anything particularly satisfactory. These people definitely don't like pens. They don't seem to have these hobbies of cigarettes and alcohol. Giving clothes is a bit inappropriate. After looking around, I still think it's better to buy a pair of sneakers for each person. It just so happens that there are still a few industrial tickets left from yesterday. But she doesn't know the sizes of the people. So after coming out of the state-owned restaurant, she directly called Gu Xiao to go to the supply and marketing cooperative together. What size shoes do you wear? Gu Xiao had a feeling that she was going to give him something when she was going to the supply and marketing cooperative. When he heard her asking about the shoe size, the corners of his mouth were already grinning to his ears. Size 43. Why are you asking this? What about the 3 of them? What? Guasihai, Zhongbing, Zhaojun, do you know the shoe sizes of the 3 of them? After carrying 4 pairs of sneakers out of the supply and marketing cooperative, Gu Xiao could no longer laugh. Guasihai and the others laughed so hard that their teeth were exposed. Sister Ran, you bought sneakers for each of us. I'm so embarrassed. That's right, we agreed not to charge you. Look at this, hey, the quality of these sneakers is really good. Su Qingran smiled and nodded. It's my duty. You have worked hard during this period. I bought a lot of things this time, and I have to trouble you to help me bring them back. These are all trivial matters. After buying the things, the few people did not delay anymore. After loading all the things he bought and Su Qingran bought into the car, he rushed to the bus station. They had a bumpy ride to Xingli commune. After getting off the car, Gu Xiao asked a few people to look after the things, and he went to the commune office to inquire about the fertilizer again. As a result, he was disappointed again and returned empty-handed. After returning to the countryside from the city, Su Qingran devoted all her attention to the preparations before moving. She bought everything she should and could buy. While the new house was not completely dry, the team leader personally found someone to make furniture for her. The thing that was most abundant in the mountains was trees. Whenever there was no farming season, the team leader would go back to the city and bring people to cut down some trees, dry them, and store them in the team warehouse. If anyone needed them, they would come to him to buy 2 pieces, and the price was much lower than outside. In recent years, no one in the team had the habit of going out of the mountains to buy furniture. Many people could make simple bed frames, tables, chairs, and benches. The few people the team leader found were the best craftsmen in the village. Su Qingran didn't understand the rules of the brigade, so she asked the captain for his opinion on how much wages to give. The captain just waved his hand after hearing this. No wages. In the past, we just gave some food or treated people to a meal. Su Qingran thought about it, and still took out a few packs of cigarettes and asked the captain to divide them. Several villagers were very happy to get the cigarettes, and they worked more carefully. But the captain was not very interested these 2 days. Aunt Gu said that he couldn't sleep every day because of the fertilizer issue these days. Su Qingran felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this. Before going to the countryside, she thought that she would build 2 small houses with Nanqing and rely on the space to have no worries about food and clothing. Try to have less contact with the villagers and live a low-key life. But who knew that she would live in the captain's house by mistake and received a lot of help from everyone. After getting along with the villagers these days, Su Qingran couldn't help but start to think of herself as a member of the brigade. After thinking carefully, Su Qingran decided to find an opportunity to incite the team leader. Team leader, I didn't expect that the woodworking skills of our team are so good. The chairs they make are no worse than those sold in the city. After hearing this, the team leader immediately showed a hint of pride on his face. That's right. Our team has always relied on the mountains for a living, and the thing we have the most is wood. Basically, we have all learned some carpentry work in our lifetime. If you ask me, you shouldn't spend money to buy those 2 wooden boxes. They're just a little more beautiful, but it's such a waste of money. We can make them ourselves. Su Qingran blinked. Team leader, the last time I went to the city to buy wooden boxes, I heard that the forest farm in the back mountain of ours had a lot of wood piled up in the forest farm because of the low water level of the river. Now the supply of furniture in the city is also very tight. What do you think if our team takes advantage of the slack season to make some furniture and sell it in the city? When the team leader heard this, he was so scared that he almost fell off his chair. Xiao Su, don't talk nonsense. If the commune finds out, they won't forgive us. We will be making a mistake. Su Qingran hurriedly explained, we are not going to sell it secretly. I think we can set up a furniture processing factory in the name of the brigade, report to the commune leaders, and then sell it to the city. The captain's expression eased, but he still couldn't accept it for a while. Will this work? It's never been done before. At this moment, Gu Xiao suddenly walked in from outside. Dad, I think it's okay. Isn't the richest brigade in our commune opened a breeding farm? Otherwise, where would they have so much money to buy tractors? That's true, but the commune leaders said that the production team should still focus on growing grain. Besides, their brigade has a surplus of grain every year, and the commune leaders can't say anything. I'm afraid our brigade's situation won't work. Su Qingran was mentally prepared in advance, and he got up and went back to the house to find a newspaper. Captain, look, it's written in the newspaper production teams in difficulty should be encouraged to support agriculture with sideline businesses and comprehensive management, and use sideline businesses to make up for the deficiencies in agricultural production. I think our team is in a mountain valley, and we can't get chemical fertilizers. Agricultural production is inherently insufficient. No one is more in line with the policy of supporting agriculture with sideline businesses than our team. The captain's eyes lit up after hearing this, and he quickly took the newspaper from Su Qingran's hand and started reading it. While reading, he couldn't help but read it out loud. Agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, sideline business, and fishery 5 industries are developed simultaneously to increase income. You see, there are also successful experiences shared by advanced teams here: planting, breeding, weaving, brick kilns. Why are there so many sideline businesses? Gu Shao originally just agreed casually, but the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Since he couldn't get chemical fertilizers, he would work hard in other places. When their team is proud of themselves, will they still worry about being disliked by the commune leaders? Dad, I think it's okay. We still have a batch of wood in the warehouse of our brigade, right? Let's test the waters first and make some small furniture so that we can ship them out. At the same time, we can go to the mountain to cut down some trees. If it really works, we can continue to work. Anyway, these woods belong to our brigade. The craftsmanship is also ours, and it doesn't cost any extra money. So, let's give it a try. The fire in the captain's heart was fanned by the two people, and he walked around in the yard excitedly. Okay, I'll go talk to the commune leaders tomorrow. Gu Shao went to push the cart directly. What are you waiting for? I'll take you there now. It should be in time. You kid. I haven't thought about what to say yet. Think about it slowly on the way. I'll help you think about it together. Su Qingren reminded with a smile. Captain, you're going there to ask for fertilizers. If the leaders don't give you fertilizers, you can just mention the matter of starting a side job. After that, he handed the newspaper to the captain. The team leader nodded repeatedly. Su Jiqing is right. We are going there to ask for fertilizer, and we have to work hard to do side jobs. Gu Shao and the team leader set out in the afternoon. It was dark, but there was no sign of the two. Aunt Gu, who had been calm, began to get a little anxious. She was not worried that the leaders of the commune would not agree, but that the two would get angry and quarrel with others. She was also worried that the mountain road would be difficult to walk on after dark. Seeing that she was anxious, Su Qingren took a flashlight and waited with her at the entrance of the village. After standing under the big locust tree at the entrance of the village for a while, Su Nanqing beside her suddenly jumped up. I see the light. Su Qingren also quickly raised the flashlight and shone it forward. Aunt, they are really back. When the two came to the front, Aunt Gu immediately stepped forward anxiously. Why are you back just now? Did the leader agree? How did the talk go? The team leader glanced at his wife and deliberately kept it a secret. We are both starving. Let's go home and get some food first. With that, the few of them walked towards home in a hurry. As soon as they got home, Aunt Gu went to the kitchen and heated up the dishes. Su Qingren also helped to serve the porridge and steamed buns in the pot. The captain was really hungry, and he took the bowl and drank half a bowl of porridge in one breath. This trip is really not easy. Aunt Gu looked nervous and then sighed. If it doesn't work, forget it. We have to fight for what we have. I think we should not bother with it. Anyway, we have been making do all these years. The captain glanced at his wife and then put the bowl on the table. Mother, it's done. Aunt Gu and Su Qingren were both overjoyed. Really? Did the leader agree? Gu Shao pursed his lips and smiled. Really? At first the leader was very hesitant, but later he couldn't stand our two father's soft and hard persuasion, and finally agreed. The team leader also smiled and nodded. That's right, but the leader told our team not to spread it out and to make some achievements first. On the way back, I thought about it. Tomorrow I will quickly gather everyone and rush to make a batch. Su Jiqing, this idea is yours. What do you think we should do next? Su Qingren thought for a moment, and then spoke. Team leader, the most urgent thing is for us to make samples first, and then take the samples to find sales channels. Gu Shao also echoed, I think so too. Although the commune leaders have agreed, we can only find a way to sell them ourselves. The supply and marketing cooperative in the town can't sell many pieces of furniture throughout the year, so we still have to go to the city to find sales channels. The captain frowned slightly. We don't know anyone who sells furniture in the city. How can it work? Otherwise, I will go to the leader tomorrow to think of a solution. Gu Shao disagreed. We can't rely on the leader for everything. There is no precedent in our commune before, and we have to figure out the way by ourselves. The furniture sellers in the city are either department stores or supply and marketing cooperatives. We're just starting out now, and they are all small furniture, so we should mainly rely on supply and marketing cooperatives. I will go and have a look. Su Qingren nodded in agreement. I think so too. I have looked at the craftsmanship of our team these days. It is not a problem to make some simple chairs, benches, and wash basin racks. These can be used by every household, and the supply and marketing cooperatives will have no worries about selling them. But our workmanship needs to be more meticulous, and we should try to polish it to be more exquisite and rounded so that we can have a steady stream of orders. As he said, Su Qingran found paper and pen and began to write and draw on the spot, marking out the areas that he thought needed improvement. The captain looked at Su Qingran, then at Gu Xiao, and suddenly burst into laughter. On the way back just now, his mind was still a mess, and he didn't know where to start with thousands of thoughts. Now, listening to them singing in unison, he felt that everything in front of him suddenly became clear. The next morning, the captain, who was so excited that he almost didn't sleep all night, quickly gathered everyone together. As soon as everyone was gathered, he couldn't wait to tell them that the team was going to set up a small furniture processing sideline. Everyone was a little dazed at first, but they became excited as they listened. This is a good idea. What our team lacks the most is wood and carpentry. Why didn't we think of it before? But we made it for our own use before. With our craftsmanship, can we sell it? We'll know if it works or not if we try it. Seeing that everyone was chattering and discussing, the captain waved his hand and called a halt. We'll talk about the rest later. Let's hurry up and get the samples out today. Then I'll assign the tasks. Considering the importance of the samples, the team leader selected 5 carpenters with the best skills to work together. Gu Xiao, Guasihai, and other 4 people were mainly responsible for taking the samples to the city to find a market. The other young men went up the mountain to continue cutting a batch of wood and drawing it down the mountain for future use. As for Su Qingran, the team leader specially arranged her to do quality inspection and be responsible for checking all furniture. These people will be paid 10 work points a day. As for the rest, the team leader will continue to sow winter wheat. After all, selling furniture can only be regarded as an attempt, and it can't delay farming. After listening to the team leader's arrangement, the villagers had no objection. In the end, basically every household had someone involved. Even the 2 male educated youths in the educated youth point were assigned to go up the mountain to cut trees. But Su Jiao and other 3 new educated youths were unwilling. Sowing winter wheat requires turning the soil and applying base fertilizer, which are dirty, tiring, and smelly jobs. Working from morning till night, it is already the best that I can get 6 work points. Why can others get 10 work points just by participating? The captain's face darkened. Then can you 3 cut trees or do carpentry? Su Jiao pouted and glanced at Su Qingran. We can't do other things. But why was this quality inspection job directly assigned to Su Jiqing? The captain laughed angrily.
Why?
This furniture processing job was Su Jiqing's idea. Without her, we wouldn't have our furniture processing sideline. In addition, Su Jiqing has many ideas about furniture and has drawn many pictures for me. Although I don't understand them, I know that she can definitely do this job. In addition, don't worry, everyone, we are just testing the waters now. If we really succeed later, more people will participate. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers applauded. Su Jiao took a few steps back in disappointment and finally stopped talking. After the work was divided, the captain urged several people to start making samples. From morning till dusk, everyone worked non-stop to debug and make samples. Su Qingran participated in the whole process and communicated with several villagers in charge of carpentry to make improvements. At first, everyone was skeptical about her suggestions. After all, she was only 20 years old and had never done carpentry. But with her persistence, the improved samples were indeed much more generous and exquisite than before. The next day, before daybreak, Gu Xiao and his 4 companions furniture samples and rode their bicycles to the city. The 4 usually went to the city to sell wild animals, and this was their first time to discuss business. They didn't have to be sneaky, so they were a little uncomfortable. The 4 went there with great confidence, but the remaining villagers were still a little uneasy. Captain, are we going to continue making the furniture today? Should we wait until they come back? Yes, if we can't sell it, then we've done it in vain. The captain was actually very uneasy in his heart, but he still made the decision.
Do it. Keep making it.
They went to the city today, probably to find a way to persuade the supply and marketing cooperative to help with consignment sales. Whether it will work or not, we don't know for a while. Let's continue making ours. Even if it doesn't work, it won't be wasted. At most, we can keep it for ourselves. With the captain's words, the rest of the people worked hard and got to work. I thought that Gu Xiao and his companions would not be back until tomorrow at least. Unexpectedly, the 4 people came back in the dark. Aunt Gu saw that everyone was cold and hungry, so she got up quickly to cook. Su Qingran hadn't slept yet, so she came out to help. The 4 of them drank a bowl of hot noodle soup, and the coldness on their faces faded a little. What's going on? Why did you come back so late? Gu Xiao put down the bowl and looked at them with a smile. Su Jiqing is right. There is indeed a shortage of this kind of small furniture in the city recently. As soon as we took it over, someone asked about the price. The supply and marketing cooperative took all the samples. Really? The team leader still couldn't believe it. All sold? Of course it's true. Gu Xiao said as he took out a piece of paper from his arms. This is the order form given to us by the supply and marketing cooperative. The quantity and price are clearly marked on it. I have already filed it with the commune leader. The team leader took it excitedly, his hands still trembling slightly. 100 benches for 1 yuan each, 50 wash basin racks for 1.5 yuan each, 50 chairs for 3 yuan each, 20 wooden boxes for 5 yuan each, a total of 425 yuan. The captain almost shouted out in surprise. It's really an order. Why are there wooden boxes? Gu Xiao smiled. Someone asked. The supply and marketing cooperative asked us if we can do it. I thought it was no problem, so I agreed to 21st. Guasihai and others also began to show off. They also asked us if we can make tables, saying that it would be better to sell them as a set. But it's a pity that our big items are not easy to transport. That's right, uncle. Don't think that we only took such a small amount of work this time, but they said that this is only the first order. If it sells well, the quantity will be more next time. The captain nodded excitedly. Not a small amount. More than 400 yuan. How much grain do you have to sell to exchange for so much? As he said that, the captain began to count on his fingers. His eyes became red as he counted. The purchase price of rice at the commune grain station is 9.5 yuan per 100 caddies. 425 yuan is more than 4,000 caddies of rice. More than 4,000 caddies. That's the output of more than 10 acres of land. This sideline is very capable. The next day, when everyone learned that Gu Xiao and others had taken the job from the supply and marketing cooperative in the city, they were all very excited. They worked even more enthusiastically. While everyone was busy rushing to complete the first batch of orders, Su Qingran took the time to move. During this period, her 2 small houses had almost dried out. Knowing that she was moving, the other 3 educated youths also joined in the fun and planned to move back to the educated youth point on the same day. However, the new house at the educated youth point was built late and has not been completely dried out yet. On the day of moving, Gu Xiao called Guasihai and the other 2 to help. Su Qingran's luggage filled 3 carts. In addition to the bedding and luggage she brought with her when she first went to the countryside, there were also wooden boxes, large iron pots, etc. that she bought last time in the city. There were also 2 beds and a set of tables, chairs, and benches that the team helped her make. 3 fully loaded carts were pulled from the captain's house to the next door of the educated youth site. The villagers along the way were envious. Many people followed to join in the fun. If you don't know, you might think it's the captain's daughter getting married. Su Jiqing has really collected a lot of good things. When everyone gathered in front of Su Qingran's door to watch the fun, Su Jiao and the other 2 also came to the educated youth's site one after another with their bags. Seeing the lively scene next door, Su Jiao was so angry that her nose was about to be crooked. Su Qingran didn't have time to pay attention to her at all. Moving today is also a happy event. Although there is no banquet, it is still appropriate to invite people to eat some snacks. So they simply moved the table outside, grabbed a few plates of melon seeds, candies, and snacks, and greeted everyone enthusiastically. The villagers looked at each other. No one expected that Su Jiqing would be so generous and take out such good things. We just came to take a look and join in the fun. How can we really eat your things? Put them away. Seeing that everyone was unwilling to take them, Su Qingran took the initiative to grab them and share them with everyone. You're welcome. I heard from Aunt Gu that when people build a new house, they will treat them to wedding fruits. I'm just following the local customs. Everyone was so kind that they had to accept it, but they still felt embarrassed. Not long ago, Su Qingran had just helped them find such a good side job. Now she is willing to take out such good snacks and candies to eat. Everyone felt that this girl was capable from the bottom of their hearts. The crowd at the door was lively for a long time before it slowly dispersed. As soon as everyone left, Su Qingran began to clean up and decorate the house without stopping. While she was busy, suddenly a group of children came from the village. Some of them grabbed 1 or 2 eggs in their hands, and one held a bowl of pickled cabbage or soybeans. There were also water ladles, dustpans, pot brushes, brooms, etc. Although they were all worthless little things made at home, Su Qingran was very moved. But the moment she took the water ladles, she suddenly realized a problem. It seemed that she didn't have a water tank yet. Just as she was stunned, Gu Xiao and the other 4 had pushed the cart back again. The car was loaded with a water tank. Here is the remaining water tank in the brigade. Let me lend it to you first. Sister Ran, we just cleaned it for you. We will fill it with water for you later. Sister Ran, see if there is anything missing in the house. We will do it for you. Inspired by this, several children also spontaneously wanted to help her collect firewood. Su Qingran felt mixed emotions in her heart and had to accept everyone's kindness with gratitude. Next door, Su Jiao and 2 female educated youth also moved into the new house. The 2 female educated youth did not say anything for the sake of face, but they were a little unhappy in their hearts. They felt that Su Jiao was a little too hasty. The house that had not been dried was cold, and they felt uncomfortable after a while. The 4 male educated youth were very happy and helped to clean up the house. After they were done, they sat down and held a meeting together. They discussed how to allocate tasks in the educated youth point in the future. In fact, it was still the same as before. The male educated youth were responsible for chopping wood and fetching water, while the female educated youth were responsible for cooking and cleaning. Everyone else was responsible for their own hygiene and laundry. After the tasks were divided, someone in the crowd suddenly said, "Do you think we should ask Su the educated youth if he is willing to cook with us?" Several educated youths looked at each other in bewilderment. They had seen Su Qingran's cooking skills when they were building the house. If they could really cook together, the food at the educated youth camp would definitely be greatly improved. But if she bought a pot and built a stove, would they agree? Seeing that everyone was silent, Lu Qin took the initiative to stand up. "I'll go ask." There were only 3 female educated youths, and they were indeed at a disadvantage compared to male educated youths when it came to allocating work. If there was one more person to cook, they would be able to relax a lot. Lu Qin mustered up the courage to walk to the next room, and just as she was about to speak, she was attracted by a burst of fragrance. She looked up and saw Su Qingran making egg pancakes by the stove. Some chopped green onions were sprinkled on the golden egg pancakes, and the aroma was fragrant. Su Qingran took the time to look up. "Is there anything wrong with Lu Jiqing?" Lu Qin swallowed her saliva. "Well, they asked me to come over and ask, are you willing to cook with the Jiqing?" Su Qingran shoveled the pancake out of the pot and put it on the chopping board, cut it into 4 even slices with a knife, and put it on the plate with several layers of egg pancakes. "Nanxing, tell your friend to wash his hands and come over to eat pancakes." Su Nanxing ran out happily. Su Qingran raised her head with a smile. "Thank you for your kindness, but forget it. My nephew is growing up and has no food. We don't have enough food for the 2 of us. It would be bad if he took advantage of you." Lu Qin took a look at the white flour on her chopping board and her face flushed. Without waiting to speak again, she hurried away.
Dui.
Why did she come here to make trouble? She said that there was not enough food, but she actually used white flour and eggs to treat the wild monkeys in the village. It was obvious that he was just perfunctory to her. It seemed that in addition to continuing to eat coarse food at the educated youth point, he would have to continue to be tortured by the aroma of her food. After a busy day, the new home was finally cleaned up. As soon as it got dark, Su Qingren closed the door and walked around the house happily. The 2 beds were neatly made, the sheets and pillowcases on them were freshly washed, and the quilts were just dried. The curtains in the room were made of scraps of cloth given by Gu Xiaohui's family. The colors were colorful and very warm and beautiful. Beside the bed, each person had a wooden box to store clothes. The things in the kitchen were also arranged in an orderly manner, except for the rice, flour, grain, oil, eggs, and vegetables on the surface. Su Qingren also quietly took a lot of things out of his space. Although the new home is not complete, it is at least his own house, and he doesn't have to trouble others. He will slowly add everything in the future. At night, Su Nanqing rolled around happily on the bed. But after a while, he suddenly became silent again. Su Qingren couldn't help but be curious. What's wrong? Is the bed uncomfortable? Su Nanqing responded with a buzzing sound. It's comfortable, but I've always slept with Uncle Xiao before, and now I'm not used to sleeping alone. I don't know if Uncle misses me. Su Qingren smiled softly. Go to bed early. You can ask when you wake up tomorrow. In fact, Gu Xiao was indeed a little uncomfortable. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time and couldn't fall asleep. He wanted to go out for a walk, but he was afraid that others would see him and gossip. And he couldn't find a suitable reason after thinking for a long time. He could only sigh, alas. A few days later, the first batch of orders from the supply and marketing cooperative finally came out. In order to ensure quality and quantity, the village chief selected 10 carpenters from the brigade to work together, but divided the work according to different technical levels. Su Qingren did not dare to take it lightly, and carefully checked every piece of finished furniture. If there was a problem, he would resolutely send it back for rework. Not only that, Su Qingren also designed a pattern with the sun and the mountain peaks, and wanted to use it as the logo of Xianjiangshan Brigade. After consulting with the captain and everyone agreed that this was a good idea. Carving on these small furniture is not only special, but also easy to identify. After a long time, everyone will naturally know that these furniture are made by their Xianjiangshan Brigade. After all the goods are ready, the captain is ready to lead the team down the mountain to deliver the goods. First, he wants to personally tell the commune to avoid being accused of not doing things in the rules in the future. Second, by the way, he will borrow a tractor from the commune to help pull the goods to the city. As for this mountain road to the commune, it can only be pulled out by the laborers of the brigade, with a cart like before. The mighty team meandered all the way from the village entrance to the mountain, and the scene was quite spectacular. Everyone spent this day in anxious waiting. But Su Qingren was quite calm. In the past few days, whenever she had free time, she would hide in the house to knit sweaters. The temperature in the mountains would drop as soon as it was said. If she didn't get the sweaters out and send them to the forest farm, she was afraid that her parents' bodies would not be able to bear it. In order to knit sweaters, she didn't even have time to take care of the cultivation of the space, and she had to rely on herself to survive. As it was getting dark, there was suddenly a lively cheer outside. Su Qingren stood up and took a look outside. Just by listening to the noise, she knew that this trip would definitely be smooth. Nanqing, go over and take a look, and come back and tell me what's going on. Aunt, aren't you going?
No.
The last sweater today must be made. If everything goes well in the evening, she wants to go to the forest farm again. Su Nanqing agreed and ran out. After a long time, she ran back with a piece of meat. Aunt, this is what Uncle Xiao gave me.
He said he brought meat for you.
Su Qingren was stunned for a moment. She hadn't seen Gu Xiao in the past few days. When did he ask him to bring meat? But he immediately stood up and took out the money and the ticket and handed them to Su Nanqing. Go and give the money to him, and don't forget to say thank you. By the way, what did the team leader say just now? The team leader said that today went smoothly. When he came back, he gave the money to the team accountant, and the accountant cried. He also said that he had received a new order and asked everyone to work hard so that there would be more white flour and meat dumplings than can be eaten at the end of the year. Su Qingren couldn't help laughing when she saw Su Nanqing's vivid retelling. Go and give the money quickly. Auntie will stew the meat now, and we will have potatoes and meat stewed in the evening. Okay. Su Nanqing took the money and ran quickly to Gu's house. Gu Shao had already walked back and forth in the yard for several times, stretching his neck to look outside again and again. Until he saw Nanqing, he walked over quickly. "Did you give the meat to your aunt?"
Yes.
"What did she say?" "She told me to give you the money." "Didn't she say anything else?" "She also said that we would have potatoes stewed with meat in the evening." Gu Shao took the money angrily. "What has your aunt been busy with these days?" It felt like he hadn't seen her for many days. Su Nanqing blinked. "My aunt is busy knitting a sweater for me. Uncle, I'll go back first if there's nothing else." Gu Shao nodded. "Knitting a sweater?" "Nanqing is so small. How many sweaters can she wear? Is she going to send her to the forest farm?" In the kitchen, Su Qingren fried all the meat that Gu Shao brought, then put it into a small steel pot and simmered it slowly on the stove. Taking this opportunity, she took out the piece of pig's trotter meat that she had stored in the space before. She cut a large piece into mincemeat, added green onion and seasonings, and mixed them together. Then she wrapped it with dough and rolled it into a pancake shape, fried it in a pan into golden meat patties, and planned to bring it to her family to change the taste. Meat patties are not easy to keep for a long time, so the remaining meat filling was added with shredded radish and wrapped into buns, and all of them were prepared to be taken over. While Su Nanqing helped to light the fire, she kept inhaling the aroma with her nose. "And are you going tonight?" Su Qingren nodded. "Well, I'll go after you fall asleep. I'll lock the door from the outside then. Don't be afraid." In the evening, the aunt and nephew ate white rice with stewed potatoes and meat. Several people from the educated youth camp next door heard her chopping stuffing and stewing meat, and their mouths watered with greed. If they hadn't offended her in the beginning, it would have been great if they could still live together in the educated youth camp. Thinking of this, several people couldn't help but look at Su Jiao with a hint of resentment. Su Jiao chewed a steamed bread thicker than the sole of her shoe, and she was still very depressed. Where did she get so much money to buy meat? Could it be that she was selling furniture this time? Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Xie Ziyuan. "Su Jiqing, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Everyone saw that the piece of meat was brought to you by the comrades in the city, who were asked by Su Jiqing to bring them. He Qingfeng also echoed from the side, "That's right, it's inconvenient for our team to go out, so whenever someone goes to the city, they will help carry things. This is normal." Su Jiao curled her lips and glanced at the two of them with some dissatisfaction. Didn't she just go up the mountain to cut trees and get 10 work points? Are you speaking for others? But Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng were both senior members of the Youth League, so she didn't dare to refute.
I see.
Next time, let's ask someone to bring back some meat to stew. Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo quickly agreed. I think it's okay. Next time, let's do meat and make dumplings. After dinner, Su Qingren began to pack the things she would take into the mountains. She didn't get up until Su Nanqing fell asleep and the Youth League next door was quiet, and then she got up and prepared to go out. Su Qingren locked the door quietly and walked quickly towards the foot of the mountain. On the other side, Gu Shao was waiting impatiently at the foot of the mountain, thinking that he had miscalculated. Just as he was about to go back to the Youth League to take a look, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps. Gu Shao quickly stood up and pretended to be ready to go down the mountain to set up a trap. Su Jiqing, what a coincidence. Su Qingren actually saw him from a distance, but didn't expose him. Are you going down the mountain to pick up something? Yes. Are you going to the forest farm to deliver something? Su Qingren nodded and walked into the mountain. Gu Shao hurriedly followed. I'll go with you first. It's just on the way. On the way, Gu Shao told him in detail about the furniture delivery in the city. You were not there at the time, so you didn't see how exciting the scene was. Many people lined up to buy the goods when only half of them were unloaded. Our products are sturdy and beautiful, and the price is cheap, so everyone is willing to buy them. In addition, the leaders of the commune didn't expect that we could really make this deal. It was a rare occasion that they lent us a tractor to deliver goods in the city. After Su Qingren heard what he said, he asked about the quantity of the second order. Knowing that the supply and marketing cooperative had added an order and was preparing to distribute the goods throughout the city, his mood also improved. The captain must be very happy, right? I am happy, but I am also worried. Our team has limited trees. We have more than enough for our own use, but if we continue like this, they will be cut down sooner or later. Su Qingren thought for a moment. Why don't you ask the captain to go to the forest farm to ask? They have a backlog of wood in the forest farm and can't transport it out. They should be able to sell some to our team. Gu Xiao curled his lips. Actually, I think so too. Can you find out the specific situation in the forest farm when you go there this time? If you can't find out, forget it. Su Qingren didn't think it was a big deal and agreed readily. Since it was for official business, Gu Xiao had a reason to send people all the way to the foot of the forest farm. I'll wait for you here, don't worry. Su Qingren nodded and hurried towards his family's straw hut. It was pitch black at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingren turned off the flashlight and came to the straw hut in the dark. She transferred the things she had prepared in advance from the space to the backpack, picked up the bed quilt, and then knocked on the door gently. Soon, the door was opened and Su Qingren walked in quickly. A dim oil lamp was immediately lit in the room. Ran, why are you here? Su Qingren put down the bamboo basket behind her and looked at the 4 people in the family anxiously.
Mom, how are you?
Okay, all right. Su Qingren quickly put down the quilt, took out 4 still hot meat patties from the basket, and urged them to eat them while they were hot. Then she took out all the buns, keep the buns and eat them slowly, and heat them up when you eat. Then, she took out eggs, potatoes, and sweet potatoes from the basket one after another. The eggs are raw. Throw the potatoes and sweet potatoes in when you roast the fire. Several people were shocked. Why did you bring so many things again? Do you have enough money? Su Qingren smiled and nodded. Enough. Many of these things were exchanged. They didn't cost much. I am also planning to grow my own vegetables and raise chickens, so I will have enough to eat. The 4 of them sat together eating meat patties, and they felt their originally numb tongues gradually regaining consciousness. It smells so good. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time, little sister. How come you can cook all of a sudden?
Sulingran Julet her lips.
I have a natural talent. After going to the countryside, I learned from the ants in a few days, and learned it. After getting the food, Su Qingren took out 4 sweaters. I've been busy lately, so I only had time to make 2 for Dad and my eldest brother. Mom and sister-in-law can wear my old sweaters for emergencies. I'll send you new ones next time. Dad likes to read newspapers, so I brought some over as well. Seeing their daughter/sister rushing over at night carrying so many things, everyone felt indescribably touched and sad. Ran, I heard from your eldest brother that you built a house in the village? Su Qingren hummed, and then told the whole story of how she built the house. Thanks to the team leader's family and the villagers, I didn't charge them for building the house and making furniture. It was all thanks to everyone's help. Father Su Jingshan's tone was full of gratitude. Everyone is so good to you. You should help them more and get along well with them. Su Qingren nodded and took the opportunity to talk about how she helped the team with a side business. The eldest brother Su Zhenhua quickly brought over a pen and paper. I know what you're asking about. I'll write down some common woods and their prices for you, so you can have an idea. By the way, the forest farm will soon be building a road to transport wood. If you want some, come and talk as soon as possible. Su Qingren took the list, still a little hesitant in her heart. Originally, she just wanted to help the brigade alleviate the difficulties, but now it seems to be going further and further. Su Jingshan seemed to see his daughter's caution and couldn't help but encourage her. Ran, it's a good thing that you helped the brigade with a sideline business. We in the Su family only want to be clear about our consciences. In extraordinary times, it is right to protect yourself, but you can't lose your loyalty. As long as you think it is right, do it boldly and don't let yourself regret it. In addition, I have already cut off my relationship with you in the newspaper. Our affairs will not implicate you, so don't worry about it. Su Qingren's nose was sour. She knew her father's integrity. In his previous life, no matter how hard it was, he never complained about the injustice of fate. Even before his death, he left a large amount of valuable wealth to the society. She believed that she could not do this righteousness, nor could she compare. But she was her father's daughter, and she was more or less influenced.
Don't worry, Dad.
Whether you break up with me or not, I will always be your daughter in this life. I will not do anything to embarrass our Su family. Okay, you have stayed long enough. Go back quickly, and let your elder brother take you back. Before they parted, Mother Lin Yuzhen's eyes turned red, and she instinctively pulled her daughter's hand. You should take care of yourself, eat well, and don't stay up late to knit sweaters. If you really can't, you can bring the wool, and we can knit it ourselves. Mom, there are so many eyes watching you in the forest farm. How can you knit in such a dark room? Don't worry, I know what to do. Although Su Qingran insisted not to be sent, the elder brother still sent her all the way to the top of the mountain. Brother, you should go back quickly. I am very familiar with the rest of the road. I can go back by myself. Su Zhenhua nodded, then go slowly. As soon as the elder brother left, Su Qingran looked into the woods. Just as she was wondering where Gu Xiao was hiding, she suddenly saw a figure walking out of the woods. I had already guessed it was him, so I didn't feel scared. But suddenly I thought of something. Last time when my brother sent me down the mountain, were you hiding in the woods and following me? Gu Xiao touched his nose guiltily. I didn't mean it. I was far away and didn't eavesdrop on your conversation. But what? You cried too loudly. It was hard for me not to hear it. Su Qingran coughed lightly and handed him the note in her hand. You take a look first. I'll go to your house tomorrow morning, and then we'll discuss buying wood together. Okay, with you here, my dad will definitely listen. The next morning, after breakfast, Su Qingran took Su Nanqing to the captain's house. As soon as he walked to the door, he heard Aunt Gu urging Gu Xiao to go on a blind date while eating. Look you, I've finally made an agreement with them.
I just want to go to town to meet them.
Why don't you agree? No, it's too far. How far is town? I see you don't mind the distance when you go to town. You always run very fast. Mom, I really don't have time. The furniture processing in the brigade is just getting started. Besides, I'm only 24. Why are you in such a hurry? 24 is not old enough? Gooden in the village is about the same age as you, right? His children are running around all over the place. You can't force it. I don't want to just find anyone. Then tell me, what kind of person do you want to find? I want to find someone who is educated and smart.
What?
Well, I mean, our brigade is too poor now. Who would be willing to marry here? It's better to wait until our side business grows and we become rich. Then we can find you an excellent daughter-in-law. Aunt Gu talked all morning, and her throat was smoking. Seeing his attitude, she knew that this meeting would definitely fail again. Whatever you want, I don't care if you stay single for life. Su Qingran and Su Nanqing, who were standing at the door, stared at each other and waited for a while before going in. Seeing the two of them, Aunt Gu's face suddenly turned from gloomy to bright. Xiao Su is here. I said yesterday that I haven't seen you much recently. Come and sit down. Have you eaten? Eat more. Su Qingran saw Aunt Gu busy all the time and hurriedly stopped her. Aunt, we will come after we eat. I was busy cooking when the team leader came back yesterday, so I didn't come, so I came to ask about the situation. The team leader was about to find her to talk about going to the city yesterday, but she didn't expect her to come by herself. So she hurriedly told her about what happened yesterday again. Su Qingran smiled and nodded from time to time. Including what Nanqing and Gu Xiao said once each, she had heard it 3 times in total. But what else can she do? Seeing that the team leader was so excited, she didn't want to interrupt. After he finished speaking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Captain, if we look at the current order situation, our team's wood will soon be used up. The trees cut down from the mountains need to be dried, which won't happen so quickly, and there will always be a day when they will all be cut down, so we have to consider this in advance. The captain was hit on the sore spot by her words. Xiao Su, you really see things clearly. This is the problem that I'm most worried about right now. Su Qingran paused for a moment and continued, Captain, do you remember what I told you last time? The forest farm next door to us is now experiencing a backlog of wood. Perhaps you can go to the forest farm to discuss it. The captain's eyes lit up, but there was still a hint of hesitation. The wood in their forest farm is supplied to the big state-owned furniture processing factories in the city. Can they be interested in our little stuff? As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Xiao sat down next to him. Dad, we will know if it works after we try. If you are embarrassed to go, I will go for you. The captain glared at him. Can you do it alone? Forget it. I'd better go with you. It's normal for them to look down on us because they are rich and powerful. You don't have to fight with them. Xiao Su, how much do you think is appropriate for us to buy? Su Qingran thought for a while.
Let's stock up as much as we can.
Captain, you also said that they won't buy too little, and the forest farm is about to build a road. When the road is opened in the spring of next year, it will be even more difficult for us to buy at a cheap price. The captain immediately called the accountant of the team over. Now, the total profit is only 425 yuan. Even if we send it all over, it is estimated that it will not be enough for them to take a look. Gu Xiao knocked on the table. If it doesn't work, we can buy on credit. When we make money, we will pay them back at the end of the year. It means that they are anxious because they can't transport the wood now, but when the road is open next year, they will not consider us. Anyway, the wood will be turned into furniture and exchanged for money sooner or later. The captain lowered his head and thought for a moment, then slapped the table.
Stock up.
The three of us will go together later. I will risk my old face to buy the wood on credit. Okay, I'll go to Sihai and borrow a car, and the three of us will ride there. Su Qingran was listening quietly with her head down, and when she heard this, she suddenly raised her head. Is there a ground road from our team to the forest farm? Gu Xiao came back to his senses and explained quickly. Well, the shortest way is to go over the mountain from the back, but if you don't climb the mountain, there is also a small road to go there, but it's a bit roundabout. After listening, Su Qingran stood up excitedly. Why didn't you say there was a road earlier? Seeing her so happy, both father and son were a little confused. Su Qingran also felt that she was a little too excited, so she sat down with a smile. Captain, the forest farm is going to build a road. I know, didn't you two just say that? Do you think the road will pass by us? The captain waved his hand. No such good thing. If they build a road, they will definitely build it directly from the forest farm to the outside, and will not pass by our brigade. Su Qingran thought about it, and it was true. The forest farm and Xianjiangshan brigade were located between Ningqing and Xingli commune. If they passed through Xianjiangshan brigade, they would have to build a lot of mountain roads. And it would be even farther to the city, so there was no need to take such a detour. Well, Captain, since they are not coming, can we go over? Since there is a small road from our brigade to the forest farm, if this small road is built into a big road, it will be much more convenient to go into the city in the future. As soon as the voice fell, Gu Xiao also stood up from the stool. A long time ago, he had been proposing to his father to build a road. But the brigade was too poor, and the commune had no money to build it for them. Over time, the matter was shelved. In the past, everyone dreamed of building a road between the commune and the brigade, and one day driving a tractor to the brigade. But they were all wrong. There was more than one way to get into the city. Now, the higher-ups want to build a road for the forest farm. As long as they can open up a road from their doorstep to the forest farm, it will be enough. Gu Xiao felt that his dream of many years was about to come true. Otherwise, why do they say that you should find a smart wife to marry? Dad, let's go. Let's go to the commune now, and no matter what, we must invite the leaders to come with us to the forest farm to discuss ordering wood and building roads. The team leader finally got impulsive. Okay, let's go now. If the road can really be built, then we can directly drive ox carts to the city to deliver goods in the future, which can save a lot of time on the road. Gu Xiao. Dad, you really don't dare to think about it. The road is now open, but you're still thinking about the ox cart. When the brigade has money, we will have to bring back a whole tractor at least. The father and son said that they were going to ride their bikes to the commune. Aunt Gu hurriedly chased after them. Will you two come back at noon? What are you going to eat for lunch? The team leader thought for a while. Come back, you kill a chicken at noon, ask someone to go to the river to catch 2 fish, and do whatever you can. I will try to invite the commune leaders to dinner at home. After that, the father and son rode their bikes to the village entrance. Looking at the two people's hurried backs, Aunt Gu was in a dilemma. Our place is a remote place. Can the commune leaders really be invited over easily? Besides, I don't know what the leaders like to eat. Seeing her nervousness, Su Qingran took the initiative to agree to stay and help. Aunt Gu breathed a sigh of relief. With you here, I have the confidence. I will go to kill the chicken. Su Qingran hurried to find Guasihai and others. When everyone heard that the team leader had gone to the commune to invite the leaders to discuss the road construction, they were even happier than during the Chinese New Year. Several people agreed to help catch fish and rabbits. In the temporary furniture processing workshop, everyone began to clean up enthusiastically, waiting for the leaders to come and inspect. Near noon, the chicken and rabbit were already stewed in the Gu family stove. The fish they caught was also cooked into fish soup. Aunt Gu also generously steamed white flour buns and took out all the eggs she had saved. Xiao Su, do you think you two can invite the leader back? If not, all our delicious dishes will be wasted. This hen just laid eggs not long ago, and I was so sad when I killed it. Su Qingren smiled. Our team has just set up furniture processing. It is reasonable for the leader to come and take a look. I think he will come. As soon as the voice fell, the crisp sound of bells came from a distance. Su Qingren quickly pulled Aunt Gu out to see. Look, isn't he here? Everyone was thinking about the arrival of the commune leader, and they all ran out when they heard the noise. Soon, the villagers gathered in front of the Gu family's door. The captain's mouth was grinning from ear to ear, and when he got off the car, his legs went weak and he almost fell down. Director Gua, look, everyone is looking forward to your coming, am I right? As soon as the voice fell, the crowd applauded. Director Gua has been to the countryside many times, but this is the first time he has seen the masses so enthusiastic. His heart was immediately warmed. As soon as he entered the yard, Aunt Gu and Su Qingran began to serve the dishes and get the wine. Looking at the full table of dishes, Director Gua's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Your conditions are good? The captain is also a smart man. We have been preparing for today's meal for several days. This chicken is the only egg-laying hen in the family. We got the fish from the river early in the morning. We set the rabbit last night. The eggs were laid by this chicken a while ago and have been saved for several days. And the flour was also exchanged for it last time when we went to the commune. Our brigade is still poor. Director Gua's eyelids twitched. I am embarrassed to pick up my chopsticks because of what you said. The team leader smiled. Director Gua, I have no other intention in saying this. I just want you to know that we are really grateful to you. If it were not for your wise decision, our brigade would not be able to do the side business of making furniture. Then we would really have to stay in this mountain valley and eat coarse food for the rest of our lives. Director Gua knew that he was flattering him, but he felt inexplicably comfortable. But looking at so many delicious dishes, he still felt wary. Old Gu, we have known each other for many years, and this is the first time you invite me to dinner. I don't believe you if you say there is nothing wrong. Just tell me directly, why did you invite me here? Otherwise, I dare not eat this meal. The captain smiled and put a chicken leg in front of him and poured him a glass of wine. Director Gua, you eat a piece of meat and drink a glass of wine first, and I will tell you slowly. In short, it must be a good thing. When he came back just now and saw Su Jiqing, he knew that this table of dishes was cooked by her. As long as Director Gua tasted it, there would be no need to worry that he would refuse to eat this meal. Sure enough, after listening to what he said, Director Gua pretended to take a bite of the chicken and took a sip of wine. I ate and drank. Before he finished speaking, he couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and ate the chicken clean. Old Gu, I think the food is going to get cold soon. How about we eat and talk at the same time? The captain smiled so much that his eyes narrowed into slits. Eat first. Eat first. Thinking that he still had to do business in the afternoon, the captain did not dare to persuade the leader to drink too much. Seeing that the meal was almost finished, he slowly turned the topic to the matter of going to the forest farm to buy wood. Director Gua patted his chest without saying a word. What do I think it is? This is a good thing. The forest farm is worried about not being able to transport the wood. You can go nearby to pull it back and help use it. Isn't that a good thing? What? On credit? No problem. Anyway, you can't run away, just pay them back after selling the furniture. The captain nodded with a smile and brought up the matter of road construction again. This time Director Gua couldn't laugh anymore. Build a road? How do you build it? The team leader immediately poured out all the prepared speeches. Director Gua breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Fortunately, He was not asked to repair the mountain road. As for the road to the forest farm, Old Gu, it's not that I don't agree. Our commune really can't afford to repair the road. This year, each brigade has no quota for road construction. If we only repair it for you, other brigades will have opinions. Director Gua, we don't want the commune to pay. We will find a way to pay for it ourselves. What about the manpower? We will pay for it ourselves, but the forest farm needs your help to coordinate. After all, we are also relying on them. Director Gua put down his chopsticks and thought carefully for a while, and nodded after a long while. Okay, I will accompany you to the forest farm in a while to finalize these things. Seeing that the leader agreed, the team leader could no longer sit still. There is no time to lose, let's go now. On the way, Director, can you also help us with some advice on how to repair this road? Director Gua was still a little reluctant to finish his meal, but it was urgent to get things done, so he stood up without saying anything. Then, the three called the brigade accountant, and the four of them rode their bikes to the forest farm together. In the evening, the four of them came back happily. It seemed that the matter was settled. The brigade leader asked Director Gua to stay for dinner, but Director Gua hesitated for a while and still refused. No, it will be dark if we stay any later, and this mountain road is not easy to walk on. Let's do it next time. I will definitely come again next time. By the way, the educated youth you mentioned before who proposed to do a side job, and the educated youth who proposed to buy wood to build roads this time, bring them to me when you go back to the commune. The brigade leader nodded with a smile. Okay, I'll bring them to you next time. Although he agreed, he still didn't want to take Su Jiqing to the commune to meet the leaders. Their brigade had finally assigned such a capable and smart educated youth. What if he was poached by the commune or sent to another brigade? Who would he cry to? As soon as Director Gua left, the brigade leader was completely let go. He called everyone together with a slightly hoarse voice. He finally managed to get his emotions in order, but he choked up before he could even open his mouth. Accountant Luo, you should tell us something. The brigade accountant also choked up and couldn't speak. Let Gu Xiao tell us something. Gu Xiao was very calm. Two things first, the forest farm agreed to give us a batch of timber on credit, and tomorrow everyone will pull a cart with me to transport the goods. Second, our brigade is going to build a road, and every household must contribute manpower, and everyone who can go must go. When the road is built, we can take advantage of the forest farm and walk into the city by the main road, and we don't have to cross mountains and ridges anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Seeing the serious expressions of the brigade leader and the brigade accountant, their lips were still moving, and then they realized that it was true. In an instant, cheers and applause rang out, spreading to every corner of the village. The team leader looked at Su Qingren gratefully and said to everyone, "These good things are thanks to Su Jiqing. Although she is young, she has been working in the field since she came to our Xianjiangshan brigade. She has always been thinking about our collective. We should all learn from her in the future." After the voice fell, everyone applauded Su Qingren again. "Su Jiqing, if you have any requests, just tell us. We will definitely find a way to do it for you." Su Qingren was suddenly a little uncomfortable to be stared at by so many people with the same eyes, but she soon got used to it. As a member of the Xianjiangshan brigade, these are what I should do. However, since the team leader has spoken, I do have a small request. I don't have a private plot behind my house. I want to open a vegetable plot next to it to grow some vegetables. Originally, the educated youth site had a vegetable garden. She had seen it when she passed by before. The vegetable garden was a bit messy. If it was shared, she didn't know how much trouble it would cause. It would be better to create another piece of land. Although the vegetables grown in the space are enough for her and Nanqing to eat, they still need to make a piece of land in the open so that it will be convenient to take out the vegetables in the future. After hearing this, the team leader was slightly stunned, thinking that she was going to make some requests. Unexpectedly, it was just like this. "Okay, our team is not as strict as other places. Just find a place in front of the door to plant." Aunt Gu also said readily, "I will go to help you tomorrow morning." When the other aunts and aunts saw it, they also offered to help. In the evening, the team leader wanted to invite her and Nanqing to his house for dinner. Su Qingren said nothing, so he had to let Gu Xiao send 2 fish over. This was the first time Gu Xiao came here since moving, and he had a legitimate reason to support it. He was so excited in his heart. When he met someone on the way and asked, he took the initiative to say that the team leader sent him to send fish to Su Jiqing to thank him. When he arrived at the door of the house, Su Qingran was preparing dinner. At noon, she and Nanqing had a greasy meal at Gu's house, so she thought about making something light for dinner. She mixed cornmeal with white flour to make dough, and planned to make cornmeal pancakes later. She also cooked some millet porridge on the stove. She would cut some kimchi that she had just made a few days ago. While she was busy, Gu Zhao's voice suddenly rang above her head. "You're eating this for dinner." Su Qingren looked up in surprise, and she knew from his eyes that it was a misunderstanding. But Su Qingren didn't want to be too high profile. Eating meat every meal in the village would easily make people hate her. Occasionally eating a bad meal, she was afraid that others would not know, especially in front of the educated youth next door. So she took this opportunity to agree. "If you don't eat these, can you still eat meat every meal?" Gu Xiao pursed his lips and smiled, then handed her the 2 fish in his hand. Without saying a word, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up the bucket and shoulder pole, and walked out. "Your water tank is empty. I'll help you fetch some water." Su Qingren knew that she couldn't stop him, so she simply didn't stop him. Not long after, Gu Xiao came over here with 2 full buckets of water. When someone asked him on the way, he told them openly, "My father asked me to come over to treat Su Jiqing to a meal at home, but she refused, so I helped with some work to express my gratitude." Everyone smiled and nodded in agreement. "It's not easy for Su Jiqing to live alone with a child. You should help her a little. I'll help chop firewood next time." Gu Xiao pursed his lips. "That's not necessary." After filling the water, he ran outside and chopped all the firewood. Su Qingren silently looked out through the window and quickly put the marinated fish into the pan and fried it until both sides were golden brown. After the braised fish was stewed, the corn dough was pinched into small pieces and patted into pancakes and then pasted around the iron pan. After a while, the aroma of corn pancakes mixed with the aroma of braised fish came out. Then he quickly grabbed a handful of cilantro and garlic leaves and sprinkled them in, and cooked over high heat until the sauce was reduced. Gu Xiao smelled the smell and came to the window silently. "What's in the pot?" Su Qingren lifted the lid of the pot, and the original wisps of fragrance spread in all directions. "Braised fish pancakes." Gu Xiao coughed lightly. "I've never eaten it." Su Qingren suppressed her smile and glanced at him. "Call Nanqing, wash your hands and eat." After hearing this, Gu Xiao went straight into the house, quickly washed his hands, and helped to get the bowls and chopsticks. After sitting down at the table, he couldn't help but look around. Unexpectedly, after just a few days, the house had been cleaned up by her and looked completely different. Although it was hard to tell what was different, it was warm everywhere. However, his attention soon moved to the dining table. The braised fish was very tasty, the corn tortillas were golden, and even the millet porridge tasted better than at home. Is this the legendary smell of other people's rice? Seeing a plate of sliced radish and on the table, he couldn't help but pick up a piece. Can pickled radish be so sour and crispy? This is called kimchi. Is it delicious? Delicious. I'll bring some back to you later for the team leader and Aunt Gu to try. How can I be so embarrassed? Let's do this. After pulling the wood back, I'll find time to catch a pheasant, and you and Nanqing can change the taste. Su Nanqing's mouth was full of oil from eating fish, and when he heard about chicken, his eyes lit up. "Thank you, Uncle Xiao," Su Qingran said before she could say anything. After dinner, Gu Xiao went back happily with the kimchi sent by Su Qingran. When he entered the door, his parents were still eating dinner. Seeing him coming back, both of them put down their chopsticks. "I asked you to deliver a fish. Where have you been? You came back so late." "I didn't leave any food for you." Gu Xiao smiled and put a bowl of kimchi on the table. "I've eaten it. This is the kimchi sent by Su Jiqing. You try it. It's delicious with porridge." The couple looked at each other. "You went to Su Jiqing's place to eat for free? And you brought something back?" Gu Xiao hurriedly explained, "Well, I was going to come back after delivering the fish, but I found that her water tank was empty and she had no firewood, so I helped chop firewood and fetch water. I thought that since she had helped us so much, it was only right to do some work to express my gratitude, but I didn't expect that they would invite me to stay for dinner. The couple nodded and no one thought about it. You are so shameless. They were just being polite, and you really invited me to stay? You must have seen the delicious food and didn't want to come to their house to eat leftovers, so you pretended to be nice to me. Gu Shao. The next day, the men in the village set out to the forest farm to pull wood. From those in their 50s to those in their teens, as long as they could do the work, they all wanted to go with them. The scene was even more lively than going to the public office to collect public grain. When most of the men had left, Aunt Gu brought a few other aunts and sisters to help Su Qingran to open up the land and cultivate the vegetable garden. The children who usually played well with Nanqing also came to join in the fun. The private plot that the team leader had decided was on the west side of the house, about 2 mu in size. When everyone was together, Aunt Gu directed them to help clear the weeds. The children picked up stones and branches. After the ground was cleaned, several people picked up shovels and rakes and started to turn the soil. Opening up the land is a tiring job, and Su Qingren knew it well. Usually in the space, she basically did not open up the land but just cultivated it roughly. But the aunts and sisters worked very carefully, turning the ground very deeply and crushing the soil very finely. In less than half a day, the vegetable garden was tidied up. Su Qingran was very grateful and wanted to keep everyone to have lunch together at noon, but no one wanted to. The men will be back pulling wood soon, so we have to cook at home. We'll come after we finish our meal, and we'll bring you some vegetable seeds and seedlings. You can spread some straw on the ground later, as it's getting cold at night. The women in the village are all good at growing vegetables, and the vegetables for winter have been sown early. It's indeed a little late for Su Qingran to start planting now. But no one thought much about it, because there were only 2 of them, and any little she planted would be enough to eat. The educated youth camp next door did plant early, but the crops were sparse and only had a few leaves, and the grass grew better than the vegetables. After discussing what to plant, they washed their hands and went back to cook. Su Qingren felt bad, and seeing that the children hadn't left yet, she thought about getting some food for the children, at least to show her thoughtfulness. But with so many children, what should she treat them to? While thinking, she suddenly looked up and saw several hawthorn trees with red fruits hanging on them at the foot of the mountain. She smiled and called the children over. Do you like to eat candied haws? The children looked at each other, as if they didn't know what it was. Some of these children had never been out of the mountain, and some had been to the town once or twice. That was when the brigade paid public grain, and the weather was hot, so there was no candied haws for sale in the town. Su Nanqing helped to explain, during the new year, they are sold in the city. The red fruits are strung together, and there is a layer of sugar coating on them, like winter ice, which breaks into pieces when bitten. It's so sweet. The children couldn't help swallowing their saliva after hearing this. Although they didn't understand what it was, just by hearing the sugar coating, they knew it must be delicious. Looking at the children's eyes, Su Qingren smiled and pointed to the hawthorn tree at the foot of the mountain. You go pick the red fruits first, and we'll make candied haws after picking them. The children were completely dumbfounded. Can hawthorns be made into candied haws? If hawthorns were delicious, they wouldn't have been left unpicked until now. Su Nanqing believed her aunt's words and carried a small bamboo basket on her back and walked towards the hawthorn tree. The other children followed. While the children were picking fruits, Su Qingran put on gloves and began to cut bamboo sticks. After the bamboo sticks were cut, they were soaked in water. There were many children, and they picked a small basket of hawthorns in a short time. Su Qingran selected some plump ones, washed them, removed the cores, and strung them on bamboo sticks to dry them. Then she started to boil syrup. When the children saw her take a bag of white sugar and pour it directly into the pot, they all opened their eyes wide in horror. In the past, the family would only buy a little white sugar during the Chinese New Year. They all ate it secretly when everyone was not at home. The taste is sweet just thinking about it. If so much white sugar is poured into the pot, what if it doesn't taste good? Wouldn't it all be wasted? Being stared at by so many eyes, Su Qingren suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Wouldn't it be embarrassing if she failed? So she stared at the syrup more and more attentively, slowly turning the pot with chopsticks. During this period, the children wanted to ask questions several times, but they held back until the bubbles became dense and fine, and the color changed from white to light yellow. Someone finally lost his patience. Is it done? Su Qingren smiled and dipped a little syrup with chopsticks and quickly put it into cold water. The syrup quickly condensed into a transparent ice. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief and began to coat the syrup on the candied haws one by one. There are more fruits and less sugar, so only a thin layer can be coated on each string. After coating, the strings of candied haws are neatly arranged on the chopping board and wait for them to cool. When the last string of candied haws was wrapped, the syrup in the pot was already completely gone. But the children kept staring at the pot. Su Qingren was stunned for a moment. Did he want to lick her pot? Su Qingren coughed lightly. Do you want some water? The children nodded one after another. Su Qingren picked up the thermos and poured all the hot water into the pot. In an instant, the boiled water turned into sugar water. The children drank it happily, one bowl after another. Su Qingren felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that the children didn't feel anything, she no longer felt anything. After drinking the pot-washing water, the candied haws on the chopping board were finally ready. Su Qingren lifted it lightly, and with a crisp sound, the candied haws and the chopping board were separated. The children held the candied haws carefully and couldn't wait to bite off one. In an instant, sweetness overflowed in their mouths, followed by the sourness of the ripe hawthorn fruit. The sour and sweet tastes mixed together, making the children squint their eyes in happiness. Just as they were enjoying it, the voices of adults calling them to go back for dinner came from outside one after another. The children excitedly took the candied haws out of the house.
Mom, what is this?
The aunts saw that the children were holding strings of red things in their hands and thought that Su Jiqing had brought something delicious to the children again. They all gathered around. Didn't I tell you not to take Su Jiqing's things? Why are you eating them again? This is candied haws? The children did not take the adults' scolding to heart, but excitedly stretched the candied haws to the adults' mouths. Mom, try one, it's delicious. Su Jiqing made it for us. Su Qingren followed behind and explained to everyone with a smile. These fruits are picked by the children. Last time, my uncle sent me a bag of white sugar, but I haven't eaten it yet. It's just right to make some candied haws for the children to try. Several aunts and grandmothers knew that Su Qingren came to help with the land reclamation in the morning. Although she scolded, she felt warm in her heart. Children in the countryside can only eat sugar once or twice a year, let alone such rare white sugar. How long ago was it that Su Jiqing received a package? She hadn't eaten it for so long, which meant that she was reluctant to give it up. I didn't expect her to be so generous and share it with the children. Su Jiqing, didn't you say last time that you wanted to raise chickens? It just so happens that our hens were brooding some time ago. I'll bring 2 chicks over later, and you can raise them slowly. Yes, then you can build a chicken coop at the door, so that you won't have to worry about eggs when they lay eggs in the future. At the other side of the Jiqing point. Today, the 4 male Jiqings all went to pull wood, leaving only 3 female Jiqings. Although the 3 of them had their hands busy all morning, they would look over here from time to time. Especially Su Jiao, who was staring at the movements here all the time. Looking at the candied haws in the children's hands, she couldn't help but feel sour in her mouth. What a hassle. They invited so many children to eat candied haws, but they didn't even ask us to try some. She wanted to eat candied haws, too. She couldn't help drooling at the thought. Hu Huiying and Lu Qin looked at each other. Although they didn't have a very good impression of Su Qingren because of the town's incident, they never thought of eating her candied haws. However, they felt a little uncomfortable. In the past, when they got something delicious, everyone would hide it and eat it slowly. Su Qingren did this, which made them feel petty. However, they had been in Xianjiangshan Brigade for so long, and they had never seen the villagers treat them so well. If they wanted to ask for some seedlings to plant, they had to exchange them for something. Thinking of this, they felt even more unhappy. At this moment, there was a sudden noise from the direction of the village entrance. Everyone looked over and said with joy, "The wood puller is back." As they said that, they ran forward quickly to take a look. The children holding the candied haws couldn't wait. Su Qingren quickly shouted, "Slow down. Don't run. Be careful not to get pricked by the skewers." After saying that, she quickly closed the door and took Nanqing to take a look. After hearing her words, the children stopped running, but they were still the first to walk to the front of the team. "Dad, are you tired? Have a candied haws?" "Brother, try it. This is the candied haws made by Su Jiqing for us. It's delicious." The children ate for a long time, but actually only bit off one or two. Just now, Su Qingren thought it was not delicious, but now she understood that they were going to take it back for their family to try. Before the adults who were pulling the wood could figure out the situation, the children stuffed a candied haws into their mouths, and they had to bite it off.
So sweet.
Those who didn't have children were so greedy. After the episode, everyone focused their attention on the pulled wood. You know what? The wood in this forest farm is different, much better than our own. The captain was also very happy and asked everyone to go back to eat first and then come back to unload the wood after dinner. The crowd dispersed, and Su Qingren was also ready to call Su Nanqing back to eat. When he looked up, he found that the child was no longer around. He saw that he didn't know where he got a candied haws from and excitedly stuffed it to Gu Xiao and then ran back happily. After the vegetable garden was turned out, it was exposed to the sun for another day. Su Qingren then gradually sowed the seeds that should be sown and planted the seedlings that should be planted. He also took Nanqing to build a simple chicken shed. However, while he was not paying attention, he quietly replaced the chickens with newly hatched chicks in the space so that the survival rate was more guaranteed. After taking care of the house, all the wood ordered by the forest farm was pulled back. The next step is to prepare for road construction. As one of the initiators, Gu Xiao has no less things to do than the captain. But before officially building the road, he still took the time to go to the mountains and get back the pheasant he promised Su Qingren. He secretly delivered it at night when most people were asleep. But Su Qingren didn't sleep. Before, she was busy building a house and knitting sweaters, and the land in the space had been in a state of survival of the fittest. After finally having a few days of leisure, she took the opportunity to tidy up the land in the space before going to bed. Everything that should be collected was collected. While she was busy, she suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. Su Qingren glanced through in the window and found that it was him, so she quickly opened the door. That day was originally a joke. I didn't expect that he was so busy, but he actually delivered it. Su Qingren was only willing to accept one no matter what, turned around and filled a large bowl of kimchi and handed it to him. "One is enough for me. You can take the rest back." Gu Xiao wanted to say something, but was afraid of waking Nanqing up. Afraid that the educated youths would come out and see them, she had to put down the pheasant and left in a hurry. The family had not eaten meat for the past few days. Looking at the pheasant on the ground, Su Qingren's first thought was, how can I make this chicken look like two? It only takes 4 or 5 days for a chicken in the space to grow from hatching to adulthood, but it is not so easy to fool someone who just takes one out to stew. Now that we have the chance, we have to prepare one first. Fortunately, Su Nanqing is still young, and as long as he has meat to eat, he is too happy to care about anything. Thinking of this, Su Qingren caught one from the space, cleaned it, and chopped it together with the pheasant. She chopped it into small pieces so that people could not count how many pairs of wings and chicken legs there were. The chicken pieces in the space were used to stew chicken soup, and the chicken pieces sent by Gu Xiao were used for spicy stir-fry. Su Nanqing was drooling while helping to light the fire. "Auntie, is the chicken soup ready? It smells so good that the glutton in my stomach is about to come out." Su Qingren smiled and lifted the lid of the pot, picked out a piece of good meat from it, and blew on it. "Open your mouth." Su Nanqing took it in one gulp. The chicken was stewed until it was tender and tender. When he took a bite, the meat automatically fell off the bone. It was so beautiful that he squinted his eyes. "Aunt, you try one too." Su Qingren tried one, and then picked up another piece of fried chicken for Nanqing. Su Nanqing was still not satisfied, but she didn't dare to be greedy anymore, for fear that it would be gone soon. When the rice was steamed, Su Qingren poured out a pot of chicken soup and a large plate of chicken. She also kept half of the chicken soup in a small pot, ready to use it to cook noodles in the evening. Su Nanqing couldn't help but exclaim, "Uncle Xiao must have given us the biggest chicken. So much meat." Su Qingran smiled and nodded. "Who made you a little greedy cat? Eat it quickly." Smelling the smell, several educated youths in the educated youth point were also greedy. In the past 2 days, several male educated youths followed to pull wood together, and they were so hungry every day that they could stuff a cow into their stomachs. But when they returned to the educated youth point, they still had the same old multi-grain steamed buns and sorghum porridge, and even the stir-fried dishes were not oily at all. Since the last time they went to the town to pay public grain and had a meal of meat, they have never seen meat again. How could they bear the smell? Su Jiao was the first to drop the steamed bread in her hand and pouted, "I can't live like this for another day." She also wanted to eat chicken. It was okay when she first went to the countryside, but now she can't help but feel greedy when she sees other people raising old hens. Sun Hao looked up at her, feeling unhappy, and silently put down his chopsticks, starting to think about it. After dark, Sun Hao found an excuse to slip out. When he came back again, everyone in the educated youth point had gone to bed. He quietly came to the female educated youth's room and called Su Jiao, who was closest to the window, out through the window. Su Jiao was dazed and didn't know what was going on, so he pulled her out. When they reached the foot of the mountain, Sun Hao conjured up a roasted chicken like a magic trick. Su Jiao was shocked. "It's really chicken. Where did you get it?" Sun Hao smiled proudly. "Didn't you say you wanted to eat chicken? I bought it from someone secretly. Don't tell anyone." Su Jiao nodded with emotion. The two of them shared the food. The next day was originally a big day for mobilizing and discussing road construction. Early in the morning, before the captain blew the whistle, sharp shouts and curses rang out in the village. "Which black-hearted and rotten-lung person stole my chicken? Aren't you afraid of pus in your intestines after eating it?" The captain frowned and looked at Gu Xiao suspiciously. Gu Xiao was puzzled by the look on his face. "Why are you looking at me? When have I ever done anything sneaky? You ate pheasant yesterday." Then Gu Sihai and the others, "It can't be them." Aunt Gu rarely stood on Gu Zhao's side. Although the four of them are not in tune, they have never done such a thing in the village. Gu Xiao. "Thank you, my mother." The captain looked at his wife gloomily. "Go over and ask what's going on first. Let her rest and stop scolding. We have something important to do today." Aunt Gu went out reluctantly. When she arrived, many people had already gathered around with bowls in their hands, asking questions one after another. "Aunt Chu, are your chickens missing?" As soon as she saw the captain's wife, Aunt Chu began to cry. "I was feeding them yesterday morning, but I didn't see them when I got up this morning. They just started laying eggs a few days ago. Tell me, is the person who stole my chickens a ruthless person? Could they have flown away?" "Impossible. My fence is so high that they definitely can't fly away. They must have been stolen." The 3 chickens in Aunt Chu's home were famous treasures. Seeing her so distressed, everyone sighed and helped to scold the chicken thief. Several educated youth arrived late, but they quickly figured out the whole story. Su Jiao remembered the fragrance that wafted out of Su Qingran's room yesterday and stood up without saying a word. I know who it is hearing her say this. Sun Hao, who was standing behind with a guilty conscience, broke out in a cold sweat and quickly reached out to pull her. "Su Jiao, don't make trouble." Su Jiao blurted out, "Su Jiqing stewed chicken at home yesterday." The smell wafted far away, and several of us educated youth smelled it. "Why don't you go ask her?" Sun Hao silently breathed a sigh of relief, and his heart was almost scared out of his wits. The crowd was also in an uproar. "I think I smelled it too."
Impossible?
Su Jiqing is not that kind of person. Several children also followed up to defend angrily. "Su Jiqing couldn't have stolen the chicken. You are accusing a good person." Aunt Gu also broke out in a cold sweat and wanted to defend Su Qingran, but she was not sure whether the chicken was given by Gu Xiao. So she ran home and wanted to ask Gu Xiao what was going on first. After Aunt Gu left, Su Jiao urged Aunt Chu to go to Su Jiqing to ask. "With our Jiqing here, Aunt Chu, you don't have to be afraid of her. If she really stole it, we will take care of it for you." Aunt Chu didn't believe that it was Su Jiqing who did it. But since it had come to this and she was anxious, she followed Su Qingran's home. Seeing this, everyone followed her in a mighty manner. Su Qingran and Su Nanqing were having breakfast, and when they heard the noise outside, they opened the door and walked out. As soon as they went out, Su Jiao pointed at her and started to make trouble. Su Jiqing, Aunt Chu lost a chicken. Did you steal it? Su Qingran sneered. Did you see me steal it? You ate chicken yesterday. We all smelled it. Do you admit it? I did eat chicken yesterday, but what does it have to do with Aunt Chu losing the chicken? Seeing that she admitted to eating chicken, Su Jiao was immediately full of fighting spirit, and she wanted to write a sign of chicken thief and hang it directly around her neck. Su Qingran glanced at Sun Hao behind her, vaguely remembered the movement at the Jiqing point last night, and understood most of it in her heart. She immediately looked at her with a smile. Su Jiao, you keep saying that I stole Aunt Chu's chicken. Do you have any evidence? If you falsely accuse me, what are you going to do? Seeing her evasive look, Su Jiao became more and more certain that she was the one who stole the chicken. Do you dare to let us go in and look for it? It's not that I dare or not. It's obviously you who deliberately threw dirty water on me. Even if we find it, how can you prove that it's Aunt Chu's? Aunt Chu cherishes her chicken so much. You can tell just by looking at the feathers. I think you are guilty. Okay, how about this? If I wrongly accuse you, I kneel down and apologize to you in front of everyone. Now you have no reason to stop us from entering, right? Su Qingran's face was full of anger. What's the use of kneeling down to apologize? You have damaged my reputation in front of so many people. You have to compensate me with another chicken to make up for the damage to me. Su Jiao couldn't wait any longer. Okay, let's do as you say. After that, she led Aunt Chu to the kitchen. It's a pity that after searching around, not even a chicken feather was found. Su Qingran, where did you hide the chicken feathers? Su Qingran looked at her as if she were a fool who would leave chicken feathers in the house. Andy said chicken intestines and other things are very strong, so I buried them in the vegetable garden. After saying that, she led everyone to the vegetable garden. Seeing her calmly leading everyone to the vegetable garden, Su Jiao suddenly woke up. This woman really had a trick up her sleeve, and she was clearly deliberately provoking her just now. However, things have come to this point. As long as she is willing to admit that she ate the chicken, she can't explain it. Anyway, they are all chicken feathers. How big a difference can there be? As long as Aunt Chu says it's hers, it can only be hers. Thinking of this, Su Jiao hurriedly followed. As soon as she got up to her, she saw Aunt Chu shaking her head. Su Jiao's heart tightened, and she hurried over. Aunt Chu, take a closer look. It must be yours. As soon as the voice fell, the onlookers laughed. Su Jiao looked down and wished she could find in the ground to crawl into. The chicken feathers that were pulled apart were actually from a pheasant. Su Qingran curled her lips. Su Jiqing, can you see clearly from such a distance? Do you want to bend over and take a look? Not to mention the chicken feathers, she even handled the chicken bones very cleanly. It was impossible for her to be exposed. Su Jiao was completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? Where did you get the pheasant? As soon as she finished speaking, Aunt Gu, who had been watching outside for a while, walked in. The pheasant was caught by my son in the mountains, and I asked him to send it here. I haven't had a good appetite these 2 days, so I like to eat the kimchi made by Su Jiqing, but I'm embarrassed to eat it every day. So I gave her a pheasant. Everyone knows that Gu Xiao is good at catching pheasants. But what everyone is more curious about now is, what kind of kimchi Su Jiqing made is so delicious? It can make Aunt Gu exchange it for chicken? I have never heard of it before. The pickled radish made by Su Jiqing is sour, crisp and refreshing. As she was talking, Aunt Gu suddenly realized that she had also been led astray, and she coughed lightly. Let's talk about the pickles later. The focus now is not on pickles. It was Su Jiqing who made a false accusation. Everyone nodded. That's right. Su Jiqing, you just hold a grudge against what happened before, so you deliberately want to blame Su Jiqing, right? That's right. Fortunately, Su Jiqing ate pheasant. If it was just a domestic chicken or couldn't produce anything, wouldn't you have put this hat on him? Su Jiao wanted to quibble, but when she turned her head, She saw Sun Hao's pale face. Suddenly she figured something out. She has always trusted Sun Hao 100%, so when he said that he and others bought the chicken last night, she believed him without a doubt. Even when he secretly went to eat in the middle of the night, she thought he was afraid that other educated youth would know and not get enough to share. She didn't think about him at all. Seeing him like this now, and considering his furtive look last night, what else is there to not understand? Su Jiao suppressed her heart that was about to jump out of her chest, and without waiting for anyone to urge her, she quickly walked up to Su Qingran. She bowed to her. Su Jiqing, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Please forgive me this time. Su Qingran glanced at her indifferently. I think you didn't misunderstand, but are the thief crying thief? Su Jiao's face suddenly turned pale. What do you mean? Su Qingran glanced up the mountain. I got up last night and saw you and Sun Jiqing walking down the mountain together. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Jiao's legs and feet softened. Sun Hao also took a few steps back. Seeing that the two still refused to confess, Gu Xiao in the crowd said slowly, if you don't admit it, then go to the mountain and have a look. As long as the fire is lit, there will be traces, but it will be ugly at that time. Sun Hao was worried all morning, and the last psychological defense line was broken. I stole the chicken. It has nothing to do with Su Jiqing. I invited her to eat.
I was obsessed for a while.
Aunt Chu was so angry that she rushed forward to hit Sun Hao. After beating Sun Hao, she wanted to pull Su Jiao's hair. It was obviously you who stole my chicken, and you deliberately bit others. You are really heartless. Everyone was also very angry. You stole it, and you deliberately threw dirty water on others. You are more hateful than a thief. Su Jiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. She kept explaining, but no one was willing to believe her. Originally, she wanted to pull Chinweigua over to help them say a few words, but she didn't expect Chinweigua to avoid it. After all, they were once the best iron triangle, but she didn't expect that the two of them would secretly do it behind his back. Anyone would be angry. The team leader was also very angry. He did not expect that the two new educated youths could do such a thing. For the first time, he got angry at the educated youths in public and severely criticized them. After criticizing them, he asked the team accountant to record an account for the two. See which family is willing to give 2 chickens to compensate Aunt Chu and Sue, and then deduct their share of compensation when the New Year's pig and fish are distributed at the end of the year. This year, everyone has a side job and has high hopes for the New Year's pig at the end of the year. Many people expressed their willingness to give a chicken to compensate the two. Aunt Chu simply did not want a chicken and waited until the end of the year to ask for an extra portion of pork and fish. Su Qingran was thinking about raising chickens for eggs, and now there was a ready-made opportunity, so she took the opportunity to ask for a hen. After dealing with the chicken stealing incident, the team leader directly mobilized for road construction. While everyone is here, let's discuss the arrangements for road construction and the division of labor for other tasks. At present, winter wheat has been planted and sweet potatoes have begun to be dug on a large scale. In addition, the second batch of furniture processing orders also need to be processed in full swing. The team leader has never felt so busy, but his heart is excited. He assigned people to collect sweet potatoes, finalized the number of carpenters, and told Su Qingran to do a good job of inspection and supervision. Then he waved his hand. Except for these people, the rest of the men, women, and children come with me to repair the road. But before we set off, we need to discuss a charter. How should this road be repaired? Seeing the captain asking for everyone's opinions, everyone started to discuss. Some said that the road should be built from the entrance of the village and then widened along the original path to the forest farm. Some said that trenches should be dug on both sides of the road to raise the road surface to prevent water accumulation in summer. Some said that young people should do the trenching and the elderly and children should be responsible for clearing weeds, tree roots, and stones. The captain listened to everyone and added, "The eggs at home have been saved for some time. When the time comes, we may need to borrow a roller from the forest farm to roll the road surface." After speaking, he looked at Gu Xiao, who had been silent. "You have no objection?" Gu Xiao was originally leaning against the wall, squinting his eyes to bask in the sun. He stood up straight when he was suddenly called. The terrain in our valley is low, and even if the road surface is raised, it is easy to accumulate water in the summer. And when it rains, the dirt road will be muddy. What if we are delayed in delivering the goods? The captain's eyelids twitched. Do you want to learn from other forest farms to pave asphalt roads? Gu Xiao grinned. It's useless to think about it. We can't afford asphalt roads, but we can pave a gravel road, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd was boiling again. A gravel road? How much will it cost? Yeah, there are mountains of gravel and sand piled up. We can't get them by ourselves without spending money. Gu Xiao continued. I went to inquire yesterday. If we buy it together with the forest farm, the price is still discounted. Gravel is about 3 yuan a ton, and river sand is 2 yuan a ton. If we build a gravel road on this road, 1,000 yuan will be enough. 1,000 yuan? The captain was also a little anxious. Where can we get 1,000 yuan? Even if you sell me, you can't get 1,000 yuan. Gu Xiao coughed lightly. The second batch of furniture can be sold for 1,000 yuan. The captain's heart ached. You haven't even received 1,000 yuan yet, and you're thinking of spending it all? Besides, the wood from the forest farm is still owed. Everyone was also distressed. 1,000 yuan, how much money is that? How much rice and flour can you buy? In my opinion, it's good enough to build a dirt road. If it really rains, we can use a cart to transport the goods to the city. Yeah, we can't afford to be in debt by the end of the year. The more we work, the poorer we will be. Gu Xiao narrowed his eyes, as if he had expected this result. He was a little hesitant at first, but thought that since it was going to be built, it would be better to do it in one go to save the trouble in the future. With a gravel road, even if it is windy and rainy in the future, it will not delay the transportation of wood and the delivery of furniture. After feeling distressed, the team leader began to hesitate. After thinking for a moment, he hurriedly looked up and began to search for Su Qingran in the crowd. Su Jiqing, this road construction is thanks to your ideas. Tell me what you think. Su Qingran spoke under the gazes of everyone. Captain, money can be earned again after it is spent, but it is hard to find an opportunity once it is missed. I heard what Comrade Gu said just now. Now that the forest farm is building a road, we can just buy cheap gravel and sand together, and we can also borrow their road roller. It can be said that we are taking advantage of them and getting a great bargain. If we build a dirt road first, and then want to build a gravel road in 2 years when we have money, we can only buy materials at a high price and pay for a road roller. When everyone heard this, they all fell into deep thought. In fact, what Su Jiqing said is not wrong. We have picked up a great bargain for free. If we don't take advantage of it, won't there be such an opportunity in the future? Now it's not a question of spending money. It's just that now that the bargain is in front of us, should we take it or not? Only a fool would not take advantage of the bargain? The captain's expression eased, but the knot between his brows was still not resolved. But we haven't paid back the money for the wood from our forest farm yet. If they knew that we had the money to build a gravel road but didn't pay it back, would they stab us in the back? Su Qingren paused for a moment. Captain, the forest farm is big and powerful. I think compared to paying back the money late, they are probably more afraid of us dragging our feet and bringing mud to their asphalt roads. Also, I think when we go to hand over the furniture this time, we can talk to the supply and marketing cooperative. Their order volume has increased, and our financial pressure is getting greater and greater. It is reasonable to ask them for a deposit first. When Su Qingran spoke, Gu Xiao leaned against the wall and watched silently. Her eyes became brighter and brighter, and her heart became more and more excited. She held it in for a long time, until she finished speaking, and then she looked at her father with great joy and excitement. Dad, I agree with what Su Jiqing said. Raise your hands and feet to agree. Guo Sihai, Zhang Bing, and Zhao Jun also immediately followed suit. Captain, it would be a loss if you don't take advantage of the opportunity. Since we have made up our minds to build a road, let's build a gravel road. With a gravel road, we don't have to worry about being unable to go out in the wind and rain in the future. In the future, we don't have to get up early in the dark to go to the city. We can go out after breakfast in the morning and come back for dinner in the evening. How great is that? Everyone has been trapped by this mountain road for most of their lives. It is a great joy to be able to build a road directly to the city. As for the gravel road, it is unthinkable. But now, after listening to the encouragement of several people, I suddenly feel my blood boiling. If their Xianjiangshan brigade can build a gravel road directly into the city, who will not look up to them in the future? Let's build it. Captain. Anyway, we are already poor. How poor can we be? Yes, even if we have to sell everything, we will build the road. The captain's eyes were slightly red, and he turned his head to look at the accountant of the brigade, Accountant Luo. Then let's build a stone road? Accountant Luo nodded with a sob. Okay. The captain stamped his feet. Okay. Let's build a stone road. After that, he turned his eyes to Su Qingran and a group of carpenters. The money for buying stones and sand depends on your batch of furniture orders. You must work hard. Su Qingran and the woodworkers nodded one after another. Don't worry, Captain. We will complete the task with quality and quantity. After instructing a few people, the captain led everyone, holding shovels, spades, and sickles, and set off to the village entrance to build the road. While the large team was busy building the road, the furniture processing point of the brigade was also busy making furniture. Everyone knew the importance of this batch of goods, and they worked hard every day from dawn to dusk. Fortunately, this batch of furniture was the same style as before, and everyone had gotten used to Su Qingran's high standards and strict requirements, and they were getting more and more handy. Taking advantage of the rest time, Su Qingran continued to knit her sweaters. In addition to her mother and sister-in-law's sweaters, she and Nanqing also had no replacement sweaters. Tragically, the wool she had saved before was not enough. In addition to wool, she had a lot of things she wanted to buy. She could make cotton clothes for her family, but she didn't know how to make cotton shoes, and it was too time-consuming, so she had to buy ready-made ones. In addition to cotton shoes, there were other food and daily necessities that needed to be bought. Otherwise, in winter, life in the straw hut would be even more difficult. Su Qingran felt worried when she thought of the straw hut that was leaking on all sides and could not be repaired without authorization. But there was no point in being anxious now, so she could only solve it bit by bit. The most important thing was to find a way to go to the city. Su Qingran waited and waited, and finally the second batch of furniture was completed. This time, the quantity delivered was twice that of the last time, and the team leader attached more importance to it. The night before, he called everyone together to discuss going to the city the next day. Early tomorrow morning, Accountant Luo and I will ride to the commune to borrow a tractor from the leader. Gu Xiao will be responsible for transporting the furniture. Who do you think will go? As soon as the voice fell, everyone started to discuss. It was a rare opportunity to go out of the mountains. Even if we couldn't go to the city, we could at least go to the town. Many people wanted to go. Several educated youth also wanted to go with us, but were rejected by Gu Xiao. No, last time you pulled the cart and almost threw someone down the mountain. This time you can't have any mistakes when pulling the goods. The team leader was a little soft-hearted, but when he heard what Gu Xiao said, he immediately became cruel. You should stay and continue to repair the road. If there is anything you want to bring, we will bring it back. Su Jiao opened her mouth, wanting to remind him of the last time she bought meat. But before she could open her mouth, she was stopped by Lu Qin and Hu Huiying. It had not been long since the last chicken theft, and if they asked someone to bring the meat again, they would not be able to get rid of the sign of greedy educated youth. Su Qingran waited for a long time, but the team leader did not arrange for her, so she took the initiative to speak. Team leader, I will go with you to deliver the goods this time. Su Qingran thought of several reasons to convince the team leader to take her with him, but before she could say a word, the team leader agreed. I just said that there was something missing, and I almost forgot about Su Jiqing. We have to discuss the deposit this time, and I feel relieved to have you with me. After speaking, the team leader stood up and patted the dust on his body. It has settled. Everyone go to bed early, and we have to set off before dawn tomorrow. In order to go into the city the next day, Su Qingran and Nanqing went to bed early after dinner. The next day, it was still dark. Su Qingran dressed and got out of bed and took out the dough that she had kneaded yesterday. She divided it into 10 small pieces and rolled them into dough sheets. Then she brushed it with pastry and sprinkled it with chopped green onions, kneaded it into dough again, and rolled it into round cakes. She brushed oil in an iron pan and fried it on low heat until both sides were golden brown. Su Nanxing in the next room smelled the fragrance, jumped out of bed, and put on his clothes and shoes obediently. "Aunt, what's delicious for breakfast?" Su Qingren found it funny to see that he had a messy hair and his eyes were not fully open. "Puff pastry. I'll take you to Grandma Gu's house to eat. Auntie will be back before dark tomorrow, so you can sleep at Grandma Gu's house tonight. Be obedient and don't run around. Auntie will bring you delicious food when she comes back tomorrow." Su Nanxing nodded sensibly. "I know. Auntie, be careful." After all 10 pancakes were baked, Su Qingren picked up a dozen eggs and put them in a basket, locked the door, and took Nanxing to Gu's house. When they arrived at Gu's house, the team leader had already ridden his bike to the commune to borrow a tractor. Gu Xiao was also busy leading people to start loading goods at the furniture processing point. Su Qingren picked up all the eggs and puff pastry and prepared to leave 4 pancakes for the 2 of them as breakfast. And Gu only left 2 for Nanxing. "How about this? I didn't have time to prepare anything for them this morning. You take the remaining cakes and eat them together on the way." "Nanxing, don't worry, I'll take good care of them." Su Qingren nodded, told Nanxing a few words, and turned to go to the processing point. Soon, the Xianjiangshan Brigade's army of carts coiled on the mountainside like a long dragon. As they walked, the sky became bright, and a thin layer of sweat appeared on everyone's forehead, shining in the sun. Finally, on an open mountainside, the team slowly stopped. Before dawn in the morning, the men hurried to load the furniture and only packed some dry food and water when they left. Taking advantage of the rest, everyone took out the dry food and prepared to eat a few bites before going down the mountain in one go. Seeing this, Su Qingren also prepared to start breakfast. Open the wrapping cloth, untie the oil paper. The oil cake is still warm, exuding a faint aroma of scallion oil. She took 3 pieces and handed them to Gu Xiao. "Annie asked me to give it to you." Gu Xiao didn't think much, took it and stuffed it into his mouth, and took a bite of it, full of salty fragrance. The corners of his mouth also quickly lifted up. "Did you make this?" Su Qingren hummed, before she had time to explain. Guasihai and the other 2 smelled the smell and ran over. "What kind of cake is so fragrant?" Gu Xiao rolled his eyes at the 3 people. "No share for you." Zhang Bing sneered. Brother Xiao is quite protective of food. Think about it. They could eat any good things in the past, but now they are reluctant to share a cake.
Su Qingren smiled awkwardly.
The remaining cakes were all for the captain, and she couldn't take them out anymore, so she had to continue to lower her head and bite her cake. After breakfast, everyone went down the mountain in one go and waited for the captain on the roadside. Everyone was looking forward to it, and they were secretly worried whether the team leader could borrow the tractor smoothly or whether it would be borrowed to another team for some emergency. If only one day, their Xianjiangshan team could have a tractor of their own. Just as they were daydreaming, they suddenly heard a series of rumbling sounds coming from the end of the road. "The team leader is here. He's coming in a car." Su Qingren looked up and saw the team leader and Accountant Luo standing on the truck bed, waving at them with high spirits. It looked a bit funny and a bit sad. While everyone was loading the goods, Su Qingren found an opportunity to stuff all 3 pancakes into the team leader's hands. The team leader had been busy all morning and didn't even have time to drink water. He was already very hungry. He opened the oil paper and saw that the pancake inside was not yet cold. No need to guess, this pancake must have been made by Su Jiqing. His wife didn't have the skill. He quickly took a piece and handed it to Accountant Luo, and then ate it with big mouthfuls. There were a lot of furniture on this trip, so it would take 2 round trips to deliver all of them. Except for Gu Xiao and the other 4 who were going to dock and unload, the team leader and Accountant Luo took Su Qingren to collect the money, and the rest of the people went back to the village first. This was also the first time that Su Qingren followed everyone to the Supply and Marketing Society to deliver goods. The place they went to was not a store for daily sales, but a special supply and marketing cooperative purchasing station. The person in charge of docking with them was a middle-aged man in his 40s. The team leader and Accountant Luo called him Director Yao. Director Yao personally led people to check the quantity, and then handed the money to the team leader. At the same time, he also handed over the purchase order with the quantity and time of the next order. Captain Gu, it's almost the end of the year, and your furniture has received a good response. You must work hard and deliver the goods with quality and quantity. The team leader and accountant Luo looked at each other, but they couldn't say the words when they came to their lips. On weekdays, the most important leader they met throughout the year was Director Gua of the town's commune. After entering the city, they were intimidated to meet Director Yao, a high-ranking leader who controlled the lifeblood of their brigade. But when they thought about the road construction and the huge debt owed to the forest farm, they gritted their teeth and spoke. Well, Director Yao, there is something we want to discuss with you. The captain stammered and told him about wanting a deposit. After he finished speaking, he rubbed his hands awkwardly and waited nervously for a reply. Seeing this, Gu Xiao, who had just returned from unloading the goods, smiled and broke the awkward atmosphere. Director Yao, I haven't had time to tell you that our team is repairing the road. Once the road is repaired, let alone the matching tables and chairs you want, we can even make large wardrobes. You also know that with the current order volume, it is definitely too late for us to plant trees ourselves, so we can only spend money to buy ready-made wood from the forest farm. You have also seen this batch of goods. The quality is definitely better than the last time. The quality of the wood from the forest farm is impeccable. Director Yao's expression eased. I understand what you mean, but we have never had this precedent before. What's more, once the road to the forest farm is repaired and several surrounding furniture factories resume supply, it is uncertain whether our furniture will still be so popular. I hope you can understand, overcome the difficulties yourself, and then consider it. As soon as the voice fell, the captain and accountant Luo's faces changed. Director Yao, don't worry about this. No matter how other furniture factories supply in the future, we can guarantee that no matter the quality or price, it will not be worse than theirs. After saying that, he hurriedly looked at Su Qingran on the side, as if asking for help. The three of them had discussed it before entering the door. They would say it first, and then wink at Su Qingran if it didn't work. Su Qingran didn't expect that it would be her turn so soon. But since Director Yao intended to use other furniture factories to pressure them, they had no choice but to follow suit. Captain, I think what Director Yao said makes sense. We should think of a way to get the money elsewhere. Didn't the purchasing department of the department store contact us a few days ago to have an interview? Why don't we go over there today? After saying that, he smiled and looked at Director Yao again. Director Yao, we heard that the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store are two systems. Our captain has always been worried that you are in a competitive relationship and dare not agree directly. It's just right to come to ask you for instructions today. After hearing what she said, Director Yao's face immediately became nervous. But he soon returned to normal. Who is this young comrade? The team leader wiped his sweat. It's Sue, the educated youth in our educated youth point. The furniture we make has been redesigned by her. Director Yao nodded with a smile. Educated youth Sue is young, but very capable. Our supply and marketing cooperative and department store are indeed in competition, but everyone accepts the leadership from above and is working to improve people's lives. There is no competition in essence. Su Qingren nodded with a smile. Director Yao is really understanding. We feel relieved by your words. Don't worry, we are now designing new furniture one after another. Even if we cooperate with department stores in the future, we will not sell the same products. Seeing her so confident, Director Yao was a little unsure for a moment. Could it be that they already have an idea? Su Jiqing, I wonder what kind of furniture they are looking for from you? Su Qingran was well prepared. I heard that young people nowadays don't care about 36 legs when they get married. Those who are particular want 72 legs. Especially small furniture like coffee tables and bedside tables, which look inconspicuous, have become scarce and scarce now. Su Qingran took out 2 design drawings from her bag. Director Yao, we believe in your expertise. Please help us to judge. Director Yao took it and looked at it, and his face changed immediately. He thought it was just an ordinary coffee table and bedside table at best, but he didn't expect it to be completely different. How could a small Xianjiangshan brigade design something so grand, simple, and exquisite? This is just our first draft. Our team leader said that we can't compare the production volume of Xianjiangshan with those large furniture factories outside. In the future, we will focus on quality and design innovation. Our furniture is not only to improve people's lives, but also to improve people's sense of happiness and strengthen everyone's belief in pursuing a better life. Just like our team insists on paying for the debts and repairing roads, we all want to run towards a better life. After saying that, Su Qingran reached out to take back the design draft. Director Yao hesitated, but still held it tightly. Xiao Su, I think what Captain Gu said is right. Since we are the first to cooperate, we should sell the good things to our supply and marketing cooperative, isn't that the truth? Su Qingran nodded. That's right, but our supply and marketing cooperative has never sold these two things before. Will this work? It works or not. Won't you know if you try it? But this payment director Yao coughed lightly. Wait for me. After saying that, he turned and went to the office upstairs. After a while, someone came over excitedly with a new agreement. Our president said that he can prepay you 30%, but you have to give us these two new furniture first. If there is no problem, let's sign this new agreement, and you can write me a receipt. The captain and accountant Luo looked at each other and quickly read the new agreement. He wrote the receipt tremblingly. With nearly 1,000 yuan in payment and 450 yuan in advance, the captain didn't know how he walked out of the purchasing station. Thanks to accountant Luo and Gu Xiao who supported him. Don't eat, let's go back quickly. Now, he didn't think anyone looked good, for fear that the bag in his arms would be snatched. He didn't want to leave because he hadn't done anything about Su Qingran. Captain, how about you go back first? I want to go to my uncle's house. He has a new bedside table and coffee table. I will study them carefully and go to the department store to learn tomorrow. Otherwise, if I make something that looks weird, it will cause trouble for you. The captain didn't have time to think about it and quickly agreed. Then it's not safe for you to be here alone. Let Gu Xiao accompany you. I will leave the bicycle to you, and you can go back tomorrow. Gu Xiao was eager to stay. I know, Dad, I will send Su Jiqing back safely. Gua Sihai and the other two also wanted to stay. Captain, the three were about to speak, but they were immediately pushed back by Gu Xiao. You three should protect the captain and accountant Luo well. You must stay with them and bring the money back safely. The captain tightened the bag in his arms again. That's right. The three of you should go back with me and protect me well. After watching the others leave, Su Qingran had already found a reason to get out. Comrade Gu, I'm going to my uncle's house first. I'll find you tomorrow at noon to go back together? Gu Xiao glanced at her silently. How are you going to stay at night? It's probably not convenient at your uncle's house. Su Qingran casually evaded the question. Let's talk about it at night. If it doesn't work, I'll go find Gu Xiaohui to squeeze in. Seeing that she was about to leave, Gu Xiao hurriedly spoke. If the Gu family knew you were there, they would inevitably make a fuss again.
Don't bother them this time.
Otherwise, you can stay in the courtyard at night, and I'll clean up a room for you. If you're scared, I'll call Xiaolei to sleep with you. It's close to the black market there, and if you want to buy something, I can take you there. Gu Xiao said all the reasons he had prepared in advance in one breath, fearing that she would not agree. He was even more afraid that she would run around outside alone and run into the man who pestered her last time. Su Qingran was indeed tempted. She had been worried that she would not be able to buy much this time, and that she did not have enough tickets. She had originally wanted to go to the black market, but was afraid that it would be unsafe to go alone. If she could go with Gu Xiao, she would not have to worry about the things she lacked. After hesitating for a moment, she finally nodded. Okay, then I'll go to the courtyard to find you in the evening. Gu Xiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he did not show it on his face. Well, try to go earlier. After saying that, he rode away on his bike. As soon as they separated, Su Qingran quickly found a place to slip into the space, took out a set of old clothes and hats that she had prepared in advance, and disguised herself. Then she carried the basket on her back and walked towards the textile factory compound. This time, she went straight to the aunt's house where she had been for the first time. When she knocked on the door, the aunt was stunned at first, and when she saw that it was her, she excitedly welcomed her in. You're finally here. Last time, she bought a basket of things from Su Qingran on impulse, and she felt a little regretful after the person left. She was worried that her husband and son and daughter-in-law would blame her for spending money indiscriminately. Unexpectedly, the things she bought were praised by several people, and they ate them so deliciously. The hens and eggs sent to her daughter for her confinement were also praised by her daughter and son-in-law, and she was very proud in front of her in-laws. Even the radishes she bought were 100 times more delicious than those sold in the grocery store outside. After eating, the family kept thinking about her, fearing that she would not come again. This time, she would definitely not let anyone take away a leaf. "Girl, look at how much you have, I want them all." A basket can only hold a limited amount of things. In addition to 2 old hens and 20 or 30 eggs, the rest are all potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages that are available at the moment, just like last time. As she was rummaging, Su Qingren felt a little regretful. So she bit the bullet and took out half a bag of soybeans from the bottom of the basket. Fortunately, the old lady was still in high spirits at the moment and did not notice anything unusual. "Is this soybean?" "Yes, Annie. These soybeans are all the best. Your daughter has just given birth. If you can stew pig's trotters with soybeans, it will be very nourishing. In addition, these soybeans can be used to make bean sprouts in winter, which is delicious." The Annie's face was full of surprise. "This is a good thing.
Give it to me."
After saying goodbye to the Annie, Su Qingren walked along the route she had last time and successfully sold more than 10 baskets. In the end, she sold them all for nearly 100 yuan. However, not long after she had collected them, there were fewer tickets this time, and there were only 2 industrial tickets. In order to sell the goods, she didn't even go to lunch, and just took 2 buns to deal with it. Thinking that she would have to go to the black market later, Su Qingren didn't dare to delay. After changing her clothes, she rushed to the yard rented by Gu Xiao. But before she got there, she met Gu Xiao, who was riding back hurriedly at the entrance of the alley. There was sweat on his forehead, and it was obvious that he had rushed back from somewhere in a hurry. Su Qingren thought that he had his own things to do, so she didn't ask more questions. Gu Xiao smoothly parked the car in front of her. "You haven't eaten yet? Come on, get in the car and go eat first." Su Qingren had just made some money, so she took the initiative to suggest, "I'll treat you when we get here. I'll also trouble you to take me shopping and stay at your place. By the way, do you want to invite Xiaolei to dinner?" As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Zhao's car braked suddenly. Su Qingren's body was unstable and fell forward, hitting his hard back. She hissed softly in pain, and when she came to her senses, she straightened her body. Before she could speak, she saw him turn his head with a nervous face. "Well, I just came from Xiaolei's school. She said there will be an important monthly exam tomorrow. We can't go out to eat today, and we can't stay out at night. If you don't believe me, I'll take you there to ask. I didn't lie to you. If I lied to you, I would sleep on the street at night." Su Qingren saw that he didn't look like he was lying, and she knew that it was impossible for boarding high school students to stay outside casually, so she didn't say much. "I know, let's go eat first." Gu Xiao glanced at her and saw that there was no unhappiness on her face, so he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He continued to pedal his bike to the state-owned restaurant. There were many people when they went there. Su Qingren tacitly stuffed the money and tickets to Gu Xiao and started looking for a seat. There were not many dishes in the evening. The two ordered a braised fish, a cabbage stewed with tofu, and a bowl of fried tofu vermicelli soup. Gu Xiao said that the fish was not cooked very well, but in the end he ate it all. After dinner, it was already dark. Su Qingren wanted to go directly to the black market, and the two didn't even go back to the yard. With Gu Xiao, an old acquaintance, leading the way, the black market that she had been unable to find the direction of was indeed much smoother. From time to time, she would meet people who took the initiative to greet Gu Xiao. There were also people who complained that he had not come to do business for a long time. Gu Xiao did not chat with them for much, but just nodded and said that he would come back after he was done with his work. Then he took her straight to the stalls where they bought things. In addition to grain and meat, the most in-demand items in the black market were brown sugar and white sugar. When Gu Xiao heard that someone was shipping goods, he immediately took her there. The two bought 2 kilograms of brown sugar and 2 kilograms of white sugar respectively. Next, Su Qingran went to buy wool and cotton shoes. The person selling cotton shoes also knew Gu Xiao, and when he saw him coming, he began to introduce enthusiastically, "This kind of cotton shoes just came from Beijing. It is very popular in big cities now. We are old friends, so I won't ask you for more. 6 yuan a pair, is that good enough?" Su Qingran took a look and felt that it was not appropriate. After buying the new cotton shoes, she had to think about how to deal with them so that they would not be so conspicuous. Buying such high-end cotton shoes was not worth the loss. She immediately turned her eyes to the ordinary cotton shoes on the side. "How much is this pair?" The salesman was stunned at first, then smiled and said, "This pair is 3 yuan a pair, all cost price." Su Qingran nodded and bought 10 pairs at once. It was a pity that they didn't have Nanqing size. The salesman originally thought that Su Qingran was a little girl who didn't know the goods, but she didn't expect that she would directly ask for 10 pairs at once, and hurriedly helped to pack them happily. After buying the cotton shoes, Gu Xiao took the initiative to ask for cotton. "You didn't buy cotton last time, you should still need it now, right?"
Su Qingran nodded guiltily, "Yes."
"Anyway, there is no such thing as too much cotton, so if there is, of course you will take it." Gu Xiao hummed, turned around and asked the people next to him, "I can only gather 10 kilograms of cotton today. If it's not enough, I'll go get some from somewhere else." Su Qingran lowered her head even more. "That's enough. I need this much first. We'll talk about more later." After buying cotton, Su Qingran wanted to buy some pork to take back. The soybean oil she had stockpiled was almost used up, so she had to buy some fat meat in advance to make some lard, otherwise she would really run out of oil this winter. If there was meat, she would also like to stock up more to take back. Anyway, it was cold now, and the meat could be kept for a long time. Gu Xiao carried the cotton and was about to take her back first. "The pork won't be here until 4 a.m. I'll come then, let's go back first." Su Qingran nodded and followed him back to the courtyard. As soon as they entered the door, the courtyard under the moonlight was visibly much cleaner, and it was obvious that it had been tidied. There were also quilts and sheets drying in the yard. Gu Xiao put down his things, washed his hands, and took down the quilts and sheets. "I have cleaned your room, and I have dried the sheets and quilts in the sun. Just use them for one night." Su Qingran quickly took the quilt and sheets. "It's fine. Thank you." She didn't feel anything when she was outside just now, but now there are only 2 people left, and the atmosphere has become subtle. Su Qingran made the bed with forced calmness, and turned around to see Gu Xiao coming out of the next room with a quilt. Her heart was pounding. "What are you doing?" Gu Xiao looked nervous and aggrieved. "Nothing. Or I'd better go sleep outside."
Su Qingran's eyelids twitched.
The night was getting colder and colder. He really had to sleep on the street. "Isn't it necessary? We have to get up at 3 o'clock to grab pork."
Gu Xiao nodded, "Okay then."
After that, he carried the quilt into the next room again. Su Qingran reminded from behind, "If I don't get up in the morning, remember to call me." Gu Xiao hummed, "Don't worry, just sleep. I have an alarm clock in my room. I'll call you when the time comes." Su Qingran was very tired today. After a simple wash, she fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already bright outside. Su Qingran panicked and quickly got dressed and went out. The bed in the next room had been made, and there was no one in the yard. Su Qingran was dumbfounded. Just as she was about to wash her face and go out to look for someone, she suddenly saw the gate of the yard was opened. Gu Xiao walked over with a full bag of soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Awake? I bought breakfast. Wash your hands and eat." Su Qingran looked guilty. "I'm sorry, I overslept, and the pork has been bought." "Then why didn't you call me?" "I called you, but I couldn't wake you up. You were sleeping too soundly." Seeing her stunned, Gu Xiao changed his tone and said with a smile, "I was kidding you, it was windy when I got up, so I didn't call you anyway. It would be the same if I went alone." As he said that, Gu Xiao brought out a basket from the kitchen. "See how much you want.
"Give me the rest."
Su Qingran looked down and saw ribs, pork fat, and ace meat. They were all in the best positions and what she wanted, and she was immediately delighted. After dinner, The two of them simply cleaned up the house and carefully tied the things they bought to the bicycle, and then locked the door and prepared to set off. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Su Qingran went to buy some salt to prepare to make some pickles before winter. She also bought some snacks for Nanxing. After leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, the two went straight to the bus station, ready to take the bus back to the commune. But when they arrived at the door of the bus station, they saw Xiao Dongwa standing at the door, like a door god. Su Qingran was shocked. Why was he here? Gu Xiao, who was riding a bicycle, also saw him and immediately stopped the car far away. You wait here, I'll go over first. Su Qingran hurriedly pulled him. You wait here, I'll go. This account was between her and Xiao Dongwa, and she didn't want to involve Gu Xiao again. If someone saw the beating last time, it would inevitably affect him. When Xiao Dongwa saw her coming alone, a relieved smile immediately appeared on his face. I saw you at the station last time, and I knew you would show up here again. Su Qingran felt sick in her heart. I told you very clearly last time, what? Aren't you worried that Shen Yunfang's regularization will be affected? Xiao Dongwa glanced behind her unhappily. Then, do you know how he beat me last time? If I report to the police, he will be detained. Su Qingran clenched her fists and then relaxed them after a moment. Based on her understanding of Xiao Dongwa, the tougher his tone, the weaker his heart. Besides, the scars on his face are no longer visible. Who would believe it? Then go ahead. Xiao Dongwa's face turned pale. Qingran, I didn't come here today for this matter. I really hope that you can think carefully about our marriage. Have you really made up your mind that you don't intend to care about me in this life? As long as you change your mind, I will immediately let Shen Yunfang and Xiao Jun move out. Su Qingran looked at him speechlessly and said word by word, You and me. In this life, the next life, and the next life, there is no possibility. After that, he turned around and was about to leave. Anyway, it has been confirmed that there are no hidden dangers in the beating of Gu Xiao, so there is no need to waste words with him. Seeing that she was about to leave, Xiao Dongwa hurriedly shouted, Qingran, my mother has been forcing me to go on a blind date recently, and I haven't agreed yet. If you keep being so angry, I might agree. By then, there will be no possibility between the two of us. Su Qingran laughed angrily. How could this man still be so confident? Xiao Dongwa, you can marry whoever you want, it has nothing to do with me. But compared to you going after other girls, I think Shen Yunfang is more suitable for you. Xiao Dongwa didn't expect her to react like this. Yunfang and I are innocent. How could I marry her? Besides, Yunfang has been married and has a child. My mother won't agree. Hearing this, Su Qingran almost laughed out loud. It's really ironic. Zhang Guilan and Shen Yunfang had such a good relationship in the previous life. How long has it been since Zhang Guilan started to dislike her? Okay, Xiao Dongwa, it's boring to talk anymore, get out. Xiao Dongwa was unwilling to give up. Whenever he was free these days, he would come to the bus station to wait, just to be able to see her again and fight for her face to face again. Unexpectedly, she was still as heartless as ever. It didn't seem like she was angry at all, but it seemed like she really found a way out for herself. Her confidence and way out should be this man, right? Su Qingran, how is this new man you found better than me? Su Qingran glanced at Gu Xiao. He is taller than you, more handsome than you, and more caring than you. In short, he is better than you in every way. Xiao Dongwa's face turned livid, and he was so angry that he couldn't say a word. He suddenly turned around and walked towards Gu Xiao. When he rushed to Gu Xiao, he suddenly stopped for some reason. He stopped more than 1 meter away from him. Are you Su Qingran's new boyfriend? What do you do for a living? Hearing the word boyfriend, Gu Xiao was flattered and grinned happily. I don't have a job. Xiao Dongwa sneered, I don't have a job, so what makes you think you can do that? Gu Xiao thought about it happily and used his hand to smooth the coarse hair on his forehead. Maybe it's because I'm handsome. Xiao Dongwa was so angry that he almost bit his back teeth. Tell me a number. How much money do you want to leave Su Qingran? As long as you return her to me, any compensation can be negotiated. Gu Xiao thought about it seriously and then stretched out a finger. 10,000 yuan, I'll think about it. Xiao Donghua felt that he was teased and couldn't help but speak ill of him. Do you know what her family situation is? Do you think she really likes you? She just wants to use you. Gu Xiao nodded nonchalantly. I know, I don't care. After that, he narrowed his eyes and warned, useless men will talk about other people's weaknesses. Despicable villain. If I find you talking about her identity again in the future, I won't let you go. Get out. Xiao Donghua was frightened by his fierce look and inexplicably remembered the fist that landed on him that night. He left in disgrace. Su Qingren walked up to him quickly. What did you say just now? Gu Xiao recovered in an instant. Nothing. He asked me to betray your whereabouts and said he was willing to compensate me. Su Qingren looked at him in surprise. What compensation? Gu Xiao grinned. I asked for 10,000 yuan, and he didn't dare to bargain, and he was scared away directly, a coward. Su Qingren couldn't help laughing. Let's go. The car will leave soon. Gu Xiao paused for a moment. Forget it. Don't take the car. I'll take you back by bike. It won't be much slower.
Shukin gran nariz.
Well, who knows if Xiao Donghua really left, or just hid on the side of the road temporarily. If he saw which car he was riding, he might really chase him to the commune. The two rode their bicycles unsteadily and went out of the city. There was a heavy load of pork and other things they bought hanging in front. 10 kilograms of cotton were carried on the back of Su Qingren. Along the way, although Gu Xiao did not complain of being tired, his speed gradually slowed down as time went by. Su Qingren saw this and suggested, let me ride for a while. Gu Xiao took a breath and smiled. Can you ride?
Don't underestimate me.
Okay, I'll take your turn later. Su Qingren saw that he said he wanted to take the turn, but was reluctant to stop, so she became a little anxious. Don't be stubborn. I'll take your turn for a while. You can take a break. You got up so early in the morning, and you still have to walk on the mountain road later. Gu Xiao slowly stopped, turned his head and smiled. Su Jiqing is really caring for people. Su Qingren sneered. You wishful thinking. I'm afraid you will fall on the mountain road later. Then, she got off the car and handed the cotton behind him. Gu Xiao carried the cotton on his back and took some of the things in front of him and carried them in his hands. Don't worry, even if you fall, I'll be there to cushion your fall. What are you afraid of? Su Qingren was slightly stunned for a moment, then suddenly stepped on the pedals, and the bike slid out clumsily. At the beginning, it was indeed a bit strenuous, and the bike was shaking and couldn't find the direction steadily. Gu Xiao looked a little flustered. How about I do it? Su Qingren was sweating anxiously. Shut up and put your heart in your stomach. After saying that, he rushed forward with all his strength. Not long after, the bike finally ran obediently. The two of them took turns pedaling the bike, and when they arrived at the village, they were too tired to talk. At the entrance of the village, Su Qingren struggled to move her lips. I'll get off. Gu Xiao didn't stop. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether you see it or not. Anyway, you can't walk back. Don't move. Su Qingren was indeed too tired to move, so he simply gave up. Gu Xiao sent the person home in one breath. You go back and rest first. I'll send Nanqing back later. Su Qingren waved at him weakly. Just let Nanqing come back by herself. Gu Xiao nodded. Don't forget that you still owe me a meal. I won't forget. As soon as Gu Xiao left, Su Qingren sat down on a chair. After drinking some water and resting for a while, he slowly recovered. He stood up and began to put the things he bought back. While he was packing, Su Nanqing ran in with his short legs. Auntie, you're back. Su Qingren smiled and handed over the snack she bought for him. Have you had lunch? Yes, I ate at Grandma Gu's house. Auntie, have you eaten? Su Qingren shook her head. Not yet. Auntie bought some buns. I'll heat them up later. After lunch, Su Qingren felt his strength slowly recovering. Turning around, he got a pen and paper and sat down to write a letter of complaint to the machinery factory. Calculating the time, at this time in the previous life, Shun Yinfang was busy getting a permanent job. In order to get her a permanent job, Xiao Donghua had to ask for help and give gifts, which took a lot of trouble. In the end, he asked her to come forward and plead with Director Ma. At that time, she naively thought that as long as Xin Yinfang was converted to a regular employee, she would be assigned a dormitory and move out. But she had already made up her mind and had no intention of moving out. Without her help in this life, Shin Yunfang's regular job would not be so smooth. Since it is not going smoothly, let's give her some more trouble. It will also help Xiao Donghua to remember and not treat his words as all day long. Shin Yunfang is responsible for simple auxiliary assembly work, but when it comes to machinery, even the simplest work has safety hazards. Shin Yunfang only uses her mind to play tricks, sneak around, and perfunctorily do her work. In the previous life, she almost brought big trouble to the machinery factory. Now this letter can be regarded as a reminder to the workshop and also a warning to Shin Yunfang. Even if she can't be removed, she will definitely not be able to be converted to a regular employee. After writing the report letter, Su Qingran was in a good mood. Roll up your sleeves and start to boil lard. Cut the lard into small pieces, blanch it in cold water, and skim off the foam. The pork boiled with the lard is clear in color, without any impurities, and has no peculiar smell. Su Nanxing was burning the fire, and the glutton in her stomach began to work again. "Auntie, can I have a small piece of lard?" Su Qingren nodded with a smile. "Eat it. Eat less. There are other delicious things to eat in the evening." Su Nanxing agreed, but still chose the largest piece of lard in her hand. She chewed it with a crunch, just like a little mouse. At this time, Chun Weigua from the Educated Youth Point next door suddenly came over. Ever since the last chicken stealing incident, Chun Weigua has been having a quarrel with Su Jiao and Sun Hao. The once inseparable iron triangle finally lost one member. Su Qingran was not surprised to see him alone. What puzzled her was why Chun Weigua came to see her. Chun Weigua came to the kitchen door and seemed a little embarrassed to come in. He just glanced inside awkwardly and said, "Su Jiqing, I heard that you want to build a fence. I picked up some branches when I was collecting firewood in the mountains these days. I think they're suitable for making fences, so I kept them. If you want to use them, take them." Su Qingren looked in the direction of his finger and saw a pile of branches piled next to the vegetable garden. "So many. Did you pick them all?" Chun Weigua scratched his head shyly. "No, there are Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng. The three of us went up the mountain together." Su Qingran was a little surprised and nodded to thank them. "Please tell them for me." "Thank you." Chun Weigua hummed and hesitated to leave. But when he turned around, he couldn't help but look at the stove. Su Qingren noticed his hesitation and asked, "Chun Jiqing, do you have anything else to say?"
No.
"Chun Jiqing, if you have something to say, just say it." Being so vague made people scared. She didn't even dare to use the branch. Seeing that she was staring at him for an answer, Chun Weigua spoke awkwardly. "Su Jiqing, I do have a small request that is hard to say, but this request has absolutely nothing to do with the branch just now, and you don't have to agree. The reason why the three of us helped you pick up branches is because we are doing furniture processing and road construction, so I want to thank you." Su Qingran's heart sank gradually, and a bad premonition arose. The air condensed for a moment, and Chun Weigua finally spoke out the small request that was hard to say. "Well, the smell of your lard is so tempting. Originally, we planned to take some meat back this time, but because of the last incident of losing the chicken, we didn't dare to bring it up. Su Jiqing, did you buy a lot of meat? Can you give me some? Even if it's at a higher price." Su Qingran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and put her heart at ease. Fortunately, it was not an outrageous request. She was scared to death. Chun Weigua and the other two's initiative to show goodwill did surprise her. But thinking about it carefully, it seems that these three people did not do anything too excessive before. Even Chun Weigua, every time when Su Jiao and Sun Hao were unreasonable, he was mostly the one who persuaded them. Now that the iron triangle has finally been separated, there is no reason for them to be together again. Besides, the Educated Youth Point is next door, and they will inevitably have to deal with each other in the future. There is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 days, and there is no such thing as a thief who can guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Thinking of this, Su Qingran spoke up, "Chun Jiqing, I didn't buy much meat this time. Most of it was refined into oil. If you don't mind, just bring a bowl, and I'll give you some lard. Don't be embarrassed, just think of it as exchanging it with me for branches." Chun Weigua was stunned for a moment. then grinned and ran out. After a while, he came back with a bowl. Su Qingran smiled helplessly in her heart. Most of the educated youths have just finished junior high school or high school and are not very old. Don't look at their tall stature, but in fact they are like big children at heart. How can you be so happy just eating some lard? Su Qingran generously filled a bowl. Your bowl is too small. If it's not enough, come again. Chan Weigua shook his head quickly. Enough. Enough. We eat separately now. I will stew a pot of cabbage with these lard in the evening and ask them to eat together. Chun Weigua left happily. Su Nanqing pouted. Aunt, why are you so nice to him suddenly? Before, he was on good terms with those two people who bullied you. Su Qingren couldn't help laughing. You said it was in the past, but now Chen Jiqing is not on good terms with them. Besides, everyone makes mistakes, and we should always give people a chance to correct them, right? Nanqing, remember what your aunt said, if others bully us, we must not be soft-hearted, but if we can avoid making enemies, we should try to make as few enemies as possible. After all, she couldn't always be with Nanqing. Especially when entering the forest farm at night, it was always good to have a few people who were kind to them stay at the Jiqing point. Su Nanqing nodded thoughtfully. I know, Aunt. Hey, anyway, you won't let me eat more of this oil residue, so just give it away. Su Qingren smiled and gave him a scolding look. You can't eat too much oil residue, and we'll make you sweet and sour pork ribs tonight. Su Nanqing's eyes lit up, and before she could speak, she heard footsteps coming from the door again. The two raised their eyes quickly. This time, the people who came were Su Jiao and Sun Hao. The two walked to the door hesitantly and looked inside. Su Jiqing, do you have any extra pork? Su Qingren rolled her eyes at the two people.
No.
Sometimes I really admire their thick skin. They have been beaten, scolded, and punished, but they just turn their heads and forget about it. Isn't it infuriating? Even if they're not welcomed, they can still stay and not leave. Su Jiqing, we all saw it just now. Chun Weigua took a bowl of oil residue from you. Don't worry, we will pay for it. Su Qingren rolled her eyes again. Don't you understand what I'm saying? We don't have any extra meat to share with you. If you want, go to the town and buy it yourself. The two looked at each other and said with a wry smile, if there is no meat, oil residue will do. Su Qingren was almost laughing with anger. There were oil residues just now, but they were gone after I gave them to Chen Weigua. I still think the rest is not enough to eat. Su Jiao, do you deserve a beating again? How about we go out and practice? Su Jiao was so scared that she went behind Sun Hao. At this moment, other people's voices were heard outside the door. Is Xiao Su at home? Oh, Su Jiqing and Sun Jiqing are here too. You are not here to bully Xiao Su, are you? I tell you too, if you dare to bully Xiao Su and Nanqing again, we will be the first to not let you go. Su Jiao pouted and pulled Sun Hao to step back silently. Su Qingren put down the spatula and walked out. It turned out to be a few carpenters. Several people pushed a cart with a brand new wooden bathtub on it. Uncle Lin, why are you here? Xiao Su, you have made a great contribution to our team this time. We all discussed it and didn't know how to thank you. Thinking that you are a girl who likes cleanliness, we made you a new bathtub. Take a look, do you like it? Su Qingran's eyes lit up. In fact, she had wanted to make a bathtub for a long time. Otherwise, it would be very inconvenient to take a bath in a basin every time. It's just that she felt that the carpenters were too busy to rush the orders, so she didn't have the courage to bring it up. Su Jiao had already left, but when she saw the bathtub, she excitedly pulled Sun Hao over. This bathtub is so nice. Uncle, can the team also make one for our educated youth site? Just one will do, and we can use it in rotation. Several carpenters looked at each other and then laughed. Okay, then can you guys also do something for the brigade first? That's right, if it weren't for Su Jiqing this time, we wouldn't be able to get back the deposit, and we wouldn't be able to build roads to pay off debts, and we wouldn't be able to take back such a large order. Do you really have the nerve to ask for that? Su Jiao's face turned red. Can't we pay for it? We can pay, but we really don't have time to do it now. Yes, we are all busy rushing orders, wait. As they were talking, several people had worked together to move the bathtub down and carried it into the house. Su Jiqing, you use it first. If it doesn't fit, let me know. We're leaving first. Su Qingran walked a few steps to see him off. Walk slowly. I'll go over to discuss the bedside tables and coffee tables with everyone tomorrow.
Nojeri, nojeri.
You take a rest first, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. After seeing them off, Su Qingran turned around and saw Su Jiao and Sun Hao still standing there stupidly. Are you still not leaving? Are you really going to fight me? Having failed to buy the meat and the bathtub, Su Jiao stamped her feet angrily and turned around and ran back. As soon as they left, Su Qingran and Su Nanqing surrounded the bathtub and couldn't let it go. Aunt, can I take a bath in this tub tonight? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Yes. The carpenters used dried wooden boards, which were polished, very smooth, and tightly bound on the outside. Su Qingran scooped some clean water, carefully brushed the inside of the tub, and put it outside to dry. She planned to take a nice bath before going to bed at night. After cleaning the tub, Su Qingran started to busy herself with dinner. In order to match the sweet and sour pork ribs, she specially steamed rice. She also washed a few cabbage leaves, chopped them up, and stir-fried them with oil residue. The cabbage fried with lard was greasy and had a meaty aroma. After the cabbage was fried, Su Qingran poured the sweet and sour pork ribs stewed on the stove into the iron pot and began to collect the juice over high heat. Seeing that the soup gradually became thick and bright red, she quickly picked up the chopsticks and picked up a small piece of ribs and put it to Nanqing's mouth.
Give it to Aunt to taste.
Su Nanqing ate a piece of sweet and sour pork ribs cleanly. Even the bones were by him until there was no taste at all, and then he was reluctant to spit it out. Delicious, so delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Qingran had quickly picked up the lunchbox and filled it halfway, covered it, and wrapped it with a cloth. Nanqing, you take this lunchbox to Grandma Gu. Can you do it alone?
Shunanxin nadi. Yes.
As he said that, he hugged the lunchbox tightly in his arms and ran towards Gu's house. At this time, in the kitchen of Gu's family, and Gu was also busy stewing meat. Suddenly seeing Nanqing send ribs over, he was surprised. Why give so much? You two can keep it for yourself. Su Nanqing raised his head. There are more at home. My aunt asked me to send it. Gu Xiao heard the noise and walked in, pinched a piece of ribs, and put it in his mouth. Sweet and sour, delicious. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. Could it be that the sweet and sour pork ribs she sent were the dinner she promised? This woman is too cunning. Thinking of this, Gu Xiao quickly picked up the lunchbox and poured the ribs into the plate. Then he picked up the spatula and was about to put the stewed meat in the pot into the lunchbox. Aunt Gu's eyelids jumped. You kid, I can't let Nanqing go back with an empty lunchbox. Do I need you to tell me? The meat hasn't been stewed yet. Oh, wait, it will be ready soon. After a while, Nanqing ran back with a full box of stewed radish and meat. Su Qingran thought that Aunt Gu didn't want it, but when she opened it, it turned out to be the Gu family's dinner. Grandma Gu packed it for you? I guess so. Uncle Gu said he would give it to me first, but I didn't want it, so he drove me back. Su Qingran smiled helplessly and shook her head. She wanted to be lazy and save trouble. Unexpectedly, he saw through her. After eating, the two rested for a while and started to boil water for a bath. Nanqing, you wash first, then go to bed, and then Andy will wash. Su Nanqing agreed happily, but she didn't dare to soak for too long. After coming out, her little face was flushed. Su Qingran helped him dry his hair, and not long after, the child got into the quilt and fell asleep. After he fell asleep, Su Qingran boiled another pot of water. She checked the kitchen door and windows again, but still felt a little uneasy. She simply put the bathtub into the space. Now, she can finally soak slowly and safely. She added spiritual spring water to the bath water, and after soaking for a while, she felt that all the fatigue from inside to outside disappeared. After taking a bath, her long hair couldn't dry for a while. She simply stayed in the windless and constant temperature space and started to make cotton clothes for her family. Making clothes is not difficult for her. The size of the clothes she made last time was also very suitable, so this time she just needed to put a little more margin in the cotton clothes. The difficulty is that there is no sewing machine, so it can only be sewn by hand. Fortunately, now is not the time to be exquisite, as long as it is comfortable and warm to wear. For the lining of the cotton padded jacket, she plans to use light gray fine cotton cloth, which is soft to wear. As for the outside, she will use sturdy work cloth, dark gray and navy blue. The knees, elbows, and pockets are patched with different colors. Even if someone sees it, they will not think it is a brand new cotton padded jacket. What's more, there is a coat outside the cotton padded jacket. As for the coat, it should be made into an old one. Su Qingran had already packed some clothes that she and Nanqing didn't wear, especially Nanqing, who went up the mountain to collect firewood some time ago and ran around with her friends, and her clothes were worn out very quickly. She washed these whitened clothes, took them apart into small pieces of different sizes, and sewed them directly on the coat. Just cutting the material kept her busy until late at night, and her hair was already dry. Thinking that there were important things to do tomorrow, she quickly got into bed. The next morning, the aunt and nephew were having breakfast. Aunt Gu came over alone. Su Qingran quickly let her in. "Aunt, why are you here so early? Have you eaten?" Aunt Gu smiled and nodded. "I have. I was afraid that you would go out if I came too late. By the way, I heard from Gu Xiao that you bought wool and cotton yesterday. Are you going to make winter clothes for you and Nanqing?" He and his father said they were afraid that you wouldn't be able to make them, so they asked me to come and help. Su Qingran smiled and nodded. "Aunt, I can make them. I'll make them after I'm done with these few days." She planned to wait until the clothes for the family members were made before making clothes for them. After all, they still had old clothes that could last for a while. Aunt Gu spoke directly. "It's just right. You give me all the things. I'll find 2 skillful ants to help you. The weather will be cold soon." Su Qingran didn't expect that she came for this, and waved her hand quickly. "Aunt, really no need. I'll do it slowly after I'm done." Aunt Gu was also anxious all of a sudden. It's going to get cold soon. How can you do it slowly? Besides, you have something important to do at the furniture store. Your uncle said that there can be no mistakes there, so you can go and do it with peace of mind. We will do this job for you, by the way. Su Qingran wanted to refuse, but Aunt Gu had already started looking for the wool and cotton she bought. She had to get up and get the material, wool and cotton. Aunt Gu quickly used her hands to measure the size of the two. After noting the size, Aunt Gu prepared to pick up the things and go back. Looking down, the disgust in her eyes was about to overflow. "You are such a pretty girl. Why do you always wear old-fashioned clothes?" Su Qingran felt a little embarrassed by what Aunt Gu said. For a cotton padded jacket, the color doesn't matter, as long as it's warm. Aunt Gu disagreed 100 times. "That won't work either. When I was your age, I loved wearing red floral ones. What little girl doesn't like to wear floral cotton padded jackets? Your color is for men to wear." Su Qingran's mouth twitched. "And I don't have floral cloth, so I'll just leave it at that this year. I'll know next time." Aunt Gu thought about it, and her eyes suddenly lit up. "It just so happens that I have a piece of floral cloth. I originally wanted to make a cotton padded jacket and cotton pants for Xiaolei. It doesn't matter if the cotton padded pants are floral or not. So, I'll give you half of the floral cloth in exchange and make you a floral cotton padded jacket to wear during the new year." Su Qingran suddenly felt a little regretful. If she had known earlier, she would have said that she didn't like floral cotton padded jackets. "Aunt, it's up to you, but my material is cheap, so I'll give you another piece." After taking the things, Aunt Gu left in a hurry. Looking at her hurried back, Su Qingran didn't know what to say. Sweaters and winter clothes for the 4 people in the family are indeed a big project. Now that her and Nanqing's clothes have been divided, it has saved her a lot of time. Nothing more to say. Go to the furniture store early and turn your drawings into real objects. It can be regarded as living up to everyone's consideration for her and Nanqing. In the next 2 days, Su Qingran was at the furniture store from morning to night, following several wood craftsmen to make samples while discussing improvements, waiting for the final version of the sample to be made. Aunt Gu also brought people to make sweaters and cotton padded jackets for her and Nanqing. Touching the soft dark red small floral cotton padded jacket, Su Qingran was very surprised and pleasantly surprised. She didn't expect the ant stitches to be so good, and the cotton was evenly laid. It was much more meticulous than what she did for her family. Fortunately, she lived up to everyone's expectations these days, and the samples she made were also unanimously recognized by everyone. The team leader immediately arranged for Gu Xiao and 4 others to go to the city to deliver samples early tomorrow morning. By the way, I'll give Xiaolei some winter clothes. Before leaving, Gu Xiao came to ask her if she needed anything. Su Qingren thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't need anything for the time being. After that, she suddenly remembered something. By the way, a few educated youth next door asked if I could bring them some meat this time when I go to the city. Gu Xiao suddenly felt a little bit jealous and said, if they want to bring it, won't they come and tell me? When he came just now, he found that the fence in front of the door had been built at some point. She has been so busy these 2 days, and there is no doubt that it must be those male educated youth who helped. If you are too attentive to others, you are either a traitor or a thief. If I help them bring meat this time, should I treat them to a meal next time? Su Qingran didn't know where he got so angry. However, after she finished speaking, she also regretted it a little. When she came back from work yesterday, she happened to see Chen Weigua, Xie Ziyuan, and He Qingfeng helping to tie the fence together. At that time, she was also shocked and quickly took the eggs as a thank you gift. Several people refused to take them, so they said that if it was convenient, they could help bring back some meat. She had no choice but to agree to help ask. Now think about it, I should have insisted on sending eggs. I'm just asking for help. I've also told them that I may not meet them. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Gu Xiao looked at her with resentment, hummed sullenly, turned around and left angrily. Su Nanqing rubbed her eyes. Why does Uncle Xiao seem angry? Su Qingran sighed softly, said nothing, and turned back to the house. Today, the team leader gave her half a day off. She went to a furniture store in the morning. After returning early in the afternoon, she closed the door and started making cotton clothes at home. Time passed unknowingly. When she looked up, it was already dark outside. Su Qingran stood up, stretched her neck, and prepared to go out to find Nanqing. When she opened the door, Nanqing, the little monkey, was running towards her. Aunt, Uncle Xiao and his friends are back from the city. Do you want to go and see them? Su Qingren laughed dryly and shook her head. No, Aunt still has to cook. If she went there now, he might think she was going to ask for meat for others. Seeing that she was unwilling to go, Su Nanqing also stayed to help light the fire and cook. Su Qingran had a rare free time, so she planned to make rolls for dinner. Pour half hot water and half cold water into the flour so that the dough is soft and the rolls are soft and chewy. After the dough has risen, roll it into very thin sheets. Boil water on the stove over high heat and put the rolled dough into the pot one by one to steam. Each dough is left for a few seconds so that the steamed stack of rolls can be easily separated. While she was busy, a tall figure suddenly passed by the window. Su Qingren looked up and recognized that the man was Gu Xiao. He seemed to be holding something in his hand and walked straight to the educated youth site next door. At this time, several educated youths were cooking at the educated youth camp. Gu Xiao walked directly to the kitchen door, but did not go in. He just waved to the people inside. This is the only place left. Do you want it? If you want it, give me 2 yuan. Chen Weigua hurriedly walked over and took it. Yes. He was about to take the money. Gu Xiao silently turned his eyes to Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng on the side. If you need to bring anything in the future, come to me directly. No need to go so far. Chen Ziyuan is new here and doesn't know. You have been here for so long. You still don't know? It makes me sound as if it is difficult to talk. Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng looked at each other and nodded silently. I know. Thank you. Seeing this, Su Jiao and other educated youths also hurriedly spoke up. Comrade Gu, can you help us bring some meat next time we go out? I can't bring it. Gu Xiao took the money, put it in his pocket and walked out, as if this educated youth camp was unlucky. Just after taking 2 steps, he suddenly turned and came directly to the fence between the educated youth site and the next door. He looked at it with disdain, took a step with his long legs, and easily stepped over it. As soon as he entered the door, He took out 2 handfuls of milk candies from his pocket and handed them to Su Nanqing. I bought them for you. Su Nanqing jumped up happily. Thank you, Uncle Xiao. Gu Xiao nodded and glanced at the stove guiltily. Seeing that she was busy, he coughed lightly and said, The fence outside the door is too low, especially the side close to the educated youth site. It can't protect anything. I will help you build a new one after I finish this in 2 days. Su Qingran was busy with her hands and didn't even have time to look at him. No need. I'm only guarding against gentlemen, not villains. Gu Xiao paused for a moment and naturally walked to the stove. After pulling Nanqing up, he sat down to burn the fire. Well, I came here to talk to you about the sample delivery today. Speaking of business, Su Qingran immediately stopped what she was doing and looked at him nervously. Is there a problem with the sample? No problem. Director Yao is very satisfied and said that he hopes we can deliver a part of it as soon as possible so that we can keep more to sell before the new year. Su Qingran breathed a sigh of relief. Got it. I'll tell Uncle Lin and the others tomorrow and do these 2 things first. Gu Xiao curled his lips. No need, I've told them. Su Qingran looked at him in confusion. Then what are you doing here? Gu Xiao was so angry that he laughed. I'm here to collect debts. Did you forget that you owe me a meal? Su Qingran paused for a moment. Okay, you call the team leader and Anne over too, and have dinner at my place tonight. Gu Xiao didn't expect her to agree so readily. No need. They were already cooking when I came out. Then you should at least go back and tell them. It's okay. If I don't go back, they won't leave any food for me. Su Qingran glanced at him and immediately understood that he came prepared and didn't plan to leave on an empty stomach. Fortunately, she made more pancakes today. She originally planned to continue to eat it as breakfast tomorrow morning, which should be enough. In addition to the rolls, there was a small pot of multi-grain porridge on the stove. Su Qingran lowered her head and thought for a moment, and immediately started to cook. The rolls were simple, with hot and sour potato shreds, scrambled eggs, and bean sprouts. When she found that there was no meat, she fried another plate of Beijing-style shredded pork. After the shredded pork was fried, Gu Xiao had already helped to clear the table, and the bowls, chopsticks, and other things were also brought up. Nanqing, stop eating candy and go wash your hands. Su Qingran's eyelids twitched, and she couldn't tell whose house she was in for a moment. As soon as she sat down, Gu Xiao began to make small talk. Isn't this spring pancake? Su Qingran hummed. Eat it if you want to, no need to distinguish between seasons. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows and looked at her silently. Are you still angry?
Su Qingran blinked. Angry? Why?
Gu Xiao coughed lightly. My tone was not very good this morning, but it was not directed at you. Seeing that he was so straightforward and frank, Su Qingran felt a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, she still told her that a few educated youths had helped her build a fence and asked her to help pass on the message. Gu Xiao didn't say anything, but he felt much more relaxed in his heart. His appetite also improved. In the end, Su Qingran and Nanqing only ate 2 each, and the rest went into his stomach. Before leaving, Gu Xiao mentioned the matter of delivering cotton clothes to the forest farm. When you are ready, tell me and I will go with you. Afraid that she would refuse, he added, you are now the favorite of our team. I have the obligation to protect your safety. Although there is nothing in the mountains during the day, it is still very dangerous at night. It will be troublesome if you encounter wild boars. Su Qingran nodded. Okay, I will tell you when the time comes. Go back quickly. As soon as the man left, Su Nanqing opened his big, blinking eyes and stared at his aunt. Su Qingran was confused by his gaze. What's wrong? Aunt, are you and Uncle Xiao dating? This sentence shocked Su Qingran so much that she almost dropped the bowl in her hand. How is it possible? Did you hear something from others? Su Nanqing blinked. Many aunts and grandmothers in the village came to ask me, and even my friends asked me if it was true. Su Qingran opened her mouth in surprise and quickly denied. It's absolutely not true. You are with me every day. If it is true, how could you not know? A trace of confusion flashed in Su Nanqing's eyes, but Uncle Xiao is really good to me. Every time he goes out, he brings me food. Other children don't have it. And aunt, You asked him to accompany you to the forest farm. Su Qingran felt that she couldn't explain herself. It's a long story about going to the forest farm. If others ask you again in the future, you must tell them that it is absolutely not true. Do you understand? Su Nanqing's eyes flashed with disappointment. Okay. On the other side, Gu Xiao hummed a little song and slowly returned home. As soon as he entered the door, the two people in the room were sitting upright, looking at him seriously. Did you go to Su Jiqing's place to eat again? Gu Xiao touched his nose guiltily. I went to the Jiqing's place to deliver pork, and by the way, I went to give Nanqing some candy. They happened to be having dinner, so they left some for me to eat. After saying that, he glanced at the two of them again and found that they were both looking him up and down with the same scrutinizing eyes. She couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why are you looking at me like that? The team leader knocked on the table with his hand. Everyone in the village says that you and Su Jiqing are dating. Is it true or false? Gu Xiao was also a little stunned.
Who told you that?
The team leader glared at her. Don't ask so many questions. Just say yes or no. Aunt Gu got anxious all of a sudden. Why are you so fierce? Xiao Su is so outstanding. If he can really get together with your son, it will be a great honor for your Gu family. Why are you so angry? The team leader laughed angrily and snorted. Ancestral graves are smoking? Don't you know that this kid has been a mess since he was a child? With his condition, if he really gets together with someone, he will be a rabbit with a long tail. Not only will he bully others, but what if he scares them away? Now our team relies on Xiao Su to build roads and make furniture. If he leaves, where can I find him? Gu Xiao was speechless. Dad, how can I be so bad? He just went to the city more often. Besides, he went there to make money, not to mess around. How did that become an unforgivable crime? Seeing his rebuttal, the captain's expression immediately panicked for a moment. From what you said, it seems that you two are really dating? Gu Xiao pursed his lips and snorted two words angrily. No. Really? Really not. Really not. If it's really not, how could others spread it with details? And said that they saw you riding a bike with her hugging and kissing? Gu Xiao smiled bitterly. What hugging and kissing? Wasn't it just the last time you rode your bike to bring her back? You knew about this at that time, and it was you who took the initiative to let me stay and wait for her to come back together. She was holding such a big bag of cotton in her arms. How could she hug me? Besides, you know how outrageous the words of those old ladies in the village are. Can you believe anything they say? That year when I just bought a bicycle, they said that I stole the bicycle. Later, I went to the city and didn't come back for 2 days, so they put me in. When I came back, they said that I ran away secretly. You listened to it. After hearing this, the captain's expression slowly relaxed. It's true that one can't listen to all the old women's words. Aunt Gu was still unwilling to give up. You really don't have that kind of intention towards Xiao Su? Gu Xiao swallowed and shook his head heavily. No. If he said so, his father would break his legs today. His mother would probably secretly find someone to propose marriage to him, and then she would scare the person away. Seeing that he insisted that he didn't have that intention, the two had to give up. But Aunt Gu was still thinking about the blind date. Since you don't like Xiao Su, why don't you agree to go on a blind date? Gu Xiao looked at her helplessly. I didn't want to go on a blind date before Su Jiqing came. What does this have to do with her? Besides, didn't I say it last time? I want to make more money and not consider starting a family for the time being. Let's wait until our team has money. The team leader nodded with relief. Okay, as long as you don't wander around the city every day and don't go on a blind date. But you have to stay away from Su Jiqing. She's a thin-skinned girl, unlike you. Su Qingran didn't take Nanqing's words too seriously at first. Although she didn't go out much these 2 days, if there were any rumors, it would be impossible for them not to have spread to her. And Gu Xiao was very calm when he came just now, and there was nothing unusual. Maybe those gossiping aunts and grandmas were teasing Nanqing on purpose. The next morning, Su Qingran, as usual, had dinner and prepared to go to work at the furniture store. As soon as she went out, she met several educated youths who were about to go to build roads. Chun Weiguo walked towards her quickly. Su, educated youth, thank you very much yesterday for asking Comrade Gu to bring us so much meat. Su Qingran was slightly startled. It seemed that Gu Xiao really went to the educated youth store to deliver meat last night. You re-welcome. I just mentioned it casually. If you want to thank someone, thank Comrade Gu. Chun Weigua nodded. By the way, I heard that you and Comrade Gu are dating? As soon as he finished speaking, the others also looked at her. It seemed like they were all waiting for her answer. Su Qingren opened her mouth in surprise and quickly waved her hands. Nothing. Several educated youths looked at each other. No way. Last night, Gu Xiao ran to the educated youth point angrily and said such things. They thought that Gu Xiao was jealous and unhappy. But the female comrade was thin-skinned, and it was possible that she did not admit it at first. So they did not continue to ask. It was just that they felt a little disappointed that the female educated youth was taken away by the young man in the village, especially the most beautiful one among them. Several female educated youths did not look very good. Maybe they felt that the one Su Qingran found was the one with the best conditions in the village. Especially Lu Qin, when she first went to the countryside, she looked down on the young men in the village and felt that she would return to the city sooner or later. But the longer she stayed, the more desperate she became. During this period of time, she began to seriously consider finding a good partner in the village. If she continued to waste time like this, she didn't know whether she could return to the city, and she would definitely become an old maid. Before she could choose, Su Qingran picked the best one. It would be strange if she was happy. Su Qingran didn't care about the expressions of the few people. After denying the relationship, she turned around and took Su Nanqing to the furniture store. As soon as she walked in to say hello, she saw Uncle Lin and several carpenters smiling meaningfully. Xiao Su, did Gu Xiao talk to you about the sample yesterday? Su Qingran twitched her lips. Yes, he did. Uncle, then we will make bedside tables and coffee tables during this period and send some to the supply and marketing cooperatives when they are finished. The masters laughed more and more outrageously. Okay, you two just need to discuss it. We just need to do the work well.
Shukingran.
Fortunately, the masters were not very curious about this kind of thing. They were too embarrassed to ask her directly, so they went to work separately after they finished talking. They were busy until the evening, and then they talked about the past again. Didn't Gu Xiao say he would come over today? Why hasn't he come yet? Maybe he was delayed by the road construction. He will definitely come soon. Su Qingran stood up quickly when she heard it. Uncle Lin, I suddenly remembered that I hung out the quilts to dry today. If I don't put them away, they will get damp. I'll go back first. Uncle Lin looked at her in surprise. You leaving now? Without waiting for Gu Xiao to come? As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qingran had already walked to the door quickly. No, I have nothing to do with him. After saying that, she returned to her home in a flash. The next day, Su Qingran still tried to avoid going out at the time when the road construction army went to work and left work. Even if she occasionally met the ants who asked for leave, they would quickly say hello and leave. These days, rumors about her and Gu Xiao are raging, and no one will believe what she says. The more they clarify, the more tricks they spread. If you can't afford to offend, just hide first. It's not too late to explain after the storm has passed. After a long time, maybe the rumors will disappear by themselves. Fortunately, Gu Xiao has been very tacit in not coming to see her these 2 days. But this morning, when Su Qingren opened the door, she suddenly found that the fences around the yard had grown a lot taller. Especially the side, close to the educated youth point. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that these fences did not grow taller suddenly in one day. She felt something strange from the past 2 days, but she didn't think much about it at the time and thought it was her own illusion. Could it be that Gu Xiao did all this secretly? Did she and Nanqing sleep so soundly at night? A few days later, the turmoil in the village finally showed a trend of gradually calming down. Su Qingran's cotton-padded clothes were finally finished. On the day she was going to deliver the cotton-padded clothes, she came back from work early and started to pack up. In addition to the sweaters for her mother and sister-in-law, there was also a set of cotton-padded clothes and overalls for each person, plus a pair of cotton shoes. She planned to keep the remaining pair and send them before the new year so that her family wouldn't worry too much. In addition, She took out a new thermos from the space and prepared to take the old one with her. Winter is cold, and with an extra thermos, it would be more convenient for them to use hot water. There was also clam oil and vanishing cream that she had bought before, but had not sent. As for food, she planned to use the remaining oil residue from last time to make 2 kinds of buns with cabbage and shredded radish. Otherwise, every time it was either meat buns or dumplings, her family would worry about her and Nanqing's life, and they would not feel at ease eating. Moreover, cabbage and radish were watered by the spiritual spring in the space, so eating more of them was good for the body. In addition, she also fried a bag of peanuts and soybeans. Fried peanuts and fried soybeans can be eaten directly and can be stored for a long time. After frying these, Su Qingran washed the iron pan thoroughly and started to fry the flour over low heat. Frying flour is a delicate job. You have to stir-fry it little by little over low heat until the color of the flour becomes slightly browned and the wheat fragrance becomes stronger and stronger. It is almost done. Fried flour can also be stored for a long time. When eating, scoop 2 spoonfuls into a bowl, pour some boiling water and stir it into a paste, and you can eat it directly. If you can add some sugar, it will taste sweeter. Su Qingran specially took a bag of brown sugar and a bag of white sugar, and picked up more than 10 eggs. In order to prepare these things, she has been busy since she came back, and she didn't even have time to eat dinner. It's just that when she was cooking, she tasted a little here and a bite there, and she was almost full. Su Nanqing was burning the fire, and her face was still a little worried. "Aunt, are you really not going to ask Uncle Xiao to go with you tonight?" He didn't know how dangerous the mountains were before, but since Uncle Xiao said it last time, he knew he was afraid. What if Aunt went up the mountain alone and encountered a wild boar? Su Qingran hesitated for a moment after hearing this and shook her head firmly. "Don't ask. Aunt can go by herself. Anyway, she will have to go there by herself in the future and can't rely on others every time. Besides, the rumors about her and Gu Xiao have just died down. How embarrassing it would be to meet at this time." Seeing that her aunt was determined to go into the mountains alone, Su Nanqing did not try to persuade her. But after a while, she suddenly stood up, holding her stomach. "Aunt, my stomach hurts. I'm going to the toilet." Su Qingran nodded. "Go quickly. I told you not to eat so many fried soybeans." After that, she continued to pack up her things. Su Nanqing ran out of the door, holding her stomach, and then quietly tiptoed to peek into the house. Seeing that her aunt did not suspect anything, she ran towards the Gu family. Not long after, Su Nanqing ran back. Su Qingran saw his red face and thought he was not feeling well. "But you have diarrhea?" Su Nanqing hurriedly shook her head. "No, I just a lot." Su Qingran couldn't help laughing and quickly poured him a cup of hot water.
Drink slowly.
"Go to bed first. I will lock the door from the outside, as usual at night." Su Nanqing nodded, looked outside the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. After a while, the lights of the educated youth next door finally went out. Seeing that it was getting late, Su Qingran packed all the things and prepared to leave. But before she opened the door, she heard a familiar cough outside the window. "Are you ready?" Su Qingran paused as she opened the door.
"Why?"
"Are you here?" Gu Xiao bent down and picked up the basket on the ground and hung 2 large bags on each side of his arm. "Let's go." Su Qingran shrank her head awkwardly, like a frightened quail, and stepped into the lock lightly. Just as she was about to reach out to take the bag, she turned around and saw that the person had already walked a few steps away. Su Qingran silently withdrew her hand and trotted after him. Fortunately, it was dark outside, and her embarrassment could not be seen clearly. The 2 of them walked up the mountain one after the other. Su Qingran felt that she should say something, so she made small talk. "Did Nanqing call you over?" She was so busy just now. Otherwise, she should have guessed that Nanqing's little face was not caused by stomachache, and she must have run to Gu's house. Gu Xiao snorted. "How dare you say that? You're so grown up and you still worry about a 6-year-old child." "He was scared to death when he heard that you were going up the mountain alone, so he ran to me and said that he was willing to give me all the snacks and let me accompany you up the mountain."
"He was really worried about you."
Su Qingran felt a little warm in her heart. "Nanqing really cares about me." I thought it would be much more difficult to take a child to the countryside. In fact, Nanxing not only did not cause her any trouble, but also helped her a lot. She was a little afraid to think about how lonely she would be in the countryside without Nanxing's company. The two walked in silence for a while. The night in the mountains was quiet and a little scary, and it was even more scary when there was a little sound coming from the woods occasionally. Seeing her wrapping herself up with clothes, Gu Xiao took the initiative to speak. Are you cold? Su Qingren shook her head, not bad. After that, she did not forget to reciprocate. Are you cold?
No. Oh.
Gu Xiao sighed silently and refused to let the "oh" fall to the ground.
Don't mind what happened last time.
I've made it clear. I was seen riding my bike to send you back last time, and I don't know how the gossip started. It's like this in the mountains. Life is too boring. There's no TV or radio, and it's impossible to read books or newspapers. There are only so many people, and so many things every day. If there's something new, no matter the elderly or 3-year-old children, it's impossible to avoid it. I found a chance to make it clear to them. My dad also scolded them when he was at work. Don't worry, no one will dare to talk about it in the future. Su Qingran was a little surprised. The team leader scolded people? Gu Xiao smiled softly. It's not scolding, just a few words of warning, telling everyone not to mention it again, saying that he wanted to scare you away, and then he would not let them go. Everyone doesn't want you to leave, and they all promise not to make fun of us anymore in the future. Su Qingran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. No wonder the wind suddenly stopped. So that's what happened. Did you build the fence outside my door? Gu Xiao hummed. I thought you would never notice it. In fact, the fence should have been built a long time ago, but I was too busy recently. However, you also said that the fence can only protect against gentlemen but not villains. You should still confirm and lock the door before going to bed at night.
Shukingran nadit.
Got it.
Gu Xiao looked at her in surprise after hearing this, and then looked again. Su Qingren felt a little uneasy when being stared at. What are you looking at? What's wrong with you today? You don't look like yourself at all.
What's different about you?
Every time I helped you before, you would quickly send something in return, for fear that you would owe me a favor if you were a little late. Su Qingran smiled embarrassedly. Then what do you want? Anything? That's definitely not possible. Gu Xiao thought seriously for a while. Invite me to dinner some other day. Su Qingran refused outright. Forget it, or I'll make whatever you want to eat and ask Nanxing to deliver it to you. Gu Xiao was determined to do something. How about this? You should be empty after delivering the winter clothes this time. How about you help me knit a sweater or a scarf? I'm fine with either, I don't mind. Su Qingran, you have a nice thought. It's not that I'm stingy. I'm just afraid that if someone sees it, it will spread around. You are stingy. Forget it, I don't want it. Su Qingran rubbed her hands helplessly and made up her mind. How about this? I'll make you a pair of gloves, just right for you to wear when riding a bike. If someone asks, don't tell them that I knitted them for you. Gu Xiao paused. Gloves? And you said you are not stingy. Then do you want it or not?
Yes.
After the bargaining, Su Qingren asked some more questions about the road construction. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the opposite mountain. Su Qingren took all the things from him. You go back first, don't wait here. My brother will definitely take me back later. I plan to ask him to take me a little further today and show him the location of the new home so that he can come to me if there is any emergency in the future. Gu Xiao nodded. Okay, then ask him to take a little further. Anyway, there is no one at the foot of the mountain at this time. Got it, you go back, quickly. It's okay, I'll watch you go in before you leave. If you are discovered, I can still take advantage of the chaos to get it back for you. Su Qingran originally wanted to be lazy and hide the things in the space, but now he can only hang all the things on his body and walk towards the straw shed with a hum. Just as he walked to the door, he suddenly heard a faint whimpering sound coming from inside, like the voice of his sister-in-law. Su Qingran's heart tightened, and calculating the date, it was almost the time when his sister-in-law had an accident in his previous life. In this life, she had brought Nanxing here and was working hard to improve her family's plight. It was impossible for her to still be depressed. Could something else have happened? Thinking of this, Su Qingran quickly opened the straw curtain and walked in. As soon as Su Qingran entered the house, she ran into her sister-in-law's eyes. which were swollen like walnuts. Her mother, who was sitting next to her, was also lowering her head and wiping tears. Her eldest brother and father, who were standing next to her, also had angry and frustrated expressions on their faces. When they looked up and saw that it was her, they immediately changed their expressions and stood up to help take the bag. "Why are you carrying so many things?" Su Qingran stared at her sister-in-law. "What happened?" The sister-in-law quickly lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeves. "It's okay, I just miss Nanqing a little bit." Su Qingran turned her head and looked at her mother again. "Mom, what's going on? If you don't tell me, I will come to the forest farm to inquire tomorrow." The mother hesitated for a moment and spoke slowly. "Your sister-in-law, she went to the river to wash clothes today and was almost bullied. She was afraid and hit the man on the head with a mallet. She didn't know if anything would happen." After hearing this, the sister-in-law trembled and sobbed again. "It's all my fault for being too impulsive. Our family is in this situation now, and I have caused such a big disaster. If something happens again, they will be implicated by me. What will you and Nanqing do in the future?" The eldest brother stood up indignantly. "Even if he doesn't come to find us, I will still go find him and fight him. It's broad daylight, and I don't believe there is no place to seek justice." Su Qingran secretly breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, don't get excited. As long as sister-in-law is okay. That man deserved to be beaten, and he must know that he is in the wrong and guilty, so he won't come to trouble us at least in the short term. Otherwise, he would have come a long time ago." Father nodded. "That is right. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes, and the person who is most afraid of making a big fuss now is him. During this period of time, both of you should not go to the river to wash clothes. If you really want to wash, let Zhenhua fetch water and wash it. When you go out, Zhenhua must follow you closely." The eldest brother nodded silently. The eldest sister-in-law was still a little frightened. Even if they don't come to find us for a while, they will definitely make things difficult for us later. Life is already so difficult. What should we do if they come to trouble us again for this matter? Su Qingren patted the eldest sister-in-law on the shoulder gently. "It's useless to worry about these things now, and don't blame yourself, sister-in-law. People are bullying you. Are you waiting to be bullied if you don't fight back? Besides, there are so many of us gathered together, and you are all very smart. If we discuss it well, we will definitely be able to think of a solution. You must not have eaten yet, right? Let's eat something first, and then think about it slowly." As she said, Su Qingren opened the backpack and bundle and took things out one by one. Just now, everyone was worried about the eldest sister-in-law, and their attention was not on the things Su Qingren brought. Seeing her suddenly take out so many winter clothes at once, they couldn't help but be shocked. "You made all these?" Su Qingren smiled and nodded. "Yes, I made them all by myself. Isn't it amazing?" Mother took the cotton coat with an incredulous look on her face, and when she saw the neat stitches on it, her eyes suddenly turned red. "Where did you get so much cotton?" Su Qingran handed the clothes to several people to try. While explaining, "The cotton brigade has it. I asked someone to exchange it. It's not expensive. The clothes are not made of good materials. You see, many of them are made by patching together old clothes." Father nodded with satisfaction. "This is very good. It's safe to wear patched clothes." Then, Su Qingran handed the clam oil and vanishing cream to mother and sister-in-law. "Remember to apply it. I'll bring it back if it's not enough. Don't be reluctant to use it. I also brought a thermos bottle and a salt water bottle. You can soak your feet more before going to bed at night, and put some hot water in the quilt to avoid cold." Several people were so moved that they couldn't speak, and the haze in their hearts was gradually dispelled by the warmth. Especially when they saw that the food Su Qingran brought was carefully planned, they felt more comforted. After a few whispers, they urged their eldest brother to send her back. After entering the mountain, Su Qingran felt relieved to inquire, "Brother, tell me, what is the name of the man who bullied my sister-in-law? What does he do?" Su Zhenhua looked at her warily. "Why are you asking this?" Su Qingran said casually, "Nothing. I was wondering if that man was responsible for approving wood for us." Su Zhenhua was afraid that she would cause trouble, so he explained hurriedly, "No, The wood for your team was approved directly by the director, and this man is the deputy director. He is mainly responsible for arranging people to go up the mountain to cut trees. He has nothing to do with your team, so don't go and ask. Su Qingren nodded. I see. Since it has nothing to do with us, I have nowhere to ask if I want to. But if we want to deal with this person, we have to know more about him. Knowing ourselves and the enemy will ensure victory in every battle. The eldest brother nodded. I know. I will find a way to inquire privately in the next 2 days, so don't get involved. I won't get involved, so you should pay more attention to your safety and don't get discovered. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Su Qingren breathed a sigh of relief, but it was impossible to prevent her from getting involved. Although her sister-in-law was fine today, the time and place were right. She suspected that her sister-in-law didn't commit suicide by jumping into the river in her previous life because she couldn't bear it. Maybe the same thing happened as today, but her sister-in-law in the previous life was already on the verge of despair. She didn't want to live even more when encountering such a thing. In order not to cause trouble to her family, she simply jumped into the river and ended her life. If so, then this man is the direct murderer of her eldest brother, sister-in-law, and mother. The revenge of the previous life must be avenged. And she was worried about leaving such a hidden danger around her family. However, she couldn't do it for a while, so she could only let her eldest brother go to find out some information first. Brother, bring your sister-in-law over the day after tomorrow to see Nanqing together. Su Zhenhua was shocked by his sister's sudden invitation. How can I do this? It will be troublesome if someone sees us. Su Qingren sighed. Sister-in-law has never quarreled with anyone in her life, let alone fought. I'm worried that she can't stand this kind of stimulation. Sooner or later, she'll get sick if she keeps it in her heart. Su Zhenhua was also a little worried. Are you afraid that your sister-in-law will not be able to get over it? I will take good care of her. Su Qingren shook her head. It's useless to just watch. Let her come and see Nanqing. She will feel better. Besides, Nanqing has always wanted to see you. My house is in a remote place, and there are no other houses beside it except for a youth cadre site. When the time comes, you can wait until the lights in the youth cadre site are turned off, and then come down quietly. As she said that, Su Qingren quickly pulled him down a few steps and pointed to a house for him to see in the dim moonlight. Look, that's where Nanqing and I live. 2 small rooms with a fence around the outside. Su Zhenhua dreamed of seeing his son and was also worried that his wife would really be upset. After his sister's persuasion, he was indeed shaken. Okay. The night after tomorrow, I will find a way to bring your sister-in-law over. From the forest farm, Su Qingren had been anxiously waiting for her elder brother and sister-in-law to arrive. On the one hand, she was worried that something might go wrong at the forest farm, and she didn't know if her elder brother had found out about the situation. On the other hand, she was worried that her parents would stop her brother and sister-in-law from coming, or that they would change their minds and not come.
She even thought about it.
If no one showed up the day after tomorrow, she would go over and ask about the situation in person. In a blink of an eye, it was the agreed night. After dinner, Su Qingren urged Nanqing to go to bed and rest early. She was not sure if things would change, so she didn't tell Nanqing first so as not to disappoint him. Nanqing washed her feet and went to bed obediently. Aunt, don't you want to sleep? Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. Aunt is not sleepy. I'll be busy for a while. Nanqing agreed and got into bed. During the day, he followed a few friends to the foot of the mountain to pick bird eggs. He didn't pick any bird eggs and was hit in the face by a bird. Later, they went to the reed marsh together to pick up wild duck eggs. They didn't pick up any duck eggs and were chased by the village dogs for most of the village.
He was exhausted that day.
He fell asleep as soon as he lay down. Seeing that he was asleep, Su Qingren went to the space to do some farm work. After coming out, there was still no movement, so she prepared to take out the wool and start knitting gloves. Just as she started, she suddenly heard a faint sound of footsteps outside. Su Qingren hurriedly stood up, looked out through the window, and confirmed that it was his eldest brother and sister-in-law. Then he hurriedly and excitedly opened the door. Su Zhenhua pulled his wife. looked around vigilantly for a moment, and quickly flashed into the house. Nanxing should be asleep, right? Su Qingren knew that the two were anxious to see the child, so she quickly pulled them to the outer room where she slept. Nanxing is asleep. You wait a moment, I'll go wake him up. He doesn't know you're coming yet. Su Zhenhua and Jiang Ailing nodded quickly. It's okay, just shout slowly, and don't scare him. Su Qingren hummed and tiptoed to Nanxing's bed. Nanxing, wake up. Su Nanxing was sleeping soundly and dreaming that he climbed up a tree and was about to get bird eggs, but was suddenly pulled back by his aunt's call. Aunt, don't rush me. I'll get the bird eggs for you to eat. Su Qingren smiled helplessly and pushed him gently. Boy, the bird eggs are cooked. Get up and eat them. Su Nanxing suddenly opened his eyes and rubbed them hard. Aunt, is it dawn? Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. Nanxing, didn't you say you wanted to see Mom and Dad? Hearing Mom and Dad, the boy jumped up. Now? Su Qingren hurriedly hushed. Do and shout. Put on your clothes first, and don't catch a cold. As soon as the words fell, Su Zhenhua and Jiang Ailing walked in arm. Seeing Nanxing, Jiang Ailing's tears flowed down. She bit her fist tightly for fear of crying out loud. Su Zhenhua also had tears in his eyes. The family of three hugged each other immediately. They had waited for this hug for a lifetime. Su Qingren couldn't help it. She quietly turned her head and wiped her tears. Then she turned and went into the kitchen, filled 2 bowls of chicken soup, and put them on the stove to cool. She secretly stewed the chicken soup during the day when the educated youth were away, and kept it warm in the space. After the 3 of them cried enough, Su Qingren brought it over. It's cold at night. Drink a bowl of soup to warm your body first. Su Zhenhua and Jiang Ailing both had their eyes on Nanxing, not paying attention to anything else. They took the bowl and started drinking. After they finished drinking, they found out that what their little sister gave them was actually chicken soup. After drinking the chicken soup, Su Qingren directly pulled her eldest brother. Let sister-in-law accompany Nanxing to talk in private. Let's go to the kitchen. I have something to tell you. Su Zhenhua nodded and looked around. Su Qingren served another bowl of chicken soup and handed it to him. My house looks good, right? Su Zhenhua's eyes were full of surprise. Very good. Big brother now has a completely new respect for you. Su Qingren pursed her lips and smiled, and quickly shifted the topic to the deputy director of the forest farm. Su Zhenhua thought she was just curious, so he picked out some of the things he had inquired about. It turned out that this deputy director was not the first time that he was rumored to have work-style problems. It was just that he was lucky enough not to be caught with evidence every time, and he had a backer behind him, so he had always been sitting firmly in the position of deputy director. After hearing this, Su Qingren clenched her fists in anger. How could such a scumbag live so wantonly? She now even suspected that the death of her eldest brother in her previous life was not entirely an accident. After all, the work of cutting trees in the mountains was arranged by this deputy director, and there was no guarantee that he did not kill people deliberately to silence them. Thinking of this, Su Qingren felt a surge of hatred rising to the top of her head. The uncontrollable feeling in her previous life swept over again. Su Zhenhua saw that something was wrong with her and hurriedly grabbed her hand. Little sister, are you cold? Why are your hands shaking? Su Qingren took a deep breath, held her eldest brother's hand, and gradually calmed down. Brother, does this person have a good relationship with the director? Is the director protecting him? No, the director and he are not the same kind of people at all. The director is a decent person, but he just can't do anything most of the time.
Su Qingren nodded.
Since she had a bad relationship with the director, things would be much easier to handle. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least even if the matter gets out of hand, it won't affect the family and their teams with approval. Brother, I have an idea. What idea? First, sort out the rumors you just mentioned and write a few letters of denunciation in different handwritings. Regardless of whether they are true or false, write them all down first. The more detailed, the better.
Su Zhenhua sighed slightly.
I thought so when I came here, but the rumors were so rampant before, and he was not brought down. Can a few anonymous letters of denunciation work?
Su Qingren blinked.
If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. There will always be opportunities. What we have to do is wait for the opportunity and add fuel to the fire. Su Junhua's heart skipped a beat. His sister just said to wait for the opportunity, not create the opportunity, right? Ran, are you hiding something from me?
How could that be?
We have lived together for 20 years. What can I hide from you, right, brother? As she said that, she took a stack of paper and pen from the table next to her. Come, I'll help you write it. She was familiar with writing letters of denunciation, and it was all fresh experience. Su Qingren wrote eloquently and quickly filled up a page. She even felt a little unsatisfied and failed to express all the feelings of satisfaction. Unfortunately, it was getting late, and the eldest sister-in-law came out of the next room reluctantly. Nanxing is asleep, and we should go too. It will be troublesome if we are discovered. Su Qingren got up and put the chicken into the small pot, added a little chicken soup, and tied it tightly with a rope. Take this back and keep this pot. I have another small pot here. Jiang Ailing choked up for a moment, not knowing what to say. Just now, Nanxing had whispered a lot to her, telling her how his grandmother's family treated him. He also told her how his aunt single-handedly took on their family and rescued him from the wolf's den. There were many other things that happened after they came to the countryside. In fact, even if she didn't say them, she could see them. Nanxing was well raised by her. He was a little darker than before, but much stronger and more sensible. Su Qingren saw that her sister-in-law began to cry again and patted her on the back. Sister-in-law, don't think about anything. Even if the sky falls, we have a family to carry it together. If for nothing else, just because Nanxing is still so young, you have to grit your teeth and get out. Most direct result of staying up all night is that you can't get up in the morning. Su Qingren didn't open her eyes until she smelled the fragrance of rice porridge coming from the kitchen. Nanxing, are you cooking? Su Nanxing was standing on a stool, stirring the rice porridge in the pot with a spoon. When she heard her aunt wake up, she responded, Aunt, get up and eat. I made sweet potato porridge. Su Qingren stretched, changed her clothes, and got out of bed. Wow, it's cooked very well. Su Nanxing was praised and proudly puffed out her chest. Aunt, you go sit down. I'll serve the rice. Su Qingren took the spoon with a smile. Be careful not to burn yourself. Let me do it. As she was talking, a noisy sound suddenly came from outside. First it was Su Jiao, then the other educated youth, and then the team leader and other people in the village. Su Nanxing was so scared that his face turned pale. Aunt, has what happened last night been discovered? Su Qingren calmed down and looked at him. Remember, no matter how others ask, you went to bed early last night and don't know anything.
Sunanxi nodded nervously.
Su Qingren put down the bowl and opened the door directly. Seeing so many people standing outside the door, her face was full of surprise. What happened? Seeing her standing in front of the doorwell, Gu Xiao and Aunt Gu, who hurried over, breathed a sigh of relief. Are you okay? Su Qingren shook her head calmly. I'm fine. It's just that it's a little cold and I can't get up. What happened? The captain turned his head angrily and looked at Su Jiao. Didn't you say you saw a thief enter Su Jiqing's room? Su Jiao looked very confident. I did see it with my own eyes. A dark shadow entered Su Jiqing's room last night. If I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. Everyone was confused when they saw how confident she was. Su Qingren sneered. Su Jiqing, you seem to care about me. You mobilized so many people to catch the thief early in the morning. But since you saw it last night, why didn't you call for help? If there really was a thief, wouldn't you be an accomplice who watched someone die without rescuing him? Su Jiao was choked by her retort. I was just too scared at the time. Besides, I guessed that it was a thief. Maybe it wasn't a thief. Su Qingren glanced at her unhappily. You said it was a thief, and you said it wasn't a thief. Do you have any evidence? If you don't have any evidence, don't talk nonsense in front of my door. I'm in a hurry to eat and go to work. Everyone agreed and prepared to go back to eat and go to work. Seeing this, Su Jiao shouted, Oh, there are shoe prints. It rained a little yesterday evening, and the shoe prints of that person must still be there. Su Qingren's heart skipped a beat. She had calculated everything, but she had missed the shoe prints. How did this girl suddenly become so smart? If nothing unexpected happened, there should be 2 lines of shoe prints on the westernmost side of the yard. Before she could figure out how to respond, Gu Xiao had already stepped on the shoe prints. Hey, isn't this my shoe print? Everyone looked down and saw that it was indeed the same sneaker sole print. It instantly reminded them of the rumors about the 2 of them. The captain didn't allow them to talk nonsense. Look, Gu Xiao himself admitted that it was his shoe print. The captain was also confused. What were you doing here last night? Gu Xiao scratched his head. What night? Obviously, I was still awake at that time. I came here to deliver eggs to Su Jiqing. She said she wanted to save some eggs for Nanqing to replenish her body, so I asked a few ants to help her change some. Could it be that Su Jiqing was confused in sleep? She said night instead of night, so I didn't think about it. Several ants who had just changed eggs for Gu Xiao nodded in agreement. Gu Xiao asked us to exchange some eggs 2 days ago. Everyone is busy during the day, and it is not good to come during the day to exchange eggs, so it makes sense to come here at night. What's more, isn't it normal for them to come here at night when they are dating? Several ants looked back and forth at Gu Xiao, and then at Su Qingran. The little flame of gossip was rekindled by the spring breeze. She laughed so happily. Su Jiao frowned, and her eyes suddenly lit up. No, I remember there were 2 people, and there seemed to be a woman. Look, there is a smaller shoe print. Everyone looked down and saw that there really was one. What happened? Gu Xiao remained calm. This is all your fault. You always made fun of me and Su Jiqing before. I did this to avoid suspicion, so I dragged my mother to deliver it. Aunt Gu, who was nervously watching the 2 of them in the crowd. Is she here too? Oh, yes. I was about to go to bed yesterday, and this kid insisted on dragging me over to deliver the eggs, which really made me sleepy. When Su Jiqing said to do it at night, I didn't think about myself. You said this was a misunderstanding. The captain looked at his wife and son silently, without saying a word. After finding out the truth, everyone quickly dispersed and went about their own business. Su Qingren moved her gaze to Su Jiao. Su Jiao, are you itching again? Su Jiao smiled and retreated, and when she saw the opportunity, she ran out to have fun. Su Jiao, stop right there. Su Jiao. Only a fool would not run. A shoe hit her head squarely. Nanqing, go pick up your aunt's shoes, wash your hands and eat. On the way back, Aunt Gu was also holding back. She looked at her son several times, wanting to say something but stopping herself, and endured it all the way home. Then she quickly pulled him into the kitchen. Tell me the truth. Why did you go to Xiao Su last night? Gu Xiao sighed. I really went to deliver eggs. Aunt Gu punched him on the back. Who was that woman? Why did you bring a woman with you to deliver eggs? It was you just admitted it. Don't talk nonsense to me. I was just afraid that Xiao Su couldn't explain it clearly. Seeing that her son was not convinced, Aunt Gu directly used her ultimate move. Your father will be back soon, and he will definitely ask me later. Unless you tell me the truth now, I can't help you later. You're on your own. Gu Xiao picked up the fire stick, lowered his head, and drew a circle on the ground. Sooner or later, he and Su Qingran will have to go through this level. Instead of exposing it when he can't hide it anymore, it's better to give his mother a hint now. After a long time, she will definitely be able to taste it slowly. It also saves her from being unable to accept it all at once in the future. Given his mother's temper, she wouldn't tell anyone even if she knew. After thinking it through, Gu Xiao raised his head calmly. Mom, I'm only telling you about this. It wasn't actually me who went there last night. It should be Nanqing's parents who came to see him. I only know that they have special identities and Su Jiqing doesn't want others to know, so let's not ask so many questions. If you really tell my dad, with his temper, he will definitely ask if he gets anxious. Maybe Su Jiqing and Nanqing will be scared away. Aunt Gu was so scared that she almost couldn't hold the bowl after hearing this. Nanqing's parents? Yes, Nanqing his parents. She had asked tentatively before, and both of them were unwilling to say, so she didn't ask any more. Since they came to see him in the middle of the night, they definitely didn't want outsiders to know.
But why?
Before she could figure it out, the old man came back from outside with his hands behind his back in a huff. Aunt Gu hurriedly prepared to serve the meal. Are you back? Wash your hands and have breakfast. The captain looked back and forth at the two people's faces with a scrutinizing gaze. Did you two really go to deliver eggs to Xiao Su last night? How come I didn't know? Aunt Gu rolled her eyes at him unhappily. How dare you say that? You fell asleep right after dinner last night. How could I have the time to tell you? Besides, if you knew about the exchange of eggs, you might scold me again. The captain snorted. The eggs are for Xiao Su and Nanxing. Why should I scold you? Besides, considering their situation, isn't it right for our family to take better care of them? Seeing that he believed it so easily, Aunt Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. A trace of guilt also arose in her heart. After decades of marriage, this was the first time she had hidden something from him. But when she thought about the issue of whether Xiao Su and Nanxing would stay or go, she immediately stopped feeling guilty.
Got it.
Next time something like this happens, I'll definitely tell you in advance.
Commune.
The captain nodded and looked at Gu Xiao again. Since you said that there's nothing wrong with you two, go openly if you have something to do in the future. Don't always do it at night. It's not right to be sneaky. If someone sees you, you can't explain it. Gu Xiao stood up. Dad, you rewrite. I'll take some pancakes over now. I saw that they only cooked porridge in the morning. Su Qingren knew that Gu Xiao would definitely come to ask about the situation, but she didn't expect him to come so quickly. Seeing that he had guessed the truth, she admitted it directly. It's true that my brother and sister-in-law came. They waited for a long time at the foot of the mountain before coming. Unexpectedly, they were still seen by Su Jiao. Gu Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of doubt. Didn't you just go there? Why did they come so soon? Did something happen at home? Su Qingren shook her head. Nothing. I just missed Nanxing and came to see her. After saying that, she turned around, opened the wooden box, and found a ruler. I thought about it, and it's a bit stingy to give you gloves. I'd better knit you a sweater. Gu Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly. Have you found your conscience? Don't worry, my mother won't tell anyone. Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. Not only for this matter. I have another favor to ask you. I know. Okay, go ahead. Su Qingren paused for a moment, then spoke after careful consideration. I want to ask you something. That is, when you were fighting before, if you encountered someone who is bigger and stronger than you, did you have any technical moves? Gu Xiao opened his mouth in surprise, then closed it. I haven't encountered it. I'm usually the stronger one. Then you must have encountered it when you were a child, right? Really not, I've always been strong. Su Qingren silently put down the ruler in her hand. Okay, just pretend I didn't ask. Gu Xiao quickly picked up the ruler and stuffed it back into her hand. No, let me think about it. After that, he stared at her puzzledly. By the way, who are you going to fight? Who bullied you? Su Qingren shook her head. No one is bullying me. I just want to learn. If you have to say who it's for, just think of it as that guy named Xiao. I'm worried that I will meet him often when I go to the city in the future. Anyway, it's always good to have more skills, so just learn first. With her previous fighting level, she had no problem dealing with someone with a similar physique to Shen Yunfang, and she could easily deal with a petite girl like Su Jiao. But if the opponent was a man, her fancy moves would not be enough. After all, there was a huge gap in strength and size. If she couldn't beat up the man herself on this trip to the forest farm, she wouldn't be able to vent her anger. In addition, she really wanted to improve her fighting ability, which would come in handy when she met Xiao Donghua again in the future. So it was not an exaggeration to say that it was for Xiao Donghua. Hearing that she was going to beat up the man surnamed Xiao, Gu Xiao agreed without saying a word. Yes. Let me think about it. Come to the back mountain during the lunch break, and I'll teach you. Seeing that he agreed, Su Qingren quickly picked up the ruler again and measured his size. After measuring, she sighed softly. She and Nanxing together would not use so much wool. Well, I don't think my wool is solid. How about knitting you a patterned one? Gu Xiao smiled and nodded. Okay, I don't mind any knitting. Su Qingren, then knit a bear. Gu Xiao. Su Qingren followed Gu Xiao to learn seriously for 2 noons and practice silently for a few days. She suddenly got the hang of fighting. Before learning, she only knew how to slap and pull hair. Now she has not only learned elbows, hooks, and kicks. She also knows the most vulnerable parts of many people. On this day, the team was going to go to the forest farm again to pull back a batch of wood. Su Qingran went to find the team leader without saying anything, wanting to go with him to take a look. The team leader thought she was curious and agreed, without thinking. Anyway, now Su Jiqing would readily agree to any request as long as it was not excessive. When Gu Xiao heard that she wanted to go with him, he became suspicious on the spot. What are you going to do in the forest farm? There is nothing fun there. Su Qingran answered confidently, I usually design furniture and have to control the quality. Now I can't even recognize all the commonly used woods. Is this appropriate? I just want to go there to learn and broaden my horizons. Gu Xiao was skeptical about her words. Aren't you afraid that if you go there, you'll be recognized? Su Qingran looked calm. I look like my dad, but my dad is over 50 years old this year. Who would associate a 20-year-old girl with an old man? Gu Xiao had nothing to say, so he had to nod and agree. You can go, but don't run around when you get there. Follow me closely. The forest farm is big, and the people are so chaotic, we won't be able to find you if you get lost. Now, the dirt road to the forest farm has been repaired and compacted. We just need to wait for the stones and river sand to arrive in the next 2 days so that we can pave the road. That's why the team leader is anxious to go and get them today when he has time. The compacted dirt road is wide and flat, and it is very easy for carts and people to walk on it. The speed of going to the forest farm is much faster than before. Seeing her looking around curiously, Gu Xiao had a new guess. Are you here to find your way? This road leads directly to the front door of the forest farm. It's not convenient to go there. It's faster for us to take the mountain road in the future. Su Qingran smiled and evaded. I know. I'll just take a look. Soon, the group arrived at the gate of the forest farm. After entering the door, there was a straight gravel road in front of them, and 2 rows of poplar trees were neatly arranged on both sides of the road, as thick as a person's arms. Su Qingran followed the team and was about to move forward when she suddenly heard someone shouting from behind. Why did you follow in? Su Qingran turned her head and saw that there were indeed 2 people following in secret at the end of the team. They were none other than the 2 troublemakers of their educated youth camp, Su Jiao and Sun Hao. The team leader was about to drive the 2 people back. Nonsense. We are here to pull wood, not to play. Why did you follow us? Go back. Sun Hao hurriedly stood beside the car of the other 3 male educated youths. Team leader, there are only 4 male educated youths in our educated youth camp, and the 3 of them are here. I also want to help. Don't worry, I will never cause trouble. Su Jiao also hurriedly assured, we too are really here to help. Su Jiqing can come, and I also want to come in and see it. Team leader, just let us follow. The team leader frowned, and before he could say anything, the people from the forest farm who came out to meet him had already arrived. At this point, it was not good to ruin his own show in front of the other party. You too should behave yourself. I will settle accounts with you when we get back. After a brief interlude, the team started to move again. Continuing along this road, they soon arrived at a yard for transferring wood from the mountain to the foothills. Many workers were busy carrying wood. Su Qingran searched with her eyes for a moment and unexpectedly found the figures of her father and eldest brother in the crowd. The 2 were wearing cotton-padded clothes made by her, and the patches on the outer coats were also sewn by her, so there was no mistake. In the cold wind, the 2 were working together to lift a piece of wood, with their backs hunched forward. The hands of the 2 were either pens or various instruments in the laboratory. This was the first time Su Qingran saw them doing hard labor, and her eyes suddenly became red. But she could only look away silently, lower her head, and continue to move forward. After walking for a while, they finally arrived at the warehouse where they were going to pick up the wood. Su Qingran looked around and found that this place was very close to the office area of the forest farm. Not far away is a 2-story building, and next to it is the canteen. The first time I came to the forest farm from the front gate, it looked like 2 completely different worlds from the thatched hut on the back mountain. Gu Xiao gave her a few instructions and led everyone to load the wood. The team leader called Account Luo, and the 2 planned to go to the office building to find the manager. He wanted to beg for more wood this time. Otherwise, after the new year, the asphalt road in the forest farm will be repaired, and the wood here will be in short supply. Su Qingren followed him. Captain, can I go with you to take a look? Although the Su family was relocated to the forest farm, their daily work and life were supervised by special people. The farm director was not directly responsible for them, and at most they borrowed the site of the forest farm. Her father and eldest brother had never dealt with a farm director, so Su Qingren was not worried that the director would recognize her. The captain nodded readily. Okay, I mentioned it to the director last time, and he said he wanted to meet you if there was a chance, so it's just right for you to come with us. With that, the three of them walked towards the office building of the forest farm together. Unexpectedly, as soon as they walked downstairs, Su Jiao followed them. Captain, where are you going? Take me with you. The captain glared at her angrily. Nonsense. We have serious business here. You go back quickly. I promise not to make trouble. I will follow Su Jiqing. Wherever she goes, I will go. Su Qingren was also speechless, but she was also afraid of delaying the team leader's work. How about this, team leader and accountant Luo? You go to talk to the director first. I'll watch her downstairs to prevent her from running around and getting into trouble. The team leader nodded. Okay, don't run around. We'll be down soon. As soon as the two left, Su Qingren pinched her neck from behind, like grabbing a chicken. Slow down, it hurts. Su Jiao. You are deliberately going against me today, right? It's okay for you to act like a little bit in the team at ordinary times, but don't you see where this place is? Why don't you get lost?
Su Qingren.
If you can come, why can't I? Don't think I don't know. You came here just to find an opportunity to curry favor with the leader. The last time the commune leader came to the team was like this. You were busy helping to cook. Didn't you just want to show up in front of the leader to take credit? Su Qingren was speechless and directly pulled her to go back. Hey, slow down, stop. Stop. Someone is coming. Hello, leader. Su Qingren thought she was cheating on purpose and turned her head to see that someone was passing by. The man was about 40 or 50 years old, with a neat side-parted hair and a pair of brown glasses, but he still couldn't hide his turbid and greasy eyes. Su Qingren had a strong premonition that this man might be the person she was looking for. She immediately let go of Su Jiao and whispered, "Hurry up and leave." Su Jiao was not willing to leave after finally seeing the leader. She immediately nodded to the man with a smile. "Hello, leader." The man's eyes stayed on the two people's faces for a moment and finally fell on Su Qingren's face. "Where are you two young comrades from? Why are you standing here?" After being disturbed by Su Jiao, Su Qingren had originally lost hope. Now that he had run into someone he suspected, he thought about clarifying the matter first so that it would not be a wasted trip. He took the initiative to reply, "We are educated youth from the Xianjiangshan brigade." Before he finished speaking, Su Jiao enthusiastically interrupted him. "Yes, both of us are educated youth. We followed our team leader and accountant to find the director. They have already gone upstairs and asked us to wait downstairs. Judging from your demeanor, could you be the director they are looking for?" He was very pleased with the enthusiasm of the young girl. No, I'm just a deputy director." Su Jiao pretended to be surprised. "Oh, deputy director? Doesn't that mean he is the second in command here? He is also a big leader. Nice to meet you." Su Qingren's face remained expressionless, and she silently clenched her fingertips. It was really him. Thinking of her sister-in-law's fear and tears that night, Su Qingren felt that his smile was disgusting. Seeing that she had been silent, the deputy director took the initiative to invite the two of them. "It's so cold. Don't stand here stupidly. My office is on the first floor, and there is a stove inside. You can go in and warm yourself by the fire, drink some hot water, and wait slowly. The director's office is on the second floor, and you'll be able to see it when someone comes down." Su Jiao showed ecstasy. "How sorry. I won't disturb your work, will I?" The deputy director waved his hand. "It's okay. It's not easy for you educated youth to respond to the call to support going to the countryside, and it's only right to take care of the young comrades." After that, he turned his gaze to Su Qingren again. "Young comrade, you come too."
Su Qingren nodded. Okay.
Before he could raise his foot, his arm was suddenly grabbed tightly from behind. Come back with me. Before Su Qingran could open her mouth, she was quickly pulled away by Gu Xiao. What's wrong? Gu Xiao's face was as cold as ice, and the strength in his hands increased a bit. What's wrong? Do you know what you are doing? What did I tell you just now? Don't run around, and you just turned around and ran here. You don't even know the person and you dare to follow a stranger? On the other side, Su Jiao watched Su Qingren being pulled away by Gu Xiao, secretly rejoicing in her heart. Finally, no one will steal her credit. When she thought that she would soon be able to make contributions to the brigade and be praised by the brigade leader and everyone else, Su Jiao rubbed her hands excitedly. Deputy Director, I just happen to have a lot of questions about the forest farm that I want to ask you. How about we go to your office to talk first? The Deputy Director glanced at the two people who were arguing not far away. Will something happen to that young comrade? How about we go and take a look? Su Jiao's heart was alarmed. No need, that person is her boyfriend. The two of them probably had a little quarrel. Let's not wait. It's very cold outside. When the Deputy Director heard that they were in a relationship, his eyes dimmed immediately. Okay, come with me to the office and sit down and drink some hot tea. After saying that, he walked towards the office. Su Jiao happily followed with small steps, secretly delighted in her heart. Her chance had finally come. As long as she had a good relationship with the Deputy Director, if the brigade wanted to approve more wood in the future, it would be a matter of her saying a word. Maybe the debt and price can be negotiated a little more. By then, the captain won't have to be so servile all day to please others. If she has made a contribution, those people in the team who once looked down on her will look at her with new eyes. She will prove that she is no worse than Su Qingran. It was just a lack of opportunity before. On the other side, Su Qingran was explaining to Gu Xiao, who looked livid. Originally, I wanted to go upstairs with the captain to find the director, but Su Jiao followed us again. I was afraid that she would cause trouble, so I stayed to watch her. But I ran into the Deputy Director of the forest farm. Seeing that the two of us had been freezing here, he invited us into the house for a cup of hot tea. Gu Xiao snorted coldly. Do you believe this? Su Qingran pursed her lips guiltily. I think since he is the leader here, he should not do anything reckless. It's just a cup of tea. Gu Xiao looked at her scrutinizingly. I'm not talking about tea. I'm talking about your reason. Do you believe it? You are not right. Since the last time I asked me to teach you how to fight, you were very wrong, and today too this is not like you. You must be hiding something from me. Su Qingren laughed dryly and twitched the corner of her mouth. I don't understand what you are talking about. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly remembered something. Turning back suddenly, Su Jiao and the man were gone. Oh no, where's Su Jiao? At this moment, Su Jiao's cry suddenly came from the first floor. Su Qingran, the two looked at each other and ran quickly in the direction of the sound. Su Qingran was afraid that Gu Xiao would be implicated, so she pulled him while running. No matter what happens when you go in, you are not allowed to mess around. Gu Xiao also reminded, you too, you are the one who should not mess around. As they said, the two had already run to the door. The door was closed and could not be pushed open, and only the sound of things hitting the ground could be heard. Su Qingran hurriedly pushed Gu Xiao. Maybe something will happen. You go outside and call our people. Okay, you just wait outside. As soon as the person left, Su Jiao opened the door and escaped from inside. Seeing Su Qingran, she suddenly felt like she had grabbed a life-saving straw and hugged her and cried. Su Qingran took a look inside. What's going on?
Suzy ao greiber đi theo.
He is a hooligan. The Deputy Director was already guilty. When he heard her say that, he immediately became anxious.
Don't say that.
I just brought her a cup of tea and accidentally touched her hand. She started to scream. Su Qingran was worried that she couldn't find a chance to catch his pigtail. Hearing this, she rushed forward and kicked him hard in the vital part. The Deputy Director was caught off guard and screamed in pain. He squatted down with his legs hugged in pain. Su Qingren looked out through the gap in the window and found that people were rushing in. He simply took out a rope from his bag. He aimed at the beam and threw it up and tied a knot neatly. He moved a chair over and pushed Su Jiao up. Su Jiao, get up here. Su Jiao cried as she was pushed up. When she stood up, she realized something was wrong. Why did you ask me to come up here? Su Qingran slapped her on the ace. If you don't make a fuss, who'll take care of you later? Put your head in quickly. This was the first time Su Jiao encountered such a thing, and she had no idea what to do. Seeing that Su Qingran had been helping her, she obediently put her head in. At this time, the people led by Gu Xiao had already rushed over. The captain and accountant Luo on the second floor also hurried over with the director. What's going on? Su Qingran pinched Su Jiao's leg hard and started shouting along with her wailing. Captain, come and save people. Su Jiao wants to hang herself. The captain was shocked and rushed to the front. Su Jiao, get down here quickly. What's going on? When Su Jiao saw the captain, it was like seeing a long-lost relative, even though she was not close to him in the past. He immediately cried out, Captain, I don't want to live anymore. Someone is being rude to me. As soon as these words came out, everyone who was crowded outside the door watching the excitement was stunned. Being rude in the office in broad daylight? This is no small matter. The deputy director's face became uglier and uglier, and the sweat on his forehead kept coming out. I don't know if it was because of the pain or fear. He supported himself on the table and slowly stood up. Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I saw her freezing outside, so I brought her in with good intentions to warm her up and give her some hot water. I just accidentally touched her hand when I handed her tea. Su Jiao held the noose with one hand and pointed at the deputy director's nose with the other. That wasn't a touch at all. You clearly touched my hand and took the opportunity to take advantage of me. After saying that, she held the noose with both hands and stretched her head inside. The director stood in the crowd, looking around with a gloomy look. Are there only two of you in the room? Did anyone else see it? Su Qingran held Su Jiao's leg with one hand and raised the other hand. Report to the leader. I can testify for Su Jiqing. Then, Su Qingran recounted the whole story before Su Jiao entered the room. After finishing speaking, he added, I heard her shouting outside and rushed over immediately. The door was closed at that time. There was a sound of smashing things in the room. If it was a misunderstanding, why did he close the door in broad daylight? The deputy director waved his fingers tremblingly. The weather is too cold. I was afraid that the heat would escape. Besides, she came in and sat down on her own initiative. I didn't force her to come.
Shukingran snortez coldly, Ingaying?
Su Jiqing is in her prime youth. What can she want from you, an old man? If you hadn't coaxed her, would she have come in? I think you just saw that she was young and simple and easy to deceive, so you deliberately took the opportunity to test her reaction when you handed her tea. I didn't expect Su Jiqing to not be fooled by you at all. Su Jiao was so moved that she turned her head and looked at her silently. Seeing that she glared at him, he quickly turned his head and reached into the noose again. Su Qingran was arguing with the scholars below, while Su Jiao was crying, making a fuss, and even threatening to hang herself. Director, if you don't make a decision for me, I will hang myself in the forest farm today. After saying that, she glared at the deputy director angrily. After I die, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Su Qingran glanced at the director silently and saw that his face was not bad, as if he was waiting for an opportunity. Then she began to add fuel to the fire. Director, Su Jiqing and I are both responding to the call of the country and voluntarily burning our youth to support construction in the countryside. Although we are young, we are not easy to fool. If the forest farm doesn't care, we can only go to the commune to seek justice. If the commune doesn't care, then we will go to the city to find the Jiqing office. If the Jiqing office doesn't care, we will sue it in Beijing. I believe that someone will give us an explanation. After hearing what she said, the captain on the side finally understood something. When he entered the door just now, he was really scared. Now he has come to his senses and slowly figured it out. Su Jiqing was not the kind of person who would make trouble normally, and she and Su Jiqing did not have a good relationship. She did this to protect the reputation of their brigade. If this matter today was lightly exposed, he would not be able to hold his head up in front of other brigades when he went to the commune for meetings in the future. Even if Su Jiqing did not pursue it, They could not afford to lose face with him. They must make up for it today. Director, this matter today has caused trouble for your forest farm, but our two young educated youth are not the kind of people who make trouble. They must have suffered a great injustice and can't get over it. Their parents sent such a young child to our countryside to train. If she can't get over it and really wants to commit suicide, we can't afford the consequences. In the first 2 years, there was a brigade in our commune where an educated youth was bullied to the point of jumping into the river. Later, all the educated youth in the commune took their weapons and ran over to protest and make trouble, and even went to the provincial government. You should still remember this, right? The stage was already set, and the director finally spoke. Captain Gu is right. The work of educated youth is not a trivial matter. We will handle it carefully. Don't worry, we will thoroughly investigate this matter, investigate Deputy Director Liu, and give you a satisfactory explanation from Xianjiangshan Brigade. The captain nodded with a look of deep sorrow. Then I'll leave it to you. By the way, this incident today will not affect our pulling of wood, right? The director waved his hand. Old Gu, what are you talking about? Of course not. Didn't you say just now that you wanted to pull more back? I'll approve it for you now. Let's go. Go to my office. The captain suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and waved to everyone. Everyone, go away, hurry up, and do what you need to do. Su Jiao, you come down too. The director has said it, and I will give you an explanation. The captain and accountant Luo followed the director upstairs in a hurry. Other onlookers also dispersed one after another. Sun Hao and several male educated youth finally squeezed in and helped Su Jiao down. Su Jiao was still in shock. After coming down, she hugged Su Qingran's arm and refused to let go. Where did you go just now? If Su Jiqing hadn't protected me, you would have carried me back home cold today. Everyone was so ashamed that they turned around and started punching and kicking the deputy director. Su Qingran watched the excitement for a while before speaking to stop them. Okay, stop it. After beating for a long time without hitting the vital parts, she got a lot of injuries on her face, and things would be complicated. When she went out, she ran into Gu Xiao, who was leaning against the wall. Su Qingran looked at him guiltily and turned away angrily before she could say anything. When they left the office building, Su Jiao still held her arm tightly and refused to let go. Su Qingran tried to pull it open several times, but couldn't pull it open at all, so she just let her do it. When she looked up, she ran into her elder brother, who hurried over. Su Qingran nodded slightly at him. Su Zhenhua breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his sister was fine. Just now, he and his father were working in the yard, and suddenly they heard that something happened in the office building. A female educated youth from the next brigade was almost bullied by the deputy director. His mind went blank at the time, and he immediately thought of the fact that his sister asked him to prepare a letter of complaint a few days ago. He was so scared that he ran over quickly. Seeing his sister's figure walking out of the office building from a distance, he was even more scared. But when he got closer, he saw that his sister was fine, and the other educated youth's eyes were swollen like walnuts from crying. Only then did he nod to her with relief, as a response. After leaving the forest farm, Su Qingran took Su Jiao and followed the large group to the village. Along the way, Gu Zhao's silence was a bit scary. You don't have to guess to know that he is really angry. It's just that because everyone is there, he didn't say anything. Su Qingran knew why he was angry, but she didn't regret it. The deputy director surnamed Liu was like a slippery, venomous snake, hiding in the dark and staring at her family. In addition to her family, there were many victims whose names were unknown. Even if they were just pulled by the hand or teased with words, it was enough to leave a lifelong shadow in the heart of a young girl. If she could get rid of she would be willing to have a piece of flesh bitten off. But she didn't expect that Su Jiao would suddenly appear, completely disrupting all her ideas and plans. Su Qingran thought that Gu Xiao would definitely wait until he was done with his work in the evening before coming to see her. Who knew that he came during the lunch break? As soon as he entered the door, he said directly, "Come with me to the back mountain. I have something to tell you." Then he turned and left. Su Qingran knew that she couldn't hide, and she didn't want to hide. After giving Nanqing a few words of advice, she went out and walked towards the back mountain. After entering the mountain, she came to a forest with no one around. Gu Shao stopped and turned his head. When did you start planning the forest farm incident? You asked me to teach you how to fight before, just to target this person? Did that person bully your family? Su Qingran looked up at him calmly. You are right in your guesses. If I don't drag him down today, he will drag my whole family into tomorrow. I have no choice. I did lie to you and didn't tell the truth when I asked you to teach me how to fight before. But today's incident has nothing to do with you. Even if the captain investigates it, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Shao was so angry. Do you think I asked you to come here just to distance yourself from this matter? Such a big thing. You are alone. You should at least tell me in advance. Su Qingran's tone softened. I know you are doing this for my own good, but you have helped me a lot before, and I don't want to drag you into this. Gu Zhao's expression visibly eased, but there was still an indescribable depression in his heart. Su Qingran, I admit that I like you, but I have never forced you to be my partner, right? Are you afraid that I can't repay you for helping you with this? Or are you afraid that I will rely on you? The first time that Su Qingran heard these two words from his mouth, and in such a straightforward way. Su Qingran was stunned and shrank her head silently. She was eager to find a suitable excuse, but her mind was blank and she couldn't squeeze out a word. Gu Shao watched her reaction silently, and his heart had long gone from depression to expectation and then to disappointment. Although he had expected this to happen and didn't hold much hope, he was still a little sad. If you are racking your brains to find an excuse to reject me, then there is no need. I have told my parents that I will not consider starting a family for the time being. Even if you agree, I may not agree. I am actually angry that you don't think about yourself. You are a normal girl at ordinary times, but when you encounter family matters, it's like a different person. I don't think you are so brave at ordinary times, and your personality is not really fierce, but as long as it is for your family, you dare to go through the dark mountain roads, and now you are forced to fight and hang yourself. As he spoke, Gu Shao couldn't say anything more. After a while, he sighed helplessly. Forget it, just think of it as a waste of words. You still don't believe me anyway. Su Qingran lowered her head, her eyes slightly sour. In her last life, she only considered herself and didn't care about her family, but what was the result? It's not that she doesn't trust him. It's just that the painful experience in her last life made her learn not to rely on anyone, especially men. But she couldn't tell him these things. She could only change her excuses to explain, it's not that I didn't consider myself. I originally wanted to go over and find out the situation first, but I didn't expect Su Jiao to get involved. And I inquired in advance that the director and deputy director of the forest farm don't have a good relationship in private. Even if the matter gets out of hand, it won't affect the brigade's side business, so this is the only way to go all out. Gu Shao felt mixed emotions in his heart, not knowing whether he should be angry that she was still considering others at this time, or should he praise her for being decisive and meticulous. Seeing her lowering her head with red eyes, he couldn't bear to say anything more. Moreover, he knew in his heart that he had no right to criticize others. They were patiently explaining things to him because they had known each other for a few days. If he pushed them too far, they might just turn around and leave. Thinking of this, the resentment in Gu Zhao's heart completely disappeared. Okay, let's not discuss this. When I was at the forest farm just now, I asked someone about it. Deputy Director Liu himself is not a good person. But do you know why he is so arrogant and dares to trick a little girl into the house in broad daylight? Su Qingran pursed her lips. He must have a backer. The forest farm is remote, and it is not easy for anything to get out. He has tasted the sweetness and naturally grown up with courage. Gu Shao continued to ask, then, do you know who is the backer behind him? Su Qingran raised her head in confusion. I don't know. Gu Shao curled his lips. It's his father-in-law. His wife and children are in the city and live in his father-in-law's house. Do you think the things he did before will be spread to his father-in-law? Can the backer still be reliable? Even if those things are unfounded, but with today's commotion, it is enough for him to drink a pot of pot. Su Qingran's eyes lit up. As long as the backer doesn't care, there will be more people who will take advantage of the situation. Gu Shao snorted softly. I said, it's useful to consult with someone when something happens, right? Su Qingren nodded. You rewrite. Gu Xiao didn't show it on his face, but he was already very happy in his heart. Don't worry about it anymore. I will find someone else to pass the message and make sure it won't be traced to us. Okay. On the other side, the family of 4 in the forest farm was also very excited. Su Jingshan and Su Zhenhua discussed that starting from tomorrow, they would successively deliver anonymous letters of complaint to the director's office. This time, the director must make up his mind to deal with Deputy Director Liu thoroughly. What they didn't know was that in addition to the Su family, many people in the forest farm took out paper and pen and started writing letters of complaint today. Everyone was thinking hard about how to contribute. Such a good opportunity must not be missed. In the evening, Su Qingran returned home from work. As soon as he entered the yard, he heard Su Jiao sobbing from next door. After asking Nanqing, I found out that this girl has been hiding in the house since she came back today. She didn't eat or drink water. She would cry from time to time while lying in the quilt. Su Nanqing said nervously, Aunt, she came to see you at noon.
You just went out at that time.
Is she going to trouble you again? Su Qingren shook her head. Don't worry, no. Su Nanqing breathed a sigh of relief. Then are you going to see her? Su Qingren thought about it and decided not to go. Although Su Jiao had accidentally solved a big problem for her and helped a lot in this matter today. But this woman is too difficult to deal with. Who knows if she will do something else when she goes there. Let's wait until she has cried enough. After entering the house, Su Qingren simply cleaned up and began to prepare dinner. Nanqing said she wanted to eat egg pancakes, so she cooked the porridge first and then slowly began to scoop the flour and beat the eggs to make the paste. While she was busy, a woman with disheveled hair suddenly floated to the door. Su Qingran was startled, and when she looked carefully, it turned out to be Su Jiao. What are you doing? Su Jiao sniffed. I came here to thank you. You were not here when I came at noon. Today's incident is all thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to think about it. Before, our relationship was so bad, I didn't expect that at the critical moment, the only person who stood up for me was you. Su Jiao bowed to her. Su Qingren felt very guilty and waved her hands quickly. Okay, I'm not doing this for you. I just can't stand that kind of. Su Jiao waved her fist angrily. You rewrite, he is a scumbag. You don't know. After I came back today, several aunties teased me, saying that I used to make a fuss. Maybe I really misunderstood him. Su Qingren paused. No wonder she was fine on the way, but started crying again when she came back.
It turned out to be because of this.
Su Qingren silently put down the bowl and looked at her seriously. Su Jiao, those people speculate like this based on your previous actions, which do seem like something you could do. To be honest, I don't like you either. But to be fair, you did nothing wrong today. If you need, I can testify for you. In her previous life, she had seen too many things like this. A young girl in her 20s, who had just entered society, found it difficult to stand up and say no when faced with those superiors who had their own halos, and those who were tempted and groped on the edge. Many people, out of fear, chose to swallow their anger and convince themselves not to think too much. Even if they wanted to resist, they didn't dare to confront them head-on. But when Su Jiao encountered such a thing today, she had no such concerns at all. She shouted out on the spot and smashed things. Speaking objectively, this is indeed admirable. Su Jiao never expected her to say that, and immediately pursed her lips in grievance. Su Qingran, you're the first person to say such things to me. You are a good person. Su Qingran raised her hand quickly. Stop it. If you want to cry, go back and cry. Don't cry in front of my door. Otherwise, if others see you, they will think I did something to you. Su Jiao's eyes were already full of tears, and they were about to fall. But after hearing what she said, she immediately held them back. But her stomach growled. Gurgle. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became awkward. What are you cooking in the pot? It smells so good. Su Qingran pulled the corner of her mouth. Can't you see? Su Jiao sniffed. Then can I have a piece of egg pancake? I didn't eat lunch. Su Qingran sighed helplessly, and she really underestimated her. Okay. As she said that, she picked up the plate and put 2 pieces on it and handed it to her. After you finish the pancake, don't stay here and cry. Su Jiao nodded, picked up a piece of pancake, and put it in her mouth. After eating one piece, she was so satisfied. Her eyes couldn't help but get hot again, but this time it was not for anything else, but because the egg pancake was really delicious. She seriously suspected that she had lost her mind before. Otherwise, why did she start to oppose Su Qingran as soon as she came to the countryside? The key is that after several moves, she didn't get any advantage. Instead, she became the public enemy of the whole village. At the critical moment, those people not only did not help her, but also watched the excitement and sneered. This is probably what it means to hurt others and eventually hurt yourself. Just a few days later, good news came from the forest farm. The director personally brought people to express condolences and said that Deputy Director Liu had been taken away. In the past few days, the forest farm has received so many letters of complaint like snowflakes. When the higher-ups heard that it was related to the educated youth, they ordered a thorough investigation of Deputy Director Liu's style of work. Looking at this situation, the crime of hooliganism is inevitable. The crime of hooliganism at this time is very serious. If nothing unexpected happens, eating peanuts is a foregone conclusion. Even if you can't eat peanuts, you probably won't be able to get out in this life, and living is pure suffering. No matter what the result is, Su Qingran is very satisfied. Pulling out the thorn in the eye can be regarded as revenge for the family. The director personally brought people here to show his and the forest farm's attitude, and also gave enough face to the Xianjiangshan brigade. The team leader was very happy. Especially in the future, they would continue to cooperate with the forest farm to process furniture, and they would continue to borrow their rollers to repair the road. It was rare for them to come to their door in person, so they naturally had to entertain them well. After leaving the educated youth point, the team leader directly called Su Qingran and took the farm manager to visit the furniture processing point. The processing point was rebuilt from the original brigade warehouse, but it was really tidied up. Although the place is small, cutting, grinding, assembly, and quality inspection are all divided into zones, which is very standardized. The farm manager is in charge of such a large forest farm, and he has countless people under him. The team leader was very excited to receive his praise. He immediately quietly pulled Su Qingran aside. "Xiao Su, Uncle wants to ask you a favor." Su Qingran was confused. "Captain, if you have something to say, just tell me." The captain smiled and nodded. "I want to keep the director at home for dinner. I'm afraid that the simple food will neglect the leader. Can you go and help your aunt later?" Su Qingran nodded readily and agreed. "Of course, it's almost done here. Then I'll go over now. You accompany the director to go shopping first." "Great, just in time for dinner. I'll talk to them about ordering materials after the new year." Originally, the captain was a little unconfident, but now with Su Qingran's cooking skills, he inexplicably became a lot tougher. When Su Qingran and Nanqing rushed to Gu's house, Aunt Gu was busy killing chickens. The vegetables just brought from the cellar and the private plot were also piled on the ground in a mess, and there was no time to clean them up. Su Qingran rolled up her sleeves and stepped forward to help. "Aunt, I brought Nanqing to help you." Seeing her coming, Aunt Gu was like seeing a savior.
I was so worried. Your uncle was always thinking about something.
He sent someone to inform me to prepare lunch at the last minute. There was nothing at home. She seemed to have never entertained leaders in all these years as the captain's wife. It's only been a few months, and this is already the second wave. Su Qingran smiled and told her about the situation at the processing point. After that, she turned her head and looked around the yard. "And is the only one at home?" Gu Xiao went up the mountain to trap rabbits. "I don't know if he can catch them. If he can, it will be an extra dish." As she was talking, Gu Xiao had already walked to the door with 2 rabbits. Su Qingran glanced at him. "Did you know that the director was here?" Gu Xiao nodded. "I know, I heard about it." In front of Aunt Gu, Su Qingran couldn't say anything to thank him. She just nodded at him gratefully. If it weren't for his help, it wouldn't have been so easy to bring down Deputy Director Liu. After Gu Xiao came back, the logistics team went from 3 to 4. Gu Xiao was responsible for cleaning the rabbits, chopping wood, and fetching water. Aunt Gu was responsible for picking and washing vegetables. Su Nanqing was responsible for making the fire, and Su Qingran naturally became the chef. Soon, the four of them prepared a table of food. The team leader also came back with his men on time. When the food was served, the team leader invited Su Qingran to the table to eat together. Without waiting for Su Qingran to refuse, Aunt Gu took the lead in speaking up and refused for her. Let Gu Xiao go with you. You two can go. Xiao Su and I will take Nanqing to eat alone in the kitchen. The captain glared at his wife in confusion. What are you talking about? There is no problem in our family not letting female comrades sit at the table. You all go together. Su Qingran hurriedly persuaded, Captain, you should go quickly. There are too many people today, so we won't go. Seeing that both of them were unwilling to go, the captain had no choice but to agree. Then you can make more delicious food. Don't be reluctant. As soon as the people left, Aunt Gu was relieved. Since the last incident, she has been thinking about what the Su family is like these days. After thinking about it, she really figured out something. Since Nanqing's parents came at night, it means that they are not far away from here. Otherwise, it would be dark and unfamiliar people outside would have no chance to find their village. There is only one forest farm nearby. Then she thought of how Su Jiqing went to the countryside with her nephew and avoided talking about her family. She also didn't want others to know that her brother and sister-in-law came to see her at night. This further proved that something must have happened in their family. For example, they were sent to the forest farm. In this way, all the things would fit together. The last time she heard that Su Jiqing went to the forest farm, she was scared, fearing that she would be exposed in the forest farm. Later, she heard that someone had an accident in the forest farm, which scared her to death. Fortunately, after she came back, she found that the person in the accident was not her. The director of the farm came to the house for dinner today. If Su Jiqing also came to the table, he would inevitably ask questions. If she accidentally let something slip, it would be a big trouble. That's why she stopped Su Qingran from going to the table. When she was serving the dishes just now, she had left some of each dish, which was enough for 3 people. Just after finishing the meal, she urged Su Qingran to go back and rest. They don't know when they'll finish eating. You take Nanqing back to rest first. I'll clean up slowly by myself.